Hokage give me a face. Chapter 401 to 420. Chapter 401 _ The power of appearance. The debris on the ground, the huge machete that came, was smashed by Marina with a punch. Marina frowned and shook her hand gently. The enemy's strength was stronger than she thought. Although she shattered the machete with her full blow, her body still suffered some shock injuries. Palm Sage Art. The green light lit up, and Marina healed silently for herself. Her personality was too lively, and she had the coquettishness of a little princess, which also caused her not to like learning ninjutsu and demonic illusion, but to Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength. Have a soft spot. Anyway, the Uzumaki clan are stupid and have a lot of money. Oh no, it's a foolish chakrado. After Tsunade taught chakra-enhanced strength to Marina, he also taught medical ninjutsu. After all, chakra-enhanced strength puts a heavy load on the body. Medical ninjutsu works with the super-strong Uzumaki family. Physique, Marina uses chakra-enhanced strength without any side effects. Who's stupid chakrado? I'm so smart. Daddy bastard. I'll bite you. Sheena gave Yizan a vicious look, and Yizan responded with a provocative look and pointed at his shoulder, arrogant. He raised his head. Come and bite. Daddy asshole. Genai pouted angrily, and just as she was thinking about finding an opportunity to teach Yizan a good lesson, a man slowly walked over from a distance. I shattered my knife with one punch. Little girl, she's strong. But, how do you repay it? With your life. The indifferent voice burst out with extremely powerful murderous aura. At that moment, Sasuke and Sakura trembled. Actually, I was so shocked by the murder that I couldn't move. Kurigakure missing nin. Don't cut it again. I didn't expect it to be you. Call out. A soft sound. Kakashi stood in front of everyone, and he stared at Zaibu/ with a dignified face. Then he seemed to think of something, and his dignified eyes instantly turned into lazy drooping eyes, a casual look that made Zai/. The murderous aura is getting stronger and stronger. Konoha's copy ninja, Kakashi. What do you mean? Look down on me. Zaibujin said coldly. He was in a very bad mood now. He pretended to be handsome and throw the machete. Originally wanted to throw the machete on the opposite tree. I was standing on the knife using the instant body technique, but the knife was only halfway flying, and was smashed by a little girl. This is a knife he made with a lot of money to imitate the beheading sword. Since Yizan seized all the knives of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the Land of Water 13 years ago, Kurigakure completely cancelled the designation of the 7 people. Since Yizan didn't dodge the swirling machete attack just now, he ignored Yizan if he didn't subconsciously cut him down. He regarded Yizan as a weak scum, so weak that he didn't even have the reaction to dodge. He didn't know that Yizan decided from the beginning that the machete could not hit him, so he didn't dodge it, only about 1 centimeter away. Only a person like Yizan would dare to ignore the attack. Kakashi's serious demeanor suddenly slackened, making Zaibujin's mood worse, while Kakashi still kept his drooping eyes lazily, covered his mouth, and yawned lazily. Sorry, if I don't cut it again, I'm a little sleepy. Kakashi, you are too much. Sorry, if you're going to fight, find him. The feeling of not being taken seriously is really bad. If you don't cut it, you will feel sad and angry in your heart. Following Kakashi's hand, he looks at Yizan. He decides that he will use Yizan to open the knife and teach this group of people who don't know how to respect people. The Konoha ninja. Yizan was ignored by him before, and he didn't see Yizan's face clearly, but at this moment, when he looked at Yizan indignantly, he was slightly taken aback and frowned suspiciously. Who are you? Shimura General. Shimura Gen. Which Shimura Gen? Konoha's Shimura General. Yizan looked at Zabujin with a smile, and took a step forward gently. At that moment, Zabujin suddenly retreated, and his mind was shocked. You are Shimura-zan. That's right. You really are Shimura-zan. I remember you. You are Shimura-zan. How could it be? How could you be here? Some pictures. Because I took my daughter out to do the quest. Oh right, the girl you just threatened to pay with your life is my daughter. Yizan was still smiling, but in Zaibuzan's eyes, that wiped the smile is so familiar. So familiar. Familiar memories, memories that can't be forgotten in a lifetime, the face that is not cut will turn pale in an instant. He couldn't forget the war 13 years ago. At that time, he was a genin who had not graduated long ago. He followed the Kurigakure ninja army to invade Konoha. He was very talented and ruthless. He was very active on the battlefield. In less than a month, his strength was promoted to Chunin, and he was praised by 3 generations of Mizukage Yagura. At that time, every battle between Kurigakure and Konoha would be won. The Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan were all beaten and retreated. Seeing that Konoha was about to be destroyed, a man appeared on the battlefield. The Kagaya clan who owns Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, kill the extremely powerful Mizuno-yu clan, and instantly kill the ghost of the ghost, Ueniu, who is a genius in the sky, and hold the flounder, like a whack-a-mole, with a hammer. 3 generations of Mizukage Yagura knocked to death. Yizan relied on Hiraishin's technique to kill thousands of Kurigakure ninjas, and casually killed all the powerhouses in Kurigakure village. One of his colleagues was slashed by Yizan's hand, and his face was splashed with blood. It was hot, mixed with desperate fear. And today, that nightmarish figure appeared in front of him. Don't kneel again, it's not a joke, it's really kneeling. He knelt on the ground with a pop, his head and hands were all on the ground, and his body was shaking. Just facing Yizan, he lost his fighting spirit and completely lost his will to resist. Master Zan, please let me go. This is my first time accepting a bounty quest. I don't usually do evil. As the saying goes, first offense is lightly sentenced. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child who needs to be fed. Please let me go. Chapter 402 Shiro's gender is Hideyoshi. The Land of Waves, the Dasna family. Zabujan quietly knelt down on the tatami, shrugged his head, and looked extremely pitiful with the appearance of a child who made a mistake. Beside him, a boy who looked almost like a girl also knelt down obediently, leaning against Zaibuzan. Bai, are you male or female? Reporting to my lord, I'm a man. Bai Shao feared that he shrank his neck and lowered his head even further. If you observe carefully, you can see that Bai is gently grasping the corner of the clothes that will not be cut. He is at ease. No more cuts. 2. Is Bai really a man? Exactly. Then can you explain why Bai keeps grabbing the corner of your clothes and leaning against you like a girl? This. After pausing for a while, he was suddenly speechless, but facing Yizan's exploratory gaze, he swallowed in fear and remained silent for a long time, finally biting Kiba and raising his head abruptly 30 times. Master Zan, Bai is indeed a boy, but he is not a boy either. In my heart, he is not a boy. Huh, what do you mean? What do you mean, he's not a boy in your mind? Because, even though Bai is a boy, I don't see Bai as a boy anyway. Zaibuzan lowered his head slightly, his tone was a little messy, while Bai next to him grabbed Zabujan's clothes even harder, his eyes full of admiration and dependence. The moment he saw Bai's gaze, Yizan suddenly realized, he pointed at Bai exaggeratedly, and his tone showed an unprecedented shock. So Shiro's gender is Hideyoshi. Huh, what? That is to say, although Shiro is a boy, he doesn't have the appearance of a boy at all, but he is not a girl, so Shiro's gender is Hideyoshi. Boy, this is the gender title I gave you specially. Yizan pointed at Bai carelessly, and nodded hilariously. Although Bai and Zaibuju didn't fully understand what Yizan meant, they had guessed that Yizan would be a man or woman like Bai. The gender is called Hideyoshi, although it's a bit weird, but once you accept this setting, think about it, it seems to be quite emotional. I have seen the situation. If you don't cut it, you like Hideyoshi, don't you? Yes, I dare not lie in front of Lord Zan, I really like Bai. But Shiro's body is still a boy. I really love him. Crazy. Yi Xuanqiao gave a thumbs up, turned his head and looked outside, only to find that the living room was full of aromas, and it should be dinner. Let's go. Go to eat. After eating, you will take Bai back to Kurigakure village and live a good life. Ah, Lord Zan. I'm missing Nin, won't I die when I go back? Don't worry, I'll just say hello to Terumi Mei, You seem curious. Would you like to hear it? I can tell you about my relationship with Terumi Mei. Yizan Yin glanced at Zaibi Yuzan, and immediately made Zaibi Yuzan go cold, and lowered his head in fear. I'm sorry Lord Zan, I don't want to hear it. I swear by the love between me and Bai, we will never spread it out. If you don't cut it, just leave. He abandoned Kato's mission and took Shiro with him, ready to return to the village of Kurigakure. Yizan is not out of good intentions. How can I put it? He is just boring, plus his attitude of admitting his mistakes without beheading is considered positive. Bai's gender also adds a lot of points to not beheading. After all, a creature like Hideyoshi, but very rare. The situation of not slashing is solved, and the remaining cards are not a concern. Considering that the Kakashi group had never done anything, Yizan mercifully handed Kakashi the task of Kato, and asked Kakashi to take Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura to solve Kato. The temporary base set up by Kato in the Land of Waves was a little far from Dazner's house. After lunch, Kakashi left with the team. At Dazner's house, Yizan was comfortably lying on the sofa, and Marina and Ellie were obedient huddled in his arms. Dad. Are you good or bad? You actually lied to Sakura and said it was our brother. Marina Nadi arched a few times in Yizan's arms, raised her hand and grabbed Yizan's cheek. What are you doing? Pinch you. Pinch me for what? Want to pinch. Hee hee. Marina laughed and pinched Yizan's face into a bell shape. Ellie was also interested. She also raised her hand and pinched Yizan's other cheek. Ellie, are you coming too? I want to pinch too. Ellie winked her eyes cutely, and soon cooperated with Marina to pinch Yizan's face into a strange shape. The two daughters were making trouble. Yizan could only sigh helplessly, closed his eyes, and looked like he was unlovable. The attitude made the two girls giggled. Laugh, laugh. Two idiots. Dad is an idiot, I'm smart. Ellie twisted her body and changed her posture, leaning on Yizan's arms more comfortably. The three of them cuddled together and whispered, and Marina and Ellie let out silver bell-like laughter from time to time. After an unknown amount of time, Hinata walked out of the kitchen with a plate on which were many exquisitely crafted desserts. Ailee, Marina, Lord Zan, have some dessert. This is a dessert she made in the humble kitchen of Dazner's house. Since Hinata often practiced at Yizan's house and had a good relationship with the two women, she also learned to cook a lot from Makoto and Conan. Wow, Hinata, you do a lot. Thank you. As soon as she saw the dessert, Marina's saliva flowed out instantly. She quickly left Yizan's arms, took Hinata's plate, and pushed Hinata towards Yizan. Ah! Hinata snorted softly, fluttering unsteadily, and threw herself into Yizan's arms. Her face instantly turned into a yuhi apple, so shy that she almost fainted. She wanted to get up from Yizan's arms, but Yizan hugged her waist tightly, not saying anything to make Hinata get up. At this moment, the door of Dazner's house was suddenly opened, and Kakashi walked in with Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura. Mission accomplished. They walked in easily, and at first glance, they saw Yizan holding Hinata with his left hand and Ailee with his right hand. At that moment, Sakura's eyes widened in shock, and he covered his mouth in disbelief. Marina's older brother is on good terms with Hinata. Chapter 403 Still Stupid. In Konoha village, Naruto clenched his fists with anticipation. His eyes were shining like stars. That, Kakashi-sensei. Our 7th class has always been doing simple tasks recently. Can you change it to something that will make me more active, or more passionate? Let my ninja, my heart, be like this. Naruto's whole body was burning with the flame of youth and vitality, and his enthusiastic attitude made Kakashi scratch his head helplessly. Naruto, I probably know what you're trying to say, but I have to remind you that a mission like the Land of Waves a month ago was just an accident. It's impossible for ninjas to appear in AC level mission, at most some bandits or robbers, and you can't even do D-level tasks well. What? Okay, don't complain, let's do the task. There are 3 tasks today: hoeing weeds for the ant in the north of the village, clearing the garbage in the West River, and taking care of the dog for 2 hours. Let's start, and strive to complete all tasks before noon. Such a simple D-level task, in Naruto's eyes, is simply too simple. It took only 10 minutes to come to the village North Ant's house, and Naruto pulled the weeds all over the ground and piled them 1 meter high. He. Naruto stood beside the weeds, digging his nostrils proudly. At this time, a 40-year-old ant came to Naruto, trembling all over, and the anger like a volcano was about to erupt. Hey, boy. Oh, auntie, the weeds have all been pulled out. Naruto smiled brightly, but he didn't realize that the auntie clenched her fists tightly, and the anger in her eyes grew stronger. Boy. Huh. Those are not weeds. Those are herbs that I have worked so hard to grow for months. What? Go to hell. Bang bang ping ping pong. Losing money, apologizing, although Naruto has several times more strength than the original, he is still a stupid idiot boy. His face was blue and purple, pitifully picking up the garbage in the river with the iron rack. Slightly distracted, his feet stepped on a very smooth round pebble in the river, his body was unstable, and he screamed and planted into the water. The river was turbulent, and Naruto was instantly submerged by the turbulent water, pushing him downstream, but this time, Naruto was finally smart. He broke out chakra and stepped on the bottom of the river, jumped violently, and jumped out directly. Blah blah blah. With a soft sound, Naruto stood firmly on the river, as if the river was a smooth mirror, dotted with ripples. Naruto, how can you stand on the river? Sakura's eyes widened in shock. Her poor ninja knowledge couldn't understand Naruto's spectacle now. Not only Sakura, but even Sasuke and Kakashi were shocked. Sasuke didn't understand, and Kakashi was shocked by Naruto's chakra control. You know, because of the interference of Kyuubi, Ninetales, it was difficult for Naruto to practice control, but 100 times that of a normal person. I really didn't expect that Naruto learned to tread water at a very young age. Master Zan was taught by Mr. Minato. Kakashi is a little sighed. Although Naruto is stupid, his talent and perseverance are really good. I can only say that he is worthy of the son of Yellow Flash. If he has his father, he must have his son. But looking at it this way, Master Zan's children are much more powerful than Minato-sensei's children. The strength that Marina and Ellie showed that day almost reached the point of elite Chunin. But for now, let's solve the immediate troubles first. Thinking of this, Kakashi retracted his thoughts, and after finding Sasuke and Sakura's shocked eyes, he waved lightly and brought them over. Naruto, keep picking up trash. Why do I keep picking up trash? Because I'm going to teach Sakura and Sasuke to climb trees now. Since you've all learned to tread water, you've been able to climb trees long ago, so you'll finish all the areas that Sakura and Sasuke are responsible for in a while, the most glorious labor. Naruto took on all the D-level tasks by himself. From morning to noon, Naruto was doing the tasks bitterly. On the other side, Sasuke looked at Sakura with a shocked face. He never imagined that this was useless. The woman actually completed the practice of climbing trees in an instant, and completed the practice of treading water in one morning. Okay, let's go here today. Sasuke, you can continue to practice climbing trees by yourself. I also taught you how to tread water. Come on. In the Konoha Trail, Kakashi scratched his head and disappeared in an instant, leaving Sasuke frowning tightly and Sakura a little overwhelmed. In fact, she didn't even think that these seemingly difficult climbing trees and water are so easy to do, but Sasuke didn't even do tree climbing well all morning. She didn't know, everything was because of her personality. With her personality, Sakura's spiritual power was twice that of ordinary people. Although it was not 5 times as terrifying as Yizan's, she had control over chakra. Also has inherent advantages. Sasuke, Needless to say, don't follow me, I'm going to practice. Sasuke glanced at Sakura coldly, turned and left the trail. At this time, Naruto also completed all the tasks. He slowly walked over with his tired body, only to find that Sasuke had left. What happened to Sasuke? I don't know. Sakura said softly. She didn't catch up with Sasuke for the first time, and she didn't know why. If it was before, she liked Sasuke's cold and cool character very much, but at that moment, she suddenly felt disgusting. It's all mutual, she doesn't think she's low, and she doesn't need to follow Sasuke like a follower. At this moment, behind Naruto, a square-shaped stone like a rock slowly moved over. Naruto was slightly taken aback by the sound of Caracalla. He turned his head and saw that there were 2 small holes in the square rock. How can there be such a square stone with 2 small holes in the middle? The camouflage is too obvious. Idiot Konohamaru, come out for me. Boom. A puff of smoke, Konohamaru and his 2 teammates appeared in front of Naruto. Chapter 404 represents the other side of protection. Mengwang, who wants to hide when the adults see it? Favorite factored udon. Quote. Konohamaru, the first genius ninja in the village. Konohamaru Core, join us. There was a sound in the background, and the 3 Konohamaru handsomely posed in different poses. Naruto looked at the 3 with a bored look on the back of his head with his hands in his hands, and asked in confusion, what are you doing? Let's play ninja games with Naruto boss. Ninja games. No, I'm going back to practice ninjutsu. Naruto shook his head vigorously. If he played ninja games with Konohamaru, another day would be wasted, and he didn't have the time to spare. Naruto refused, and Konohamaru was instantly angry. At this moment, he also found Sakura next to Naruto. He silently looked at Sakura from top to bottom. Under the suspicious eyes of Sakura and Naruto, he suddenly turned his head and covered his mouth. As if whispering, but the voice was deliberately made to be heard by everyone. Udon, that girl is so ugly. She has a wide forehead. It turns out that the girl Naruto boss told us he liked was this kind of ugly. The first time Konohamaru saw Sakura, she didn't know that Sakura was a terrorist with a personality. At that moment, Sakura burst out with a terrifying black aura like a ghost. She squeezed her fists so hard that her fists were 660 feet. Kacha kacha, sound, a sudden punch, smashed at Naruto. Boom. Naruto flew 10 meters and crashed into the wall 10 meters away. Then, Sakura looked at the 3 of Konohamaru with terrifying eyes, and Konohamaru kept screaming in fright, turned around, and ran away frantically. Run. He. Can you run away? How dare you call me ugly? The blackened Sakura strode abruptly and quickly chased the 3 of Konohamaru who were running away, but Konohamaru could only scream and run away. In order to use all his strength, he even closed his eyes. Only in this way can he exert all his strength. Then, boom. A loud noise, Konohamaru gave a painful cry, flew upside down 1 meter, and fell to the ground. It hurts, stinky brat. Whoa. A strong hand grabbed Konohamaru by the collar and directly lifted Konohamaru in midair. Konohamaru closed his eyes in pain and was pulled very painfully by the opponent. Don't be like this, Konkuro, this is Konoha's territory. A woman in an off-shoulder fishnet clothes persuaded softly. It's not a good thing to be too arrogant in Konoha's territory. At this time, Sakura also came over. She bowed apologetically, and said in a very embarrassed tone, I'm sorry, it's all because of me chasing, please let him go. Sakura has always been a pure and kind girl. Seeing that Konohamaru was lifted up in the air in pain, she felt very guilty. Facing Sakura's apology, Konkuro just sneered a few times and didn't put down the Konoha pill. He had already decided to teach this group of people a lesson before the master of Konoha came. Humph. Let it go. Don't be naive. I'll kill this kid now, and I'll deal with you later. Konkuro raised his fist violently, and a cruel look appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was a kind of depression after staying with Gaara for a long time. After he was depressed to ultimate, he used Konoha pills to vent. Call out. With a light sound, a cyan shadow rushed over at a speed that was too fast to be seen. The terrifying speed and fierce momentum made Konkuro's complexion change greatly. Boom! Blood splattered, and a few bloody Kiba teeth were spinning in the air. The fist mixed with the gust of wind hit Konkuro's cheek instantly. His right face was completely twisted, hit by a huge force, and instantly flew dozens of meters backwards. Boom! Sky was full of dust, and Konkuro crashed into a wall, knocking the entire wall down. What? How is it possible? Temari and Sakura's eyes widened in shock. Temari couldn't imagine that there were such powerful masters in Konoha Genin, and the reason for Sakura's shock was Naruto. She covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes full of disbelief. At this moment, Naruto ignored Sakura. He released a violent hurricane all over his body, clenched his fists, lowered his head slightly, and stared at Konkuro in the distance with his knife-like eyes, his eyes full of firmness and unshockableness. Firm. Boss Zan said that Hokage's duty is to protect Konoha, and protect the people. My goal is the 6th generation of Hokage. If I can't even protect Konohamaru, I won't be eligible to become a Hokage in the future. His face was serious, and the blue hurricane blew the ground rumbling. If the one standing in front of Naruto was an older ninja, he would recognize it. This was one of the most famous ninjutsu in the ninja world more than 10 years ago. Futon Wind Style Chakra Mode. As an S-rank ninjutsu, Naruto has practiced the Futon Wind Style mode for a long time. He practiced with Yizan in the 2nd grade and spent a year laying the foundation. Later, Yizan passed it on to he has Futon Wind Style mode. In the past few years, in addition to the ordinary training that usually requires a large amount of training, he has also squeezed out spare time to practice the Futon Wind Style mode. Use it out. Naruto is indeed a genius. Of course, here is a cultivation genius. As for life, he is still an idiot and passionate boy with a pitifully low EQ. Naruto hit Konkuro with a punch. The severe pain caused Konkuro to slump and sit motionless in the wall. That punch was so terrifying, Konkuro felt that his face had been broken by this punch. The powerful strength, the terrifying hurricane, at that moment, Naruto was completely subverted in Sakura's impression. She covered her mouth and took a step back in shock. She didn't expect that Naruto, who usually looks like a giggling idiot, would actually be able to do it. There is such a side. Boss Naruto. Konohamaru came to Naruto. He looked at Naruto with admiration. His eyes were full of stars. Boss, you are so handsome. Hee, really? The Futon Wind Style mode dissipated, and Naruto scratched his head naively. Facing the adoring gaze of Konohamaru, he raised his chin proudly and looked very happy. And at this moment, disgraceful stuff. Huh. A figure passed by, and a terrifying murderous aura bloomed. At that moment, Naruto immediately stopped Konohamaru behind him, and his face became solemn again. Chapter 405 Go to Anko's house and sit. A solemn atmosphere, full of murderous intent. Gaara stood beside Temari, and after a while, Konkuro slowly came over dragging his injured body. Trash. It's just a shame for our village. What do you think we came all the way to Konoha? Gaara stared at Konkuro coldly, her indifferent pupils showing no emotion. Sorry. Gaara, listen to my explanation, they were the first to find fault. Konkuro said intermittently, the injury on his cheek made it very difficult for him to speak. Konkuro's explanation didn't shake Gaara at all, he just gave Konkuro a cold look, turned his head, and looked at Naruto. Sorry, everyone, this is Konkuro's fault, I apologize to you on his behalf. Haha, it's okay, since it's a misunderstanding, then forget it. Naruto smirked, and Konohamaru's worship made him a little inflated. Come on, Konkuro, Temari, we're not here to play. Gaara nodded at Naruto, turned around, and left with Kankuro and Temari, but he had just taken a step before turning around suddenly, his tone fluctuating. Hello, what's your name? My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Well, I remember you. My name is Gaara, I believe we will meet in the next Chunin exam. After Gaara finished speaking, she turned around and left again, and in the same place, Naruto blinked his eyes stupidly, completely bewildered. What is the Chunin exam? Naruto stupidly asked what Chunin meant for the exam, but there was another scene in Hokage's office. Then, before the 5-year round of the 5-nation joint entrance examination officially starts, please guide the instructor of Genin. Do you have any candidates worth recommending? There were many Jonins standing in Hokage's office. Yizan held Yuhi's hand and yawned lazily. Yes, my 2 daughters, and Hyuga Hinata, recommend taking the Chunin exam. After Yizan finished speaking, Yuhi also said softly, the 8th Class 1 lead, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Yamada Yamaichi, the above 3, recommended by Mikuranai Yuhi, take the Chunin exam. Soon, more than 10 Jonin recommended their students, and then Sarutobi silently looked at Kakashi. Kakashi sighed and scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot to tell Naruto about the Chunin exam. After leaving the Hokage building and sending Kurenai Yuhi home, Yizan remembered that he hadn't looked for Enko and Nohara Rin for a long time, and his steps to return home suddenly turned towards Nohara Rin's house. Hey, isn't Rin at home? Well, she hasn't come back from her mission yet. Nohara Rin's mother warmly invited Yizan to sit in the house. Over the years, Yizan's attitude towards Nohara Rin was very obvious to her, and she sincerely hoped that her daughter could finally walk with Yizan. Yizan sat at Rin's house for a while before saying goodbye. Then, he came to the house of the Mitarashi family. As soon as he knocked on the door, he saw the vigilant eyes of Mitarashi Zishao, as if he regarded Yizan as a thief. What do you mean when you treat me like a thief? That's what it means, you thief who stole my daughter. Mitarashi Zishao's face was full of dissatisfaction, and before he had time to say the second sentence, suddenly, with a bang, the whole person flew out directly. Oops, I'm sorry Dad, I didn't mean it. Enko apologized embarrassedly to Mitarashi Zishao, then jumped violently, wrapping his arms around Yizan's neck, hanging on Yizan like a koala on her body. She smiled happily, with a youthful and playful look all over her body. Brother Zan, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. After she finished speaking, as if remembering something, she immediately got off Yizan, took Yizan's hand and dragged him into the room. Brother Zan, come to my bedroom. She pulled Yizan towards the bedroom. Yizan looked back at Mitarashi Zishao while walking, and raised his eyebrows provocatively, making Mitarashi Zishao furious, but unable to change the status quo. Enko doesn't listen to me anymore when he grows up, woo-woo. Shimura-zan is a fire pit, a fire pit. No matter how angry Mitarashi Zishao was outside, in the bedroom, Enko pulled Yizan in and locked the door directly. She put her hands behind her back and winked playfully. Brother Zan. She shook her body softly and acted coquettishly. Yizan smiled, stepped forward, and hugged Enko's waist directly. Breaking Enko's will in an instant. She hugged Yizan tightly, and from time to time there was a comfortable snort from her nose. Every time she kissed Yizan, she would turn into a docile kitten. I don't know how long it took to kiss. When the two separated again, Enko's lips were swollen, and she smacked Yizan coquettishly. Although she is usually carefree, she is still a very simple girl. Brother Zan, are Ellie and Marina going to take the Chunin exam this time? I want to participate, what's the matter? I'm the chief examiner for the second exam. Enko snickered, she raised her chin, stood on tiptoe, and pecked Yizan's lips happily. The second game is the Forest of Death. Don't worry, Brother Zan, I will arrange for someone to take good care of them and not put them in danger. Enko showed off to Yizan like a little girl, and when he heard Enko's words, Yizan suddenly remembered that in the original book, Orochimaru was going to execute the Konoha collapse plan. But now that there are so many strong men in Konoha, Orochimaru should not have the guts to carry out the Konoha collapse plan, but Orochimaru's attachment to Sharingan should still be very strong. That is to say, even if Orochimaru does not collapse Konoha, it may appear in the Forest of Death and give Sasuke a seed, the curse of the sky. Although Marina and Ellie's strengths are good, facing Orochimaru, they don't even have a chance to escape. Although Enko did not worship Orochimaru as a teacher like the original, but in terms of her character, once Orochimaru appears in the Forest of Death, she will definitely silly to attack, right? Orochimaru is Konoha missing nin after all, and it may cause a crisis to Konoha. Idiot. Huh. I said you were an idiot. Humph. Brother Zan is an idiot. Big idiot. Chapter 406_New Ninja Tools developed by the Ministry of Science and Technology. The next day, Yizan left the beauty towns of Kushina and Tsunade early in the morning. Kushina and Tsunade are lazy, plus they fought for hours last night, they definitely have to sleep until noon. Living room on the first floor, Makoto and Conan were already cooking their favorite dishes in the kitchen. Yizan washed up, yawned lazily, walked into the kitchen, and hugged Makoto and Conan by the waist. Hate. Conan rested his head on Yizan's shoulder lightly, while Makoto smiled softly, imitating Conan's behavior and leaning his head on it. Why did you get up so early today? The Chunin exam is coming tomorrow. I'm going to prepare something for Marina and Ellie. What? Some of the props, which were researched by the Ninja Science Laboratory some time ago, are all small toys that cannot be placed on a large table, but they are enough for Marina and Ellie to defend themselves. After graduating from the ninja school, Marina and Ellie resumed their comfortable life of sleeping and waking up naturally, mainly because Yizan was their guide, Jonin. Yizan himself often slept until noon and woke up at noon, and of course he would not let his daughter wake up in the morning. With Makoto and Conan, Yizan left home in high spirits. He was looking forward to the new props developed by the Ninja Science Laboratory. Although it is not beneficial to the growth of the ninja, it is indeed very useful in a crisis. Weapon. Konoha's science department has long established its own scientific research building because of the huge investment every year. There are countless scientific research experts in it. It is even said that when the weakest researcher of Konoha goes to the other 4 countries, their scientific research level can be crushed. Everything. Of course, scientists, 90% of scientists have the belief of dedicating their lives to science. Konoha is the science and technology center of the ninja world. These strong people don't bother to go to another country for money to be the chief. As long as they can eat enough, they will willing to stay at Konoha. And Konoha's benefits are very high. Ordinary scientific researchers have the benefits of elite jonin, and anyone in the Science and Technology Center can get a large bounty based on the strength and use of the technology as long as they develop new technology. Master Zan. In the ninja science room, a young man with black-rimmed glasses, a white research uniform, and a square chin bowed to Yizan. He is the head of the ninja science room, although his age it's not big, but the professionalism is very high, ranking in the top 10 in the entire technology building. Well, how's the preparation going? Yizan nodded kindly. As soon as he walked into the research room, he found a ninja tool on the table. This is the new product. Yes, Lord Zan, allow me to introduce you. He picked up the ninja tool and skillfully tied the ninja tool to his arm. This ninja tool looked a bit like a crossbow, or a hand crossbow hidden in his sleeve. Master Zan, this is the ninjutsu storage scroll we developed. As long as the ninjutsu is released on it, the scroll will be stored and shrink. While talking, he cast a small futon, wind style, on the scroll. Although he is a scientist, he is also a ninja. It doesn't matter whether he is strong or weak, the main thing is to understand ninja tools and ninjutsu, otherwise it is impossible. Research and development of scientific ninjas. Small futon, wind style touched the reel, it was absorbed by the reel, and the reel turned into smoke with a bang, and turned into a miniature reel the size of a thumb. Master Zan, the scroll has become like this, which means that the ninjutsu is sealed inside. Now we will put the scroll into the ninja tool. Then he walked to the windowsill of the research room, raised his right hand and aimed at the sky. Boom! With a soft sound, a wind blade burst out from the ninja tool, and it flew dozens of meters in the sky before slowly disappearing. Master Zan, how is it? Not bad. It's a good thing, but I'm a little curious, what level of ninjutsu can this sealed scroll hold? And how many miniature scrolls can your launcher hold at most? Master Zan, don't worry about this, our scrolls are the latest technology in the world, and can accommodate up to S-rank ninjutsu. However, because of the size and portability of the ninja tools, we designed the maximum capacity to be 7 micro scrolls. Very good. Enough. Yizan nodded with satisfaction, took a scroll from the researcher and spread it on the ground, compared with the index finger of his right hand, and after a while, a small but terrifying blue light appeared. Wow, it's Lord Zan's spiral thrust. The researcher on the side was full of anticipation. Due to his strength, although he had developed a sealed scroll that could accommodate S-rank ninjutsu, he couldn't use it himself. This was the first time he had seen it. The seal of S-rank ninjutsu. Under the control of Yizan, the spiral thrust gradually disappeared into the scroll, the ninjutsu seal was successful, and the scroll turned into a miniature model with a bang. Yizan tied another ninja tool on the table to his hand and put it in the miniature. The scroll came to the window. He was going to face the sky, but after accidentally seeing the Hokage building in the distance, a smirk flashed across his mouth. Master Zan, this. You don't need to worry about it, I'm responsible if something goes wrong. Yizan raised his arm wickedly and aimed at the window of Hokage's office. Of course, he couldn't aim at Sarutobi's position, but expected to aim at the ceiling of the office. Boom! With a soft sound, the blue light pierced the sky. Sarutobi, who was far away in Hokage's office, was working on documents, but suddenly, a terrifying aura of ultimate came from afar, his expression changed, and he stood up abruptly. PFFT. As if the needle 2.6 pierced the air bubble, the thin and sharp spiral thrust easily pierced the outer wall of the office, rushed up, and pierced the ceiling again, as if it was just a flash in the pan, disappearing into the vast sky in an instant. Ah, isn't this Xiao Zan's spiral thrust? How did it become a long-range attack? Oh yes, I heard about a new ninja gear not long ago, so it won't have anything to do with the new ninja, right? Sarutobi immediately walked to the window and looked out. Sure enough, he saw Yizan by the window on the 3rd floor of the Science and Technology building in the distance. Stinky boy, almost scared me to death. Believe it or not, I'll beat you. Sarutobi waved his fist angrily, and in the Science and Technology building, Yizan raised his arm with a smile. Dead monkey, how about another shot? Chapter 407 Slug's Cry. This is the spiral thrust. This is the Raiden Thunder style Rasengan. This is the Futon Wind style Rasengan. These are attack ninjutsu, and this is the earth flow wall. This is the water formation wall, all put away. When in danger, don't make a mistake. Yizan came back with more than 20 miniature scrolls. Some of the most terrifying attack types were put in by himself, and the defense types were obtained by Sarutobi. Dad, if I meet someone I don't like, can I throw him a few spiral thrusts? Marina blinked her eyes cutely, but what she said made Yizan's head full of black lines. Idiot, tell you guys, you are not allowed to use this thing at ordinary times. You can only use it when you encounter an enemy that is absolutely invincible. And just kidding, idiot dad. Marina hugged Yizan's neck with a smile, and kissed Yizan on the face. Yizan immediately looked at Ellie, and Ellie also obediently approached Yizan. Zan kissed on the face. Dad, why are you preparing these for us? Will we be in danger? No, just in case, but in normal battles or Chunin exams, you don't have the chance to use them indiscriminately. You two little idiots, you didn't realize that the attack scrolls one gave you are all my unique skills. What's the special meaning of this? 30. Ellie touched her lips with a puzzled finger, and she was very cute. Hey, the meaning is very simple. There are not many people in this world who can take on my tricks. If you use them in the last one-on-one match, everyone will know that you are cheating, and you will be disqualified immediately. I won't help you. Hey, Dad is so treacherous. It's called wisdom tilde tilde tilde. Without affecting the growth of the two girls and ensuring their safety, Yizan felt that he was simply too smart. After handing the ninja tools to the two daughters, Yizan took them to the backyard, took out a huge scroll, spread it out, and slowly opened it. Dad, what is this? Psychic scroll. Psychic scrolls. Wow, psychic beasts. Marina and Ellie instantly understood Yizan's plan. Today, they will get a psychic beast. Come on, bite your finger and sign. After Yizan finished speaking, Marina and Ellie bit their fingers obediently, and wrote their names on the slug's psychic scroll. Soon, Yizan taught the hand seal style to the two girls. The technique is like this, it's very simple, I'll demonstrate it once, and then you can practice it yourself. Yizan quickly hand seal, slammed his right hand to the ground. Boom! The smoke filled the lawn, and a slug the size of a palm appeared in the lawn. Yo, little slug, long time no see. Yizan smiled and put the slug in the palm of his hand, and then the slug just threw its tentacles without any energy, and fell directly into Yizan's palm with a backle. Circled.operator _ circled.operator, slug, what's wrong with you? Slug, you can't I've lived with you for so many years, and I've been teaching you to raise you like my own flesh and blood. Ah. Bah, damn Xiaoshuan, the dog can't spit out like Kiba. Pat. The slug jumped up and gave it to Yizan directly, and then landed firmly on Yizan's palm, with a battle, and fell down again without motivation. The inexplicable situation between Yizan and Slug made Marina and Ellie look at each other, and at this moment, Slug suddenly lowered his head on Yizan's palm, the two small eyes at the top of the tentacles blinked quickly, and burst into tears. Woo, I'm so pitiful, Xiaozan didn't call me out to play for many years, it's too much. The inhuman Xiaozan, who has a wife and daughter, forgets me. Woo woo woo, I'm so pitiful, staying alone in Shikatsu Forest, woohoo. She kept crying, tears flowing out of her eyes. Yizan scratched his head, feeling a little guilty because of the slug crying in his heart. That little slug. I don't listen, I don't listen, I don't listen. 100 packs of chips. I don't listen. 1,000 packs. Don't listen. Whatever you want. No, The slug raised its head sharply, sobbing, but gradually stopped crying. Do you really eat whatever you want? Really, I swear. Yizan swore with a holy face, and finally stopped the slug's cry. She shook her tentacles, and only now did she find the two daughters beside Yizan. This is Marina and Ellie. You know what? Cut. You're not the only one who calls me Tsunade, Kushina, Makoto, Conan, sometimes call me out to chat tilde. Then you're still crying. I can't cry. Can. Yizan turned his head to look at his two daughters, but found that Marina and Ellie had been petrified. He scratched his head in embarrassment. He was also helpless with the character of his own psychic beast. Hey, Marina, Ellie, this is your future psychic beast, a slug, then. You should get along well. I have something to do, I'll go first. Yizan put the slug in Junai's hand, and disappeared with a whoosh. In the backyard, Marina and the slug were left with big eyes and small eyes, and Ellie on the side began to think about how to take care of such a small child. Spirit beasts. The 5-yearly 5-nation joint test has finally started. At 8:30 in the morning, Marina, Ellie and Hinata have gathered together. At 9 o'clock is the written test, and they must enter the examination room before the written test starts. Walking into the examination room building, the three women unexpectedly found that there were many people gathered in the corridor on the second floor. After squeezing out a few candidates, Marina discovered that a boy in a green tights was sitting on the ground, next to a girl with a ball head tied. Pleading. Please let us in. Seeing this scene, Marina just shrugged silently, and then she turned to look at Ellie and Hinata, and quietly chatted about things that had nothing to do with ninjas. Ellie, Hinata, did you see that girl's ball head? Dad told me to get this hairstyle. Hey, this hairstyle. It's still okay, it suits you. What is it, Ellie? I don't want this hairstyle, but since it's my dad's wish. Hinata, why don't you try it later? Me. Hinata shook her head. She thought the same as Ellie, the youthful and energetic hairstyle of the ball head, only Marina of the three of them could control. But seriously, Mrs. Marina, is it really okay for you to discuss hairstyles here? The sudden voice made Marina stunned for a moment, and she turned to look, only to find Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke approaching. Naruto, how many times have I told you, don't call me eldest sister, believe it or not, I'll beat you. I'm sorry, Princess Marina. Chapter 408 All the men present are spicy chickens. On the second floor of the exam building, Lee Rock and Ten pretended to be knocked down. Marina, Ellie, and Hinata whispered about Ten's ball head. Here, Uchiha Sasuke walked up impatiently. Hey, you two, don't stand in your way. Quickly disarm the demonic illusion. Oh, is it seen? Kamizuki Izumo, who was disguised as a student, was a little surprised. He and Gangziti were Chunin of Konoha and the examiner for the first exam. The two disguised as students to test the strength of this year's candidates. It wasn't long before illusion was set up before Sasuke saw it through. Afterwards, the classroom number with the brand, 302, was gradually rotated and became 202. Boy, it's not bad, but it's just to see through. Do you think you can order me with just a few words? What are you? What is it? What am I? Lao Su is Uchiha Sasuke. Lousy Uchiha. The arrogant Uchiha hated the most as being insulted. Sasuke looked at Kamizuki Izumo with murderous expression, and his anger like a volcano erupted instantly. Looking for death. Swish. Sasuke jumped up suddenly, swept his right foot, and the air whistled, which was enough to prove the power of his foot. Humph. Not bad. At the same time as Sasuke attacked, Kamizuki Izumo also took a quick step forward and swept out with his right foot. At this moment, Lee Rock, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, turned into a green phantom, and instantly appeared between Sasuke and Kamizuki Izumo. Boom, boom. Two muffled noises. Lee Rock's palm lightly blocked the attack of the two. Sasuke's pupils shrank slightly. He quickly retreated, and took a step back. Hey, Lee, this is different from what we said at the beginning. Ten complained dissatisfiedly. Obviously you said you didn't want to attract attention, but what are you pretending to be? Sorry, Ten, but I have a reason for having to come out. Lee Rock finished, turning to Marina, a dizzy smear of yuhi appeared on his cheeks. Hello, my name is Lee Rock. Please associate with me, I'll protect you to the death. Lee Rock gave a thumbs up, his white kiba teeth reflecting a brilliant light in the sunlight. Huh, Marina blinked her eyes, and when she noticed the serious expression on Lee Rock's face, she silently clenched her fists. Do you want to date me? Yes. Oh. Marina nodded suddenly, and raised her clenched fists. Dad said that all men in this world are bastards. Except for himself, all men who try to get close to me are not good things. Dad is right, you stinky men. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire exam building shook. In the terrified eyes of everyone, Marina gently blew her fist and raised her head proudly. If you want to date me, you have to beat me first. Lee Rock, I'm not targeting you, but I want to say that all the men here are hot chicks. Ellie, Hinata, let's go. Marina walked forward arrogantly, that terrifying momentum. Even Kamizuki Izumo and Gangziti dared not stop them. They took many steps back, and hid in an empty classroom when everyone was not paying attention, until this moment, and then let out a light breath, sweating profusely. Master Zan's eldest daughter, so strong. Hey, it seems that this year's first place is her, and I don't know how Master Zan's second daughter is. Gangziti quietly looked at Ellie's back through the crack of the door, as if feeling Gangziti's gaze. Ellie suddenly turned her head and glanced at Gangziti, and instantly made Gangziti shrink her head and hid behind her. Behind the door panel. Damn, I was discovered. Lord Zan's second daughter is not a fuel-efficient lamp. But seriously, do you need to bring Lee Rock to the rescue? Don't worry, Lee Rock is Guy's apprentice, and I believe he can persevere. Tisk, even if I persist, it hurts bad enough. What an idiot, how dare to date Lord Zan's daughter. Kamizuki Izumo and Gangziti are sighing endlessly. No one in the Konoha Jonin Chunin circle knows that Marina is a little witch, and it is not clear to an ignorant genin like Lee Rock. Because there were too many ninjas participating in the 5-nation joint examination, Konoha changed a large conference room on the 3rd floor into the examination room for the first exam. When Marina opened the door, hundreds of ninjas looked over at the same time, with terrifying eyes and solemn expressions. Murderous, instantly aimed at Marina. What are you looking at? Have you ever seen a beautiful woman? A group of hot chickens. Whoever looks at me, I'll beat someone. Marina waved her fist arrogantly, instantly arousing the anger of everyone in the examination room. Women are courting death. A ninja from a Megakure village rushes over, and then... boom! The small fist slammed into his face, smashing his entire cheek, blood spattered, and a dozen Kiba teeth hovered in the air. The Megakure ninja screamed and flew out at double the speed. Boom! The examination room shook, and a huge deep pit was dented in the wall. The Megakure ninja lay weakly in the pit, blood constantly spilling from his mouth. Defeating the opponent with one blow, the strength of Genai instantly shocked the entire examination room, and everyone's eyes changed. However, in their hearts, they have listed Marina as their #1 enemy, and once they have the opportunity to make a sneak attack, they will never be soft-hearted. At this moment, the door behind Marina was pushed open again, and Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, Ino Shikacho, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino and others came in one after another. Truly nice. Yo, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Kiba, hello everyone. Marina greeted everyone with a smile, and soon, everyone habitually complained about each other. What are you doing? Everyone came. Shikamaru put Kabuto in his hands, hanging the dead fish eyes lazily, without motivation. Humph, how long can we newcomers last? Sasuke, you won't be eliminated from the first level. Kiba mocked Sasuke arrogantly, making Sasuke's face a little ugly. Kiba, you are very relaxed. Of course, we have done a lot of hard practice during this period of time, and we will defeat you casually. Stop being wordy, Kiba, you can't even win against me. Although Naruto and Kiba were good friends, but Sasuke was on his own team anyway, he immediately stood up and pointed at Kiba defiantly. Idiot Naruto, this is your provocation. Don't blame me for beating you up. Chapter 409 _ cheating is good. The little friends were very happy at the entrance of the examination room, but at this time, a voice interrupted their play. Hey, you guys. A man with white ponytail and long hair came over. He wore black-rimmed glasses and looked a little polite. You better be quiet, you are the 12 who just left the ninja school. Newcomers, looking very happy, noisy, really, you are not here for an outing, are you? Who are you? Such a stinky fart, Ino asked with a displeased face. My name is Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru's spy in Konoha. Marina blinked her big eyes and said. At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto's pupils shrank dramatically. If it wasn't for his extremely powerful mind, his face might have changed greatly at this moment. Spy, little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm a medical ninja who grew up in Konoha, how can I be a spy? His tone was calm, but his face was a little stiff. After all, he had been ambushed in Konoha for more than 10 years. And his identity was suddenly revealed. He almost felt that Orochimaru betrayed him. Oh, maybe I'm wrong, I'm really sorry Tilda. Marina stuck out her tongue mischievously, looking like a girl next door is very cute, but the 007 friends who know her character fully understand that Marina's appearance is obviously preparation confused. Orochimaru, who disguised himself as a student of sound through the technique of disguising his face, looked at Marina sullenly. His brown snake eyes flashed a hint of curiosity. After he defected, he never returned to Konoha. He did not know Marina. So I'm curious, how did this little girl reveal Kabuto's identity in one sentence? Don't talk about luck, how can you call someone a spy so casually? And, the other party clearly said that Kabuto is his spy, that is to say, the little girl really knows. Hey, this Chunin exam is getting more and more interesting. Orochimaru smiled hoarsely and fixed his eyes on Sasuke. He didn't care that Kabuto was discovered by Konoha. With Kabuto's level, even if he was discovered, he could escape Konoha's pursuit. He came to Konoha this time, just for Sasuke, for Sharingan. Just as Orochimaru was watching Sasuke, a large amount of smoke burst out from the exam podium. Quiet me, you bastards. Morino Ibiki appeared domineeringly on the podium with 7 or 8 Chunins, and was about to pretend, when Marina gave him a stern look, and the terrifying aura made Morino Ibiki's head shrink, and his tone suddenly weakened. Quiet for me, most of you rubbish. He glanced weakly at Marina, and after realizing that Marina didn't flash her fist, he breathed a sigh of relief. I've kept you all waiting. I'm the chief examiner of the first Chunin exam, Morino Ibiki. Start the first test immediately. After submitting the application form, get your number plate and sit in the designated position according to the number. Then, the paper for the written test will be issued. The test time is 1 hour. Written test. Roll paper. Morino Ibiki's words made Naruto below blink in confusion. Roll paper. Roll paper. He was puzzled and didn't respond for a while. Then, he saw Kamizuki Izumo take out a thick stack of rolled paper and spread it on the podium a few times, looking at Naruto with a playful look. Hey, roll paper, and exam papers. The idiot Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't imagine such an ending. Not only Naruto, but also Marina was stupid. Before taking the exam, she didn't know that the first exam was a written exam. Why is there a written test? Dad didn't tell me in advance. Bastard Dad. It's too much. It's all because of my embarrassment. Marina squeezed the pen fiercely, pouting angrily. Everyone's positions have been separated. If Hinata or Ellie are here, I can copy it. But what should I do now? Marina covered her head in pain. This year's Chunin exam is the 5-nation joint exam. If she is eliminated in the middle, she is really eliminated. Marina covered her head with depression on her face, and at this moment, a strange candidate beside her suddenly bumped her with an elbow. Answers are already written. Wow! Marina's eyes widened in surprise, and the candidate just smiled and pointed quietly to Morino Ibiki on the podium. So it is. Marina nodded in surprise. This was obviously cheating. The back door opened for herself. She looked up at Morino Ibiki, and a happy smile finally appeared on her face. Thank you. I won't bully you this year, Tilda. I worked so hard to help you cheat. It's only been a year. Don't bargain. Otherwise, it will be reduced to half a year. Marina got special help, and she finished all the questions in 1 minute, but there is still an hour left for this exam. What should I do in the rest of the time? Thinking of this, Marina suddenly lost her motivation. She fell lazily on the table, slapped her mouth a few times from time to time. Her lazy appearance made Morino Ibiki on the podium full of black lines. Master Zan's daughter is getting lazy. Even taking the exam. He shook his head speechlessly, ignoring Marina, and began to monitor the situation of the rest of the candidates. Sharingan, Byakugan, yo, this girl with a bald head is not bad. She actually uses the reflection of a mirror. The gourd doll in Cheyenne Village is also good, the power of sand. But, tisk tisk tisk, no matter how miraculous it is a floating cloud. Lord Zan back then, but they turned Cheyenne Village into a dog. Morino Ibiki thought silently, and finally turned his eyes to Naruto. Naruto, a little idiot like Marina. Hey, Minato's son, I hope he can understand the essence of this exam. As time passed by, more and more people understood the meaning of this test. They showed their abilities and quickly collected the test information in the test room in their own way. 45 minutes have passed, it's almost time to start. Seeing that the pointer on the wall pointed to 9:45, Morino Ibiki suddenly shouted, instantly attracting everyone's attention. 45 minutes have come, now the 10th question is announced. Chapter 410_Anko in 2nd grade. Speaking of, the days when my subordinates are not here are really leisurely. In an office in the exam building, Kakashi took a sip of his tea, exhaled, and leaned softly on the sofa. I'm very leisurely every day. Yizan also took a sip of tea, then handed the teacup to Anko's mouth. Have a sip. Hey me. Anko pouted and moved to Yizan's mouth, playful and cute. Kakashi, turn around. Yizan's order. Kakashi looked out the window helplessly, and with a gulu-gulu sound, Yizan fed a large cup of tea to Anko with his mouth. Okay, turn back. Yizan gave another order. Kakashi turned his head lazily, saw Yizan and Anko showing affection. He sighed softly, and suddenly felt that the two bastards on the opposite sofa who showed affection, gave him 10,000 crit damage. The three of them drank tea lazily and chatted lazily until the clock reached 9:58, and Anko finally left Yizan's arm. Brother Zan, I'm going to the examination room. Go ahead, but, how are you going to get in? I won't tell you. Anyway, it's a very handsome way to enter the venue, and it will be remembered by everyone for a lifetime. Anko smiled foolishly, looking very cute. Yizan was helpless, he could guess. Anko must do exactly the same actions as in the original book, attracting the attention of the candidates in a very second-class way. When Anko left the office, in the exam room, Naruto made an amazing move. Boom. Morino Ibiki in his usual loud voice. Listen to me. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. It's Konoha, the future Hokage. Even if I am a genin all my life, I will try my best to be a Hokage for you to see. Who is afraid of who? Quote. The hot-blooded Naruto had an irresistible charm. At that moment, all the remaining candidates in the examination room were convinced by Naruto's charm. Many people had smiles on their faces, with a strong determination in their smiles. Yeah, even if you are a genin all your life, if a ninja is afraid of this, then he is not qualified to be a ninja. Sakura squeezed her fist lightly. She felt that Naruto has changed more and more now, not only in order to protect the strength of Konoha Maru's outbreak before, including the outlook on life and the world, there is also a convincing feeling. The uneasiness in the examination room disappeared completely because of Naruto's words. Marina, who had laid her head on the table lazily, raised her head and pouted in disdain. This year is the five-nation joint examination. Even if candidates from other countries fail, they can go back to their own countries to take the exam next year. When you have the strength of Chunin or even Jonin, will your country make you genin for life because of a word from Morino Ibiki? I believe this kind of idiot, it's a bunch of idiots. A fluttering voice wandered in the examination room. At that moment, all the students in the examination room widened their eyes. When the layer of paper representing the lie was pierced by the truth, they suddenly felt that they were really an idiot. Hey, little princess, you don't give me any face. Morino Ibiki frowned. Fortunately, the exam was over. After Naruto slapped the table and swore an oath, the remaining candidates in the exam room had already passed the exam. What does it matter? Anyway, everyone's emotions have been calmed down by Naruto, I just tell the truth honestly. Sheena stuck out her tongue mischievously, basing her happiness on the pain of others on, this is Marina's favorite thing to do. It's impossible to say that. Morino Ibiki was about to say something, and at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared outside the window. Clang! The glass shattered, and two kunai suddenly shot out from the shadow, and the kunai were fixed on the ceiling on the left and right, with a hula. Most of the podium was blocked by a curtain. Be precise, Morino Ibiki and 7 or 8 examiners were all blocked by cloth. Kids, now is not the time to be happy. I am the examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. The next exam is about to start. She raised her fist carelessly, and she instantly shocked the entire examination room with the power of the Great Desolation. Circled.operator_circled.operator. The candidates in the entire examination room looked at Anko in stunned eyes, not knowing which play it was. Morino Ibiki, who was behind the curtain, quietly stuck his head out. Too much rant. Just as Morino Ibiki was struggling with how to complain and all the candidates were stunned, a clapping sound suddenly sounded in the silent examination room. Sister Anko, your way of appearing is so cool. Really? Of course it is. Hee hee, truth nigh, your vision is still so good tilde. Morino Ibiki. Candidate. After the first exam, Anko brought the remaining 78 candidates to the second exam room, Death Forest. Sign the life and death agreement and announce the rules. Although Orochimaru is hidden in the candidates, unlike the original book, he and Anko do not have a master-disciple relationship, so he did not provoke Anko, but silently followed his teammates into the Death Forest. He came to Konoha is very simple, it is for Sasuke. As for the Konoha collapse plan, sorry, there are Sarutobi, Danzo, Namikaze Minato and Yizan, he really has no courage. Groups of candidates entered the Forest of Death, and soon, only the Marina team was left at the door. Sister Anko, we're in. Go ahead, pay attention to safety, remember to release the Chengtian monkey, in case of danger. Hee hee, don't worry. Our strength is very strong, and we must be the first team to reach the central tower. Marina put her hands on her hips and laughed proudly. She was carrying the latest ninja equipment given by Yizan. What I hope most now is to encounter an invincible danger. At that time, I can use the ultimate ninja on my arm. Ali, Hinata, let's go in. The bloody battle is finally here. Chapter 411_saved a girl. The setting sun gradually fell down the mountain, and the huge virgin forest seemed very dim. The death forest lined with giant trees, Marina, Ellie, and Hinata are constantly traveling in it. What they got is the scroll of the sky, they need to find the scroll of the earth, and then go to the central tower to report. But most importantly, the sunset is about to go down, and they haven't even met a team. Oh, not quite. They met a group an hour ago, and the other party just found Marina on a distant giant tree. It is difficult to catch up. Why is this happening? People, why didn't I meet them? I finally met them, why did I just run away? My passion for fighting was spent in this environment. Marina yawned lazily and was very unhappy. Aili and Hinata next to her covered their mouths and snickered. Aili even said, who told you to be too eye-catching before? Everyone is afraid of you. Humph. A bunch of cowards. Even I'm afraid. It's not fun at all for the 5-nation joint exam. Marina pouted angrily. She felt that the quality of ninjas was getting lower and lower. And at this moment, roar. A fierce tiger roared, which seemed a little terrifying in the dim forest. When Marina's eyes opened lazily, a hint of joy finally appeared on her face. A tiger is screaming. That is to say, a ninja team has encountered a tiger. Ali, Hinata, go. Let's hurry up and save the tiger. Marina quickly stopped on the huge tree trunk, turned around, and rushed towards the roaring position of the tiger. Behind her, Ellie and Hinata looked at each other helplessly, and could only keep up with Marina's pace. The tigers in the Forest of Death have the power of genin, and they are a small threat to the candidates. If they are unlucky and encounter a group of tigers, even a group of 3 candidates will have to flee. Marina didn't care about this. Her enthusiasm for fighting was almost worn down. She finally heard the tiger's roar. She thought that some candidates must be fighting the tiger. She went to save the tiger herself, beat those candidates, and robbed them by the way. Real. I hope the other party is the scroll of the earth. In this case, our scrolls are complete, and we can go directly to the central tower. Hinata and Ellie whispered, and Marina in front had seen the tiger on the ground. She jumped off the huge tree trunk, like a shooting star falling. Bang! The tiger trembled in fright, and immediately turned his head to look. Yo, tiger, I'm here to save you. Leave your enemy to me. Hot blood, it's burning. Marina squeezed her fists excitedly, and the momentum that had been suppressed for most of the day burst out, her hair flying, and her clothes made a sound of hunting. Voice. Haha, don't worry, I'm not here to deal with you. I'm here to help you. Until then, Marina proudly looked at the ninja candidates not far away, and then she was stunned. What came into view was a girl slumped on the ground with a weak face. She kept touching her hands on the ground, as if she was touching something. Marina had already seen a pair of glasses a meter in front of her left. Hey, your glasses are on the left front. Oh, the girl nodded gratefully towards Marina, but she nodded in the direction of a tiger. Her highly myopic appearance made Marina helplessly sigh. Well, here it is. Marina stepped forward, picked up her eyes and handed them to her. She thanked her again, put on her glasses, and breathed softly. Thank you. If you didn't show up, I would have been eaten by this tiger, thank you. Huh, yuhi hair. The girl was stunned for a moment, only to find that Marina had yuhi-colored hair, and Marina was also stunned, seeing the weak girl in front of me actually had yuhi hair too. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? Well, my name is Uzumaki Karen, how about you? My name is Shimura Marina, my father's surname is Shimura, and my mother's surname is Uzumaki. Oh, Uzumaki Karen nodded, then looked at Ellie and Hinata next to Marina, and bowed gratefully again, thank you for saving me. Seeing the other party bowing, Marina was speechless for a while. What else could she say? Looking at the other party's situation, she was so weak that she couldn't even beat a tiger. Her strength was scum among genin. Marina looked at Ellie and Hinata stupidly. Ellie and Hinata didn't know what to say. The strange atmosphere surrounded. Uzumaki Karen only felt her heart skip a beat. Although she was weak, she was not an idiot. Took out a scroll. That, Sister Marina, this is our team's scroll. My teammates and I are separated. I guess there will be no chance for this Chunin exam. Please take me to the central tower. I swear, I will never be right. What bad things the three sisters do, I will be obedient along the way. Uzumaki Karen's pitiful pleading instantly softened Marina's heart. She looked at Ellie and Hinata, and when she found that the two women agreed, she sighed softly, took the scroll, and saw that she was lucky. It happened to be the scroll. Okay, Karen, let's go with us 3.1. But I'm going to tell you the ugly thing before. The three of us are very strong. If you dare to make small moves on the road, please rest assured, three sisters, I just want to live to the central tower. I have decided to abstain from this exam. Bringing Uzumaki Karen, the oil bottle, is no burden to the team. Seeing that the sunset has gone down, Marina hesitated, and finally chose to camp and rest. Although the three of them are not afraid of the danger of the forest of death, they come as a ninja. It is said that in a bad environment, making the right choice is the performance of a smart person. Karen, it's too early to go to bed, let's talk about your experience, the history of the Uzumaki clan. Mom never told me. Chapter 412 _ My name is Orochimaru. Somewhere in the forest of death, there was blood on Sasuke's mouth, and there was a wound on his leg that was stabbed by Kuei. Not the enemy stabbed, but himself. Because, only by self-mutilation can one wake up from the enemy's murderous aura. The terrifying murderous aura, a murderous aura Sasuke had never encountered in his life, shocked him and Sakura to the point of being unable to move. If it weren't for the use of kunai's self-mutilation, just now, he and Sakura would have been killed by the shuriken thrown by the opponent. Even so. Boom, boom, boom. The 10-meter-long python possesses unmatched strength. With a flick of its tail, the giant tree hidden by Sasuke and Sakura instantly snapped into two pieces. Sasuke jumped up suddenly and threw kunai with all his strength. Puff. Kuwu stabbed the giant python, but it only caused some skin trauma. The python was furious and rushed in front of Sasuke in an instant, opened its bloody mouth, and the stench came out, causing Sasuke to roar in fear. Go away. Don't come near me. Shish. More than a dozen kunai shot again, and this time, the lucky 30 of kunai stabbed into the python's mouth, penetrated the weak upper mouth, and pierced the python's brain. Bang! The giant python collapsed, breaking countless branches, and Sasuke half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Sasuke, are you okay? Sakura rushed over immediately. In this battle, not only was she unable to play her role, but she was also turned into an oil bottle. She pursed her lips tightly, and became more anxious in her heart. Why hasn't Naruto come yet? Naruto didn't come because Naruto was also entangled by a giant python. The giant python was bigger and stronger than the one that attacked Sasuke. It easily swallowed Naruto into his stomach. Completely immobile. The surrounding stomach acid continued to erode, and Naruto's skin had begun to grow yuhi. He clenched Kiba tightly, and quickly hand-sealed with both hands. Multiple shadow clone. Bang bang bang. On the python's abdomen, more and more Naruto clones appeared, and they kept appearing. Every time they appeared, the python's abdomen would swell in a circle. When the python's abdomen finally swelled to the limit. Boom. Big explosion. With the disgusting acid covering the surrounding tens of meters of land, Naruto quickly rushed out of the tattered python corpse, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a violent roar from a few hundred meters away. Sasuke, wait for me, I'll support you now. Naruto quickly rushed towards Sasuke. Here, Orochimaru slowly got out of the giant python that Sasuke penetrated his mouth to death. He kept sneering and his voice was icy and biting. Does this start to relax? You can't relax. The so-called prey, in front of predators, is usually scurrying around in fear. Swish. Orochimaru rushed out of the python in an instant. As fast as lightning, he sneered, the brown snake pupil with endless killing intent. This time, Sasuke was no longer able to defend himself. Seeing Orochimaru kill him, he was full of fear and completely lost his will to fight. And at this moment, Sasuke dodged. Boom. A huge force hit Orochimaru's cheek, and the strong tearing force instantly destroyed Orochimaru's face eliminating technique. His skin disguised as a woman was shattered, and the whole person flew upside down uncontrollably for dozens of meters. Boom boom boom. The giant tree broke and collapsed, and the huge sound continued to vibrate for several kilometers. Several groups of candidates a few kilometers away looked at the source of the sound in fear. They had already calculated the location of the sound, but in this level of battle, they didn't even dare to look at it. Instead, they ran away madly, for fear accidentally, he was involved in this battle beyond Genin. Sasuke, are you alright? No, it's okay. Next to Naruto, Sasuke stared at him, his face full of shock. He felt that he couldn't turn his mind around. Naruto's performance completely subverted his understanding of Naruto. Is this Naruto? Why is it so powerful? This kind of momentum, this kind of power, and what kind of ninjutsu is this? The wind that surrounds the whole body. He looked at Naruto stupidly. Not far away, Sakura also walking over. This was the second time she saw Naruto's strength. Although she was still shocked, her face was calm. Sasuke, are you okay? You can still fight, Sakura. From your expression, you seem to know Naruto's strength. Well, although I'm still shocked, this is the second time I've seen it. The last time was before the Chunin exam started. Konohamaru was attacked by people from Cheyenne village. Naruto said he wanted to protect Konohamaru. Using this move. Sakura nodded, looking at Naruto with some admiration. Little girls, they all worship strong people, especially heroes who stand up at such critical moments, which attract the attention of little girls the most. Naruto didn't hear Sasuke and Sakura's exchange of voices. At this moment, he stared at the ruins of the giant tree in the distance with a serious face, and all his energy was concentrated on Orochimaru. The terrifying punch did not cause any harm to Orochimaru. he laughed hoarsely, and his icy laughter swam throughout the forest. Hey hey hey, I miss it. I haven't seen it for many years. Futon Wind Style Mode. He walked over with a sneer and stood on the giant tree 20 meters away from Naruto. You are Shimura-zan's son. No, my father is Namikaze Minato. Naruto stared at Orochimaru seriously, although he could not perceive Orochimaru's strength, but Orochimaru's gestures exuded momentum. Naruto only saw his own father and Sarutobi. As for Yi-zan, although he has been taught by Yi-zan for several years, Naruto has never felt any momentum in Yi-zan. In Naruto's eyes, Yi-zan is always lazy and looks like a leisurely person. If he hadn't heard about Yi-zan's deeds from his father since he was a child, he wouldn't believe that this lazy guy would be the patron saint of Konoha. Naruto thought of Yi-zan silently. Here, Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded again. Namikaze Minato's son, so it is. With the relationship between Namikaze Minato and Shimura-zan, you can learn this trick, and you can understand it. With her right hand on her face, she yanked it violently, and the broken woman's face was completely torn off and appeared. In front of Naruto was a man with pale skin and a very cold look. My name is Orochimaru. Chapter 413 Naruto is seriously injured. Orochimaru, Naruto has heard it. Namikaze Minato often told him about the previous war years. Yi-zan, Sarutobi, Danzo, including Sannin and the strongmen and wars of various countries, almost all told Naruto. In the deeds that Naruto knows, Orochimaru used to be one of the top masters of Konoha. Finally, because he studied the forbidden technique and used Konoha colleagues to do experiments, he was issued an S-level wanted order by the 4th generation Hokage boss Zan, which is very rare. Yes, S-class missing nin. Are you Orochimaru? S-class missing nin, Orochimaru. Naruto used the question sentence, but his tone was already affirmative. After turning on the Futon Wind Style mode, his strength increased in steps, but the opponent suffered. His punch was unscathed, and his strength was absolutely beyond his imagination. Hey. It seems that Namikaze Minato told you a lot of things. Yes, I'm an S-class missing nin, Orochimaru. Orochimaru continued to laugh. The coldness and hoarseness in his voice made Sakura shiver from behind. Sakura, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Naruto turned his head to give Sakura a comforting look, then turned back, clenched his fists, and the Futon Wind Style on his body became stronger. Nice momentum, Namikaze Minato's son, hey. Call out. Instant, Orochimaru suddenly burst into flames, attacking Naruto at lightning speed, exuding an aura that was 10 times stronger than before. Even if it is 10 times, it is only a little bit of strength that Orochimaru casually exudes, but this kind of strength directly makes Sasuke and Sakura bloodless. So strong. Is this his true strength? Sakura and Sasuke were full of fear, but Naruto's face became more solemn. He dared not tell them that this was just a little bit of strength released by the other party. In this case, he must bear all the psychological pressure alone, facing the pressure of a cage-level powerhouse. From now on, every attack of Orochimaru contains the power of covering type. In order to protect Sasuke and Sakura behind him, Naruto had to take off quickly and take the initiative to leave Sasuke and Sakura, just to reduce the spread of ninjutsu suffered by them. Orochimaru, take my punch. Boom. In Futon Wind Style mode, every punch will automatically carry a ninjutsu attack. Unfortunately, Naruto's strength is too weak, and his practice in Futon Wind Style mode is only white, and his fist can only automatically release a D-grade Futon Wind Style for Orochimaru, has no effect. The Shadow Snake Hand. Swish. A group of small snakes emerged from the Orochimaru arm cage and opened their mouths to bite Naruto, but just as the group of small snakes touched Futon Wind Style, they were bounced away by the violent wind. It was stamped on Orochimaru's face. Boom. With a light sound, Naruto's pupils shrank sharply, and he pulled back. Orochimaru was a little more serious. Naruto punched with all his strength, and even Orochimaru's face was not crooked. Stupid. How about learning the futon wind style mode? Although Shimura-zan was so powerful back then, his futon wind style mode was only a leapfrog challenge. Genin just wanted to fight me, Orochimaru suddenly hand seal. Looking at Naruto, the cold pupil exudes a strong murderous aura. Spirituality, the formation of Wan Shiluo. Whoa! With merciless tricks, tens of thousands of pythons appeared out of thin air. In an instant, Naruto was overwhelmed by endless pythons. Futon wind style was violent, blood filled the sky, and the python frantically surrounded Naruto, but was torn apart by the futon wind style surrounded by Naruto. Even so, tens of thousands of pythons also wrapped Naruto into a ball, the chakra that consumes Naruto without fear of death. Futon wind style mode is supported by chakra. Although the physique of the Uzumaki family allows Naruto to have more than 10 times the amount of chakra at the same level, his real strength is also Chunin, the kind of Chunin who has just started. Orochimaru didn't stop after using the 10,000 snakes formation. He suddenly opened his mouth and pulled out a shimmering sword. Little devil, your futon wind style mode is far worse than Shimura's. I want to see if the legendary futon wind style mode, which is absolutely unbreakable as long as chakra is immortal, can resist me. The grass pheasant sword. The icy tip of the sword exuded a fierce light, and the grass pheasant sword easily pierced into the formation of myriad snakes, and at least 10 pythons were pierced along the way. Click. As if the glass was broken, the grass pheasant sword finally stabbed the futon wind style armor. The huge strength and terrifying edge made Naruto's face change dramatically. The chakra in his body that resisted the continuous consumption of the python instantly vanished. I can't fail. I want to protect Sasuke and Sakura. The threat of death, the emotion of guardianship, instantly filled Naruto's brain. His eyes changed from azure blue to red yuhi, and the 4 canine teeth in his mouth became longer. The futon wind style armor gradually changed from cyan to red cyan, and the aura of destruction bloomed from Naruto's body. No way. This kid. Could it be? Orochimaru's face was stunned, and it wasn't until now that he realized that the kid in front of him was actually Jinchuriki, column force from Kyuubi, 9 tails. After being stunned, a smile appeared on Orochimaru's face again. What about the Jinchuriki column power of Kyuubi, 9 tails people? It was only because of emotions that a trace of Kyuubi, 9 tails power was revealed. It's getting more and more interesting. Seeing that the red cyan futon wind style mode became firm again, the smile on Orochimaru's face suddenly became very bad. He silently looked at Naruto, and in an instant, his strength increased tenfold again. Click. The red-blue futon wind style armor shattered, and the grass pheasant sword easily penetrated Naruto's heart, stabbing Naruto in the opposite direction. Naruto! Naruto! Sakura and Sasuke shouted at the same time. They never expected that Naruto, who was so strong, actually lost. Tisk! What a nice kid! Namikaze Minato's son, Kyuubi, 9 tails, futon wind style mode. The future achievements are limitless. The grass pheasant sword penetrated Naruto's heart, but did not affect vital organs such as the heart. Since Naruto is the son of Namikaze Minato, he is also the Jinchuriki column force of Kyuubi, 9 tails, and he inherited Yizan's futon wind style mode. It has already shown that Naruto is quite important. If he dares to kill Naruto, maybe tomorrow, his body will be hung at the entrance of Konoha village. But this kid is very annoying. Although he can't kill you, you can still be sealed, right? Orochimaru squatted down, and chakras with different attributes appeared on the tips of his 5 fingers. He was going to disturb the 8 trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen with the 5-element seal, so that the 2 seals would attack each other. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly appeared not far away, followed by the figures of 4 girls. Hello everyone. Yo, Naruto, why is he hurt so badly, Who is this ugly white-skinned monster? Chapter 414 _ Mina is angry. White skin. Ugly, ugly. Orochimaru never thought that one day, he would be scolded like this, and he turned his head mechanically, his eyes full of disbelief. Little girl, please see clearly. I'm ugly. As a cold-kun, Orochimaru, he is still somewhat confident in his appearance, thinking that he had many female fans in Konoha back then, but now, he is called ugly. You are ugly, with a white and blue face, a disgusting tongue, shut up. The tongue is retracted. Marina's eyes widened, and Orochimaru's domineering aura made Orochimaru subconsciously retract his tongue, but he didn't think it was right. Why should I listen to a little girl? Thinking of this, Orochimaru's face finally turned cold. He looked at Marina coldly, and the terrifying murderous aura burst out. However, when he released his murderous aura, apart from Karen, Marina, Irie and Hinata didn't react at all, as if it was just a breeze blowing across the face, causing the girl's hair to shake. Well, if it wasn't for Karen slumped on the ground in fear, Orochimaru would have believed it, but this is not a breeze. It's murderous. 517. Aren't you afraid of my murderous aura? What's that? That's... Orochimaru was at a loss for words. He really didn't know how to explain the murderous aura, but at this moment, he already understood the difference between the three girls of Marina. It's getting more and more interesting. Orochimaru sneered, subconsciously sticking out his tongue. He was about to pretend. Marina put her hands on her hips and reprimanded, shut up. Being reprimanded again, Orochimaru finally couldn't hold his face anymore. His face suddenly turned cold. He didn't continue to laugh, but stared coldly at Marina, and in an instant, cage level chakra was released. What is the concept of cage level? Is the world's top powerhouse. Sakura and Karen are Genin, Sasuke and Naruto barely reach Chunin, Marina, Irie and Hinata, also the strength of elite Chunin. When Orochimaru no longer hid his power and frantically released his cage-level aura, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and even Marina took a step back subconsciously, being overwhelmed by the terrifying aura. The truth was like this, and the others were even more unbearable. Everyone stared at Orochimaru in fear, and couldn't believe that Orochimaru's strength was so terrifying, especially Sasuke, who bit Kiba and looked at Orochimaru with extremely complicated eyes. He said before that my eyes are very similar to Itachi. Does he know Itachi? Is he stronger or weaker than Itachi? Or, their strength is similar. Sasuke only hoped that Orochimaru was much stronger than Itachi. Because of this, the power of terror, based on his current cognition, may not be attainable in his entire life. It's too strong. Just simply releasing chakra makes me unable to move. It's like a big mountain. It's too terrifying. Sasuke knelt down and supported the ground with all his strength. Even so, his hands were shaking, ready to go. It is possible to collapse and cause the whole person to fall to the ground. What Sasuke is thinking, Orochimaru doesn't know. At this moment, he is silently looking at Marina, this little girl. He hates this little girl, and he hates this arrogant character in his heart. You know, when I saw you, it was as if I saw someone from more than 10 years ago. That person was like that. Although I had to admit his talent, I always hated his self-righteous character. So you still have to admit his talent. So he's better than you. Little girl, do you know that your mouth is very mean? What? At that moment, a terrifying change appeared in Marina's pupils. What did she hear? She was actually scolded, and she was scolded for being mean. Click. With a soft sound, Marina raised her right arm high, her cheeks puffed up angrily, her eyes burning with unprecedented anger. By the whole Konoha since childhood, was actually scolded today. Today, for whatever reason, you scolded me, and you are finished. View. As if firing a bullet, a fist-sized transparent crystal ball bounced out of the ninja gear of Marina's arm in a spinning motion. The speed was extremely fast, and even a series of phantoms appeared when passing through the air. The surface of the crystal ball is smooth, but inside, there are countless violent thunders that reach ultimate, and in the process of flying, the glass ball that was forcibly solidified by chakra gradually cracked, and the violent thunder inside released. Even Orochimaru felt it. The power of fear. Raiden, thunder style, Rasengan. How is that possible? Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock, and before he could react, he was hit by the high-speed spinning crystal ball. The huge force knocked him out, and he was knocked 300 meters away by a small ball. Click, click, click. Boom. There was a huge explosion, and the entire forest of death shook violently. The terrifying ripples spread, and everything touched by the ripples was shattered into powder. The violent shock caused everyone to fall to the ground. Even Marina was on the ground, and Yuhi's long hair was blown by the shock wave. Everyone looked into the distance, and it was a super thunderball with a diameter of 100 meters that was constantly spinning and expanding. The ground shattered, and the thunder continued, as if it was going to devour the entire forest. Fortunately, the thunderball knocked Orochimaru 300 meters away, and if it exploded at close range, no one would survive except Naruto with the power of Kyuubi, 9 tails. Marina, what is this? Sakura swallowed in fear, trembling all over. This is the self-defense ninjutsu that my dad gave me, and it's the first time I've seen it. It's terrifying. Marina looked into the distance stupidly, her face full of shock. Although she knew that her father was the strongest man in Konoha, the scene in front of her still subverted her cognition of Yizan. Mainly because Yizan has never done anything for more than 10 years, and Konoha has always been in a peaceful era. The strongest she has ever seen is the level of the Great Waterfall technique, and she already feels very powerful. But now, the thunder that seemed to be punished by the gods, the large area that destroyed everything, and she still remembered the understatement when Yizan sealed the art into the scroll. My dad, he's really strong. Recommend a book Pokemon on the tip of the tongue. I heard that the author is a girl. Chapter 415 Orochimaru Can Only Lie. In the ruins of the Forest of Death, Orochimaru walked out slowly, even though he seemed to be unscathed. In fact, he was forced to use the Orochimaru Flow Double. This kind of substitute technique uses the external body as a substitute and transfers the body from the mouth. Although it is the most perfect substitute technique, it will consume a lot of chakra. Even for Orochimaru cage level chakra, the burden of this avatar technique is not small, and the most important thing is that because Raiden Thunder Style Rasengan is too destructive and lasts too long, he had no choice but to use 2 consecutive avatars. Raiden Thunder Style Rasengan. Like Futon Wind Style, only Shimura-zan can use it in the world. Little girl, what's your name? Orochimaru smiled hoarsely. Marina cast a disdainful look. Stop pretending. Chakra consumes a lot, right? Humph. My name is Shimura Marina. If you dare to scold me, my dad won't let you go. She raised her head angrily, and actually pulled. Yi-zan came in. Is that the case, Shimura-zan's daughter? Orochimaru continued to sneer in a hoarse voice. Although he didn't want to confront Yi-zan head-on, as long as he didn't kill people, it was okay to make Marina suffer. I didn't expect Konoha's technology to have reached this level. I have to admit that your ninja tools just now exceeded my expectations, but how much of Shimura-zan's ninjutsu do you have? Just 1 or 2 S-rank ninjutsu. I'm still a long way from defeating me. Call out. Orochimaru suddenly burst into flames, rushing towards Marina quickly. The distance of 300 meters was approaching in an instant. The real cage level is simply not something that Chunin can handle. Then, view. It was the sound of a bullet being fired again, and a cyan light was sharp and thin, and the speed was so fast that even Orochimaru couldn't react. Puff. The blue light stabbed Orochimaru, and a tiny but violent tearing force burst out in an instant. Spiral thrust. Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise, and in the next second, most of his body was directly annihilated by the spiral thrust. If it is described by the picture of the 21st century, it is like a heavy sniper bullet hit Orochimaru. The huge rotational force and penetrating force directly penetrated Orochimaru. At the same time, the rotational force spreads the wound and produces tearing damage. Then, Orochimaru spat himself out of his mouth again with a double, and this time, his face was finally serious. Raiden Thunder Style Rasengan. Spiral Thrust. Little girl, what else do you have? Whoa. A dozen miniature scrolls were spread out in Marina's hands. She gave Orochimaru a vicious look, and one by one, she stuffed all the scroll bullets into the ninja tool. Click. Right arm was aimed at Orochimaru again, and this time, Marina showed no mercy. Except for the last few defense scrolls, the rest were fired all at once. View, view, view. Futon Wind Style Rasengan. Raiden Thunder Style Rasengan. Helical thrusts. A large number of S-rank ninjutsu burst out. Orochimaru's face changed greatly. I never thought that Marina had so many S-rank ninjutsu in her hands. Boom 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 boom. 5 minutes later, the Forest of Death has completely changed. A huge dirt pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters is bottomless. Marina pursed her lips slightly and exhaled contentedly. Here, the grass pheasant sword has been pulled out by Ellie. Although Naruto was seriously injured, the power of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, quickly healed his wound. He stood up and walked to Marina, carefree. He said, "Mrs. Shinai, you are cheating." Marina looked at Naruto viciously, so scared that Naruto shrank his neck, and his tone suddenly weakened. "I'm joking." Humph. Marina snorted softly and decided to ignore the idiot Naruto. She looked into the distance again. She believed that a strong man like Orochimaru could not die like this. Marina guessed right. As the most surviving person in the entire Hokage, how could Orochimaru be killed so easily? He crawled out of the huge deep pit in embarrassment, gasping for breath. "How many times have you done surrogacy?" Orochimaru's appearance seems to be unscathed, but in fact, more than half of the chakra has been consumed. He silently looked at Marina, Naruto and others, moved his fingers, and the grass pheasant sword flew back to his hand instantly. "I have heard that Konoha's technology has surpassed the other 4 ninja villages for more than 10 years. I didn't believe it before, but now, I believe it." While talking, Orochimaru walked over from 300 meters away. Everyone thought that Orochimaru would continue to attack, but at that moment, a cold breath appeared behind Sasuke. "Sasuke. What's the matter?" Sakura shouted and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Marina's eyes widened in surprise. They found that there was another Orochimaru behind Sasuke. "It's a clone. 300 meters away is a clone. Behind Sasuke is the Orochimaru body." Sasuke runs away. Marina raised her ninja and wanted to fire it, but Orochimaru instantly controlled Sasuke, opened her mouth suddenly, and bit Sasuke's neck fiercely. "Ah!" Sasuke screamed. A strange cold chakra intruded from his neck. Marina bit Kiba tightly. In this case, she did not dare to use the ninja tool again, otherwise Sasuke would die. "Orochimaru, what the hell are you doing?" He. "I don't do anything. I just give Sasuke a gift." Orochimaru licked his Kiba teeth. Sasuke's blood still remained on the canine teeth. He let go of Sasuke, took a few steps back with a sneer, and slowly sank to the ground under the angry eyes of Marina. "Sasuke must need me, in order to gain strength. As for you, Shimura Marina, you are very good, very similar to Shimura-san back then, but unfortunately, your talent is not comparable to his. When he was 13 years old, he was already relying on his own strength, ended the Second Ninja World War, and you can only rely on external forces." The mockery before leaving made Marina puff up again. She pointed at Orochimaru suddenly, and terrifying anger radiated from her pupils. "Ali," towards Orochimaru, "hit." Soon as Marina finished speaking, Ellie immediately raised her arm. Before Orochimaru had finished pretending, she was shocked to see that Ellie's arm burst into a few terrifying chakra fluctuations. "Damn it! Has the S-class ninjutsu become wholesale? It's crazy." Bang! Chapter 416 Dad is so rude. The second exam in Death Forest lasted 72 hours in total, that is, 3 days and 3 nights. During these 72 hours, candidates must obtain 2 scrolls of heaven and earth, and reach the central tower. Sir Anko, 72 hours have passed, and there are currently 24 candidates who have reached the central tower. Due to the large number of candidates, we should start the preliminaries and select another round. 24 people. It's too many. Let's start the preliminaries. You will call the candidates to wait in the middle of the field. This time, Lord Hokage will watch the preliminaries in person. Yes, said the ninja, and the picture on the screen disappeared. In the quiet room, only the silence after the scene disappeared, Anko exhaled softly and rested his head on Yizan's shoulder. Brother Zan, kiss. Hey, Anko. I'm still here. Seeing Anko pouting, he kissed Yizan's face. Sarutobi almost choked to death on his own throat. He coughed a few times, and almost didn't catch his breath. Why are you here? Won't you turn your head? Yizan gave Sarutobi a disdainful look, got up and hugged Anko and kissed it fiercely. He deliberately blocked Sarutobi's sight with his back, although Sarutobi knew that the two were kissing dear, but can't see anything. Stinky boy, show Shusho all day long, and one day Shusho will kill you. Sarutobi snorted indignantly. This stinky boy, the relationship with women is really good, if he has such a good relationship with women. Well, Sarutobi shuddered when he thought of Lake Biwa at home, and instantly extinguished the thoughts in his heart. He still wanted to live a few more years. If Lake Biwa knew that he was thinking about everything, he would not be stripped. Strange. Let's go, the candidates should also be gathered. Dead monkey, let me remind you first, don't give me a long speech. Give you a maximum of 5 minutes. 5 minutes. It's too short. It's so hard to take the 5-nation joint test, and I've already made a lot of drafts in my mind. Hee 3 minutes. Ah, it's just been 5 minutes. Hee 1 minute. Yizan looked at Sarutobi lightly, and finally stopped Sarutobi's rebuttal words. He wrinkled his old face pitifully. The central tower is a building with a hollow inside and 8 faces. In the huge and wide central square on the first floor, 24 candidates are standing neatly. Sarutobi stood at the very center. Anko, as the examiner of the second exam, stood beside Sarutobi, and a dozen Chunin and Jonin stood apart. Yizan walked silently to the second floor. There were many Jonins standing on the second floor. They could look directly at the field below from the railing, which was somewhat similar to the Colosseum. Yuhi. Brother Zan. Yizan came up. Yuhi obediently held Yizan's hand. Although she was a little shy to be seen by her colleagues, she still did not let go. Che, showing love again. Kakashi looked up at the sky and kept rolling his eyes. He was ashamed of a hateful guy like Yizan, Eternal's bachelor. Kakashi, don't turn to Byakugan to Big Brother Zan. I've said it many times, we have to respect Big Brother Zan. Kakashi was slightly taken aback by the sudden voice beside him, and then turned his head with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Guy, were you just talking? Damn, my eternal nemesis Kakashi, you look so stylish. It's mad at me. It's mad at me. Guy muttered to himself madly for a while, and then ran to Yizan's side like a monkey. He gave a very handsome thumbs up, and Kiba's teeth flashed bright white. Brother Zan, I'm sorry this time. Although your team is strong, my team will definitely be the first place in this Chunin exam. With Yuhi, was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and scratched his head in confusion. Guy, were you just talking? Damn, as expected of the Big Brother Zan that I will always admire. You are so handsome. Woohoo, why is no one paying attention to me? Guy burst into tears, and under the stage, Little Lee clenched his fists admiringly, and looked at Guy with strong admiration. Among the many teachers, Mr. Guy is indeed the most handsome and stylish, shining bright. Please look at Mr. Guy, I will also shine in the next competition. Lee, although I don't want to complain, but I really want to tell you that in terms of appearance and temperament, Mr. Guy is the most rubbish. Tenten complained softly, his eyes fixed on Yizan, and a touch of Yuhi appeared on his cheek's halo, so handsome. Not only Tenten, except her, Marina, Ellie, Hinata, Ino, Sakura, all stared at Yizan at the railing on the second floor. Oh yes, even Tamari standing beside Kankuro stared at Yizan. She felt the hot man is full of attraction all over his body. Cut. Isn't it just to be handsome? What's so arrogant? Kankuro pouted angrily, which made Tamari angry. She was very unhappy. Why did Konoha produce handsome guys, and they are all from the land of wind? It's a bit low. Lower your sister. Tamari, I'll turn my face on you again. Tell you, I'd be handsome if I didn't have the puppet master stripes on my face. Hee hee. Tamari smiled disdainfully. As Kankuro's sister, she still doesn't know what Kankuro looks like. Even without those ugly stripes, it's just a public face, which is 180,000 miles away from other handsome Konoha. The little girls 4.0 were all in their own thoughts, and Sarutobi started his rambling tirade. What war? What Chunin exam is the epitome of war? Barabaras, 5 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. The practice of achieving the balance of strength among ninjas by fighting is the so-called friendship in the ninja world. This is a duel that requires one's life to bet on one's own dreams and the prestige of the village. The 5 minutes of babbling made Yizan drowsy. Seeing Sarutobi's appearance that he couldn't stop at all, Yizan finally couldn't help it. With a sound, he fell in front of Sarutobi. I'm sorry, I didn't control the intensity equals. It's a shame. Dad is so rude. Chapter 417 Yakushi Kabuto, not bad. First meeting. Hello everyone, before you take the third exam, you have to conduct a qualifier to determine the qualifications for the third exam. Pre-selection. Pre-selection. Why pre-selection? What does that mean? Boss Zan, what do you mean by pre-selection? Why can't we directly participate in the third test? Naruto asked with a puzzled face. Because the first 2 exams were too simple, there were too many people left. Of course, it's mainly because the strength of your group is uneven, so another round of preliminary selection must be conducted to eliminate the weak. After all, the third exam has many celebrities and dignitaries watched, although we Konoha don't care about this prestige. Dignitaries are just a bunch of pigs in my eyes, but... Cough. Xiaoshuan, say the point. Sarutobi coughed a few times in embarrassment. What, monkey, this is what I'm talking about. Shut up and listen to me. Where did I just say? Oh, when it comes to them being a bunch of pigs, I'm telling the truth, Konoha kids. The 30th of May not be clear, but candidates from foreign countries know the gap between Konoha and other countries, right, Tamari? Quote. Yizan suddenly named Tamari, which made Tamari stunned for a moment, and Yuhi dizzy appeared on her cheek, but when she realized the implied meaning of Yizan's words, she immediately corrected her face, and her tone was a little serious. Sir, you are right, we came to Konoha to take the exam this time, and we have seen many things that we have never seen in the land of wind. Konoha's technology, facilities, and various aspects have surpassed our countries for decades, but I don't think that our country of wind is weak, and it has nothing to do with your focus, right? It doesn't matter. No, Tamari, you are wrong. Konoha can develop to this point. Do you think it is supported by the country of fire? It is supported by those dignitaries. No, in fact, we Konoha rely on ourselves. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, Yizan started his long speech, complaining about the country of fire, complaining about this group of pig-like dignitaries, complaining and complaining. In the end, Marina finally couldn't help it, and rushed up, high fist raised. Boom. Ouch. Why are you knocking on me, Marina? Idiot dad, let's talk nonsense. It's the qualifiers. Don't give me any distractions. Why are you talking about politics and economics, bastard? You know I hate hearing about you the most. Quote. What she can't stand the most is the theory, not only the theory of ninjas, but also the economics and politics, which are her most hated projects. Tisk. Truth nigh, I can't say that. I think back then I was a powerless scholar, and I collapsed the entire country of water with the economy and wisdom in my mind. Back then Yizan let out a pained cry, His head was knocked on the head by Marina again, and looking at Marina's bulging cheeks, he finally stopped talking at length. Okay, alright, then start the qualifiers now. Excuse me. At this moment, a voice interrupted Yizan's words. He looked up suspiciously, and found that Yakushi Kabuto raised his hand slightly. Sorry, I decided to quit the exam. Kabuto-senpai, why did you give up? Hey, what is this for? Although he didn't have deep contact, Naruto also met Kabuto several times during the exam. He didn't understand at all. Senior, why did you give up the exam? Sorry, Naruto, although I really want to continue to compete, but my body is already scarred, and I'm good at medical ninja. In the next one-on-one qualifiers, there is no chance of winning, so sorry, I don't plan to bet your life for the next battle. Kabuto bowed to Yizan and Sarutobi, turned and walked towards the entrance of the central tower. Looking at the back of Yakushi Kabuto, a wicked smile flashed across Yizan's mouth. Wait. The sudden sound stopped Kabuto's footsteps. He was less than a meter away from the entrance of the tower, but it seemed that he would never be able to step out of this meter. Lord Examiner, what's the matter? Yakushi Kabuto turned to look, and there was a trace of tension in his heart. Facing this legendary man, he could only control his facial expressions with all his strength to make himself appear more relaxed. Naruto is right, ninjas, you can't give up so easily. Look at Naruto, you are also scarred, don't you still insist on the game? And the number of people is just a whole number. You will be less when you leave. Come back and continue to participate. Competition, don't worry, I will take care of you. Are you a medical ninja? No problem. Your opponent will be Marina in a while, and she is also a medical ninja, so that's fair. The sake of Yizan's words, Yakushi Kabuto, who was a mere genin, could not refuse at all. He lowered his head slightly, pushed his glasses, and walked back slowly. His eyes hidden deep in his pupils were extremely solemn. He found me. Impossible. No, maybe he really found me. In the first exam, Shimura Marina revealed that I was a spy. Shimura Zan is her father. Maybe she is from Shimura what Zan heard. No, it's not right. If I really knew, I would have been dealt with by Anbu long ago, and I wouldn't have to wait until now. What is the situation? Why can't I analyze Shimura Zan's behavior at all? Is he a god? Yakushi Kabuto's brain was running frantically, trying to peek into the meaning of all Yizan's actions, but no matter how much he thought, he couldn't spy on any meaning of Yizan, and even because he thought too much and was too complicated, his brain began to get confused instead. No, I can't think about it anymore. If this goes on, my own emotions will collapse first. Let's wait and see. Yakushi Kabuto took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Gradually, his mood became calm, as if he had become an ordinary genin. There is no merit in the whole body. Seeing Yakushi Kabuto's recovery, Yizan nodded in appreciation. With extremely high IQ, high camouflage skills, high emotional intelligence and high psychological quality, this Yakushi Kabuto is very similar to himself back then. Because of his lack of strength, he had to try his best to survive. Yakushi Kabuto's road was more rugged than Naruto's. He had no plugins and no identity background. In the end, he became a strong man with that perseverance. Yakushi Kabuto, nice. Quote. Chapter 418_1 Move in seconds. The qualifiers were similar to the original. Sasuke defeated Akakaka, Temari defeated Tenten, Aburame Shino defeated Sak of Otogakura, Kankuro defeated Ken Maizumi, Shikamaru defeated Kim of Otokura, Sakura and Ino lost both at the same time. Qualification. The qualifiers, while similar to the original, are a bit different. Example, in the battle between Naruto and Kiba, compared to the hard work in the original book, Naruto defeated Kiba easily, and the strength he showed surprised everyone. Not only Naruto's changes, but because of the addition of Marina's team and Kabuto, the original game should have been Two's and Akamichi Choji's match, but it became Marina vs. Two's, Choji vs. Ellie, and naturally, both Marina and Ellie advanced. Kabuto played against the civilian teammate of Kiba and Shino, who replaced the original Hinata and became a member of Yuhi's team. This man was too weak and eventually lost to Kabuto. The qualifiers went on quickly, and in a blink of an eye, only 2 groups of people were left without a match. Hinata, come on. Hinata nodded to Yizan. Pretty. Since Bojiguo was hugged by Yizan for a long time, her feelings towards Yizan have undergone a subtle change, and her concern for Yizan has not been the same as before. That is very shy or afraid, but naturally happy and satisfied. Miss Hinata. Opposite Hinata, Hyuga Neji bowed respectfully. Due to the presence of Yizan, Kumogakure village did not make a surprise attack, and Hyuga Hazashi did not commit suicide. Neji was a little dissatisfied with main clan because of the caged bird. Hinata has a gentle personality, and the 2 brothers, Hiyashi and Hazashi, have a good relationship, so Neji is naturally respectful to Hinata. Respectful. Chunin exam is the place to prove her own strength. Neji can't let go of water, so does Hinata. She obediently returned a salute, took half a step back with her right foot, and put her hands in a gentle fist starter pose. Her eyes finally became firm. Brother Neji, this Chunin exam, I want to keep going, so. If I accidentally hurt you, I hope Brother Neji can forgive me. Hyuga Neji was stunned by Hinata's words, and then suddenly felt very funny. What did he hear? He was actually apologized by Hinata because he would be injured in a while. What a joke. When he was a child, he knew that he was a rare genius of the Hyuga family, and Hinata was recognized as the eldest lady with extremely poor talent in the Hyuga family, but at this moment, he was actually apologized by the eldest lady. Miss Hinata, as a ninja, I'm never afraid of getting hurt, but it's you. If I hurt you in a while, I hope you can understand. Well, I can understand. Hinata didn't hear the teasing in Hyuganeji's tone at all. She took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Byakugan, open. Chakra gathered. Hinata quickly opened Byakugan. Not far away, Yizan, who was the referee, smiled slightly. He didn't expect the little girl Hinata to be so domineering, saying, I accidentally hurt you. I hope you can forgive me. If so, do you really think that Hyuga Neji is made of mud? Oh, I'm sorry. In Hinata's eyes, Hyuga Neji may be really muddy. After all, the strength of the 2 sides. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Boom. A loud bang. Hyuga Neji vomited blood, flew upside down several dozen meters and fainted on the ground. Hinata beat Neji with 1 move, and even Sarutobi, who was watching the match, was shocked by the strength he showed. Might Guy opened his mouth stupidly in the Jonin pile. He never expected that the genius Hyuga of his team would be beaten by main clan. Miss Beat. Are you confused? Yes. Hey, it's good to get used to it. You must know that Hyuga Hinata has learned from Lord Zan for a few years. It's not surprising that she has such strength. Kakashi comforted casually, but there was a smile in his eyes. Kakashi, I appreciate your comfort, but why do I think you're watching a joke? Is there? No, he. The fight between Hinata and Neji is over, and the final group of qualifiers is left without a match. Hinata wins. Next set. Lee Rock, Gaara. Yizan read the list in his hand aloud, looked at the 2 people who walked slowly to the center of the square, rolled his eyes, and a smile flashed across his mouth. Little Lee and Gaara has been long awaited. This is a very impressive battle in the original work. In order to prove his forbearance, Little Lee broke out and opened the 8 inner gates with all his strength, proving his efforts, but because his physical fitness could not support it, he opened the 5th gate. Serious injuries are almost irreparable. But now, Yizan doesn't want Little Lee to be miserable, and the hard-working genius is appreciated everywhere. Yizan doesn't want the hard-working Little Lee to lose the game after suffering incurable pain, and he doesn't want to be a mere rubbish. People Jinchuriki, column force, dare to go wild in Konoha. The illusory golden force field suddenly spread, covering the entire square. Yizan retreated to the edge of the square, and the smirk at the corner of his mouth became stronger. Give me a face. The use of avatars is prohibited in this area. The ability of the face fruit came into play. Yizan's purpose in doing this was that he didn't want Gaara to use the stand-in technique to avoid the death of Shaoli. Anyway, with the power of Shukaku, Gaara would not be killed by Lee Rock, but he could not avoid Li Lianhua. Do you have to be seriously injured if you don't die? He. Serious injuries are serious injuries. Yizan is still curious. What will happen to Gaara, a porcelain doll who has never been hurt before, is severely injured? Cry for mommy. Well, when they fight, I will find a camera and take a picture of Gaara's serious injury. Maybe it will be a big hit. Tisk. I'm so bad, Tilda. I'm sorry, book friends. The reason for the lack of updates is to restore the writing state. First of all, we must recover from the brink of collapse. It is easy to be Unix after a mental breakdown, such as the previous book, so the update speed will be reduced. Tilda. Please treat me as Rambo. My current heat is 99 degrees, and I can't use my skills if I insist on 5 more shifts. Oh yes, Rambo is the mechanical enemy in LOL equals. Chapter 419 Lee Rock's Wait. The wide square is square, and the walls are bright and clean. On the railings on the second floor above the walls, Might Guy clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with the flame of youth. Lee, come on. He jumped like a flea exaggeratedly, and Lee Rock off the court looked up and gave a thumbs up. His white Kiba teeth sparkled. Mr. Guy, I will definitely do my best. Lee. Mr. Guy. Lee. Mr. Guy. The central tower has become a beach with ebb and flow, and the sunset through Yuhi hangs on the sea horizon. Everyone looked at them with black lines all over their heads, and even Yizan covered his forehead helplessly. He couldn't understand why ninjas who specialize in taijutsu were idiots. Day is like this, Guy is like this, Lee Rock is like this, as if to announce to the world that we are all brainless idiots with empty muscles. 2 idiots. The game has already started. Yizan's voice entered the ears of Lee Rock and Guy, only to realize that the overwhelming sand rolled up a violent airflow, as if to shred everything in front of them. Lee, be careful. Might Guy reminded loudly, and Lee Rock reacted in time. He quickly stepped back more than 10 meters, his left 277 feet stepped on the ground with 1 foot, and his body tightened into a ball like a spring. Seeing the yellow sand chasing after him, his left foot suddenly exerted force and turned into a ball. The afterimage rushed to the right, successfully avoiding the yellow sand attack. Good chance. Seeing that the yellow sand didn't have time to retract, Lee Rock quickly rushed towards Gaara. The friction between his body and the air produced a rapid air-breaking sound, and his powerful fist hit him hard. Bang! The yellow sand filled the air and firmly blocked his fist. Gaara glanced at Lee Rock coldly, and the sand in the gourd on his back continued to flow out. Was another whistling, and the yellow sand in the front and the yellow sand in the back actually combined together in an attempt to surround Lee Rock. Lee Rock was shocked, and suddenly retreated, escaping from the gap in the yellow sand. The first tentative confrontation, Lee Rock was at a disadvantage. He stared at Gaara solemnly, and the whole game fell into silence because of Gaara's performance. Huang Sha slowly retracted. Gaara held his arms in his arms and stood motionless. His eyes were cold, and there was a trace of undetectable tiredness in the depths of his pupils. Well, tired. It's been a long time since I slept. So tired, I was tortured to the point of collapse. Only killing people can relieve this pain. Gaara thought silently, but everyone at the railing on the second floor became more and more surprised. Curious ninjutsu, is it all sand in the gourd? Naruto asked in confusion. That's the technique used in the Forest of Death before. Aburame Shino rarely said. Kiba and another civilian ninja met Gaara in the Forest of Death, and saw Gaara wrap a ninja with sand and shred the ninja's body. Not only the onlookers were shocked, but also Lee Rock himself. Ninjutsu to manipulate sand is really tricky for someone like me who can only use taijutsu. Try again. Thinking of this, he took the initiative to attack, quickly approached Gaara, and brought his Konoha body skills into full play. Left fist, right fist, kick, whip, swish. Oops. Dodge. Attacked by the sand, Lee Rock voluntarily fell to the ground and rolled for a few laps. He quickly took out 2 kunai from the ninja pouch at his waist. Really helpless, little Lee could only retreat again. He was chased by the sand and rolled continuously. He was negligent for a while, and finally was caught by the fast-moving sand on his right foot, like an arm. The sand rolled up the Lee Rock and waved it in the air. Smash! Boom! Lee Rock screamed, the whole person embedded in the walls around the arena. The broken walls, finely broken stones kept falling, but Gaara's sand, like the waves of the sea, rushed to Lee Rock. Be careful, Lee, Ten shouted nervously. Lee Rock endured the pain and propped himself up from the wall with all his strength. At the last second before the sand arrived, he jumped quickly, spinning dozens of times like a top, and fell steadily on top of a statue on the edge of the arena. The statue is very high, at least 12 meters long. On the second floor, everyone looked up and found that Lee Rock was staring at Guy silently, as if asking for some advice. Swish. Thumbs up, Might Guy's youthful smile. He looked at Lee Rock with blood on his face, and his tone was youthful. Lee, take it off. But, Mr. Guy. It's okay, I'll allow you to take it off. Might Guy smiled broadly, and the bright smile instantly infected Lee Rock. He laughed too, then sat cross-legged on the statue and took off his leggings. That's it. Turns out that. Are you loaded? What's the use of that kind of cultivation? HMPH, boring. Everyone's attitudes are different, but most of them are disdainful faces, including Kakashi, who doesn't feel anything. In his cognition, it's just a little weight reduction, which is not enough to change the ending. After all, the strength gap between the two sides is too great. Even if you speed up a little bit, you can't break the sand. In the whole venue, only Yizan and Might Guy's mouths rose slightly. You must know that Yizan was learning physical skills with Might Guy. He also used these weights. Boom. There was a loud noise, the ground cracked, and the entire central tower was shaken 3 times. What? No way. Guy, you've gone too far. Kakashi silently covered his forehead, and where he entered his eyes, 2 huge deep pits were smashed into the solid bluestone ground by 2 leggings. The dust was filled with dust, and it looked extremely terrifying. Hey, it's more than that. I heard from my father, when he took Brother Zahn to practice. Brother Zahn has improved the cultivation methods of our Might clan. Keep watching. Might Guy smiled brightly, looking towards Yizan from a distance, giving a thumbs up. Yizan pouted and pointed out his little finger to face Guy. Guy, you are despised by Lord Zahn. Humph. What? Might Guy was a little aggrieved, but at this time, Lee Rock, who was sitting cross-legged on the statue, didn't stop moving. He bit Kiba and took off his shoes with some difficulty. Okay, take off the heaviest things, it's so much easier to move. Chapter 420_Ellie's Hidden Secret. Lee Rock is much better than the original. Is it because of my improvement of Might's physique training method? Slightly, seeing Lee Rock holding his shoes in both hands, Yizan sighed in his heart. In order to increase his physique quickly, Yizan improved the Might training method, mainly in terms of weight bearing. In addition to the inherent knee pads, he asked Danzo to collect a lot of rare metals with terrifying densities all over the world, and asked Konoha craftsmen to melt the metal to heavy forged as load shoes. Lee Rock's strength is too weak, and many things cannot be used. The weight-bearing products made by Yizan in those days were far more than that, especially in the stage of Chunin and even Jonin. In order to continue to strengthen his physique, Yizan also forged weight-bearing clothes, weight-bearing belts, and weight-bearing equipment. Gauntlets, weight necklaces, and a series of super weight suits for exercising the whole body. But now, bang! The central tower kept vibrating, the bluestone of the arena kept cracking, and there was extremely serious damage. At the railing on the second floor, Sakura Hinata and the others swayed and almost fell. Even Marina and Ellie's eyes widened in disbelief. What weight is this? Genin can handle this weight. Sister, Dad also used these weights in the past. He also said that when he arrived at Chunanjanan, the weights he wore were heavier than now tilde a lot. Hey, Ellie, how do you know this? Why didn't old Daddy tell me? Ah, you don't know. I don't know either, I just guessed. Being watched by Marina, Ellie lowered her head in panic, as if she was covering up something, which made Marina even more puzzled. Eileen, let me ask you, why are you panicking? No, you have a ghost in your heart. I'm not a ghost. I'm not panicking. Sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. She spoke. Yuhi dizzy appeared on Ellie's cheeks. She deliberately avoided Marina's line of sight, but she didn't know that such a stupid move was obviously hiding something. Sure enough, Ellie, you're starting to lie to me now. No. Ooh, Ellie, you've already started to lie to me because of our sisters. You. Marina wiped her eyes and pretended to cry, which made Ellie at a loss. She immediately looked at Yizan on the edge of the arena, and Yizan felt helpless as she asked for help. Idiot, your sister is fake crying. But, while everyone's attention was on Lee Rock, Yizan and Ellie spoke with their lips across the arena, but they didn't realize that although Marina wiped her eyes, she kept looking at Ellie from the corner of her eye. All ninjas have learned lip language. Although Marina often skips classes and fails the lip language class, she can understand more or less. Then, she saw a few words that shocked her, and she was so shocked that she covered her mouth in surprise. After bathing, don't let my sister find out, and a few common words, Marina came to a shocking fact. Eileen, you actually took a bath with Dad. She leaned into Eileen's ear and bit Kiba's teeth and said in a very low voice, but the indignation could not be stopped. Sister, I don't have it. Ellie shook her head in a panic. It's too much. You and Dad don't even call me in the shower. You want to monopolize Dad. It's too much. Humph. Ignore you. Marina turned her head indignantly. Her pouted mouth could almost hang an oil bottle, and Marina's performance also made Yizan, who was far away on the edge of the field, understand. Obviously, this smart girl knew. But, hey. As if thinking of something, a smile flashed across Yizan's mouth, and at this moment, the battle between Lee Rock and Gaara began again. Call out. The green figure is constantly flying on the field, and the speed is so fast that an afterimage will appear almost every second. Speed will enhance strength. After taking off the load, Lee Rock can actually penetrate Gaara's sand with the help of speed. He keeps running around Gaara, and the sand keeps bursting. The response of the sand can't keep up with Lee Rock's speed at all. So fast. It's unbelievable. The speed of the sand can't keep up at all, it's too strong. Konoha Xiaoqiang, who were watching the game on the railing on the second floor, were shocked by the strength shown by Lee Rock. Even Marina temporarily gave up the matter of taking a bath with Ellie Theory, but turned to look at the arena with a look of surprise on her face. Lee Rock's speed has surpassed that of a normal Chunin, right? Although it's not as good as me, who is going all out, it's not much worse. Is this the so-called hard-working genius? You must know that Marina is the strength of an elite Chunin. Although she is not very good at speed, the strength gap between each level of ninja is huge. As a Genin, Lee Rock, the speed has exceeded that of ordinary Chunin. Boom. With a soft sound, the fist slammed into Gaara's face, and the violent impact knocked Gaara several meters away and fell to the ground. Hit. Win. As expected of Little Lee. No, this punch is of no use. As if finding something, Marina frowned slightly. Look. His face is starting to shatter. After Marina finished speaking, everyone was surprised to find that Gaara's face was broken like ceramics, and the broken fragments turned into a mass of sand, revealing the real cheeks inside. What is this? Sand armor. Kankuro said condensely beside Naruto. This is Gaara's second layer of defense. With this layer of defense, he won't be hurt. Che won't get hurt. It's just that Lee Rock's strength is not enough. Kankuro, Gaara's voice was a little loud, and it happened to be heard by Marina not far away. She curled her lips in disdain. If she was asked to fight Gaara, she would directly a chakra hit the enhanced strength to see if the sand armor will break. At the same time that Marina was disdainful, on the field, Lee Rock's face became more and more solemn. Gaara's power was beyond his imagination. Facing such a powerful enemy, his eyes finally changed. He stared at Gaara earnestly. The fighting intent in his eyes set his whole body on fire. He took a deep breath, crossed his hands, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. The 8 inner gates, open. Hokage give me a face. Chapter 421-440. Chapter 421-1. The first door, open the door. The second door, the shut door. The third door, the life door. The fourth door, the injury door. The fifth door. The terrifying breath has been enhanced layer by layer. Lee Rock's skin has turned into Yuhi color, and his age is still only 13 years old. It is very difficult for him to use this super loaded forbidden technique. The fifth door, Dooman, open. With a loud shout, Lee Rock finally opened the fifth door. The moment the fifth door opened, the masonry under his feet was shattered by this terrifying chakra energy. He glared at Gaara suddenly, his face full of blue veins, looking extremely hideous. Mr. Guy said, the best way to use the 8 inner gates is in an instant. Every second it lasts, the more serious the side effects are. My current strength is very reluctant to open the 5th gate, and the battle must be resolved in the shortest possible time. Quote. Because Might Guy has always kept Lee Rock in mind, Lee Rock did not continue to fight with Gaara like the original. He opened 5 doors in an instant, and decided to end the fight in one go. Call out. A phantom, so fast that even Marina can't see clearly. Lee Rock's speed has now reached the level of Jonin. He snorted lightly and kicked Gaara's chin. Lilianwa. The huge force instantly shattered the sand armor. Gaara screamed and was kicked into the sky by Lee Rock. Boom, boom, boom. Shock waves burst out in midair, and every shock wave was the air ripples that Lee Rock hit Gaara. You must know that Lilianwa is a high-speed continuous attack that the opponent can't touch. It can even fly around in the sky by stepping on the air, and finally hit the opponent's head to the ground. According to the impact force and the power generated by the ground, it can definitely make the opponent's head burst on the spot. Implementing Might Guy's Chun Chun education, Lee Rock compressed the use time of the 8 inner gates to ultimate. He didn't even finish the use of Lilianwa, and proceeded directly to the last step, that is, the last punch to the opponent. This move is the final blow, it's over. The most terrifying punch hit Gaara's abdomen fiercely from top to bottom. Gaara's pupils shrank dramatically. He knew that he couldn't take this kind of power. Substitute. Qian Jun was fired. Gaara finally used the avatar technique. Then, his face changed drastically, and he was shocked to find that the avatar technique failed. How could it be? Why did my substitute technique fail? Obviously Boom. A loud bang. Gaara's thinking stopped for a short time. His eyeballs bulged slightly, and the whites of his eyes were covered with bloodshots. A volcanic force exploded in his abdomen. At that moment, he felt that his abdomen was about to split open. He screamed and spit out blood. Boom. The ground shattered, causing a circle of mud waves, and the entire arena was blown away by the mud waves generated by the vibrations. After the final blow, Lee Rock also slumped on the ground, barely able to move. Quickly open the 8 inner gates, and then quickly close it. Although he opened the 5 and 5 gates, he only had a broken muscle and a fractured right fist. In this case, he should be hospitalized for 2 months. Ended. It's all over. There was dead silence in the central tower, shock, surprise, joy, and blessing. Everyone showed different emotions, while Tamari Konkuro of Sand Ninja Village and their leading teacher, Maki, widened their eyes in disbelief. They didn't expect it at all. Gaara actually lost. Gaara lost. Yes, Gaara really lost. Unable to use the avatar technique, he completely endured Lee Rock's attack. He was lying on the ground. The severe pain had made him unable to move. Not only that, but his internal organs were bleeding constantly. He is dead now. He was angry and hated, but he did not release a tail. Although he was crazy and bloodthirsty, there were 3 generations of Hokage and the legendary 4th generation of Hokage standing in the central tower. Face. Remember, no matter what happens, even if Maki Kankuro Tamari dies, you can't release the tailed beast. If you release it, it is a provocation. When Shimura-zan takes action, not only will you die, but the tail will also become Konoha. Private stuff. Looking at his father's empty sleeves, Gaara nodded earnestly. He knew that his mighty father had his arm cut off by the legendary Shimura-zan, and he didn't even have the guts to take revenge. In the severe pain, Gaara restrained his emotions. Because of Yi-zan's existence, his life trajectory also changed. His powerful but disabled father was not as cold-blooded to him as in the original book. Because he was disabled, his father was just nominally Kazekage. Most of the things in Cheyenne village are handed over to the elders and Chio mother-in-law to manage. In the last qualifier, Lee Rock won. Yi-zan didn't know the situation of Gaara and the 4th generation of Kazekage. When he found out that Gaara was not a beast, he read out the final result. The 3rd game of the Chunin exam will start in a month. The qualifiers are finally over. Konoha has 9 people, namely Marina, Irie, Hinata, Sasuke, Naruto, Lee Rock, Shikamaru, Shino and Yakushi Kabuto. Cheyenne, Tamari and Kankuro. As for the other villages, not a single one. The difference from the original is that there are more Marina, Ellie and Kabuto, and Hinata defeated Neji and Lee Rock defeated Gaara. Don't worry about little Lee's situation, I will let Tsunade help with medical treatment. With Tsunade's level, it is enough for little Lee to participate in the official competition in a month. Really? That's great. Thank you Big Brother Zan. Might Guy's face was full of 4.5 points of excitement. Under the excitement, he burst into tears representing youth. Lee, see, this is youth. When you recover, I will accompany you to run 500 laps around Konoha. Mr. Guy, you're so kind. Lee Rock, who was lying on the medical board, pursed his lips and his face was covered in tears. Between them, white waves washed up on the beach, and a sunset through Yuhi hung over the horizon. Seagulls croaked, beautiful scenery. Why are all physique idiots? Yi-zan shook his head with black lines all over his head, and was about to continue complaining when Marina and Ellie came to him. Dad, aren't you going to give me an explanation about your affair with Ellie? Chapter 422 Jiraiya is going to do bad things. Ah, the weather is so nice today. Don't change the subject. Hey, Marina, you are so beautiful today. Humph, I accept your compliment, but don't digress. On the way home, Yi-zan held Marina in his left hand and Ellie in his right hand. Ellie leaned her head on Yi-zan's arm with Yuhi's face, lowered her head slightly, and did not dare to say a word. On the left, Marina was reluctant. Regarding the matter of Ellie and Yi-zan taking a bath together, she had to know the truth about everything she said. Seeing Marina's puffy little face, Yi-zan couldn't help but feel a little funny. He lowered his head, kissed Marina's face gently, and then squeezed Marina's hand. A smile appeared on his face. Little idiot, it's not a big deal. Last year, I had a warm bath with your mother and Makoto Tsunade and the others, and Ellie broke in. This little girl is not too ashamed, but she came in to have a bath with us. That's it tilde. Really? 30 inches really? Yi-zan nodded solemnly, just soaking in a warm izumi, it's no big deal, it's just a mixed bath in Japan. That is, men and women don't wear anything together and soak in izumi. In order not to let his women be seen, Yi-zan directly wrapped up a warm izumi field that day, with no outsiders. Why don't I know about izumi? You idiot, you go out and make trouble all day long. When we go to soak in izumi, where can we find you? And we only go back and forth for about 3 hours. Don't say we go, we come back, you weren't at home at the time. Yizan raised his finger and tapped Genai lightly, and Genai smiled brightly, and the grievances in his heart were swept away. Bad dad, Izumi must call me in the future. She held Yizan's hand and smiled naively. Yizan couldn't help but kiss her on the cheek again because of her cute appearance, which made her giggle, smile, obediently leaned his head over. But then again, it was unfortunate to draw lots before. The two of you were drawn together in the third test. What will you do then? I will abstain and let my sister win Tilda, Ellie said weakly. She is currently a double Tomo Sharingan, and she is taking the ninjutsu path. Compared with Marina who has chakra-enhanced strength medical ninjutsu and sealing, her strength is still almost. What is it, Ellie? That's not fun. But, I couldn't beat my sister. At the end of the preliminaries, a lottery was held on the spot. Marina happened to get Ari, Hinata got Lee Rock, Naruto got Sasuke, Kankuro got Aburame Shino, Tamari got Shikamaru and Yakushi Kabuto. Because the number of people is odd, Shikamaru is lucky the worst is to play 2 games. In a month, is Dad going to give us special training? Hey, why do you need special training? Isn't Ellie already abstaining from the competition, so she will rest comfortably this month? Stinky Dad, I'll be lazy. Even if Ellie abstains, you must accompany me to practice. Then you have to kiss me Tilda. Ha. I have to kiss every day from now on Tilda. Only, no, want, what? The third session of the Chunin exam was held a month later. During this month, the traffic of Konoha surged again, and people from all over the country and even other countries came one after another. It was like the World Cup finals, and everyone wanted to watch this game. Not only that, Konoha's business level and science and technology that surpass other countries for decades have long been aspired by people all over the world, but if it was just to visit Konoha, they were reluctant to spend the money, and they happened to take advantage of the opportunity of the Chunin exam. Konoha, in addition to watching the game, also visited the commercial Konoha, and was shocked by the rapid development of Konoha technology. The 10-story metropolis has huge screens on the 4 walls. News or interviews, including weather, humanities, and even politics, are constantly being broadcast on the screens. There are also escalators in every shopping mall, Rin's dazzling clothes, and handheld video games that only Konoha can sell, etc. Compared with the low-rise bungalows and low-rise commercial streets in other Shikoku, it seems to be in another world. Damn it, I haven't come back for more than 10 years, is this still the Konoha I remember? What bastard transformed Konoha into this? My beloved women's bathhouse. I can't find it at all. On Konoha Street, a white-haired man stomped his feet in exasperation. His voice was a bit loud, causing the surrounding civilians to glare, and a tall man rolled up his sleeves and walked over with an angry face. Hey, you, don't look around. It's you. What did you just say? You said the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Hokage are bastards. You still want to peek at the women's bathhouse? Kill you. The basin-sized fist was raised high and slammed violently. The next second, the tall and strong man stumbled and fell to the ground. His fist smashed into the air, and his body lost his balance because of his inability to bear the force. People, get out of here. Da silly, stop talking. That man disappeared all of a sudden just now. It must be a ninja, don't mess with him. 507 He actually dared to scold the 3rd and 4th Hokages. I'm going to mess with him. Everything we have in Konoha now is the hard work of the 2 Hokage adults. I will beat up anyone who dares to insult them. The tall and strong man was indignant. On the other side, Jiraiya wiped his sweat in fear. He was not afraid of a commoner. He just didn't expect that Sarutobi and Yizan's reputation in Konoha had reached such a terrifying level. Stinky Boy is worthy of being a stinky boy. I have to admit that I can't compare to him. Now Konoha is really heaven on earth. Walking on the street, the dense high-rise buildings and the warm and cheerful commoners made Jiraiya sigh softly and feel relieved at the prosperity of Konoha, but his relief did not last for a few seconds, and his face turned into a wretched, trivial expression again. Damn, You still have to find the women's bathhouse, my material, my new book, I must beat the stinky boy. Thinking of this, he rubbed his hands wickedly, his eyes twitched, and finally aimed at a few women who seemed to be going to take a bath, and drooled instantly. He didn't expect that all his actions happened to be seen by a blonde boy passing by. The blonde boy blinked his eyes suspiciously, and his blue pupils showed a hint of enlightenment. This uncle is going to do bad things. Chapter 423 almost got caught. The health spa on the third floor of Building B, Mix C City, the third commercial street of Konoha. Jiraiya opened his eyes stupidly, and he was stopped by the clerk at the door. Sir, I'm sorry, because there are too many guests, we need to make an appointment one day in advance. You can make an appointment by phone or in person, sorry. The clerk's words left Jiraiya puzzled. What is the phone? It's all to blame for the stinky boy and Mr. Sarutobi. What kind of business is being developed? Not a bungalow, so I can't peek at it. Jiraiya crossed her hips angrily, watching groups of girls walk into the spa, but she was helpless. Bah, Uncle Say, eat me. Boom. Ouch. The pain in the back of his head made Jiraiya cry out in pain. He turned around quickly and found a blonde boy. Teenager held a baseball bat, with a touch of anger of justice on his face. He held the bat high, and his carefree voice attracted the attention of the surrounding civilians. Uncle Say, I saw you following these sisters here. You want to peek at their baths. You are a lust wolf. Then, Jiraiya found that the eyes of everyone around him changed, especially the clerk of Wen Izumi Spa, who was staring at Jiraiya with vigilance. One of them quietly retreated into the spa, picked up the phone at the front desk and dialed quickly. Hey, is it the police department? There is a lecher wolf following the girl outside the health spa on the third floor of Building B, Mix C City. Right, he looks like a ninja, 2 minutes. Okay, let's hold him down. The fast-growing Konoha does not yet have a mobile phone, he already has electronic tools such as a desk phone. Jiraiya, who has not returned to Konoha for more than 10 years, has no idea that he can report the crime by telephone. At this moment, he is angrily staring at the blonde boy. The nosy teenager was angry. Boy, dare to disturb the good deeds of this immortal, what is your name? Don't change your name, don't change your surname. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, the future 6th generation Hokage. Naruto raised his head proudly, then seemed to think of something. His face became solemn, and he looked at Jiraiya again. Uncle Say. You are suspected of being involved. Follow the girl and peek at the girl's bath. As the future 6th Hokage, I want to maintain the law and order of Konoha. Follow me to the police department. Naruto's straight face made Jiraiya puzzled. What the hell is this? What is the security? Isn't it just peeking at the girl taking a bath? I used to look at it often, and I was often found, and it was nothing. Naruto stopped Jiraiya from leaving. After a while, 3 or 4 ninjas in black trench coats came from a distance. Jiraiya was slightly taken aback. He happened to know one of them. Who is following the girl? Who is the suspect? You. It's you. Jiraiya-sama. The ninja-headed was slightly taken aback, and the memories of more than 10 years ago suddenly flooded out. Although it has been more than 10 years, Jiraiya's appearance has not changed much. He recognized it at a glance. Isn't this Jiraiya-sama? Hi, hello Tilda. Meeting acquaintances is divided into embarrassment. Of course, it is Jiraiya who is embarrassed. He said hello to the other party, and he still doesn't understand how he has become a bad guy following the girl out of nowhere. Since the demise of Uchiha, Konoha has established a new guard department. The members of the guard department are composed of all Konoha families. The current head of the guard department is Mitarashi Zishou. Zishou, that. Lord Jiraiya, there are a lot of people here. You haven't been back to Konoha for more than 10 years. Go, let's go back. And Naruto, come back with us. Jiraiya-sama and you have a very close relationship. Mitarashi Zishou's words made Naruto and Jiraiya stunned at the same time, and then the two pointed at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Just this blonde bastard. Just this white-haired uncle. Hey, Naruto, how can you say that, Master Jiraiya? Master Jiraiya, but your father's teacher. Huh. The Konoha security department was in the living room, and Naruto and Jiraiya glared at each other for a long time, and they both hummed and turned their heads at the same time. Seeing the situation of the two, Mitarashi Zishou took a sip of tea speechlessly. He already knew the ins and outs of the matter. He thought about Jiraiya's behavior, and finally said cautiously, Lord Jiraiya, that actually Konoha has developed rapidly over the years, and attaches great importance to public security and the safety of civilians. Your actions were nothing more than a decade ago, but now. Alright, I know. It's all the fault of Shimura-san and Sarutobi-sensei. What's the change? I can't get the material. Jiraiya mumbled unhappily, but it made Naruto even more angry. He pointed at Jiraiya angrily, and shouted, the lecherous fairy. Are you really my father's teacher? Humph. Kid, of course I'm Minato's teacher. Also, calm down your attitude. I hate arrogant brats like you the most. When I see you, I think of a very annoying person. Who is it? Shimura. Dong dong dong. Halfway through Jiraiya's words, he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Mitarashi Zishou immediately put down the teacup and shouted towards the door, please come in. The door opened. Jiraiya pouted for a moment, he snorted disdainfully, and said to Naruto, who else? No, the most annoying kid has come in. Yo, Jiraiya, I haven't seen you for many years, and the first sentence will hurt me. Pushing the door open, Yizan walked in with a smile. He just got the news that Jiraiya was brought to the security department by Mitarashi Zishou, and rushed over directly. Humph. Brat, Jiraiya said with a smile on her face. From World War II to World War III, the two belonged to the kind of good friends who didn't know each other without fighting. But then again, stinky boy, why did your reforms change the bathhouse? Did you know that I was going to use the material? Before being serious for a few seconds, Jiraiya turned into a lewd, trivial man again, and Yizan just glanced at Jiraiya disdainfully, and slowly took out a 10-inch screen from his arms. What is this? For those of you who watch videos, take it, you idiot, you still use materials. What materials are you using? There are all kinds of materials in here. Chapter 424_drooling. 1 Dao, Konoha Fever, Chinranjan, Caribbean, Woodpecker, Amateur, recommended by the store manager. Wow, this is a miracle. This is a miracle that can change the world. Xiaoshuan, how did this thing come out? Staring at the things on the screen, Jiraiya drooled, hundreds of videos, and the cover alone made him a little bit unbearable. So you're a native, these things Konoha already have. Most of the model companies that made these movies are headquartered in the office building in Block A. As long as you have money, you can even hire the heroine in it. Come out and play. Yizan curled his lips in disdain. As a successful person, with many wives, he disdains these things, but for bachelors, these things are treasures. Whoa, 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 whoa. Jiraiya opened his mouth, and the saliva had gathered the ground into a small pond. He held the tablet screen tightly, as if thinking of something, and blinked his eyes in confusion. By the way, Xiaoshuan, although these hundreds of books can be read for a long time, in case you finish reading them. There's a little thing on your left, see it? Yes, it's a USB flash drive. If you want to see something new, you can download it online. Oh, you probably don't know what a 940 network is, hey. Konoha's changes over the years are not yours if you can understand it in a short time. Let's live in Konoha for a while, maybe you don't want to leave again. Quote. Cut. Is it possible? The Toad Fairy is so easily bewitched by you. Humph. I will live in Konoha for 2 months, and after 2 months, I will continue to go on the road to collect materials. Jiraiya said toughly, but in her heart, she was already bewitched by Konoha. The flowery world is dizzy. Let's see, but since you're back, I'll assign you a task. Seeing that Jiraiya was addicted to the little movie. Yizan coughed a few times, pulling Jiraiya's attention back. A month later is the third test of Chunan's exam. I've been very busy recently. Naruto's training this month is up to you. Also, for the third test, Naruto's opponent is Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi, who has decided to go alone. Special training Sasuke, so you also take me seriously, understand? Jiraiya hadn't spoken yet, but Naruto gave up. He pointed at Jiraiya angrily and said loudly, "Hey, Boss Zan, why did you hand me over to the lecherous immortal? Bastard kid, please call me the Toad Fairy." The lecherous fairy. Fairy Toad. Lustful. The two were fighting against each other, and Yizan finally couldn't help clenching his fists because of the same idiot appearance. Boom, boom. Two loud bangs. Naruto and Jiraiya covered their heads in pain. They looked at Yizan with teary eyes and pouted in grievance. Pout again, and I'll tear your mouths off. The vicious tone made the two shrink their necks, lowered their heads like a good baby, and sat quietly on the chairs. Two idiots. That's it. I'll go first, Naruto. If Jiraiya doesn't take you to practice well, tell me that I won't beat him up. As ordered. After leaving the two idiots, Yizan's IQ finally changed back. I have to say that with idiots, he always felt that his IQ would be lowered. Brother Zan. The gentle shout made Yizan stop, looked back, and found a cute girl with brown shoulder-length short hair. The girl stood outside the glass door of a cafe with a bag in her hand, tilted her head slightly, smiled happily, and some of the little fleshy cheeks were very cute. Rin. The cute girl was Nohara Rin. Yizan walked over, took her bag, and took her hand, shopping. Well, I bought some clothes Tilda. Let me see what clothes. Yizan was about to open the bag, but Nohara Rin grabbed it back, and Yuhi Dizzy appeared on her cheek, like a small apple, which made people want to take a bite. Brother Zan, I bought it. The girl wears it. Don't look at it, she said shyly, bowing her head, not daring to meet Yizan's eyes. So it is. Yizan suddenly realized that Nohara Rin had come out to buy Nei, but when he thought of the Nei that she bought, Yizan's curiosity became stronger. He wanted to know what color Nohara Rin usually wears. Modeling. Rin. Huh. Her fingers supporting Nohara Rin's chin, Nohara Rin subconsciously looked into Yizan's eyes, only to find that Yizan's eyes were emitting a charming smirk. She was a little nervous and a little shy. The opponent hugged. Baby, tell me, what color did you buy? Yizan whispered close to her ear, and breathed quietly. The instant crispness made Nohara Rin go soft and leaned directly into Yizan's arms. Zan. Brother Zan, black. Her cheeks were open to Yuhi, and her voice was very sweet, but when she heard the black, Yizan became more interested, and her eyes burst into a stronger desire for knowledge. What material? Lace, silk. This. Just answer, yes, or no. Yes. After saying this word, Nohara Rin was so ashamed that he buried his whole head in Yizan's arms, but she didn't know that Yizan liked this the most. He could only get closer to Nohara Rin's ear again, the smile on the corner of his mouth getting worse and worse. Rin, find a place to wear it for me. Huh. Nohara Rin raised his head subconsciously and almost fainted from shame when he saw Yizan's smile. She neither refused nor agreed, just silently, letting Yizan hold her in her arms. Yizan gently took a step outside with his arms around Nohara Rin. When he found that Nohara Rin did not resist, he knew that Nohara Rin acquiesced to this matter. Not at home, why don't you go to Rin's house? It looks like her mother is at home. No way. Then you can only go outside. You can find a hotel, the nearest. Is the Hei Hotel. Yizan hugged Nohara Rin and walked towards the Yi Hotel not far away, opened the room, and took the elevator to the 5th floor with his arms around Nohara Rin. As soon as he opened the elevator door, he saw a man who looked like a wandering ninja pulling a woman. Crazy struggling, constantly shouting for help. Hey, you are. She's my wife. Don't mind your own business. Help, I don't know him at all. This eldest brother, hurry up and call the police. I don't know him at all. Chapter 425_dismissed. As one of the 3 top hotels in Konoha, your hotel is so ominous in supervision. From now on, the rating of Yiddle will be cancelled. If you don't agree, get out of Konoha. The wandering ninja fell to the ground, his hands were held down by the members of the security department. In the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, Yi-zan's face was very ugly. Sir, we've been wronged. This time it's just an accident, it's an accident. The hotel manager begged hard, hoping that Yi-zan would let him go, but Yi-zan just gave him a cold look and turned to Mitarashi Zishou. Who raided the Yi Hotel? Kakuzu-sama. Kakuzu. How did he raid it? As one of the top 3 hotels in Konoha, there is a special setting for swiping cards to enter the elevator, but now, strangers are allowed to enter casually, and during the period just now, the entire 5th floor did not have any. The staff is here. How do you rate this rubbish hotel? Master Zan, we have checked the situation just now. This person quietly avoided the lobby staff and walked up the stairs on the side. It's not their fault, Mitarashi Zishou said softly, but Yi-zan glared at him and shrank instantly. Neck down. Reason. What's the use of giving me a reason? Oh, if Konoha is destroyed one day, tell me, the SEAL class didn't detect the enemy. Can you give me a reason? I'm sorry, Lord Zan. This subordinate should not defend the hotel. Mitarashi Zishou knelt down on one knee. Knowing that he had hit the muzzle of the gun, he sighed softly in his heart, knowing that the Yi Hotel was finished. Is Yi-zan angry? Of course angry. Although he left Hokage for 13 years, Konoha's reform and construction was negotiated with Sarutobi and a group of high-level executives, including his efforts. Especially this kind of top-level hotel, which can be regarded as Konoha's word-of-mouth building, but now this kind of situation is happening. Fortunately, I encountered it myself. If I didn't encounter it, I don't know how many times it will happen in the future. Cancel all ratings of Yiddle Hotel, cancel all publicity, cancel all privileges and benefits, lower Yield Hotel's credit rating, and make Yi Hotel a second-class partner for all future development of Konoha, and you will tell Mr. Hokage about today's affairs later. He will be in charge of the next work, and also, you and Kakuzu, take the initiative to ask Hokage-sama, how much benefit you received at the Yi Hotel, and frankly to Hokage-sama, my side. I don't care about these trivial matters. Yi-zan snorted coldly, and pulled Nohara Rin out of the hotel. In the same place, Mitarashi Zishou knelt on the ground sweating profusely, and did not dare to get up until Yi-zan left. Although he is Anko's father, and although Anko has a special relationship with Yi-zan, his first identity is always the head of the Konoha Security Department. This position, like the chief of the police department, is responsible for the security of Konoha. He did receive the benefits of the Yiddle Hotel, but in general, he was also pitted by the Yi Hotel. I saw that this hotel was rich in financial resources, and it didn't cheat or cheat, so I accepted the benefits and let him live, but I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen, hey. Regardless of Mitarashi Zishou's frowning face, here, Yi-zan dragged Nohara Rin down the street. Seeing Yi-zan's bad face, Yi-zan obediently put his head on his arm. Rin. Brother Zan, don't be angry, the Konoha family has a big business, it can't be 100% perfect, don't be angry, don't make yourself mad. Nohara Rin was gentle and considerate, she gently rubbed Yi-zan's arm with her cheeks, like a kitten, and quickly calmed Yi-zan's face. Hey, I know what you said, I'm mad at Kakuzu. After so many years, his greed for money has not changed. His money will never be used up in a few lifetimes. Big basket. Don't worry, Brother Zan, Lord Kakuzu made a mistake once, and he will never make a second mistake in the future. After all, he didn't expect that the internal security management of the Yiddle Hotel would be so bad. Nohara Rin comforted softly, and Yi-zan nodded silently. In fact, Kakuzu is not to blame. In terms of environment, comfort and financial investment, Yiddle Hotel is indeed one of the top 3 hotels in Konoha. Unfortunately, there is too much supervision. Weak, not even the lowest level hotels. Hei Hotel has to crack down. Konoha has developed for so many years, and it has never set an example, making them think that Konoha seems to be deceiving, but Rin, I still haven't seen you change to Nene. Brother Zan, hate it. Yi Zan, who had been serious for less than a few minutes, turned bad again, causing Nohara Rin to bow his head shyly. She lightly hammered Yi Zan's arm. Xiao Naoyiran's appearance was extremely cute. Haha, my Rin is so cute. Let's go, one piece of clothes is not enough. Today, I will accompany you to go shopping for a day. Buy whatever you want, my baby must be beautiful. Humph, it's not your baby. Brother Zan is a villain. Konoha and even the entire land of fire in just a few days. Handling affairs, Sarutobi's methods were more vigorous, because Kakuzu and Mitarashi Zishao who were involved in this incident were all punished. Kakuzu was demoted to Deputy Minister of Finance, and Mitarashi Zishao was demoted to Deputy Minister of Security. The new Minister of Finance will be the elder Homura Mitokado, and the new Minister of Security will be Yuhika. Although there was an incident at the hotel, Konoha's reputation not only did not decrease, but even increased. After all, Konoha's series of actions are protecting civilians. Brother Zan, you bastard, you actually fired my father. Home, Anko straddled Yi Zan with his hands around his neck. Baby Anko, you can't say that. Since your father made a mistake, he will naturally be punished. Aiya, don't be angry. Your father and Uncle Sunset have such a good relationship, why do you need to care about the minister and deputy minister? Hey, listening to what you said, it seems to be the case, then. It's the same with Kakuzu. Although Elder Menyon is the Minister of Finance, Elder Menyon doesn't care about it at all. Kakuzu is doing well, so what does he care about? Finances are very tiring. These are all nominal punishments. After all, they made a mistake. Yi Zan raised his head slightly, and Anko kissed him pretty, and the two of them didn't care about Tsunade Kushina Makoto and Konan's Byakugan in the lounge. Brother Zan, I hate it. Don't touch this place. Chapter 426 _ a famous name. A month passed by in laziness. Except for his own necessary training and training with truthfulness, Yi Zan couldn't be bothered to take it any other time. Ah! In the warm sunshine, a few birds stood on the treetops and chirped. Yi Zan lay down on the old man's chair in the backyard with no energy, and yawned lazily. Dad, don't be lazy, the exam starts in half an hour. Hurry up and have breakfast, and accompany us to the exam room. Genai pulled Yi Zan's arm and kept pulling it up. Yi Zan still lay lazily on the chair, letting Genai pull it. Dad, are you so lazy? Sorry, Marina, but I slept too late last night. Yi Zan yawned again. Last night, Kushina and Tsunade actually pulled him and had sex all night long. I feel sore in my right waist. HMPH. Smelly dad. Seeing Yi Zan's lazy appearance, Marina puffed up her face slightly, leaned down, and kissed Yi Zan's face with a, "Boo, is that all right?" Hey, I'm still my baby, I feel full of energy right now. Yi Zan jumped up suddenly, scratching his head giggling. That rogue look made Marina keep flipping Byakugan. Hurry up and have breakfast. Quote. As ordered. After eating breakfast slowly, at the urging of his two daughters, Yi Zan yawned and went out, facing the bright sun, squinting his eyes slightly. It's a nice weather. Then you are still lazy at home. Hey, it's good, but this weather is more suitable for lying down in the sun comfortably, and I haven't slept all night. Cut. Who made you mess with your mother and Tsunade's sister? Shy. As if thinking of something, Marina's cheeks turned Yuhi. She was 13 years old, and she was not a fool who didn't understand anything. Of course, she knew what Yi Zan did at night. Thinking about it, Marina just kept her head down with Yuhi's face and stopped talking. Ellie on the other side also held Yi Zan's arm obediently. She is a girl who likes to be quiet. Compared with the noisy Marina, she prefers to be a listener. Marina didn't speak, Ellie didn't speak. Yizan enjoyed himself and followed the bustling crowd to the giant gymnasium for the third session of Chunan's exam. It is more like a coliseum than a gymnasium. The entire building is circular, with a huge square in the center. There are still more than half an hour before the third exam, and more than 100,000 people have gathered here. Sell tickets, sell tickets. Fifth row in Area B, 500,000 taels. First come, first served, last two. The 11th row in Area C, 200,000 taels, the last one, no one wants me to see it myself. There is no shortage of scalpers in any world, especially Konoha, which is well developed in business. These scalpers sell the tickets they have bought so hard to earn a little price difference. Compared with the scalpers in the 21st century, they are quite simple. Tickets are sold to civilians. Konoha ninjas do not need tickets, just come in and see. However, not many ninjas came. After all, this is just a Chunin exam. For ninjas who have become Chunin or even Jonin, it is very boring to watch a lower level exam than themselves. Another explanation, for example, Yizan's previous life LOL was at the diamond level. Of course, he is very interested in watching the world-class masters match, but if you let him watch the bronze game, who would like to watch it? Ahem, that's probably the case. So today, apart from the instructor, Anbu and the security department who are maintaining order, the rest are genin. The first game is Naruto vs Sasuke. Tisk tisk tisk. Kakashi is doing special training for Sasuke this month, right? I hope Sasuke improves more, otherwise, this game will not be interesting. Yizan smacked his mouth a few times, but it wasn't that he looked down on Sasuke, but Naruto's strength was completely different from the original. What kind of a grade ninjutsu Rasengan, even S-grade ninjutsu futon, wind style mode has been learned. Not only that, Naruto didn't have a good teacher in the original book, but now, Naruto has Namikaze Minato's guidance at home, and he has studied with Yizan for a few years. This month, he accepted Jiraiya's guidance again, and his strength must surpass Sasuke. Dad, stop making excuses, you just look down on Sasuke. Tisk. Well, I admit, I really despise Sasuke. He took his two daughters through the crowded people and walked straight into the private room in the center of the second floor of the stand. As soon as he walked in, a choking smell of smoke came to his face, and Marina squeezed her fists and rushed over. Raised his fist fiercely. Boom. Ouch. My little princess, where did I provoke you again? Sarutobi covered his forehead aggrieved, and his head was knocked by Marina. HMPH. Smelly monkey. Smoking again, you clearly know that I hate the smell of cigarettes the most. Marina waved her small fist fiercely, scaring Sarutobi to immediately snuff out the cigarette butt, wrinkling her old face pitifully. Don't pretend to be pitiful. The lecherous monkey, I use the crystal ball technique to watch the girl take a bath every day, don't you think I don't know? Marina glanced at Sarutobi contemptuously, the lecherous monkey is really too lewd. S words made Sarutobi a little embarrassed, and he glared at Yizan again. What are you staring at me for? I didn't say it. I don't carry the blame. Yizan also glared at Sarutobi and put the matter aside. Who said that? Naruto told me. Marina raised her head proudly with her hands behind her back. Because Konoha doesn't have a bathhouse, the lecherous fairy can't see the girl taking a bath. So tell Naruto that you use the crystal ball technique to peek at the girl's bath. Man, Naruto told me again, not only me, but all of us know. Everyone knows. Sarutobi's eyes widened in disbelief. That bastard Jiraiya, why did you do that? Stupid. He obviously wants to take revenge on you. Marina stuck out her tongue mischievously. I don't think it will be long before hundreds of thousands of people in Konoha will know about this. PFF'd. Marina's words directly knocked Sarutobi down. He held his pipe tremblingly, blinked his eyes, and tears flowed out. My famous name. Chapter 427 Kakashi and Sasuke who are not late. 9 o'clock in the morning, the third round of Chunin's exam officially started. The referee Shiranui Genma was holding 1,000 books in his mouth, half drooping his eyelids, as if he hadn't slept well. The first group to play is Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Swish, swish. As soon as Shiranui Genma finished speaking, two figures appeared in the middle of the arena at the same time. Minato, your son is playing. Yeah, I didn't take the quest today, I just came to watch Naruto's game. Namikaze Minato smiled brightly, very satisfied with Naruto's son. Not that Naruto won glory for him. As one of the core members of Konoha's trick-or-treating group, Naruto is often complained by ninjas after he makes trouble, but Namikaze Minato's character is like this. Ms. Minato. Yo, Kakashi, it's not easy to be late. Unlike the original book, this time, Sasuke was not late, and Kakashi was not late either. He sat down beside Namikaze Minato in silence. The two of them were in the front row on the second floor of the venue. There are Might Guy, Yuhi, etc. to guide Jonin. Before I took Sasuke's special training, Master Zan asked me to arrive on time, otherwise I would cut off my little. Ding ding, hey, let's not talk about this, this is a sad story, It seems that Hinata is going to have a competition today. Patriarch Hyuga didn't come. Quote. Come on, in the south stand with his brother, here, the fifth row across from you. Looking across the entire arena, Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hazashi sat in the fifth row and whispered something, next to a 7-year-old little loli. What are you doing sitting in a heap of civilians? I don't know, maybe I don't want to be in contact with people like us. Asuma, don't say that. Although the Hyuga family is a bit arrogant, the Hiyashi Hazashi brothers are very good at dealing with others. You haven't been back to Konoha for many years, so you don't understand. Namikaze Minato's tone carried a hint of reproach, because the Hyuga family had a good relationship with Yizan, and Hyuga Hiyashi and Namikaze Minato had a good relationship. During the festivals, Hyuga Hiyashi always gave gifts and exchanged gifts, so everyone's relationship was naturally harmonious. Asuma was dissatisfied in his heart, but he could only hold it in his heart and did not dare to shake his face at Namikaze Minato. Minato successfully broke through to become a cage-level powerhouse 2 years ago. The real combat power can easily crush ordinary cage level. While Namikaze Minato was chatting with all the Jonin, Naruto and Sasuke started to squirt off the court. Naruto, surrender. Huh, idiot Sasuke, what did you say? I'm not kidding. My progress this month is not what you can imagine. I suggest you make a sneak attack, otherwise an accident is likely to die in my hands. Sasuke's tone was arrogant, and he looked at Naruto with deep pity. He already knew that Naruto had a strong futon wind style mode when he was in the Forest of Death, but so what? He believes that the current progress is enough to break Naruto's futon wind style armor. Sasuke, you have been training for a month, and I haven't fallen behind. This month, my strength has also improved. If you want to beat me, take practical actions. You brought it on yourself. Call out. Sasuke kicked his feet on the ground and rushed towards Naruto in an instant. His speed was extremely fast, so fast that Naruto's pupils shrank, and his face was a little shocked. How is that possible, so fast? Not only Naruto, but all genin watching the game on the field were shocked, especially Lee Rock next to Guy. His eyes widened stupidly, because Sasuke's current speed is similar to the speed when he took off the load. How could this be? Is this a genius? In just 1 month, it's worth my years of penance. Lee Rock muttered to himself, if he had the confidence to beat Sasuke with hard work before talent, then now, Sasuke's physical skills have also caught up with him, making his confidence a big blow. Lee, it's okay. There is never a shortage of geniuses in this world. Uchiha Sasuke is nothing at all. You know, a certain adult in our Konoha, who destroyed a country with his wisdom at the age of 8, and pacified the second at the age of 13 in the Second Ninja World War. Uchiha Sasuke's talent is good, but in front of him, there is no comparison at all. Ah Guy's voice made Lee Rock stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked up at the highest room in the venue. He had noticed that Yi Zan had brought Marina and Eiley in, and he had heard the legend of a hot man from Guy's mouth more than 100 times. When Lee Rock looked over, Yi Zan was standing by the window watching the game. He noticed Lee Rock's gaze, smiled at Lee Rock, and gave him a thumbs up. Mr. Guy, he's encouraging me. Well, Lee, now you believe it. Even he is very optimistic about you. Your future achievements must not be undermined. Mr. Guy. Lee. Mr. Guy. Lee. 217. The two looked at each other affectionately, and the crowded venue instantly turned into a white sandy beach. The waves crashed against the sandy beach. On the sea level, the sunset through Yuhi gradually went down, showing a beautiful scene. Looking at the sunset scene that was more terrifying than demonic illusion, and the affectionate embrace of two green watermelon rinds on the beach, Yi Zan's face turned black, and he turned his head away, saying that he didn't want to look at these two idiots. At this moment, the battle between Naruto and Sasuke is going on in full swing. The extremely fast Sasuke is constantly galloping in the arena, forcing Naruto to block the left and the right. It is a little embarrassing. The double Tomo Sharingan is slowly spinning, and Sasuke's momentum is getting stronger and stronger. Sasuke. Facing Sasuke's merciless, even murderous attack, Naruto was a little bitter. Before the battle, he thought it was just a competition, but since Sasuke started, he felt the maliciousness and hostility that Sasuke radiated. Naruto, shoot, if you don't shoot, you won't have a chance to shoot. Sasuke's face was indifferent. He kicked Naruto's arm, and at the same time he took out Kuu from his waist bag and shot fiercely, forcing Naruto back a few steps, hand seal with both hands non-stop, a fiery check. Carrot's breath instantly ignited. Kaden, fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Chapter 428 A powerful enemy across the universe. Bang! The scorching flames exploded and rolled up into the sky. At the venue, tens of thousands of people gasped at the same time. As expected of a descendant of Uchiha. Completely crushing Yellow Flash's son. Cut. Yellow Flash has such a great reputation, how did he give birth to a waste son? I put 100,000 taels on him. Stupid, of course, gambling money is against the descendants of Uchiha. What is Yellow Flash? Although Uchiha has exterminated the clan, how many legends have Uchiha has since ancient times, and the mere name of Yellow Flash has influenced you? Humph. Shut up. Come on blonde. Tens of thousands of people spoke, making a buzzing noise that was very annoying, and just when everyone felt sorry for Naruto. Call. The gust of wind whistled, blowing away the flames in the sky. Naruto lowered his head slightly, raised his right hand and remained motionless. The blue light kept flashing. Futon Wind Style Mode. This Futon Wind Style Mode. A seat in the front row, Cheyenne Village led John and Maki's eyes widened in shock. What did he see? He actually saw the legendary Futon Wind Style Mode in the Chunin exam. Maki-sensei, what exactly is the Futon Wind Style Mode? Tamari asked in confusion. This is the second time she has seen it. The first time was when she came to Konoha. Kankuro wanted to attack a child, but was caught by Naruto. He was rescued, and what Naruto used was a move that glowed all over his body. Futon Wind Style Mode. Hey, of course you don't know, it was Shimura-zan's famous trick more than 10 years ago, which can greatly increase speed, attack power and defense power. Especially the defense power. And the third generation Raikage the Raiden, Thunder Style, mode is tied for the strongest defense in the ninja world. Quote. Strongest defense. Stronger than my Shukaku shield. Gaara said coldly. Although he was defeated by Lee Rock and eliminated, Tamari and Kankuro made the cut, which made him feel particularly bad, and his tone of voice was not good. It's getting worse. Gaara, the power of Shimura-zan is not what you can imagine. And the power of Futon Wind Style Mode is not what you can imagine. You think Shukaku is very powerful. Do you think that if you have one, you will be invincible. Tell you, the 3rd generation Hokage can defeat the 8-tailed body with the Raiden, Thunder-style armor, and the Futon, Wind-style mode, which is side by side, also has this effect. Quote. 3 generations of Hokage, can the 8-tailed body be defeated? That is. What about the 3 generations of Hokage? Killed by Shimura Gen. Hiss. Maki's words made the 3 of them take a deep breath at the same time, especially Gaara. Although he was arrogant, he still knew the gap between 1-tail and 8-tail. If Raiden Thunder-style mode can really resist 8-tail's attack, then Futon Wind-style mode. Sizzle. The sharp sound was like the chirping of 1,000 birds. Tens of thousands of civilians were shocked by the harsh sound. They stopped communicating and looked at the arena with all their attention. Only then did they realize that the descendants of Uchiha in their eyes were shining brightly, like 1,000 birds. The birds chirping thing is shining in the assistant. What's that? Konoha copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi's trick, Reikiri. As soon as Maki's voice fell, Sasuke kicked his feet and turned into an afterimage, rushing towards Naruto frantically, not only in his hands, but also on his feet, with a strong current. The strong current stimulated the strength of his legs, but it made his feet hurt. Naruto, surrender. Chidori. The extreme speed completely surpassed Lee Rock. The terrifying Chidori's aura of destruction could even be felt in the entire arena. In the stands, Namikaze Minato glanced at Kakashi with a rare trace of blame in his eyes. Kakashi. Sorry, Minato-sensei, I am very optimistic about Sasuke. But you shouldn't teach him Reikiri at a time like this either. Yes, he's a genius. I'm sure he's a genius beyond Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi doesn't know the truth about Uchiha's genocide. The truth is only known to a few high-level officials of Konoha. Because of this, Kakashi regards Sasuke as a successor. Perhaps Obito's death made him feel for Uchiha's only descendant, or Sasuke Raiden Thunder-style, is indeed recognized by Kakashi. At least, Kakashi took the initiative to abandon Naruto, and chose to give Sasuke special training alone. Naruto is very happy. There are you, Mr. Minato, Mrs. Mei and Z, Mr. Zan, and many others who care about him, but Sasuke is different. He not only has no relatives, but the only living relatives are his enemies, so Forget it, Kakashi. I don't mean to blame you. Shiranui Genma's strength is enough to stop Sasuke from killing Naruto, I mean. This is just a game, but if no one stops, if Naruto's the strength is not enough, then at this moment, Sasuke will kill Naruto. Kill Konoha's comrade. Kill. Namikaze Minato's words made Kakashi's pupils shrink sharply. He turned his head to look at the arena, and found that the place where Sasuke was facing Naruto was his heart. His face changed, and he was about to leave, but Namikaze Minato pressed his shoulders. Ms. Minato. Don't worry, Naruto has made great progress under the guidance of Mr. Jiraiya this month. Namikaze Minato smiled brightly, and there was satisfaction and doting for Naruto in the smile. At this moment, Naruto's face became more and more solemn in the arena. It was nothing but Sasuke's blow, leaving no emotion. Sasuke. Naruto, I'm not the same as you. I'm an avenger. For revenge, everything that stands in my way must be destroyed. Admit defeat. The cold Sharingan carried the last trace of emotion. He hoped that Naruto would take the initiative to admit defeat, but Naruto did not admit defeat, but looked at Sasuke firmly and spread his right hand. Violent chakra aroused, constantly circling in the palm of his hand, Naruto stared at Sasuke seriously, attacked suddenly, and had a head-to-head confrontation with Sasuke. Rasengan. Quote. Naruto and Sasuke used their strongest attacking tricks. At this time, in the vast universe, two figures were constantly walking through the dark universe. Swaying vague ripples. Sir Momoshiki, do you have to go at this time? We just need to find another world with energy to bear the fruit of the divine tree, and your injury will be fully recovered. Wait up to 20 years, why take this risk now? Wait, humph. Is the memory of Otsutsuki Hagoromo 1,000 years ago fake? That idiot, the mere body of the soul dares to wander in the universe. We are lucky, the boundless universe actually grabbed his soul like this. Got his memory. The man in white spread out his palm. Rinnegan in his palm sent out a wave. He immediately stepped into the wave, and instantly crossed the distance of a silver river system. This bitch Kagaya, who stole my fruit of the divine tree and severely injured me, was finally sealed by her own son. It's ridiculous. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's memory has no information about the fruit of the divine tree. In my memory, I know that Kagaya bitch was sealed on the moon. She must not be dead. I can't wait any longer. It took me 1,000 years to barely pass through the void. Although I haven't regained my full strength, my current strength is no one in the lower world. Stop it, here it is. After the man finished speaking, the Rinnegan in his hand sent ripples again, and he walked in with another man who looked very fat. At the same time, Konoha, Chunin examination third game over the field, a space Uzumaki appeared, with yes, it is a breath of terror that is ultimate, enough to destroy everything. Chapter 429_Venue Collapse. I really didn't expect that after Kagaya was sealed, the energy of the fruit of the divine tree would exist in the world in this way. Mid-air of the venue, Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at Naruto and Namikaze Minato with expressionless faces. As Kyubi Ninetales' Jinchuriki column force, Naruto and Namikaze Minato contained too much energy. Who are you? The terrifying aura of Otsutsuki Momoshiki made Namikaze Minato's face dignified, and Yizan's face was even more ugly in the highest private room at the venue. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, how could this be? Why are they here at this time? Shaozan, do you know them? Sarutobi asked in a condensed voice. The breath of Otsutsuki Momoshiki was so terrifying, Sarutobi even felt that the other party could kill him in seconds with one finger. Facing Sarutobi's question, Yizan did not answer. He didn't know how to explain, and at this moment, he had no time to explain. Boom! A terrifying momentum erupted, and cracks appeared in the infrastructure stone Jinchuriki column, Karakala, around the venue. Tens of thousands of civilians looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki in the sky in doubt. The next second. Boom! A loud bang, the stone Jinchuriki column supporting the entire venue collapsed one by one. The collapsed stone Jinchuriki column killed countless civilians, and the entire venue collapsed. Countless boulders fell, the ground of countless 830 platforms shattered, and tens of thousands of civilians let out earth-shattering cries. Run! Everyone, run! The Konoha ninjas did their best to help the civilians escape. They smashed the falling boulders with all their might, and looked up to the sky from time to time. It destroyed such a large venue. Stop! Namikaze Minato shouted. His pupils instantly turned into vertical pupils. The collapse of the venue and the tragic death of civilians made him unable to control his anger, and his yuhi-colored demon fox coat was burning all over his body. Huh! Sound! The specially made kunai flew towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki at a very fast speed. Otsutsuki Momoshiki tilted his head to dodge, and suddenly, Minato appeared beside him. Good chance. Minato's face lit up with joy, and the specially made kunai stabbed Otsutsuki Momoshiki's neck with all his strength, while Otsutsuki Momoshiki just cast a disdainful glance at Minato, as if he had been prepared for a long time, and Rinnegan in the center of his palm pointed straight at Minato. People in the low-level world can actually comprehend the attributes of space. Although it's a bit unexpected, but it's still garbage. Palm of Rinnegan suddenly burst out with terrifying energy, and a small black ball flew out with lightning speed. Minato's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously wanted to use Hiraishin, but the speed of the ball was faster than Hiraishin. Boom! With a loud bang, the sky burst into a huge explosion. The billowing mushroom cloud generated by the explosion enveloped half of Konoha. When the explosion ended, everyone was shocked to see that this mysterious man lifted the unconscious Minato in his hand as if he had broken his pocket. Dad! Naruto shouted, and the demon fox coat burst out in an instant. He crawled on the ground with his hands and feet, and with a violent kick, turned into a Yuhi light and shot to the sky. Minato was stunned by a move, which no one expected, not even Yizan. When he reacted, Naruto had already rushed to the sky, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki's Rinnegan palm had already aimed at Naruto. Marina, Ellie, go back. Get out of here. After Yizan finished speaking, the Hiraishin technique was activated. He teleported to Naruto, slapped his hands, and his momentum increased tenfold. Sage mode, on. Turning on Sage mode, Yizan's aura surpassed cage level. Yo, there's another mouse. Although Yizan's aura was strong, in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes it was still garbage. He cast a disdainful glance, and Rinnegan in his palm condensed a big black ball with a diameter of 2 meters. Senpo, Sage Art. Raiden, Thunder Style. Spiral. As if thinking of something, the Rasengan Shuriken condensed in an instant disappeared, and Yizan suddenly remembered that this super boss can absorb all energy and ninjutsu, increasing its power double it back later. Yizan hesitated, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki's black energy ball smashed down instantly. The black ball was full of destructive power. Yizan knew that this black ball was the product of yin and yang escape. Although it looked only 2 meters in size, the power of the explosion was absolutely horror. Once they dodge, everyone in the venue, including their 2 daughters, will die in a big explosion. Hiraishin Array. There was a strong fluctuation in the space, and in the slightly surprised eyes of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, the black energy ball disappeared with the fluctuation of the space. Beside Otsutsuki Momoshiki, the fat Kinshiki was even more shocked. He licked his mouth bloodthirsty, and the Yuhi-colored halo behind him condensed in his hand and turned into an axe. What a powerful space utilization ability, much more powerful than the blonde just now. Master, let me try him. Go, give you a minute, these lowly creatures, don't play for too long. Follow your orders. With the approval, Otsutsuki Kinshiki burst into a violent momentum instantly. He swung his axe down from the sky, and the Yuhi-colored giant axe in his hand slashed towards Yizan. Boom, boom. The ground cracked and a huge wave of energy spread throughout Konoha. Rumbling. Large number of buildings could not withstand the collapse of the energy shock wave, and even the Hokage rock had a large number of cracks, especially Yizan's stone face, which was almost broken to the point where it couldn't be seen. The violent energy fluctuation finally caught the attention of all Konoha. Tsunade Kushina Makoto Konan, who was at home, glanced at each other and rushed out of the house without thinking. It came from the Chunin exam venue. Isn't Brother Zan at the venue? What happened? Guessing is useless. Don't waste time. Go. Go and see. Not only them, but the terrifying chakra fluctuations shook all Danzo in the root base and Hitaki Sakumo in the Anbu base. This level of power does not know how many times beyond the cage level, and they are not familiar with this chakra at all. In other words, it is not an acquaintance who emits this energy. Either an acquaintance or an enemy. Danzo and Kiki Sakumo immediately rushed to the Chunin exam venue. They knew that something was wrong. Completely unknown chakra, stronger than Shimura-zan. Something went wrong. I have to go to support. In the Konoha Finance Hall, Kakuzu put down his finances, flashed his figure, and rushed towards the Chunin exam venue. Chapter 430 Momoshiki Kinshiki. The strong men of Konoha rushed to the venue almost at the same time, and at this moment, Yizan was fighting with Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Boom. The Yuhi-colored lightsaber collided with Yizan's fist, creating a violent shockwave, which instantly spread over a kilometer, smashing the dilapidated venue again. Clang, chong, chong. The futon wind-style armor blessed with sage art is already Yizan's strongest defense so far, but in the battle with Kinshiki, Yizan felt very difficult. Every time he collided, the futon wind-style armor on his body emitted violent. The ripples seemed to be shattered by the opponent at any time. Nice ants, they can support me for so long under my attack, but Momoshiki-sama has been impatient. Sorry, I've had enough. Otsutsuki Kinshiki sneered. The lightsaber in his hand changed into a giant axe again. he suddenly shouted. The momentum contained in the giant axe suddenly hit the 6 paths level, forming a Yuhi light. The speed was so fast that even Yi Zan had no time to dodge. Click. Futon, wind style, armor shattered, passing through Yi Zan's heart in a dangerous way. It is always the strongest defense under the blessing of sage art. There was a brief pause. Successfully dodging the slash of the giant axe, Yi Zan retreated dozens of meters, his breath a little confused. Too strong. Even if it's just an artificial human, the strength of Otsutsuki Kinshiki makes Yi Zan feel very difficult. Superb physical skills, chakra volume close to 6 paths level, and that Yuhi-colored, indestructible artificial Gudodama, truth-seeking ball. Otsutsuki Kinshiki is an artificial human created by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Although it is an artificial human, Kinshiki's strength is close to the 6 paths level. Yuhi-colored weapon in his hand is Gudodama, truth-seeking ball. Since Kinshiki is an artificial human, his Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, is somewhat flawed. Except for the color difference, Yuhi-colored Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, can only be evolved into a melee weapon that cannot attack mid to long range like a real Gudodama, truth-seeking ball. The venue had long since been shattered during the battle. Konoha's ninjas, including Kakashi, were pushed to the edge of the venue by the shock wave from the collision between Yi Zan and Kinshiki. They could only watch the battle from a distance. Not mere Jonin can participate. Kakashi, I want to help Brother Zan. Beside Kakashi, Might Guy's face was serious, his eyes were full of determination, and his body exuded an aura of determination. Guy, don't you want to? Kakashi, you have also seen how strong these two mysterious people are. Minato, who has Kyuubi, 9 tails, and Hiraishin, was defeated by the opponent with one move, and that person's servant can fight Big Brother Zan. It's on a par, even. Stronger than Big Brother Zan. I know what you said, but you should know that in this level of battle, even a cage-level powerhouse is difficult to intervene. You participate in it unless you open the 8th gate. Yes. You will die. I know. After Might Guy finished speaking, Kakashi was silent, clenching his fists tightly, angry for the first time for his weak strength. Kakashi and Might Guy each have their own ideas. Here, Yi Zan turned on the futon, wind style, mode again. The Hiraishin technique has no effect in front of Kinshiki. After all, he and Momoshiki are both strong men who can cross the space at will. Just like the Namikaze Minato before, who tried to use the Hiraishin technique to attack the enemy, maybe he will be caught by the opponent and attacked. Seriously injured. Just as Yi Zan was about to continue fighting with Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki finally got a little impatient. He held the unconscious Namikaze Minato in one hand, feeling the Kyuubi, 9 tails, in Namikaze Minato's body, and finally didn't want to waste any more time. Kinshiki, that's almost it. Catch that kid and go to the moon to plant a sacred tree first. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's words made Kinshiki stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked at Naruto. Chakra, who was approaching 6 paths, broke out and rushed to Naruto's side instantly. With a big fist at the mouth of the bowl, with a bang sound, Naruto, who was wrapped in a demon fox coat, stunned with a punch. Isn't it too arrogant to arrest someone casually in front of me? Seeing that Kinshiki grabbed Naruto, Yi Zan shot again. At this time, there was a sudden aura in the sky that made Yi Zan's heart tremble. He looked up suddenly, his pupils shrank sharply, and his heart almost stopped beating. I don't know when, a huge black energy ball has appeared behind Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The energy ball is still getting bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, the diameter is more than 500 meters, covering most of the sky. Oops. Yi Zan's face was solemn, and he could only temporarily put Naruto's crisis aside. He has seen this move. In the original book, Otsutsuki Momoshiki tried to use this move to destroy the entire Konoha, and has become the 7th generation Hokage, Naruto of 6 paths level, in order to protect the entire village, burst all power to resist this move, and finally ended up seriously injured and powerless, the ending of being captured by Momoshiki. Don't let him continue to accumulate power. Otherwise Konoha will be finished. The art of Hiraishin. Call out. Yizan flashed to Otsutsuki Momoshiki's side in an instant, pulled out the chakra sword in his ninja bag, and stabbed Momoshiki's neck with all his strength. HMPH, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing Yizan burst into the space, Otsutsuki Momoshiki sneered, actually let go of the energy ball he had accumulated, and kicked Yizan in the middle. Boom. A loud bang, Yizan vomited blood and flew out. Compared to Kinshiki, who was close to the 6 paths level, Momoshiki's strength has reached the 6 paths level. In the original book, Momoshiki, who only appeared 20 years later, easily defeated 6 paths. The high-level Naruto and Sasuke have reached an unprecedented level. Even so, Yizan couldn't stand Momoshiki's attack. After all, Yizan is only Kage level. Although his strength has increased a lot after turning on Sage mode, but facing a powerhouse like the 6 Paths Immortal, he can't even fight. The opponent can't catch a foot. Kinshiki, let's go. Kicked Yizan, but Otsutsuki Momoshiki didn't continue to attack. In his eyes, Yizan was just an ant, and he didn't even have the qualifications to kill him. He spread out his palm, and the Rinnegan in the palm of his hand emitted a ray of light, easily tearing apart the space, and he walked in with Namikaze Minato in his hand. Then, Otsutsuki Kinshiki also carried Naruto and followed Momoshiki into the space crack. Wow! The crack disappeared, and in the air, a supergiant energy ball with a diameter of 500 meters that was out of control finally fell. Chapter 431 To the Moon. Senpo, Sage Art. Ultra, Hiraishin Array. In mid-air, a space of more than 1,000 meters emits fuzzy ripples, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, the black energy ball that was enough to destroy the entire Konoha disappeared instantly. Huh. Yizan breathed lightly, his face full of unhappiness. He did not expect that the final boss would appear 20 years earlier. Although his strength was not as good as the original, 20 years earlier was enough to change all Yizan's plans. According to Yizan's idea, after 20 years, his strength will also become very strong, and it is not a problem to defeat Otsutsuki Momoshiki with the 6 Paths level Naruto and Sasuke, but now, there are no 6 Paths level powerhouses in the whole ninja world. Momoshiki and Kinshiki came to the world of Hokage, and they were totally abusive. Brothers on. Yizan was stunned by the sudden shout, turned his head and found Tsunade Makoto Konan Kushina running over nervously. He immediately opened his hands, Tsunade and Kushina rushed into his arms at once. Stinky rascal, are you alright? Kushina rubbed Yizan's cheek nervously, looking very cute with a silly look. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yizan kissed Kushina and Tsunade on the cheeks, then looked at Makoto and Konan, walked over, and took the two women's hands. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. By the way, what about Marina and Ellie? Here, Sarutobi walked over with Marina and Aili from a distance. Marina and Aili had Yuhi eyes and stared at Yizan silently. Baby, don't cry, Dad is alright. It's alright. Yizan hugged the two daughters gently, patted their backs gently, and coaxed them for a long time before coaxing the two daughters. After a while, Dao figures rushed over from a distance. They all felt the situation on the side of the venue and supported them. Unfortunately, when they arrived, they only saw the devastated venue and countless civilians killed and injured. Xiaozan, what happened? Danzo walked over with a dignified face. The situation at the venue had obviously gone through a big battle, and he saw the blood on the corner of Yizan's mouth. It was obvious that Yizan was injured. Stinky boy, are you injured? Jiraiya also rushed over. He and Danzo reacted the same way. Never expected that Yizan, the strongest in the ninja world, was actually injured, and judging from the situation, he did not keep the enemy. Soon, Kakuzu and Hitaki Tsukumo also arrived at the venue. Seeing that all the cage-level powerhouses in Konoha had arrived, Yizan sighed softly and finally told what happened. Minato and Naruto must be rescued. Their target is the tailed beast. We must act quickly. Once Minato and Naruto are pulled away from the tailed beast, Kushina and Nohara Rin are the next targets. I will never allow them to have an accident. In Hokage's office, Yizan's tone was very sharp. If he didn't provoke him, of course he didn't want to provoke him, but Kushina was the Jinchuriki column force of the two-tailed person, and Rin was the Jinchuriki column force of the three-tailed person, and he would not be able to escape the arrest of Otsutsuki Momoshiki in the end. And Namikaze Minato was his friend from childhood to adulthood. He couldn't just sit back and let Minato and Naruto be pulled away from the tail beast and die. You said they went to the moon. How do we go after them? Also, how are the battles divided? Let me go to the moon. I can immediately create a space channel to the moon. As for the division of the battle. Yizan paused slightly and continued. You are in charge of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, that fat man. Leave Otsutsuki Momoshiki to me. Quote. Leave it to you. No way. According to what you just described, Otsutsuki Momoshiki is the master, and his strength is beyond heaven. You can't be his opponent, absolutely not. Danzo immediately refused, joking, he didn't want his precious son to die like this, he would rather sacrifice his life than allow Yizan to die at the hands of the enemy. Dad, rest assured, seriously, although Otsutsuki Momoshiki's strength is very strong, his fighting qualities are not very high, he can absorb any ninjutsu and counterattack, so Momoshiki, only leave it to me. Not only Danzo, but also Tsunade and Kushina didn't want Yizan to deal with Momoshiki alone, and after a while of arguing, Yizan convinced everyone. They got Otsutsuki Kinshiki with all your might, try to kill him if possible, leave Momoshiki to me, no problem. Konoha's cage-level powerhouse has 7. Jiraiya, Hitaki Sakumo, Tsunade, Sarutobi, Danzo, Kushina, Kakuzu. Kushina is included because she can perfectly control her way, and she can fully reach cage-level strength when she bursts out with all her strength. Space, give me a face, create a space channel connecting the moon. Uzumaki appeared. Go in. Looking at the space channel opened by Yizan, everyone was curious, but they were also used to the magic that Yizan showed. Everyone filed in, only to see a black and white scene in front of them, an endless barren land. No one. The moons are big, we have to find them. As soon as Yizan finished his words, suddenly, a huge mushroom cloud rose up in a very distant place tens of thousands of meters away. A few seconds later, the entire moon shook terribly, and a violent shock wave roared, blowing everyone to the point of being unable to open their eyes. What happened? I don't know, but with this kind of power, I think our target should be there. Go and find them. Yizan took the lead in rushing up, and everyone followed Yizan in 5.0 and quickly ran towards the explosion destination. At this moment, where the explosion was, Otsutsuki Momoshiki shook his hand disdainfully, and kept sneering at the ruins in front of him. Otsutsuki Hamura's descendants are indeed on the moon, and even I can't stop one move, a bunch of trash. Master, everything is because you are too powerful. Beside, Otsutsuki Kinshiki said respectfully, his face full of admiration. Don't say these flattering words, how about the divine tree? It's absorbing the strength of the two people's bodies. It is estimated that they will be able to absorb it in 2 days. Otsutsuki Kinshiki said, suddenly, as if he felt something, he suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. What caught his eye was a group of familiar figures. Master, those people are. It's kind of interesting to have chased here. Chapter 432 forcibly enter the 6 paths level. Yizan didn't expect Otsutsuki Momoshiki to kill the descendants of Hamura in one move. He vaguely remembered that in the original book, there would be a Tenseigan in the descendants of Hamura. I met Otsutsuki Momoshiki in advance. Don't talk about Tenseigan, the entire race was wiped out. That's fine, Yizan saves one by one to deal with, that is to say, in this world, apart from Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Kagaya Haim is the only one who threatens him. Hey, spicy chicken, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Yizan raised his head arrogantly, his nostrils turned upside down, very proud.
Quote question mark question mark question mark. Otsutsuki Momoshiki blinked his eyes suspiciously, and was provoked by an ant, making him unable to react for a while. I said you're a spicy chicken. Can't even understand people's words. One-on-one, do you understand? Spicy chicken. Yizan pointed his middle finger at Otsutsuki Momoshiki disdainfully, fully exerting his professional troll spirit. Especially that arrogant attitude made Otsutsuki Momoshiki stunned and finally reacted. You scold me. Tisk. You're brainless. You haven't reacted yet. Let me tell you again, spicy chicken. Looking for death. Call out. A wave of space fluctuations, Otsutsuki Momoshiki instantly appeared on Yizan's side. The terrifying fist contained the power of 6 paths. Even if the cage-level powerhouse was hit, it would be smashed by the power of the fist. Huh. The fist shook the air, creating an air-like band that stretched for several kilometers. With a punch, Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly turned around and swept out with his right foot, which happened to kick Yizan's body. Boom. A loud noise. Yizan seemed to be a meteor flying 10,000 meters upside down. Otsutsuki Momoshiki sneered, shuttled through space again, and instantly appeared beside Yizan. Call me rubbish. You low-level species, I'll let you know who the rubbish is today. The palm of his hand was aimed at Yizan's head, and a destructive black flame burst out. Boom. The moon vibrated violently again. A super abyss with a depth of several hundred meters and a diameter of 2,000 meters appeared on the surface of the moon. If you stand on the Hokage continent, you can see that a black Madara appeared on the surface of the moon, which looked extremely infiltrating. Huh. With a soft cry, Yizan stood quietly on the edge of the abyss. He used the technique of Hiraishin to dodge the attack when the thousands of troops attacked, but seriously, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's space ability is stronger than himself. If you want to defeat Otsutsuki Momoshiki, you must first seal his space ability. It seems that you can only use the face fruit. Thinking of this, Yizan clapped his hands, the sage mode was turned on, and an illusory golden force field spread out, covering the surrounding area of several kilometers. Give me a face, the space is imprisoned. The golden force field exerted its effect, as if it condensed water into ice, and the surrounding space for several kilometers became extremely firm. Otsutsuki Momoshiki sensed the change in space for the first time. He opened his palm violently, and Rinnegan in his palm radiated a faint light. The fuzzy ripples rotated, but no matter how much they rotated, there was no crack in the space. Otsutsuki Momoshiki glanced at Yizan in surprise, and his tone finally changed. Imprisoned space. You can actually imprison space. This is definitely not the ability of a lower world. Who are you? I'm from Earth. Huh. Your sister, you idiot. Call out. The violent hurricane blew up, and Yishuanhua rushed to Otsutsuki Momoshiki in a flash of blue light. Too slow. Otsutsuki Momoshiki snorted, actually bent down faster than Yizan, easily dodged the attack, raised his knees, and slammed into it. Boom. Yizan hovered and flew into the air, the futon wind-style armor dented to the extreme in an instant. Nice defense, but so what? Otsutsuki Momoshiki bent his feet, kicked, and soared into the sky. He was not sure how many times faster than Yizan. He slammed a rising dragon fist, only to see a vertical upward shockwave appeared in the air, and Yizan was knocked up again. Kilometers high in the sky. Wow. Futon's wind-style armor is broken, and the strength of 6 paths level, even ordinary attacks, cannot be resisted by cage-level powerhouses. Even though Yizan turned on Sage Mode and blessed Futon wind-style armor, but in the face of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's merciless attack, Yizan's futon wind-style armor finally couldn't withstand the second attack and was completely shattered. Yizan's face turned pale, and Sage Mode suddenly disappeared. Seeing Otsutsuki Momoshiki strike again, Yizan's eyes flashed with determination, and finally he took out the ultimate skill that he had studied for more than 10 years and had never been released. Show me face, completely stimulate adrenaline and unlock the third layer of human genes. A ray of light shone into Yizan's body from the golden force field covering several kilometers, and all the rays of light poured into Yizan's waist, kidneys and back of his head. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was about to approach Yizan and was about to launch the third attack, unexpectedly discovered that a terrifying energy suddenly appeared in the back of Yizan's head and waist and kidney. Energy is connected along the spine, and he who owns Byakugan can clearly see that at that moment, Yizan's body is burning like flames, as if every cell, all fat and muscle are burning. Boom! White energy waves oscillate in all directions. Otsutsuki Momoshiki groaned. The power of the forward charge disappeared, and he was directly shocked back by the energy wave. The white light completely surpassed the power that cage level can release. It is not a numerical certainty, and with a feeling, you can know that it has completely surpassed cage level and has become a more advanced existence. Cage level is a general concept. Danzo is cage level, Sarutobi is cage level, even Uchiha Madara with Rinnegan turned on in the original book is also cage level. Uchiha Madara can easily crush the 5 shadows, which can only prove that his skills are strong. His chakra is very strong, and he is an extremely strong cage level, but he is still a cage level. It was not until Uchiha Madara collected 9-tailed beasts and became a 6 paths immortal that he officially stepped into another realm. At that time, Uchiha Madara's clothes changed, and the temperament of the whole person was completely different, which cannot be described in words, but at that time, he officially stepped into a higher level. Pure white chakra, pure white robe, Yizan is suspended high in the air, and the aura that naturally exudes is on the same level as Otsutsuki Momoshiki. But at this moment, Yizan kept twitching the corners of his mouth, biting Kiba tightly, enduring severe pain. Damn, why did the potential toxin come so quickly? It hurts. Chapter 433 6 Paths. Holy Thrust. The potential of human beings is endless, and 99.99% of the potential is hidden in the body, which is difficult to discover. Yizan had seen many reports in his previous life. For example, in order to save a child who was trapped under the car, a mother who was helpless, her violent emotions started from the hypothalamus and traveled along the spinal nerves to the kidneys, prompting her adrenal glands. Su exploded, stimulated the potential of the body, unlocked the genetic lock of human beings, lifted the car weighing several tons in one breath, and rescued the child. The explosion of potential will naturally produce serious sequelae, especially if an ordinary mother lifts a several-ton car and explodes too much potential. The body will produce adrenal poison, the toxin will spread, the body will suffer severe pain, and the cells will collapse. Cells collapse, people are dead, and the so-called cage level in the Hokage world is the active training of human beings. Genin, Chunin, Jonin, after developing the potential of the body to a certain level, unlock the genetic lock in one breath. As long as in the past, it was possible to permanently maintain the second level of the genetic lock. The 6 paths level is the third level of the gene lock. Yizan's development of his physical potential has not yet reached this level, so he can only use the ability of the face fruit to fully stimulate the adrenaline, so that he can reach it in a short time. The pain spread from the kidney poison is indescribable. If it wasn't for Yizan's mental tenacity, he would have been tortured by this pain and screamed constantly. Even so, Yizan felt too much pain. Quick fight, motherfucker, it really hurts me. Yizan meditated and looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki with his eyes. Facing Momoshiki's shocked and puzzled gaze, he didn't make any further explanation, but turned into a white light, so fast that Otsutsuki Momoshiki didn't even react at all. Boom! The white fist burst out with terrifying power. Otsutsuki Momoshiki spit out a mouthful of blood and flew for several kilometers. Yizan did not stop, rushed under Otsutsuki Momoshiki in an instant, returned Kiba with Kiba, raised his knees, and slammed into it. PFFT. Blood filled the sky. Otsutsuki Momoshiki closed his eyes tightly. The severe pain in his spine made his face grim. He opened his palm fiercely, and the Rinnegan in his palm burst out with violent black energy. Tisk. You have it, but I don't have it. Yizan slammed his mouth, squeezed with his right hand, and opened it again with a Click, and a white ball of light appeared in the palm of his hand. Boom. The light ball and the black energy collided instantly, and the entire moon vibrated violently again. 1,000 meters away, Tsunade looked at the place where Yizan and Otsutsuki Momoshiki were fighting, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quickly hand-sealed with both hands. The purple ring between the eyebrows disappeared, turned into a seal, and covered her shoulders and arms. Yin seal, release. The powerful chakra poured out, which was originally a cage-level Tsunade, and the chakra instantly surpassed the cage level several times. She squeezed her right fist, and a dark green light burst out from her fist. Go to hell. She attacked suddenly, her angry eyes locked on Fat Kinshiki, and at the same time, Hitaki Sakumo tried her best to block Kinshiki's Yuhi-colored lightsaber, and suddenly pulled away, giving her place to Tsunade. Boom. Otsutsuki Kinshiki screamed and was punched by Tsunade. Great opportunity. Danzo's eyes shot brightly, and he quickly spit out an ultra-high-strength futon, wind style, from his mouth to chase after Kinshiki. Sarutobi let out a loud shout, waving a golden hoop and falling from the sky, hitting Kinshiki's abdomen hard. Boom. The ground cracked, and a turbulent earth wave blew out. Kinshiki lay in the deep pit without even a second of resistance. Kushina suddenly appeared in the midair directly above Kinshiki. Her body was burning with blue-black gas. Look around and you can see that the gas is a giant cat. Dare to attack Konoha, dare to hurt my stinky hooligan, the crime is unforgivable. Go to hell. A blue black-tailed beast bomb burst out, and it was about to hit Kinshiki in the deep pit. Kinshiki suddenly let out a loud cry, chakra erupted from his body like flames, the Yuhi-colored lightsaber in his hand shattered, and the fragments glowed with light. Quickly condensed into a Yuhi-color film, completely covering him. Boom 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 boom. The tailed beast bomb exploded, and the terrifying power made several cage levels look happy. Hit by such power, the opponent was basically dead. Here, Yizan and Otsutsuki Momoshiki also sensed the explosion of the tailed beast bomb. Yizan opened Momoshiki's feet with a punch, got on top, and suddenly grabbed each other's neck. Your servant is dead, you die with it. Death. With a lowly creature like you. Neck was strangled. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face was hideous. He opened his hands again and patted Yizan's head with all his strength. Rinnegan in his palms touched Yizan's skin for the first time. Do you want to perish with me, a low-level creature? Rinnegan next to his temple exuded a destructive aura. Yizan's pupils shrank sharply. He knew that if he broke out and cut off Otsutsuki Momoshiki's neck now, he would also be bombarded by the opponent's energy. Broken brain. A mere low-level creature, who said that a broken neck will kill you. You think I'm as fragile as an ant like you. Go to hell. Otsutsuki Momoshiki shouted. His other hand grabbed Yizan's the back of the head made Yizan unable to break free for a while. On Yizan's left temple, black energy burst out instantly. Swish. Black energy spewed out, and Yizan appeared a few hundred meters away with lingering fears. His face became more and more solemn. At that moment, he had to lift the spatial confinement and let himself use the Hiraishin technique to escape. The spatial confinement disappeared. It's very clever, but in this case. Voice fell. Otsutsuki Momoshiki had already appeared behind Yizan. He had crossed countless Silver River systems to come here, and his understanding of space was countless times stronger than Yizan. Boom. The fist that seemed to shatter a planet slammed hard on Yizan's back. Yizan groaned, endured the severe pain, turned around suddenly, and grabbed Momoshiki's wrist. Forcibly raising his strength to the 6 paths level, Yizan's body was almost tortured by the toxin, and he felt that the cells were damaged by the toxin infection. He knew that his time to maintain this mode was running out. Grabbed Otsutsuki Momoshiki's wrist with his left hand, and folded the fingers of his right hand, leaving only one index finger. In an instant, the index finger burst into a whirling white light. Spicy chicken, give me face, kneel down and sing conquest. 6 paths. Holy thrust. Chapter 434 _ The bad guy who grabs the fruit. Puff. Sound, a bowl-sized hole appeared in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's heart. He stared at him in astonishment, not responding for a while. What's the situation? How could I be stunned? A species from a mere low-level world actually pierced my heart. And Otsutsuki Momoshiki's breath has plummeted. For a high-level alien like him, although he will not die if he loses his heart, his vital organs are destroyed, and his strength has also suffered a serious decline. With this move, Yi-zan can't do it anymore. In a 6 paths level battle, ordinary ninjutsu has no meaning. Unless it is a particularly high-density energy attack, taijutsu is the main means of fighting. Just now, Yi-zan condensed all the power in his body to penetrate Otsutsuki Momoshiki's heart with one finger, and wiped out everything around his heart, but what Yi-zan didn't expect was that Otsutsuki Momoshiki was actually killed. Master. 10,000 meters away, Kinshiki, who managed to counteract the explosion with a yuhi-colored Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, suddenly let out a shrill roar. He sensed it, and sensed the aura of his master's sharp decline. The formed yuhi-colored halo exploded in all directions, shocking everyone including Tsunade Kushina, and Danzo and Kakuzu, who were relatively weak, were knocked 100 meters away by the halo, and blood continued to flow from the corners of their mouths. Master. All the cage levels that besieged him, Otsutsuki Kinshiki frantically rushed towards Momoshiki's position. He roared wildly, and his body began to crack when he was more than 500 meters away from Momoshiki. Master. Absorb me. Quickly absorb me. His eyes were full of fanaticism and worship, and the breath of death was already exuding from his body. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki finally opened his palm, and the Rinnegan in his palm burst into a bright light. Wow! Irradiated by Rinnegan, Kinshiki gradually turned into a yuhi-colored fruit, but at this moment, a wicked smile cracked the corner of Yi-zan's mouth. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked Momoshiki away with all his strength. Under Momoshiki's incredible gaze, the fruit was easily caught. Give it back to me! Otsutsuki Momoshiki yelled, his eyes burning with unprecedented anger. He didn't expect such a thing to happen, or, as a high-level alien, he didn't expect that the mere low-level world's creature dared to snatch his things. Aunt, I order you, give it back to me. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's tone was surprisingly sharp, but Yi-zan just raised his eyebrows with a smile, picked up the fruit, and bit it down. The fruit is only the size of an apple, and Yi-zan Meng's bite directly took 1/5 of it. At that moment, Yi-zan's cells that were about to be exhausted were irrigated with a strong chakra, as if the dead trees were in spring. The pain of adrenal poison, the pain of burning cells, all the pain, all disappeared. Wow, so cool. Yi-zan stared at the fruit with his big bright eyes, his body sighed, easily dodging Otsutsuki Momoshiki's attack. He picked up the fruit again, took a few sips, and swallowed the whole fruit. An ant, how dare you? Boom. Terrifying rays of light bloomed. Yi-zan groaned comfortably, and slowly closed his eyes. At the neckline of his white robe, 6 tomo appeared, and a sun pattern formed on the back of the robe, and some linear black stripes appeared on the original pure white robe. The linear black strips not only had no effect beautiful, but make the whole robe patchwork, more 3-dimensional. It's cool, this is the real feeling of 6 paths level. Yi-zan opened his eyes, and his eyes burst into a powerful coercion. He blinked slightly, and unexpectedly found that he did not produce Rinnegan. Is there no Rinnegan? That is to say, even if I become the same level, my evolutionary direction is different from that of the Otsutsuki clan. You must know that the so-called Rinnegan is not a product of the Hokage world at all, but something unique to the Otsutsuki family. Even the original Kagaya Haim ate the fruit of the god tree and had a powerful chakra to produce Rinnegan. The 6 paths immortals have Rinnegan because they completely inherit the blood of Otsutsuki, while Uchiha and Senju are generated by the 6 paths immortals differentiated from their own blood, not the complete Otsutsuki blood. This is why Uchiha Madara fused Senju Hashirama's cells before he died to produce Rinnegan, because Rinnegan, originally the ability of high-level aliens, has nothing to do with the Hokage world. Yizan just ate. The fruit of Yuhi color incarnated by Kinshiki is the fruit of the divine tree, which was born by Otsutsuki Momoshiki planting the divine tree in another world. Of course, the aura of each world is different and evolves differently. The fruit of the divine tree incarnated by Kinshiki, it is completely inferior to the fruit of the divine tree in the Hokage world. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's angry eyes not far away, Yizan raised his head proudly, and his heart was sour. He had read the original book and knew that Kinshiki was a divine tree fruit, so he had been waiting for the opportunity. From Otsutsuki Momoshiki's previous performance that, as a high-level alien, Momoshiki will definitely look down on himself, and will definitely be negligent, use his mind to calculate without intention, and snatch success. Hey, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, this is the second time you've been robbed of the fruit. Yizan smiled and looked at the other party, and Momoshiki clenched his fist tightly, wishing to tear Yizan into 8 pieces. He stared at Yizan silently. No matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to continue shooting. His heart was destroyed, and his strength was greatly reduced, but Yizan, because of eating the fruit of the divine tree, completely stabilized his strength at the 6 paths level. You are very good. Very good. I remember you. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at Yizan coldly, bit Kiba, spread out Rinnegan and was about to leave, but the next moment, his face changed drastically, and he suddenly looked at Yizan. There was finally a hint of panic in his eyes. You imprisoned space again. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Hey, what do you think? Yizan smirked, and in a trance, he appeared directly in front of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Momoshiki's pupils shrank sharply, and he was about to withdraw, but Yizan grabbed his neck. If you don't cut the grass without eradicating the roots, the spring breeze will blow and grow again. If you want to hate me, you should hate me for being an earthling. Who told me to read the original book? He. Click. Chapter 435 God Level Skill Book. On the spacious and tidy streets of Konoha, children are jokingly chasing and making trouble. Many civilians are walking on the streets carrying logs. Occasionally encountering acquaintances, they stop to wipe the sweat on their heads and lean against the jinchuriki outside the upper bunk, chat next to the column. The accident a few days ago doesn't seem to affect everyone's mood. Yizan walked down the street carelessly with his hands on the back of his head, looked left and right, and found the happy smiles on the faces of the commoners, and felt quite emotional in his heart. There were not many Chunin Jonins at the venue at the time, but there were quite a few Genins. Although their strength was weak, they were countless times stronger than civilians. They followed Anbu to rescue civilians. In general, not many people died. Kakashi followed Yi Xuanchen beside him. His tone was faint, which made Yizan feel chills all over. Master Zan, don't you explain my father's affairs? Yes, after returning from the moon, Hatake Tsukumo went home, officially, and returned home. Yizan didn't know Kakashi's resentment at all. For more than 10 years, Kakashi always thought that his father had committed suicide. Even because of Hatake Tsukumo's mistakes, there was no Hatake Tsukumo's name on the memorial tablet, which made Kakashi very depressed and often missed his father. However, on that day, a mysterious and powerful enemy appeared in Konoha, and the venue collapsed. Kakashi saw Namikaze Minato and Naruto being captured by the enemy, but because of his strength, he could only stay to rescue the civilians. After a whole day of arduous rescue, Kakashi dragged his exhausted body home, and then he saw a familiar figure sitting in the study drinking tea, with a faint appearance, looking very leisurely. Yo, Kakashi. It was the first time Hatake Tsukumo had greeted Kakashi in over a decade, and then Kakashi, who had been exhausted all day and was in an unstable mood because he was unable to rescue Minato, collapsed directly and knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. Tsukumo told me that when he saw you that day, you cried. Master Zan. Kakashi stared at Yizan stubbornly, and Yizan's increasingly resentful eyes made Yizan snort. He ignored this matter and walked into the Hokage building with Kakashi, and soon came to Hokage's office. When will the inauguration ceremony of the 5th Hokage take place? Next month. So many people died in the collapse of the venue, and there are still many wounded in the hospital. First, let the family of the deceased be appeased, comforted, give out pensions, and wait for the injured to recover before the inauguration ceremony. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi smoked a cigarette comfortably. He sat beside Hokage's exclusive chair. This position was the position of the honorary elder. There's still a month left before you start taking vacation. Seeing Sarutobi's relaxed appearance, Yizan's eyes suddenly turned bad. Sarutobi shrank his neck, and immediately snuffed out the pipe in his hand. Shaoshuan, don't you see that I'm so old, so it makes sense. And I'm now teaching Minato to handle affairs. You see, it's only a few days, and Minato's proficiency in handling affairs is very good. Isn't it, Minato? After Sarutobi finished speaking, a bright smile appeared on Minato's face. He sat on the exclusive Hokage chair, full of energy. Brother Zan. Hey, Minato, are you still happy? Dealing with these things from morning to night will exhaust you. Brother Zan, it doesn't matter, as long as you can contribute to the village, it will be worth it no matter how hard you are. Minato's words made Yizan helplessly cover his forehead, while Sarutobi smiled smugly. He tapped his pipe lightly, and glanced at Yizan provocatively. Shaozan, see, this is the standard of Hokage. You back then, I was too lazy to be like something. You're too lazy to look like a pig, right? Huh, dead monkey, I haven't beaten you for a long time. It's itchy, right? Yizan puffed up angrily, so frightened that Sarutobi's pipe fell to the ground. Seeing Yizan walking over step by step, Sarutobi's heart tightened, and with a bang sound, it disappeared into a cloud of white mist. Damn it, dead monkey actually uses shadow clone. Yizan widened his eyes in disbelief. Minato smiled shyly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Hey, big brother Zan, in fact, Hokage-sama doesn't mean anything else. Bah, dead monkey, a shameless bastard, uses shadow clone to teach you how to handle files. He must be drinking tea at home, right? Old bastard. One day he will be beaten up. Yizan angrily turned his head away and stopped talking. At this moment, Minato looked around and found Kakashi beside Yizan. Hey, Kakashi, why are you here? Minato-sensei, I came in with Zan-sama, so my sense of existence is so weak. With a faint voice and half-drooping eyelids, Kakashi looked at Namikaze Minato with a resentful look, with a pile of gray-black strips in the background. Kakashi, don't be like this, although this background wall can show your spiritual outlook at the moment, but I think it's better to be spiritual. Minato said. The background wall behind Kakashi turned black directly. Watching Kakashi getting more and more with a resentful look, Minato smiled awkwardly, and a drop of sweat fell from his forehead. That. Minato-sensei, do you know about my father? That. I probably don't know. Minato's embarrassment was committed all at once. In recent days, Kakashi has harassed Konoha's high-level officials all over, including Minato. Everyone can't bear the grievances of 5.5 Kakashi. Oh, by the way, the situation of Tsukumo will be announced after you become the 5th generation of Hokage. Let's just say that Tsukumo has guarded Konoha for more than 10 years and defeated the powerhouse who invaded Konoha a few days ago. The credit is enough to offset the mistakes of the year, okay. Okay, that's it, Kakashi. If you have any questions, just stay here and ask Minato. I'll go first. Yizan mercilessly threw all the burdens to Minato, and left the Hokage office easily. He was in a very happy mood. In the past few days, his mental state has maintained an irrepressible enthusiasm. After eating the fruit of the god tree that evolved from another world, he was successfully promoted to the powerhouse of 6 paths. The problem of strength that had been troubled for many years was successfully solved, and there was God-level skill book. Tisk tisk tisk. Chapter 436_leg play year. Sacred tree planting technique, God level, 500,000 yuan treasure. Well, After killing Otsutsuki Momoshiki and exposing the book, Yi-zan was relieved. This fuck is simply invincible. It only needs to create a divine tree in one world, and when it bears fruit and eats it, it has the power of the entire world. Of course, different worlds produce different grades of fruits. If you plant a divine tree on Earth, you might not even get the chakra of Jonin. Little boy, go to school with that school bag on your back. In a very good mood, Yi-zan jumped on the street with his hands on his back, and then, his jumping appearance happened to be rejected. Anko, who was holding the meatball skewer in the distance, saw that Anko was stupid, and the meatball in his hand fell to the ground. Brother Zan. She quickly rushed in front of Yi-zan and suddenly hugged Yi-zan's neck. Before Yi-zan could react, Anko burst into tears, crying like a stray kitten. Brother Zan, woo-woo. What are you doing? Why are you so stupid? Woo-woo. Is your head hurt? Woo-woo. It's all my fault. If I've been with you for 30 years it's alright. Quote ? Yi-zan looked at Anko inexplicably, completely ignoring what the girl was saying, and a group of civilians gathered around. What's wrong with this girl? Hey, what else is there? It must be the boyfriend who has an accident. Look at this man's silly appearance, maybe his head has been traumatized. It looks like they look like ninjas, right? Hey, the profession of ninjas is too dangerous. If you are not careful, you will have an accident. You don't know, in fact, I was paying attention to this man before. He looked about 18 years old, but he was walking just now, with his hands behind his back, jumping like a child with cerebral palsy, singing songs in his mouth, and I thought it was a fool, but it turned out to be a fool. Quote. Yi-zan listened to the words of the surrounding civilians with black lines. He didn't know what to say. He was obviously just happy. Why are you mistaken for an idiot? But when I think about the picture I just saw, well, it's really stupid. The besieged civilians gathered more and more. Yi-zan hugged the crying Anko, sighed helplessly, suddenly bent down, and hugged Anko in the way of a princess. His figure flashed, and he disappeared into the crowd instantly. What about people? It turned out to be a powerful ninja-sama, but a powerful ninja-sama with cerebral palsy is even more terrifying. I think the police should be reported to the police. Well, I think too. Let's go. Let's go to the police. Yi-zan didn't know that he would cause such a big commotion because of his jumping and walking. At this moment, he was sitting on the edge of the roof of the top floor of the commercial center, Metropolis, holding Anko in his arms. The feet are swaying leisurely, and there are dense people below. The breeze blows, and the feeling of hanging in the air will make the chrysanthemum flower tight, as if it will fall at any time. For someone with acrophobia, this behavior is terrifying, but as a ninja, it's nothing at all. Breeze blew, Anko crouched in Yi-zan's arms and sobbed softly. Compared to just now, she was just choking after crying, and it would be better in a while. Baby, isn't it better? Yi-zan patted her on the back lightly. While he was laughing, he felt distressed. Anko, an idiot, usually looks so carefree. He didn't expect to cry so fiercely. HMPH. Not good. Brother Zan, you big villain, hate you. Anko sobbed softly, her head buried in Yi-zan's arms and she couldn't get up. She liked to get into Yi-zan's arms. It felt warm and comfortable. Hey, hate is hate, but my Anko is still my dear baby Tilda. Cut. Who's your darling, bastard? Anko raised her head, and the 2 tears on her cheeks were dry. She leaned into Yi-zan's mouth like a kitten, touched it lightly, and gradually, her lips pressed together. The Chunin exam came to an end in such a mysterious situation. Naruto and Sasuke fought to a draw. With both of them in normal state, Rasengan and Chidori were evenly matched. As for why Minato is ready to take over the 5th generation Hokage, because Otsutsuki Momoshiki caught Minato and Naruto on the moon and used the God Tree to absorb Kyuubi, Nine Tails. In that case, both Minato and Kyuubi, Nine Tails, think themselves dead. They open up and talk for a long time, and finally, the dark side Kyubi, Ninetales completely let go of the hatred and burden in his heart and become Minato's friend. HMPH, if Minato is going to do pyramid schemes, it will definitely be a pitfall. That bright smile and gentle temper are completely granny killers. But seriously, that guy Orochimaru didn't break down Konoha. Sitting on the comfortable sofa, Yizan held his chin and thought silently. According to Kakashi's report, Yakushi Kabuto left Konoha after 120 private contacts with Sasuke. In other words, Orochimaru's goal in coming to Konoha this time is entirely for Sasuke, and there is no action for Konoha. Dad, stop fantasizing about how to break Konoha, just like Orochimaru. How dare you break Konoha? Marina was lying on the sofa playing with her hair. Her white and tender feet were placed on Yizan's legs, her toes slightly curled with pink nail polish on the caps. Hey, Marina, when did you start applying nail polish? Yizan was stunned for a moment, picked up Marina's small tender feet and brought them up in front of him. When Yizan stared at him, Marina instantly turned her face to Yuhi, and her slightly curled toes were tight. Curled up tightly. Dad, what are you doing? Let go. Smelly. Her face Yuhi wanted to free her feet, but Yizan squeezed it tightly, stinking her nose. It's not stinky, it's fragrant. I really want to take a bite. Yizan smirked, opened his mouth suddenly, and bit on the toe of Jenna. Oops. Dad. The strange feeling that didn't hurt made Marina even more shy. She only felt that the strength in her body disappeared quickly, and she lay softly on the sofa, letting Yizan play with her feet. I can play with this leg for a year. Chapter 437 Akatsuki's Movement. Although Otsutsuki Momoshiki was slaughtered by Yizan, Konoha had such a big situation and soon spread throughout the ninja world. During the Chunin exam, 2 mysterious people attacked Konoha, broke down the venue, and captured Namikaze Minato. Of course, since Minato is about to go on to the 5th generation of Hokage, which means that Minato was rescued from the mysterious man by the master of Konoha. Konoha's attack has become a topic of conversation for people all over the world. They don't understand the seriousness of it, but the top masters in the ninja world are a little stunned by the news. Konoha has Shimura Gen, Sarutobi, Danzo, Tsunade, and 3 other people, Jinchuriki Column Power, who was attacked. Namikaze Minato's space ninjutsu is not as good as Shimura Gen, but he is unstoppable in the ninja world. Someone took it. What's the situation? In a dark cave, 8 phantom figures stood on the top of the fingers of the huge stone statue. The sound of the ghost shark lingered in the cave. He wore a hockey metal mask and looked a little weird. After being poisoned by Yizan's tea back then, he was very concerned about Konoha's every move. Since Yizan's predictions were all right, he really thought that Yizan wearing a hockey metal mask was the self who had traveled back from the future. Is it fake news from Konoha? No, the 3rd test of the 5-nation joint entrance examination was in progress at the time. There were nearly 80,000 civilians in the test venue. The ninja's words cannot be true, but if there are 80,000 civilians, can there be falsehoods? Humph. If this is the case, then it means that Konoha is too rubbish. Ah, evil God Sama, there are so many people in Konoha. When I destroy them, I will dedicate them all to you. Hidan, shut up. With your strength, you still want to kill Konoha. What's the matter, Uncle Sasori? I'm just talking about it, and... Didn't your parents also die at the hands of Konoha? Boom. The violent chakra erupted, and Sasori stared at Hidan fiercely. Unfortunately, the people here are all phantoms. No matter how upset Sasori was, he couldn't hurt Hidan. Sasori, Hidan, all right. The faint voice carried irresistible power. Sasori and Hidan shut their mouths at the same time. Facing this voice, even the daring Hidan did not dare to continue to be arrogant. Hidan, you haven't seen the power of Konoha, so you don't understand. Regardless of strength or wisdom, Shimura-zan is the strongest in the ninja world, and even I have no confidence that I can defeat him. No way. Chief, you are Rinnegan, you are a god, how can you not win against Shimura-zan? What about Rinnegan? Shimura-san killed Hanzo of the Salamander at the age of 13, and killed 3 generations of Reikage at the age of 18, so what do you think he is now? Nagato's words made Hidan speechless. Although he was not from that era, Hanzo of the Salamander could be called a demigod back then, and Reikage of the 3rd generation was called the strongest contradiction in the ninja world. It is enough to have this title. Prove its mighty power. Not only Hidan, but everyone present was silent, including Uchiha Itachi, who were silent and did not speak. Compared with those who don't know, Uchiha Itachi understands Yizan's power very well. If a mysterious powerhouse can capture Namikaze Minato in Yizan's hands, it means that the mysterious powerhouse's strength is enough to crush the entire Konoha. Since the mysterious man can forcibly capture Namikaze Minato in Konoha village, his strength must be stronger than Shimura-san. If it is an enemy, it will have a devastating blow to our future plans. What happened to Konoha? We must investigate clearly. So, Itachi, you came out of Konoha, you know more about Konoha, you sneaked into Konoha with the ghost shark to investigate the situation. Quote. Yes. At the end of the meeting, the 8 shadow clones disappeared, and on a plain near the border of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Itachi and the ghost shark opened their eyes at the same time. Let's go, we are not too far from Konoha. If you are discovered by Konoha ninjas after sneaking into Konoha, even if you do it, don't kill people, otherwise neither of us will be able to escape Shimura-san's pursuit. Itachi's tone was flat, as if he was just in remind the ghost shark to pay attention to safety. After all, he is a spy specially arranged by Yizan in Akatsuki. If the ghost shark really wants to mess up, he will never save the ghost shark. Don't worry, I understand the truth, I understand. The ghost shark nodded. He firmly believed that he would join Konoha in the future. After all, the future, ghost shark, told him so. Discussing some details of sneaking into Konoha, the two got up and left the plane. The spring breeze was blowing, the green grass was luxuriant, and the robes of Yuhi Yun's black background clapped. Uchiha Itachi walked silently, and his mind had already drifted into the distance. Chunin's exam was attacked. Did the entire venue collapse? I don't know if Sasuke was in an accident. I have to go back and have a look. Itachi and Oni Shark headed towards Konoha. In Konoha village, Uchiha Sasuke stood alone on the edge of the hospital roof. The roof was wide and large, and there were densely packed shelves, each with 2 white hospital bedding. The wind whistled, and hundreds of white blankets fluttered in the wind. The most edge blankets blew on Sasuke, but Sasuke stared at the distant sky motionless, his eyes empty. Seriously, it hasn't been that long since I graduated from ninja school, but so much has happened. The first time I went out of the village to do a sea-level mission, I met Zaibushin in the country of waves. According to Kakashi's description, Zaibushin is a Karigakur A-level missing nin, and its strength is comparable to that of Kakashi. At that time, the murderous aura he exuded made him unable to move, but such a terrifying ghost person actually knelt down and kowtowed to surrender after seeing Marina's leading teacher. Then, he met Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, and Naruto's futon wind style mode, Marina's new ninja gear, and the mysterious powerhouse who later attacked Konoha, and it all seemed to explode. Everything, all refreshed his worldview. Too weak. Everything is because I am too weak. Sasuke clenched his fists and his face was hideous. He didn't know how long he would have to wait before he could become stronger and take revenge on Itachi. Just when Sasuke was secretly angry. Shish. 10 meters away from Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, do you want to become stronger? Chapter 438 Go out to play. Hey, Dad. Huh. In the backyard of the villa, Yizan was lying comfortably on a chair, and Marina divided the peeled apple into buds and stuffed them into Yizan's mouth. Dad, I'm so bored. Hang out with me. Went to Hyuga's house to find Hinata. Tsunade Kushina was too bored and went to prepare for the succession ceremony of the 5th generation Hokage in a month. Konan hid in the bedroom and worked hard to make her paper escape art. Makoto signed up for flower arrangement training ban. I left home half an hour ago. In the end, Yizan and Marina were the only ones left at home. The lively Marina couldn't stand such a boring day at all. She pouted, and her face was full of unhappiness. Ha! The sun in the west gradually changed to yuhi, the bright sky began to turn yellow, and a few strands of purple clouds appeared, light and fluttering, illuminated by the golden sun, and became a little brighter. Yizan yawned lazily, raised his eyelids and looked up at the sky. There were about 2 hours left before the sun went down. Baby, the sun is about to go down, what else is there to do when you go out? Besides, didn't Makoto want to make a hot pot meal at home tonight? The lazy tone made Marina puff out angrily. She came behind Yizan, leaned over Yizan's neck, swayed gently, her voice kept whining. Dad, good dad, just hang out with me. You don't accompany me, it's so boring for me to be alone. Dear dad, haha. Idiot, don't fake crying, I got tired of pretending to wipe your tears more than 10 years ago. Also, even if you fake crying with a tone like, ying ying ying, I won't accompany you out. Play. HMPH. Smelly dad. It's not fun at all. She failed to sell cute, and Genai immediately hounded Yizan's neck. Her position was right behind Yizan, and because Yizan was lying down, Yizan immediately opened the hoop. Mouth and tongue were almost pulled out. Hey, Marina, let go. You want to slap me to death, idiot. Okay, I was wrong, my baby girl, don't do it, dad will accompany you out to play. It wasn't until Yizan agreed that Genai snorted softly and slowly let go of her arm. Taking advantage of the moment when Genai was God, Yizan grabbed Genai's hand and pulled it hard, pulling Genai into his arms. Dad. Hey, idiot baby, you were deceived by me Tilda. Stinky dad, you are so treacherous. It's called swindling, la. Now that you are in my hands, you can't threaten me Tilda. Yizan raised his chin proudly, and before he could be proud for a few seconds, Marina suddenly came up, opened her mouth and bit Yizan's chin. Ouch, it hurts. Baby girl, let go. Humph, stinky dad, big liar. Don't let go. She bit Yizan's chin flesh and spoke in a full-fledged manner. Yizan blinked pitifully a few times, but no matter how pitiful she pretended, Genai wouldn't let go. Okay, baby, I'll definitely go out with you this time. I won't lie to you this time, I'll definitely go out with you. Really? More real than real gold. Seeing Yizan's sworn expression, Marina finally let go, and as soon as she let go, Yizan directly pinched her cheek and rubbed it fiercely. Ha, little idiot, I was deceived again Tilda. Well, daddy bastard, big liar. Her cheeks were rubbed, and Marina spoke intermittently. She was struggling in Yizan's arms like a little tiger, but Yizan hugged her tightly and kept rubbing with a wicked smile. Face. Little idiot, your father didn't get caught in the country of water with his deceit, but when it comes to the country of water. Yizan was slightly taken aback, and Jenna took this opportunity to slap Yizan's claws off, jumped out of his arms angrily. Marina, do you want to go to the country of water with me? Huh. The land of water, the village of Kurigakure. Terumi May sat tiredly in the office, her aqua blue robe with a faint black mesh, her smooth shoulders exposed, and her perfect collarbone looked very sexy. That bad guy hasn't been here for a long time. She pondered silently with her chin on her back, and put her left hand on the table to grind the documents unconsciously. When she thought of Yizan, it was difficult for her to calm down. Konoha was attacked by a mysterious powerhouse. Namikaze Minato couldn't stop him with a single move. I don't know what happened to the villain. I'm so worried. Thinking about it, she sighed softly. The country of water is too far away from Konoha. As Mizukage, she can't get away. Since she received the news, she was always in fear. She was very worried about Yizan out accident. This bastard, he clearly said he wanted to marry me. After so many years, he didn't even want to marry me at all. HMPH. It's better if he died, so that I, 1010, will not miss you. She opened her mouth, and her pink yuhi lips were sparkling under the refraction of the light, very cute. Who's dead? Who do 1010 miss? It's not me, right? With a familiar voice and a familiar tone, Terumi May suddenly turned her head and caught sight of the person she was worried about. Bastard, you finally think of me now. Do you know that I'm so worried about you? Terumi May angrily rushed in front of Yizan. The resentment and grievance in her heart burst out instantly. She hugged Yizan fiercely, opened her mouth, biting towards Yizan's shoulder. Aiya, it hurts. You girls are dogs, so they will bite. Yizan shouted, but he hugged Terumi May's waist tightly, and when he saw the big watery eyes of the other party, he moved in his heart and lowered his head, licking his lips hard. A long time, her lips parted. Yizan leaned on the bookshelf. Terumi May leaned against Yizan's heart. Neither of them spoke. Their bodies swayed slightly. She bore a drill in Yizan's arms contentedly, and at the same time, her face turned towards Yizan. A little bit outside. Huh. Terumi May was stunned for a moment, and was surprised to find that a girl was standing half a meter away from Yizan and kept turning the Byakugan. When she looked over, the girl turned the big Byakugan again and pouted quietly. Dignified Mizukage, it's unbearable to find me only now. Chapter 439_pretend. Bastard, who is she? She's my daughter. I am his woman. Yizan was stunned by Marina's sudden words. When Yizan looked down at Terumi May in his arms, he found that Terumi May pouted in grievance. I haven't seen you for so long. You came to see me and brought a woman. No, listen to my explanation. Explain. Then explain it to me. Terumi May glanced at Marina aggrieved, and when she found Marina's provocative gaze, she felt even more aggrieved in her heart. Hey, Marina. Don't talk. Come here first. Jinai arrogantly pulled Yizan away, pulled him into a corner, and whispered, Dad, I'll just tell you why you brought me to play in the country of water, so you are here. Raised a woman, I have to take care of my mother and Tsunade's sister Makoto's sister Konan. Today I will pretend to be your woman. I want to test, is this woman suitable for entering our house? Hey what? Smelly dad, all day and night, is it you who has the final say or me? Do you have the final say? I said. You have the final say. Seeing his daughter's obedient and arrogant appearance, Yizan suddenly hesitated. Anyway, it was just a pretense. This little girl, Jinai, likes to mess around everywhere, hey. Leave it to her. Thinking of this, Yizan no longer objected. He raised his finger, tapped Jenna's forehead lightly, turned around under the dissatisfied eyes of Marina, and came to Terumi May's side. The voice of the exchange between the two was very low, and Terumi May did not hear it. At this moment, when she saw Yizan approaching, she snorted softly, returned to the desk, picked up the pen and silently processed the document. Mei Ming. I came to see you today, Tilda. On purpose. Oh, brought your woman to see me. Terumi May put down the pen and glanced at Yizan resentfully, but at this moment, Marina came to Terumi May's eyes. She gently hugged Yizan's arm. Her tone was sweet, and peace was like two different people. Dear, didn't you say take me to play in the land of water today? This office is damp and stuffy, let's go out and play. Hiss. Yizan shuddered subconsciously by the tone of the truth. This idiot is really pretending to be his own woman. Just your tricks. If Terumi May is more awake, you can see the flaws at a glance. After all, it is Terumi May. 5 generations of Mizukage, IQ and EQ are definitely not covered, but because I have been trapped in the emotions of a little woman, I didn't see the clue. Terumi May's IQ and emotional quotient in the state of a little woman have dropped in an all-round way. Although Marina is a ghost, she is only making small troubles. After all, she has never been in love, and her actions just now were just like Kushina's coquettish appearance in The Scholar. Marina didn't learn very well, but Terumi May, whose IQ dropped greatly, didn't see it at all. When she saw that Marina was pulling Yizan away, she finally couldn't sit still, stood up with a clang. CCI's said, that. You are not familiar with this place, or let me show you around. After years of development, Kurigakure village is no longer the blood fog period that was closed at the beginning. Although it is foggy all year round due to climate problems, Kurigakure village is completely different from Konoha's diet, humanities, and natural landscapes. Che, are you so fascinated? You don't understand. Our Konoha's technology is powerful and the scenery is good, but it's too far from the sea. I like the sea. Marina smiled happily, hugging Yizan's arms and leaning on her waist. She put most of her weight on hanging on Yizan's body. Oh, go by yourself. How heavy is it? What? You actually dislike me for being heavy. I don't even have 100 pounds. The woman is very concerned about weight. Even if Marina is only a 13-year-old girl, she still cares. She hugs Yizan's arm reluctantly, thinking after thinking about it. He jumped on Yizan's back all of a sudden. Yizan was helpless and could only carry her on his back. Hee, Dad is so nice. Huh, Dad. Terumi May was slightly taken aback by what Marina said subconsciously. At that moment, Marina rolled her eyes and immediately said, "My dear, you are so kind to spoil me all the time." Quote. Yizan's head is full of black lines, and only you can say such a far-fetched change. Don't you realize that Terumi May's eyes have begun to doubt? There's no way to doubt it. I'm too embarrassed to be exposed accidentally. Dad, help me come back. Marina quietly pinched Yizan, and the meaning conveyed made Yizan speechless. You are so exposed. Obviously, do you really think others are idiots? Obviously, Terumi May is not an idiot. She frowned and analyzed silently. The little woman's emotions gradually disappeared and changed back to Mizukage. So it is. According to Yizan's performance, Terumi May finally discovered the flaw. After so many years, she gradually fell in love with Yizan, and Yizan used the Hiraishin technique to see her every 3 to 5 years, and never brought other women. If the girl who looks only 13 years old is Yizan's woman, first of all, the age is not right, and the second is Yizan's character. Although he is bad, he is indeed a gentle and considerate man. She does not believe that the other party will deliberately bring a woman to shame. Humiliate yourself. Your name is Marina. Yeah, what's the matter? Although she felt that she had been seen through, Marina still raised her head, as if this was the only way to show her status. Yuhi-colored hair, are you Uzumaki Kushina's daughter? It's not. I just said, I'm Dad's woman. Marina, you slipped your tongue again. Ah. Seeing the smile at the corner of Terumi May's mouth, Marina hung her head down without motivation, like a defeated cock. After a few seconds, she raised her head again, her face returning to her usual carefree state of blood. Humph. You win this game, but don't think about defeating this princess so easily, unless you satisfy me, or you won't be allowed to enter the house. So, the cutest little princess in the world, do you want to drink the best specialty of the land of water, sweet candy? Chapter 440_Unconscious Betrayal. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Yizan returned to Konoha with Truth Nai. Holding sweet candy in the left hand and fried seafood in the right, Marina's mouth was full of oil, and her eyes were smiling. Che, I will buy you for such a little thing, and said that the purchase is a gate. What? Sister Terumi May is a good woman, where did you buy me? While talking, chewing snacks in his mouth, Yizan sighed silently. This idiot daughter is good at everything, but she is too stupid, or in other words, carefree. When he got home, the rich spicy fragrance poured into his nose. Yizan's eyes lit up, and he remembered that he was eating hot pot tonight. Are you back? Well, I'm back. After changing his slippers, Yizan walked straight into the kitchen. As expected, in addition to the steaming hot pot base in the pot, there were more than 20 dishes next to the stove, most of which were meat dishes and a few were vegetarian dishes. A group of foodies. You too. Conan picked up a piece of hairy belly with chopsticks and put it in the pot to burn it, waited 10 seconds to pick it up, turned around and stuffed it into Yizan's mouth. How is it? Yummy. Quote. Yizan chewed a few bites into his stomach, A fresh, fragrant, and spicy feeling bloomed in his mouth. He nodded with satisfaction, put his arms around Conan's waist, lowered his head, and choked Conan's lips. Conan hugged Yizan's waist and responded enthusiastically. She didn't care if there was Makoto next to her. Don't look at her usually silent and shy look. In fact, she was very open, otherwise she wouldn't I have been playing the special mini-game of Teacher, Student. Avi, with Yizan. Kissing Conan for a full 5 minutes, the hot pot base was finally cooked to perfection. Seeing Makoto's faint gaze on the side, Yizan laughed, pressed Makoto against the wall, lowered his head and kissed him. It turned out that the dinner that was ready to eat soon was delayed for 10 minutes. Tsunade and Kushina walked down from the second floor. The two women discussed the Hokage ceremony seriously, because the population of Konoha has grown from 100,000 in recent years. At 700,000, the plaza under Hokage Rock cannot accommodate so many people to watch the ceremony. All right, you two, come here, have a meal, and discuss it after dinner. You rascal, you don't know how stressful the population issue is this time. 1010 knows how to play. That's right, you little pervert, you're so smart and creative, why don't you accompany us to discuss after dinner? Tsunade took the initiative to kiss Yizan's mouth, and winked even more bewitchingly. Help us figure out a way, there will be a reward tonight. What reward? Guess what? After Tsunade finished speaking, Kushina did the same to Yizan. After she finished, she gently rubbed Yizan's legs with her slender and white feet. Husband, help us think of a way after dinner. If you can think of it within an hour, tonight I will. Her face Yuhi leaned into Yizan's ear and whispered a few words. Yizan's eyes widened, and he asked in disbelief, Really? Really? Absolutely don't lie to me. I definitely won't lie to you. Bad guy. Kushina squeezed Yizan lightly, walked to the table, and when she found that Marina was holding a few candies, she grabbed one directly. Hey, Mom, how did you grab my candy? Marina, I'm here for your own good. Kiba can easily get bored if you eat too much sugar. It tastes so good. Where did you buy it? Bought from Kurigakure Village. Kurigakure Village. So that's it. Your dad took you to Terumi May's place to play. Jenna nodded and betrayed Yizan unconsciously. Then, Yizan was surrounded by a group of unfriendly eyes. Wow, I'm tired all day. I want to rest at home, but I went to the country of water to pick up girls. That's right, I asked you to accompany us to come up with an idea, and then pushed it back, Brother Zan, it turns out that you didn't accompany me to the flower arrangement class because you wanted to go to the land of water. Teacher, it turns out that you didn't accompany me to origami at home because you wanted to go to the land of water. Is defined as is defined as. Yizan's eyes were full of black lines, and he was instantly overwhelmed by the girls. He glared at Genai, but he didn't expect that Genai would betray himself. And betrayed So Chingsong. Looking at her current expression, she has no regrets at all. The end. After Yizan's various apologies and various promises, the long-delayed dinner finally began. The bubbling hot pot Kun said unhappily, I had to wait so long for dinner, be careful to turn off the heat and let you guys eat cold. So in the end, I'm going to accompany Makoto to a flower arrangement class, fold an exquisite paper artwork full of perfect art with Conan, accompany Tsunade and Kushina to discuss the expansion of the Hokage ceremony, and accompany. Yizan glanced at Ellie. This guy usually doesn't speak out and doesn't get angry, but he didn't expect to join in at this time. I also want to accompany Ellie to read a book and drink tea at Hinata's house. Why do I have to read a book and drink tea? Yizan lowered his head weakly, but Marina leaned over with a smile, and the steaming luncheon meat on the chopsticks made Yizan subconsciously open his mouth and eat it. Okay, since Dad ate the lunch meat I fed, it means Dad forgives me, You idiot, sit here. Ooh, ____. Who said I'm going to beat you up? Sit down here. Give me lunch meat. 0.5 belly, tender meat, and keep the coriander balls for me. The family happily ate dinner. On the other side, at the Uchiha mansion, Sasuke stuffed some clothes and scrolls into the storage scroll, and packed the storage scroll into the bag. The cold moonlight fell, reflecting a faint light on the wooden floor. Sasuke looked up at the sky, looked at the telephone pole and a few crows outside the window, and his slightly confused eyes gradually became firm. I'm an Avenger, I shouldn't stay here. Konoha is a peaceful place. Stay here, even with Kakashi's guidance. I don't know how long it will take to get revenge. Sound Hidden Village. Thinking of this, Sasuke resolutely opened the door, and soon disappeared into the vast darkness. Hokage give me a face. Chapter 441-460. Chapter 441_Sasuke defected. In the early morning, the climate is warm and pleasant, the sun shines on the grass and leaves, and the dewdrops reflect colorful rays of light. Kamizuki Izumo and Gangzitai were walking on the streets of Konoha with their thick books in their arms. The streets were empty, and the clean floor tiles and the warm sunlight put them in a good mood. These two Chunin sets are very unique. They have a lot of appearances in the original book. Anyway, they are all kinds of tasks in the village, guarding the gate, taking the Chunin exam, helping Hokage carry documents, and various chores. It seems that they rarely appear. Village. Speaking of which, although the Hokage ceremony is still a month away, Mr. Minato has already fully started working as a Hokage. Of course, I heard that Lord Hokage wanted to make Lord Minato a Hokage 10 years ago, but because of the Kyuubi Ninetales incident, Lord Minato couldn't control Kyuubi Ninetales, so he has waited until now. No, as you say, Lord Minato can control Kyuubi Ninetales now. The two chatted while walking, and after walking for a few dozen meters, Gangziti was stunned for a moment, staring straight at the stone chair by the street ahead. What's wrong? Kamizuki Izumo asked in confusion. Gangzitai 30 didn't answer, but walked silently to the stone chair. Hey little girl, get up. You'll catch a cold when you sleep here. Gangzitai could only remind him loudly because he was holding a document more than half a meter high in both hands. Accompanied by Gangzitai's voice, Sakura, who was sleeping on the stone chair, slowed down. Slowly opened his eyes. Sasuke. She stood up suddenly, only to find that she was lying on the stone chair, but instead of crying like the original, she looked up at Gangziti and slowly said what happened last night. Konoha in the early morning is the most natural beauty in the ninja world. Namikaze Minato is sitting on an office chair working hard on documents. He does not play in the office like Yizan since he was a child. He does not understand Hokage's duties and needs more time to study. Dong dong dong. Come in. Crunch. The office door was pushed open, and Gangzitai and Kamizuki Izumo walked in with documents and books half a meter high. Lord Minato, there is something important to report. What's the matter? Uchiha Sasuke left Konoha last night. According to the rules of the Konoha ninja, those who leave Konoha without permission are regarded as missing nin. It is impossible for Sasuke Uchiha to not know these rules, which means it's true. This is what Uchiha Sasuke's teammates, Haruno Sakura himself told us. Gangzitai's words made Minato's brows wrinkle slightly. You know, his son Naruto is a member of this team. He also knows that Naruto has always liked Haruno Sakura, and he also knows that Naruto and Sasuke have a good relationship. Friendship. I heard from Big Brother Zan that Orochimaru came to Konoha. Is it really for Sasuke? This guy. Minato closed his eyes and thought for a while, then looked up at Kamizuki Izumo. Go and call Shikamaru. Nara's house. Shikamaru yawned tiredly. For a lazy person like him, getting up at 6:50 in the morning is a very painful thing. Hurry up and eat, Shikamaru. Starting today, your father is going to go out on a mission, so there's not much time to take you to practice in the morning. Hey, yes. Got it. Yes, only once. Quote. Shikamaru pouted and glanced at her mother with a displeased face. He had been nagging since the morning, and he couldn't stand it. Ding dong. The sound of the doorbell made Shikamaru's mother turn around in confusion. Who was ringing the doorbell so early? Mom left the restaurant. Shikamaru finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Shikaku and asked in a low voice, "Hey, Dad, why did you marry such a fierce mom?" So. Shikaku closed his eyes and chewed the food, and began to recall the events of the year in his mind. Because Inoichi and Choza are both married, according to our Inoshika-cho tradition, the marriage is usually done around the same time, so that the next generation can continue to form Inoshika-cho together, and your mother. There are also times when the smile is very gentle. I still like it very much. When you smile softly, really. Shikamaru's mouth pouted even higher at the thought of his mother's stern look. At this moment, Shikamaru's mother came in from outside. Her eyes narrowed happily, and the smile on the corner of her mouth surprised Shikamaru. "Shikamaru, the 5 generations of Hokage want to see you. This may be your first mission to become Chunin. Come on, hee tilde." Last night, Uchiha Sasuke left the village. If you guessed correctly, it should be heading towards the hidden village. Why did he leave? Because I was invited by Orochimaru. What? Shikamaru looked at Namikaze Minato in disbelief, feeling very unbelievable. Wait. Why did Sasuke accept Orochimaru's invitation? Although I heard about the Uchiha family, Sasuke shouldn't go to Orochimaru even if he takes revenge. Our Konoha masters. I'm sorry, our Konoha masters can't let go of their own things for Sasuke. Maybe only Big Brother Zan is free, but with Big Brother Zan's character, it is impossible for 927 to teach Sasuke. Minato's words made Shikamaru realize gradually. As Shikaku's son, of course he knows the relationship between Yizan Minato and the previous generation of Inoshika-cho. Because of this, he and Choji and Ino have been mixed with Marina, Naruto, and Kiba since childhood. Play tricks together, because their parents are good friends from childhood to adulthood. Shikamaru still knows a little bit about Yizan. He is strong, lazy, lustful, and protects his shortcomings. The good and the bad are all concentrated in one person. In Shikamaru's eyes, Yizan is a very distinctive person. Shikamaru, now it's your first mission to become Chunin. Minato said solemnly. Bring Sasuke back. Shikamaru yawned lazily. If he just brought Sasuke back, it wouldn't be too difficult. Well, but you have to pay attention. Since Orochimaru's subordinates are very likely to lure Sasuke away, there is a certain danger in this mission. What? Then why not send Jonin? Because of the collapse of the previous venue, Konoha's reputation has dropped a lot. In order to maintain its reputation, we have sent a large number of Jonin out to do tasks. At present, there are not enough people, so I hope you can find a partner you think is suitable to participate in this time within 30 minutes. Mission. Oh, by the way, for myself, I would first recommend to you Naruto. Chapter 442_Sleep Till Noon. Jingle, jingle. The door of Shimura's villa, the crisp doorbell rang from time to time. The spacious first floor was silent, as if there was no one in the whole house. On the second floor, Yizan was sleeping comfortably with Tsunade in his left hand and Kushina in his right hand. He seemed to hear the doorbell coming from downstairs in a daze, but he didn't have the energy to open the door after being tired all night. I told you, their house won't get up so early. Outside the door, Naruto held the back of his head in his hands with a carefree look. Compared with the bond between him and Sasuke in the original book, now, because of Namikaze Minato and Miwako's relationship Guanai, as well as Marina, Shikamaru, Choji and other friends from childhood to adulthood, the bond between him and Sasuke is not as deep as he imagined. Looking at the completely silent door of Shimura's house, Shikamaru's head was covered in black lines, and finally he sighed helplessly and left with Naruto. Dad is right, the Shimura family, the whole family is lazy. Shikamaru finally gathered Naruto, Choji, Kiba, Neji and Lee Rock. Lee Rock's injury recovered long before the third test. He took part in this task with a full face. Thumbs up, is bound to Sasuke brought it back. At the gate of Konoha, all the Shaoqiang set off with enthusiasm. In the office, Sarutobi walked in with a pipe in his mouth. Minato, I just heard that Naruto Shikamaru and the others are going after Sasuke. You send some Anbu to follow. Oh, this time the mission is so serious. Is the enemy strong? No. Sarutobi took a deep breath, and the choking smell of smoke lingered in the office. Naruto is very strong. Even if Orochimaru sends people to pick up Sasuke, these people are not Naruto's opponents, and Anbu is sent for a critical moment. Stop Naruto and let Sasuke leave. What? Namikaze Minato's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback by Sarutobi's words. This matter is very secret. From the source, it can be traced back to the time when Xiaoshuan served as Hokage. You send Anbu out first. About Uchiha Sasuke and the whole Uchiha, I will tell you in detail. Sarutobi told Minato in detail about Uchiha's extermination of the family, as well as Itachi and Sasuke, including the situation hidden in Anbu and Uchiha Shisui. To Minato, it seemed that Konoha's hidden veil had been lifted. So many arrangements have been made in the dark. So, the Akatsuki established by Yahiko Nagato has been completely out of our control, and will even become our enemy at some point in the future. Well, from the current situation, it's only a matter of time before becoming an enemy, and Akatsuki has absorbed many cage-level powerhouses, and even Orochimaru was one of Akatsuki's members, so we sent Uchiha Itachi organize undercover. As for Sasuke's situation, Xiaoshuan has already made arrangements. Sarutobi's words made Minato realize, although he didn't understand why Sasuke defected, but since it was Brother Zan's actions, he wouldn't question or stop him in the slightest. In his eyes, what Big Brother Zan did was always right, and if he didn't understand it, he could only prove that his IQ was too low. Well, the man who is so admired by Namikaze Minato is yawning lazily at the moment. The two naked young beauties in his arms are breathing evenly, and he has not woken up yet. It was so comfortable last night. Yizan smacked his mouth, and reminisced about the fight with the two women last night. Fortunately, he was in good health, and he entered the 6 paths level, unlocking the 3rd layer of human genetic locks, or else, Yi Shengji's battle is really overwhelmed. Let's have some steak or something for dinner today to get some energy and protein. Thinking of this, Yizan's saliva gushed out. He hadn't eaten anything for dinner last night. He looked up at the window and found that it was almost noon. The sun is shining brightly today. Yizan thought silently. He kissed Tsunade and Kushina on the cheeks, got up and dressed, and quickly left the bedroom. Blah 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 blah. Down the Yuhi wooden stairs, only to find that the first floor was empty, and there was a small sound of a walk in the closed kitchen. Yizan sniffed his nose and his stomach growled softly. It smells good, is it Makoto? Opened the sliding kitchen door, and sure enough, Makoto was cooking lunch when she heard the sliding door and turned to look with a happy smile on her face. Brother Zan, wake up Tilda. Well, what's for lunch today? Yizan walked over and wrapped his arms around her waist, put his chin on the back of her neck, and sniffed lightly. The natural fragrance from Makoto poured into his nostrils. Cut, where is the natural fragrance again? Do you really think that there are incense sticks of Weiju Gegri everywhere? It's obviously the smell of lemon-scented shampoo. Don't interrupt. Yizan's eyes widened, and he immediately scared away the narrator that appeared inexplicably. By the way, why didn't you see Marina and Ellie? They went to play with Hinata. Brother Zan, do you remember what you said at dinner last night? Makoto's voice was glutinous, but the implied meaning made Yizan's heart tighten, and he laughed awkwardly. What? Humph. Brother Zan, you bastard. It was agreed yesterday. Makoto gently threw off the claws holding his waist, and started cooking on his own. My darling Makoto was rarely angry, which made Yizan even more embarrassed. His hand was hanging in the air, and finally his skin thickened and he hugged him again. "Hey, my darling Makoto, how about taking you to a flower arrangement class today?" "Really? I promised yesterday, if you have a flower arrangement class today." "Hee, start at 2 p.m. Quote. Getting permission, Makoto pushed Yizan out of the kitchen. She likes to cook, and she likes to make delicious dishes. With Yizan by her side, she is easily distracted. Leaving the kitchen, Yizan sat lazily on the sofa. He thought about it for a while, and found that Conan didn't get up. His eyes rolled, and a smirk crossed the corner of his mouth. Is Conan still sleeping? Go to her bedroom. Hey. Chapter 443 The reason why Conan didn't wake up. Conan is indeed sleeping. Yizan tiptoed into Conan's bedroom and found that she was breathing evenly and sleeping soundly. It's strange, doesn't Conan usually get up very early? Why is he still sleeping so late today? Yizan was puzzled and walked quietly to Conan's shop. No pajamas. Huh. And walked around Conan's room quietly, and finally found Conan's clothes and inner clothes on the chair on the other side. Wow, you actually took off the inner. Yizan smirked, sniffed close to Conan, and finally smelled a faint smell. And Yizan's nose sniffing also made Conan, who was sleeping, feel the movement. She slowly opened her eyes and found Yizan's wicked eyes and wicked smile. Teacher. As if thinking of something, Conan's cheek, Yuhi, didn't have time to do anything. The bed was lifted with a swish. Ah, Conan subconsciously whispered, and Yizan squeezed indirectly. He put on the bed and hugged Conan, smiling wickedly, his eyes flashing with enthusiasm. Little girl, what were you doing last night? 663 inches No. Hee, not yet. Come over if you want, Tilda. Teacher hates. You were with Tsunade's sister Kushina last night. Before Conan could finish speaking, Yizan pursed his lips all of a sudden, and soon, Conan's depressed and comfortable voice sounded in the bedroom. It was not until 12 noon, after Makoto shouted several times downstairs, that Yizan took Conan downstairs. Conan's cheeks were Yuhi's, with a hint of comfortable aftertaste. Cut, it's all messed up in the daytime, be careful of kidney failure. Kushina, who was already awake, glanced at Yizan. Since Marina and Ellie hadn't come back, she could only play one-on-one ninja killing with Tsunade. Cross the river and demolish the bridge. Invulnerable. Kushina, don't try to tear down my vine armor. I have a lot of invulnerability in my hands. As if he had guessed Kushina's move, Tsunade smiled complacently, then looked at Yizan, and turned Conan away from him. Sweeping from top to bottom, Conan, the voice just now was quite loud. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Conan. What's wrong, Tsunade's sister? Last night you and Kushina's sister shouted even louder, and you called me. Conan's face Yuhi's counterattack. If Tsunade Kushina hadn't screamed too loudly last night, she wouldn't use her fingers alone. Too. Cut. When Conan said this, Tsunade was speechless, but Kushina's eyes lit up and asked eagerly, Conan, was my voice louder last night, or did Tsunade's sister's voice be louder? What, Kushina, you have to compare me to this. I'm going to compare with you. Kushina gave Tsunade a provocative look, and suddenly played the card in his hand, Ninja Repeater, Kill. Flash. Wine, Kill by Fire. Ah. Hit by Kushina, Tsunade was completely dumbfounded. She looked at the last flawless card in her hand and lowered her head without any momentum. You won. Hee. Kushina raised her head happily, and was about to continue arrogant. Makoto quickly walked over from the restaurant. Boom. Oops. Kushina let out a pained cry and covered her forehead fiercely. She looked up at Makoto and blinked her eyes pitifully. Makoto, what are you knocking on me for? Humph. How many times have I called to eat? You are still playing here, come and eat. Kushina is not afraid of heaven and earth, just afraid of Makoto. How should I put it? Because Kushina is a foodie, and Makoto is the chef at home. if Makoto is angry, Makoto will specialize in cooking things that Kushina doesn't like, it will be too miserable. What? Obviously the stinky hooligan and Conan were delaying the time upstairs, and the bad Makoto knows to knock me. Kushina mumbled aggrieved, but she wisely shut her mouth under Makoto's eyes, and she followed everyone to the table on the side. At first glance, I saw what she hated to eat the most. Ah, Makoto, you fried green peppers. This is for Conan, your place is over there. Huh, Yuhi grilled meat, sucking. I like it. Makoto is so good. After having lunch and resting for a while, it was 1:40. Since Makoto was the chef today and Yizan had already agreed, the girls let Yizan go and let Yizan accompany Makoto to the flower arrangement class. Makoto's flower arrangement class is a huge remodeled classroom on the 5th floor of the new commercial building. There are the world's top flower arrangement teachers. Because of this, many women in Konoha choose to study here, but because the cost is quite expensive, this large classroom is not full. 10 minutes away, the two finally reached their destination, but the moment they reached the door, Yizan was counseled. That, baby Makoto, can I not go in? The face of Yizan's confession, Makoto didn't even reply, he just pulled hard. Clang. Yizan was unsteady and happened to kick the iron gate of the gate. The loud sound made all the women in the large classroom turn their heads, and then there was a buzzing sound like a bee. Wow, Shimura General. Shimura-san also came to the flower arrangement class. I must tell my husband when I go back. Cut, didn't you realize that Shimura-san came with Uchiha Makoto? I see, come with my wife, hey. If only my husband treated me like this. You just want your husband to be nice to you. That's all you want. If I said, it would be nice to be Shimura-san's wife. Look how happy Uchiha Makoto is. Tisk. Akamichi Karara. First you have to be as pretty as Uchiha Makoto, second you have to be slim. Because the flower arrangement classes offered by the world's top florists are quite expensive, most of the people who come here are Konoha Jonin's wives. In the entire classroom, up to 70% of the women know Yizan. Then, Yizan feels that he has become a cherished animal, and as the kind of eyes staring at him made him completely embarrassed. Makoto, can I go out? Chapter 444 Take a flower arrangement class with Makoto. 10 minutes left of the class. Not only the teacher of flower arrangement class did not come, but also some students did not arrive. Generally speaking, the tighter the class time, the more people come, especially in the last 2 minutes. More than a dozen women came in one after another. Makoto's position was relatively forward. Yizan sat beside Makoto, his body was stiff, and he was a little restless. As soon as these women discussed, a small number of civilians or wealthy businessmen's wives and unmarried rich second-generation girls also knew Yizan's identity. They all looked at Yizan with curious eyes, especially the women behind. Yizan could even rely on the first 6 senses feel the gaze of these women. Makoto. Brother Zan, you promised me. But I'll be very sad if you go now. Yizan bowed his head helplessly, believing his fate. The clock on the wall pointed to 2 o'clock, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Behind the wide podium, a woman in kimono, about 40 years old, walked out. This woman looks a little older, but she is dressed very well, with traditional kimonos, delicate accessories, and the grace between her steps, making her look a few years younger. But you can still see the crow's feet. Yizan muttered in a low voice, but was stared at by the woman on the podium, but when she found Yizan sitting next to Makoto, she understood something. Being able to become a world-class flower arranging master and opening such a large training institution in Konoha, of course, she knows a lot more than ordinary civilians. She bowed to Yizan politely. Although she was dissatisfied with Yizan's muttering just now, she was very polite. Said, I didn't expect that Shimura-sama would come to the lecture, and Aoi Hanazaki is sincerely honored. Yizan also nodded politely. The other party was an average-looking old woman, so he didn't care. After the etiquette was over, the woman did not continue talking to Yizan. After all, she was a world-renowned flower arranging artist, so there was no need to flatter Yizan. Just when she was about to start today's class, a hurried voice sounded from outside the door. "Sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm late today." The familiar voice made Yizan stunned for a moment, but before he could react, the fragrance was blowing in his nostrils. On the other side of where he was sitting, a beautiful woman with curly black hair sat down panting. Yuhi. Hey, brother Zan, why are you here? I came with Makoto. Since today was Saturday, the flower arrangement class ended from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. When the flower arrangement teacher announced that the class was dismissed, Yizan was completely deflated. "Okay, brother Zan, class is over, what's the matter?" Makoto hugged Yizan's arm a little funny, and kissed Yizan on the cheek intimately. "Hey, Makoto, you don't know, these women seem to be eating me, their eyes like a wolf like a tiger." Yizan was trembling all over, especially the woman named Akamichi Shiliangli, who not only inherited the Akamichi family's figure, but also at least 30 years old depending on age. Maybe she has never had a husband, that look. "Okay, how can it be so serious, you narcissist?" Makoto poked Yizan lightly with his finger, while on the other side, Kurenai Yuhi silently put away his things, got up and wanted to leave. "Hey, Yuhi, why are you gone?" Yizan grabbed Kurenai Yuhi's hand, his face a little surprised. I went back beforehand, you and Makoto's sister." "Hey, Yuhi, are you jealous?" "No. Oh, I'm really jealous." Yizan's words made Kurenai Yuhi's face turn to Yuhi. She wanted to get rid of Yizan's hand, but she couldn't. Beside, Makoto snickered, because Yuhi and Enko often came to Shimura's house to play when they were very young. All the women in the family have a good relationship with them, and they all know that these two women cannot escape Yizan's palm. "Yuhi, brother Zan and I are going to eat some desserts. You can eat with us Tilda," Makoto said softly. As a smart and gentle woman, except for some occasional tantrums, she was very considerate to Yizan most of the time. When Makoto said this, Yuhi hesitated. She really wanted to leave just now. After all, she had no name or distinction, and it was very uncomfortable to be sandwiched between Makoto and Yizan. But now, Makoto took the initiative to speak, and she didn't want to leave. After all, she really missed Yizan's, since she met in the flower arrangement class. Yizan saw Yuhi's hesitation. He didn't wait for Yuhi to agree. He held Makoto with his left hand and Yuhi with his right, and stood up with a grunt. "Come on, Yuhi, Makoto, let's go have dessert." Soft and elegant music, Yuhi-colored sofas and tables. The layout of this top dessert restaurant is somewhat similar to a coffee shop. Since it is already 5 p.m., people either go home to eat, or go to the commercial street for dinner. Eat here for dessert. There was only Yizan at the table. Makoto went back and left halfway. She's very smart. Anything for dessert is an excuse. After all, it's 5 o'clock. She has to cook with Conan when she goes back, so there's no time for dessert. The smart Makoto just made an excuse to let Yizan and Yuhi stay together. After all, they are a family in the future, so she doesn't need to deal with Yuhi. Anyway, there are so many people in the family, 1 or 2 more, maybe it will be more lively. Moreover, she and Yuhi have a good relationship and have the same hobbies. Many years ago, she was still teaching Yuhi's cooking skills at home, including the flower arrangement class. There was elegant music in the dessert hall. After the boss brought the dessert, he went into the back kitchen. Yizan put some sugar and gently stirred the coffee with a spoon. Beside him, Yuhi lowered his head slightly, with a sneer on his cheek. "Yuhi dizzy. Yuhi. What are you thinking about?" Yizan's words made Yuhi raise his head slightly, and his jewel-like eyes stared at Yizan silently. "I'm thinking, Makoto, and Tsunade, Kushina, Conan and the others, how happy they are." Yuhi said softly. Yizan was stunned for a moment, and an uncontrollable feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. He put down the spoon and gently held Yuhi's palm. The slender and pure white hand was white and tender. Arms. Let's move into my house in a few days. Chapter 445 Yuhi's heart returns. Yuhi wine, rose, candlelight. Yuhi's home is romantic and warm. Yuhi moved out of Yuhi's house a few years ago. After all, she is so old that it is impossible to live with Yuhi. Her new home is located in a better location on Konoha West Street. It is 70 square meters, and she has decorated it exquisitely and elegantly. Yizan had already told the family that he would not go back tonight. As for why he didn't go back, Yizan believed that Makoto would explain it to the girls with all the fuss. Though Makoto is usually obedient and gentle, it's no joke to get black belly occasionally, especially for this kind of thing. Yizan believes that Makoto must be black. Well, this is not important. It is important. Now, at 9 o'clock in the evening, there is a romantic rose candlelight arranged by Yizan in Kurenai Yuhi's house. Boo! Cork was twisted open. The fragrance of the high-grade Yuhi wine was fragrant. Kurenai Yuhi crossed his hands against his chin, looked at Yizan shyly. His little heart was thumping, and there was a trace of anticipation in his eyes, but also a trace of fear. Gollum. Yuhi's wine was poured into the glass, and the faint moonlight and candlelight illuminated the wine glass with a faint transparency. He picked up the wine glass and handed it to Yuhi. He picked up another glass and shook it a few times, his eyes full of tenderness. Cheers. Cheers tilde. Glass collided, and Yuhi's heart beat a little. In order to hide her nervousness, she quickly brought the glass to her lips, took small sips, and drank most of it in a while. Cough cough. Perhaps choked, she squinted her eyes and coughed a few times. Looking at Yuhi's kitten-like expression, Yizan suddenly found it very interesting. When she closed her eyes, she left the seat and came to her side. Ah! Yuhi subconsciously exclaimed as her waist was hugged, but when she found out it was Yizan, she shyly leaned her head against Yizan's arms. Brother Zan. Huh. If I move to your place, will Tsunade sisters accept me? Of course. Do you think they have treated you as an outsider all these years? Huh. Yizan's words made Kurenai Yuhi stunned for a moment. Through Yizan's description and the memories in his mind, he found out that it seems like Tsunade Kushina's daughters have always had a very good attitude towards themselves, so good. Like sisters. Have you thought of it? Hate. So you had an idea for me in the first place. My dad was right, you really are a badass. Kurenai Yuhi smacked Yizan lightly. Yizan smiled proudly. He hugged Yuhi hard, as if rubbing Yuhi into his heart. It's too late now, you just obey this bad guy. Right. Ha 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 ha. Laughing and laughing, Yizan looked down at Yuhi, but when Yizan stared at him, Yuhi immediately lowered his head shyly, because her head was leaning against Yizan's arms. Yizan could only see her slightly trembling eyelashes. Yuhi. Yizan called softly, bent down, and approached Yuhi gently. Brother Zan. Yuhi was shy and scared, watching the man in front of her getting closer and closer. She slowly closed her eyes. Lips meet, the romantic candlelight flickering at this moment. The night wind blows through the cracks of the window, blowing out the candlelight, and the originally dark room is completely darkened. The smell of Yuhi wine filled the room. Yuhi felt that her consciousness was a little hazy, and her body was getting hotter and hotter. Suddenly, she only felt that her body was vacated and was picked up by Yizan. After a while, she was lying on the soft bed superior. Brother Zan. Yuhi. The morning sun was warm and comfortable, and in Kurenai Yuhi's bedroom, Yizan was awakened by a tingling feeling. Opening his eyes, he found Kurenai Yuhi lying on top of him, scratching his nose with a tuft of hair. Yuhi, it's Nati again. Yizan smiled, and the hand in the blanket touched her body lightly. Her skin was smooth and white, and when Yizan touched it, she gasped for a while. Brother Zan, don't. It still hurts. Yo, why are you so naughty when you're still in pain? Just naughty. Who told Brother Zan to wake up later than me? From a girl to a woman, Yuhi's character has changed a little. I can't say that she has changed. I can only say that she has always shown people with a gentle image, and this slightly naughty appearance may only be used by Yizan all her life. Yuhi, when are you going to move in with me? What do you think? I think, if you can, it's better to move in today. Yizan said, his hand was still moving around Yuhi's body. Yuhi, who was a new woman, couldn't bear it. After a while, her eyes became confused. Panting, his voice was soft and glutinous. Brother Zan, how are you? You want to bully me again? Hey, I didn't say I wanted to bully you, if you want to. I hate it, people still hurt, rascal. Then I'll treat you with sage art. Disgusting. No way. Yuhi insisted not to let Yizan treat her. In her words, she wanted to experience the first feeling from the beginning to the end. After all, this is the only time a woman has, and she wants to always remember a very important step in her life. But seriously, I'm moving to your house, how do you convince my dad? Don't worry about Uncle Zoriong, you are my woman now, what else can he do? I'm called the Overlord, and I'll make up for it after boarding the boat. Yizan raised his chin proudly, and let out an arrogant look. Yuhi couldn't help but hammer him. I hate it, it's reasonable for you to mess around. You scoundrel, you have been carefully arranged for so long yesterday. I'm so stupid, I knew something would happen, but I was still taken over by you. Then are you happy now? Happiness. Yuhi smiled happily, and leaned her head against Yizan's heart like a kitten. She silently listened to Yizan's heartbeat. For her now, as long as she can be with Yizan, even if it is so boring listening to her heartbeat, she also felt that it was the happiest thing in the world. Let's have a good rest at home today, and when you're not in pain, I'll accompany you to pack up the things you need to pack up, sleep again, and move to my place tomorrow. How about that? It's all up to you. Chapter 446. Enko is also moving in. Yuhi was discovered by Enko within 2 days of moving into the house. Bang bang bang. The door was knocked violently, and the ceiling trembled. Yizan, who was serving vegetables to Jenna, was stunned for a moment, his face full of doubts. Who could it be, looking for me at noon, and knocking so loudly on the door? Isn't it courting death? Putting down his chopsticks, Yizan walked to the door in annoyance, opened the door, and what caught his eye was Enko rising high Q. Enko. Asshole. Passing Yizan, Enko really saw Yuhi sitting at the dining table. She puffed up angrily, grabbed Yizan's palm. Follow me. Yizan could react. Enko pulled him away. In the restaurant, the girls looked at each other in surprise, as if they understood something, and shrugged habitually. Looks like I'm going to add another person to the family. About him happily. At this moment, he and Enko were walking on the street. Enko ate the glutinous rice balls in his hand, and there was an indignant aftertaste in his eyes. Big bad guy, aren't you going to apologize to me? I'm sorry, Lord Enko, the little one was wrong. Cut. No sincerity at all. Enko Tsunere turned his head away, while Yizan grinned around her waist, leaned close to her ear, and bit her lightly. Oops. Nasty. Enko baby is so cute. Poor and unloved. Some people secretly took Yuhi to live with me behind their backs. Have pity on me, and live in a bachelor's apartment all alone. Do you think someone is very annoying? Enko stopped, raised her chin and looked at Yizan pretty, her hands hooked around Yizan's neck, and boldly looked at Yizan. Gradually, Yizan's arm around Enko became tighter. He lowered his head, and gently, pursed Enko's lips. Rascal. So, you are the most troublesome troublemaker. Look at Yuhi. After a long time, he packed up and moved in. On the street of Konoha, Yizan took Enko's hand for a leisurely walk. Enko took the initiative to request. Of course Yizan nodded and agreed without hesitation, asking Enko to move in tomorrow. What? I have more things than Yuhi. There are so many figurines and toys that I can't fit in the house, so I have to clean up for a few days. Anko pouted and muttered softly, but did not notice Yizan's strange gaze. Figures and toys. You still play with these? How old are you? I hate it. I like everything. I want you to take care of it. Anko snorted lightly, turned his head, and didn't get angry for a few seconds. His eyes lit up, and he jumped up happily with Yizan's hand. Brother Zan, I want to eat candied haws. Alright, let's go. Konoha's business has completely surpassed the original work. With Yizan's efforts, it is comparable to the urban business district of the Earth in the 21st century. Yizan's lunch was pulled out before he had 2 bites of lunch, and Anko didn't even eat lunch. People strolling and eating on the commercial streets, sweet, spicy, sour, fried, eating with a face full of Yuhi light, and their moods are also happy. It's the right time to come to the commercial street. I like lively places. Anko said happily, jumping like a child, youthful and lively. Hey, it's crowded with people. Look, I just stood in line for 10 minutes in order to buy art marshmallows for you. Hee, because Brother Zan is the best to me. I love you dearly. Boo. Yizan kissed Anko fiercely, then flipped the Byakugan in disgust. My mouth is full of oil. Hate. Your mouth is full of oil. You just ate fried chicken wings, and this girl has been eating sweets all the time. Be careful of gaining weight, Tilda. You are gaining weight. The two flirted with each other, and the full love made the two completely ignore the bustling crowd. Because they didn't pay attention to the surrounding environment, Yizan accidentally bumped into someone. Sorry, Yizan's face was full of surprise, and what caught his eye was a black-bottomed Yuhi cloud robe, wearing a bamboo hat, and looking mysterious. Well, of course, it is very mysterious to outsiders, but how could Yizan not know him? However, since the other party was 2 people, Yizan could only scratch his head blankly, and said cautiously, I'm sorry, I bumped into you. It's okay. Uchiha Itachi said softly. Beside him, the ghost shark turned a Byakugan and clasped his nostrils speechlessly. He had never been to Konoha, and he had no idea that the flow of people on the streets of Konoha had reached such a terrifying situation. The tall and strong figure has been hit by many people. Itachi, I didn't expect you to be hit by someone so thin. Shut up. Because the ghost shark was there, Uchiha Itachi could only pretend that he didn't know Yizan, and the two passed by mistake, but Yizan had already given a password instruction at the moment of the mistake, and they would meet in a special restaurant an hour later. The ghost shark didn't know Yizan, which was understandable. After all, Yizan was a character from decades ago, but his appearance was always the same 18 years old. Even if it looked familiar, the ghost shark didn't take it to heart. 327 Yizan probably guessed what Uchiha Itachi was doing here. He accompanied Anko for another hour, and then dragged Anko into a tea house that was neither luxurious nor too bad. Hey, Brother Zan, what are you doing in the tea house at this time? Do you want tea? Entering the tea house, Anko subconsciously picked up the menu, and was shocked to find that the tea here is very expensive. It is obviously the same variety, but it is 5 times more expensive than other tea houses. It's so expensive. No wonder no one here. Is this boss an idiot? Who buys such expensive tea? Anko felt inexplicable, but at this moment, a clerk came over with a pot of tea, bowed respectfully to Yizan. Anko glanced at it. Her eyes were slightly cold. She was shocked to find that the clerk was exuding similar to hers. Brother Zan, what's the situation? Hey, allow me to sell it. You'll know in a while. Come, drink tea, it's free Tilda. Yizan drank tea leisurely, and waited for about 10 minutes. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps on the stairs, a man wearing a black Yuhi cloud robe and a hat came up. Itachi, this way. Master Zan. Uchiha Itachi took off his hat and bowed respectfully to Yizan. It took a while to get rid of the ghost shark. Sorry for being late. Chapter 447 Promise to Itachi. Is he Uchiha Itachi, Konoha's class missing nin? Beside Yi-zan, Enko's face was full of shock. She felt that Yi-zan was kidding herself. Brother Zan, are you kidding me? Uchiha Itachi destroyed the Uchiha family and betrayed Konoha. Now, only the top of Konoha knows about this. It's normal for you not to know. Uchiha Itachi is a spy sent by Konoha. This matter is a top secret mission, so don't say it. Enko is a qualified ninja. She is very clear about the level of top secret tasks. She nodded earnestly, knowing that top secret tasks are related to the survival of a country. She sits obediently and can hear the dialogue of such tasks. It is fortunate. Uchiha Itachi didn't know Enko, but after seeing Enko shopping with Yi-zan before, and now sitting aside without any hesitation, he knew that Enko was one of Yi-zan's women again. Regarding this, Uchiha Itachi cannot deny that he and Yi-zan have different outlook on life and values. For example, he has no feelings for women. In contrast, his younger brother is more important than anything. Oh, it seems that something incredible has been revealed. What versus ya? Well, anyway, everyone knows that Uchiha Itachi is a perverted brocon. Although Yi-zan squinted at Itachi with a smirk, his heart is pure and upright boy. To Yi-zan's strange gaze, Itachi only felt cold all over. He turned his head deliberately, and seemed a little restless. Oh right, Itachi, what are you doing today? When it comes to business, Itachi shows the qualities of a ninja even though he is uncomfortable. He turned to look at Yi-zan and nodded solemnly. The leader wants me to investigate Konoha's attack and the identity of the mysterious powerhouse. That's all. This matter, there is nothing to investigate. I have killed the mysterious man. Isn't Nagato afraid that the mysterious man will disrupt Akatsuki's plan? So tell him, I have killed the mysterious man, it's no big deal. Yi-zan's casual words made Uchiha Itachi stunned for a moment. Although it was unclear what happened next, at that time, Namikaze Minato was stunned by the opponent's move. Master Zan, your strength has become stronger again. Hey, I won't tell you Tilda. Yi-zan winked and shook his head. That smug expression. Really thinks Uchiha Itachi is an idiot. So, your strength has indeed become stronger. I told you not to tell you. That's getting stronger. Don't tell you. Enko's head was covered in black lines after a while of brainless confrontation between the two. What is this? Konoha's level missing nin and Konoha's strongest man were fighting each other like friends, making her feel like her worldview had been turned upside down. After the official business was finished, the next thing was private affairs. Uchiha Itachi sat with a solemn face. Compared with the official business just now, his expression was more serious now. Master Zan, how is Sasuke doing recently? It's okay, my strength has improved very quickly, and my performance is not bad. Yi-zan licked his ears carelessly, and said casually, I heard that he defected a few days ago and went to Orochimaru. Master Zan. Hey, Itachi, don't be impulsive. I have arrangements for Sasuke's situation. Don't worry, I will return you a 6 paths immortal level Sasuke. How about it? Think about it, is it a little excited? Excited. My brother went to Orochimaru. Do you know who Orochimaru is? Uchiha Itachi kept roaring in his heart, but his face was cold, he just stared at Yi-zan, motionless. Don't stare, even if you stare at me. Sasuke has defected. Don't worry, I will put Sasuke with Orochimaru for 3 years. Sasuke is not an idiot, he will always guard against Orochimaru, and he will be in this dangerous environment. He has advanced by leaps and bounds, and maybe after 3 years, he will be promoted from Chunin to Kage-level powerhouse. Yi-zan's words made Uchiha Itachi stunned for a moment. If there is such an improvement in 3 years, it would not be a loss, but in 3 years from Chunin to a Kage-level powerhouse, even the old self, including Yi-zan, couldn't do it. Are you there? So you have always underestimated Sasuke. Although Sasuke's IQ and EQ are lower than shit, his talent is still very good. His future achievements are higher than yours. When you reach the peak, he will kill you with one move. Shocked. What's the shock? With me here, it's not a problem to train Sasuke to become a 6 paths immortal level powerhouse, trust me. Yizan bragged a lot, and in view of Yizan's monstrous behavior, Uchiha Itachi gradually believed. Seeing that a long time had passed, he finally stood up and bowed respectfully to Yizan. Master Zan, it's time for me to go back. If I don't go back, there will be suspicions on the Ghost Shark's side. I'll leave Sasuke's business to you. Go. Yizan waved his hand, Uchiha Itachi swayed, turned into a black shadow and disappeared instantly. In the tea house, only Yizan was drinking tea quietly, and Anko, who was full of doubts, was left. Brother Zan, Sasuke Uchiha, do you really have this kind of talent? Yeah, he will definitely become a 6 paths immortal level powerhouse in the future, I'm not kidding. No, I mean, can you train him to a 6 paths fairy level? Can't. Huh. I just mentally believe he can be that level. How bad are you, liar? The matter with Uchiha Itachi came to an end, and Naruto Shikamaru returned to Konoha with a group of wounded. Looking at Naruto's frustrated look, it was clear that the attempt to bring Sasuke back had failed. Anko packed a lot of things, and came to Yizan's house with a large bag and a small bag, and officially became one of the long-term residents. And most importantly, when Yuhi and Anko joined in, the number of women in Yizan's family, including their 2 daughters, finally reached 8. Tsunade, Kushina, Makoto, Konan, Yuhi, Anko, Marina, Ellie. Exactly 8 people. It's great, 8 people. From tomorrow, we can play the 8-player game of Ninja Kill, Stinky Hooligan. When we play Ninja Kill, you are responsible for serving tea and pouring water. Yizan, circle.operator_circle.operator. Chapter 448 Naruto hit by high voltage. Time flies, in a blink of an eye, 3 years of high school. Oh no, 3 years have passed like this. In the past 3 years, the ninja world has been peaceful, and the fast-growing Konoha has gradually encountered a bottleneck. Now the Konoha village is similar to the 21st century of the Earth, and it is difficult for even Yizan to come up with a way to make Konoha more advanced. I'm back. The sound of wind and fire was still so lively. Yizan, who was sleeping on the sofa, was suddenly hit by something. He groaned and hugged the thing subconsciously. With a perfect figure and fleshy buttocks, Yizan blew out the newspaper covering his face. Marina, you're naughty again. Hee, daddy lazy, sleep all day tilde. Marina sat on Yizan and twisted over, her hands wrapped around Yizan's neck, lowered her head, and kissed Yizan on the face. Boo. Tisk. Saliva. What about the saliva? This girl's saliva is also fragrant. Genai held Yizan's face arrogantly, and kissed Yizan's face for a dozen times before stopping. 3 years, Marina has been 16 years old. Yuhi-colored hair as her mother, a fat-free figure, a bulging D-cup and angelic cheeks made her the most dazzling star of Konoha 947. In the popular vote last year, she was voted as the most dazzling star of Konoha. Pretty girl number 1. There are many varieties of this column, including girl rankings, goddess rankings, small fresh meat rankings, uncle rankings, and so on. The unprecedented new ideas also make this column a big hit. In the ranking of girls, Marina is first, Ellie is second, Hinata is third, Ino is fourth, Sakura is fifth, and the top 20 are counted as names. Needless to say, the ranking of goddesses, the top few were contracted by Yizan's women, and the uncle ranked first, Namikaze Minato. What? Why do you think Yizan is not the first? Because Yizan looks too young. He is actually defined as a little fresh meat by the column, and his votes have crushed the second place 10 times. Marina, don't do it on your dad, you're not too young, so be careful. The sudden voice made Marina pout unhappily. She turned her head and saw that Kushina was walking down the second floor. I want it. I'm going to do it on my dad. Dad. Are you willing to drive your lovely, darling daughter down? Of course I can't bear it. Come on, Marina, let dad hug Tilda. Kushina together with the truth. Kushina was so angry that he immediately rushed over with Kiba's claws, squeezed the truth away, and sat on Yizan's waist. You bastard, what did you just say? Say it again if you have the ability. She bit Kiba fiercely. Then, Yizan raised his head and easily pouted Kushina's lips. After being kissed by Yizan, Kushina instantly changed from a tigress to a kitten, and lay softly on Yizan's body, squinting his eyes, comfortably kissed Yizan. Seeing Kushina and Yizan kissing, Mina's mouth pouted even higher. She understood. My mother just wanted to monopolize her father, so she squeezed herself out in this way. Mom, get out of the way. Boo. Kushina left Yizan's lips, and the corner of Silver's mouth was charming and charming. She gave Marina a disdainful look, lowered her head, and blocked Yizan's mouth again. Damn, Mom, you actually disdain me. Damn. Shimura's house is lively, and Konoha village is also very lively. After 3 years of hard work, Namikaze Minato has completely secured the position of the 5th generation of Hokage, and Hokage's baby son Naruto has become a legend in the ninja circle. I heard that Uzumaki Naruto went out to practice with Jiraiya-sama for 3 years, right? He hasn't come back yet. At the gate of Konoha, Kamizuki Izumo and Gang Ziti whispered. As Konoha's most famous Chunin dragon, they recently took on the task of guarding for a month. Speaking of Izumo, where did you rank on the uncle list last month? 18. When it comes to this matter, Kamizuki Izumo proudly raised his head. Although our strength is not strong, our appearance is still very good. To be ranked 18th on Uncle Konoha's list makes him feel very honored. However, I'm so sorry Izumo, I didn't mean to hit you, but I'm ranked 15 tilde. Quote. The two people complained about each other and were not convinced by each other. The strong love made the gate of Konoha a pink yui color. At this moment, 2 figures stepped into the gate. With a dusty feeling, it looks like a ninja who has traveled for many years. Hey, this is... Kamizuki Izumo was stunned for a moment, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It looks like this, shouldn't it be? Kamizuki Izumo was about to speak when the white-haired man walking in front suddenly turned his head and gave them a smile. Yo, I haven't seen you in a few years, how are you guys? Write what you're reporting, we're going back to our hearts like an arrow, Naruto. This guy, can't help but want to find Minato. As for speaking, Jiraiya and Naruto have already entered the village, and the bustling streets are crowded with people, and their blue eyes glance at them. Compared with 3 years ago, Konoha has become more prosperous. Konoha. Naruto sighed, and suddenly jumped up to the telephone pole in front of him. Looking down at his hometown, a different taste came to his mind. Konoha, I'm back. Sizzle. Ah. With a scream, Naruto fell to the ground in pain. At that moment, all the surrounding civilians were attracted by the scream and gradually surrounded him. Hey, what's up with this boy? It's Lord Ninja. He ran up to the telephone pole just now and was hit by high-voltage electricity. Ouch, don't die. Quick, call the hospital's ambulance. Young people today, really? In the dense crowd, a few well-meaning people rushed to a nearby shop and dialed 120 on the phone. On the spot, Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a cold sweat. At this moment, Naruto's body had turned black, his mouth was slightly open, he was going to die. Breathing out a puff of white smoke. Chapter 449_Petty Violent. At Konoha Hospital, Naruto is being treated and bandaged. With the power of Kyuubi, 9 tails, to recover, Naruto's injuries don't really need treatment, but at that time, Jiraiya was so frightened that he could only watch the doctor at the hospital carry Naruto away, and then, they recognized Naruto's identity. Lord Hokage's son was struck by high voltage on a utility pole, which... Sorry Minato, I didn't know this would happen. What the hell is high voltage? I've never heard of it before. Outside the ward, Jiraiya scratched his head with embarrassment on his face. Minato sighed helplessly. Although his son was heartbroken, he couldn't blame Jiraiya. This is a new thing that Brother Zan has been tinkering with in recent years, hey. Actually, Naruto is not the first to suffer. Namikaze Minato sighed again, and after a few minutes, the door opened, and Naruto walked out alive with bandages all over his body. Dad. Naruto, how is your body tilde? No problem, with Kyuubi's 9 tails, strength restored. Minor injuries are nothing. Naruto scratched his hair and smiled stupidly. His smile was bright and sunny. He looked at Minato with longing eyes. Dad, I miss you and Mom. The news of Naruto's return soon reached the ears of his friends, and Marina temporarily gave up the confrontation with her mother and left the house in a hurry. Dad, I heard that Naruto is back. I went to play with him, hum. I hope he has become a lot stronger in the past few years, otherwise it will be boring to beat him. Boom. The door was closed, and the sound of Marina's denga-denga-dang footsteps still lingered in her ears. On the sofa, Yi-zan glared at Kushina lightly. This violent tendency is definitely inherited from you. What stinky hooligan, where did I get violent tendencies? It's obviously inherited from you. I inherited it. Don't make fun of me. How could I be violent? Go to Konoha and ask. No one will ever say that I am violent. If someone dares to smear me, remember your name and I'll beat him to death. Quote. The return of Naruto has made Konoha individuals active again, and in another place in the ninja world, the dry climate makes the surrounding extremely hot, the endless yellow sand, and the light appear unnaturally distorted in the high-temperature environment. The crisp wind chimes are illusory, and the attire of the black Yuhi cloud is looming in the desert. Hot. Senior, aren't you hot? In the desert, Afe exaggeratedly fanned the wind with his sleeves. His voice was sharp and loud, causing Deidara to frown in disgust. Shut up. What are you making a fuss about? Don't you do 1,000 errands when you're hot? Waste. Because of Afe's usual cowardice, Deidara has always been disliked by Afe. He quickly took out a lump of clay from Kabuto, opened his mouth with his palm, and ate the clay with a few clicks. Wow. A 2-meter-long clay bird appeared. Deidara jumped lightly and jumped directly on the bird. He didn't even look at Afe. Looking at the clay bird flying higher and higher, Afe blinked his eyes suspiciously, stunned for a few seconds, and finally came to his senses. Senior Deidara, wait for me. I haven't gone up yet. You don't leave me alone. Senior. Looking at Afe running in the desert, Deidara pouted the corners of her mouth in disdain, and finally controlled the clay bird to descend and landed in the desert. Hurry up. Don't be dawdling, I'll capture Yue tonight. I can't stand it. How could this artist be a teammate like you? Akatsuki finally started to act. Konoha didn't know about this. After all, Yi-zan's order to Uchiha Itachi was to arrest Erway, Sanway and Kyuubi, 9 tails, Jinchuriki column. When Akatsuki first officially acted, no one knew. Naruto. In Hokage's office, Naruto held his head and chatted happily with Minato, but when he heard this very familiar voice, his face changed greatly, and he turned his head in fear. Boom. The door of the office was kicked open, and Marina rushed in excitedly. If it was just a simple friend meeting, Naruto would definitely be very happy, but... Naruto, take a punch from me. Boom. A loud bang, the Hokage building shook violently. On the office chair, Namikaze Minato wiped his forehead in cold sweat, watching his son fall to the side. Unable to get up, he didn't even dare to intercede for Naruto. Yo, Uncle Minato. Hi, Marina. Namikaze Minato forced a smile, and then, he saw Marina walking towards Naruto carelessly, lifted Naruto's neckline, and lifted Naruto who was dying. Hey, Naruto, after 3 years of practice, why are you still so weak? Marina asked suspiciously, completely forgetting her own changes in the past 3 years. Her cute look is very cute, but in Naruto and Namikaze Minato in his eyes, he was a little devil. Really, Sister Shina, please forgive me. His cheeks were swollen, Naruto couldn't speak clearly, he blinked pitifully and almost cried. Cut. The week. Seeing Naruto begging for mercy, Marina could only loosen Naruto's collar. She raised her head slightly, looked out the window, was silent for a long time, and finally sighed helplessly. The younger generation of Konoha, why is there no one who can pick me up? Naruto, you have to work hard. Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Marina, I will definitely work hard. Good Naruto, I appreciate your courage to never bow your head, work hard. We will have another contest next month. Uncle Minato, you have to supervise Naruto to practice. I'll go first, bye. To Namikaze Minato and left the office as if flying like a butterfly. On the spot, Namikaze Minato glanced at Naruto with swollen cheeks and the broken wall, and covered her forehead helplessly. Big Brother Zan's daughter, she can't be cured at all. How should I live in the future? Hey. Chapter 450 Deidara's Action. The moon stars are rare, the black magpies fly south, and the trees are surrounded by three. Cough, cough. The moon is full and big tonight, and Gaara is sitting in Kage's office silently processing documents. Since returning from Konoha 3 years ago, he has been able to sleep, and he has also asked Aikyo, but Ichio will not tell him why. Remember, you must not provoke that man in Konoha, this is my only condition. If you dare to wage war against Konoha, don't blame me for turning your face. Shukaku said with a serious face. When the mysterious man attacked Konoha, Gaara, including other foreign candidates, they did not leave immediately. These leading teachers, such as Maki, were quietly collecting data in Konoha, and because of a sudden accident, Konoha did leak a lot of information. It wasn't until Yizan returned with a group of Kage-level powerhouses that the teachers who led the team stopped moving, but at that time, Shukaku felt Yizan's aura, the 6 paths immortal level aura. If you want to die, don't pull me into the water. As long as you swear not to attack Konoha, I will stay in your body quietly. If there are other enemies, I can also fight with you. Gaara was baffled by Shukaku's words, but it was a good thing for him. Soon, Gaara will be able to sleep, and can easily manipulate Shukaku's power. After 3 years of hard work, his strength has increased dramatically. With Shukaku's power, he can compete with Kage level. For this reason, Gaara officially took over as Kage from his crippled father, and Chiyo's mother-in-law also retired from the top circle to start her retirement life. Wow! Wings flapped and a gust of wind blew up, and Deidara silently glanced down at Cheyenne village several hundred meters above the ground. Although the 4th generation of Kage is disabled, one-handed is also capable of quasi-shadowing. Fortunately, Chiyo's chakra is not found, one tail. The pattern on the left eye lens continues to enlarge. This is the money that Deidara has earned by performing the task hard. Entrusting Akatsuki technology, the lens developed by the development department has the effect of resisting demonic illusion and enlarging the map. I found it. There. Deidara's eyes narrowed, and he finally saw Gaara on the 3rd floor of the Kage building, but he didn't rush to do it, but continued to look around and found the hidden whistle of Cheyenne village. 3 whistle, small problem. Deidara whispered, and stretched his right hand into Kabuto to squeeze a piece of clay, and after a while, 3 little spiders fell from the air and landed silently on the necks of 3 whistle. What? The 3 whistles exclaimed at the same time. They were about to get rid of the spider on their neck. Suddenly, the spider grew rapidly. Blast! Boom! The spider exploded, and the huge power instantly blew the necks of the 3 of them. Successful infiltration. Really? The indifferent voice suddenly sounded from the side. Deidara's pupils shrank, and without thinking about it, he controlled the bird to avoid it immediately. Whoa! The yellow sand swept through the sky, and the terrifying flow like a waterfall almost caught Deidara. Oops, Deidara-senpai, what should we do? We've been discovered. Shut up. Deidara snorted coldly and looked at Gaara with bright eyes. At this moment, Gaara was standing in the air with a mass of floating yellow sand under her feet. Jinchuriki column force, I underestimate you. It's not just me that you underestimate. Gaara put his arms around him and said with a blank face. After a while, a large number of ninjas burst out from the village, all standing on the roof and looking up at the sky. Deidara's eyes, the gathering of thousands of shamans was not worth mentioning. He snorted softly and said disdainfully, just rely on this bunch of Jonin. With me, Jiden, magnet style, sands waves. The sea of sand mixed with metal minerals violently rushed into the sky. Deidara quickly controlled the clay bird to avoid it. He frowned slightly, and found the fourth generation of Kazekage standing on the roof of the Kazekage building, with one hand in the left hand. 4 generations of Kazekage. It's me. The fourth generation Kazekage has a serious face. Although he has abdicated, he still lives in Cheyenne village, unlike Chio and Ebizo, who have left the village and live in seclusion in the remote and barren mountains. Humph. What if it's you? Back then, Shimura-zan cut off a hand, and he didn't even dare to take revenge. What did you say? Whoa. Golden sands are flying all over the sky. Compared with the yellow sands of Gaara, the golden sands of the 4 generations of Kazekage have more powerful power. Jiden, magnet style. It's raining when the sands are in. Shish. The sand formed a rapid bullet to Deidara, and here, Gaara hand sealed with both hands, a piece of yellow sand rushed to Deidara from the other side. Compared with his father's sands, Gaara's yellow sand is not powerful enough per square, but it has a large amount. Humph. A group of trash dares to besiege me. Afe, the 4 generations of Kazekage are handed over to you. If you can't even win with one-handed trash, you will never want to team up with me in the future. Deidara snorted angrily and kicked Afe off the clay bird with one kick. Afe screamed exaggeratedly. At the same time, Gaara and the 4th generation Kazekage split a small stream of sand and attacked Afe at the same time. Boom. Golden sand and the yellow sand collided, causing the sky to be filled with dust. Gaara and the 4th generation Kazekage looked slightly stunned. They were shocked to find that the guy with the spiral mask just landed on the building. The attack just now did not cause him any damage. Harm. It turned out to be a master. Everyone, come on. Seeing that Afe landed on the roof, the 4th generation Kazekage gave an order, and all the Jonins in Cheyenne village came to Afe, but Afe just chuckled, and before the 4th generation Kazekage could react, there was an extremely terrifying crisis behind him. 4th generation adults, be careful. The exclamations of the ninjas caused the pupils of the 4th generation of Kazekage 1.7 to shrink sharply, because his right hand was cut off by Yi-zan more than 10 years ago, and he only had his left hand, and it was difficult for him to manipulate sand to protect himself in this crisis. Space ninjutsu. How is that possible? Sand armor. Swish. Blood splattered, and the sharp kunai easily pierced the jinsha. Although the amount of chakra of the two of them is cage level, the 4 generations of Kazekage with only one hand can't control the chakra at all. Afe just wrapped a lot of chakra in Kuwu, and easily pierced it. Sans. Father. The 4th generation of Kazekage was actually injured by Afe's attack. Gaara was distracted, seized the opportunity. Deidara suddenly took out a lot of clay from Kabuto. C2. Dragon. Burst. Absolute defense. Chapter 451_arrest. Boom boom boom. Was a violent explosion. Yellow sand fell from the sky. A small gap appeared in Gaara's absolute defense, and the C2 dragon made by Deidara disappeared. The unharmed Gaara raised her hands and was shattered by the big explosion. The torn yellow sand actually flew upside down into the air again, and divided into several parcels towards Deidara. Deidara rode a clay bird and kept dodging in the air, and her hands did not stop to create a large number of small clay animal, bouncing towards Gaara at great speed. Boom boom boom. The roaring explosions resounded continuously, and the flames fluctuated. There was a kind of beauty in setting off fireworks. Seeing that his own small clay could not blast through the endless yellow sand of the other side, Deidara's face finally changed. Isn't it going to explode? As expected of the Jinchuriki column force, the steady stream of chakra can actually control so much yellow sand. I don't have much clay, so I must fight quickly. Thinking of this, Didera's face froze, and the mouth in his palm quickly ate a lot of clay, and in a short while, he made 30 clay dolls. C3. Number 18. Quote. He snorted coldly and threw the clay doll directly. The doll instantly became bigger in midair. In Gaara's induction, the doll burst into a terrifying crisis. Oops. Quote. Found it. Ha ha ha, it's too late. Art is explosion, explosion. Boom. The indescribable explosion made everyone's ears in Cheyenne village lose their voices, and those who were close to them covered their ears in pain. Their eardrums were actually shattered by the terrifying sound waves. Then, the expected death did not come. The sky was dark, blocking the faint moonlight. Everyone looked up and was shocked to find that a huge super sand layer appeared in the sky, covering the entire village. This is Lord Kazekage's sand shield. As expected of Kazekage-sama. Long live Lord Kazekage. With Lord Kazekage here, no matter how strong the enemy is, don't be afraid. The ninjas and civilians below cheered loudly. In midair, Gaara also exhaled softly. His own chakra couldn't use this move. A large amount of sand gathered, blocking Didera's attack. It's over, intruder. No, it's not me that ends, it's you. Didera sneered and suddenly attacked with a few clay birds. Gaara easily pulled back part of the sand and wrapped himself into a ball. Is it absolute defense again? But I'm sorry, I already said that it's not me, but you. Let you see what real art is, burst. Didera suddenly shouted, and at that moment, Gaara only felt that the sand ball that was protecting him had turned into an extremely terrifying killer. Boom. It was very muffled, like a suppressed explosion. The sound was not too loud, but in the entire Cheyenne village, only one person's face changed. Gaara, the fourth generation Kazekage shouted. He was protected by many ninjas because of his injuries. At this moment, he did not attack Ah-Fei anymore, but looked at the air with a worried face. As a ninja who also used sand, he was fully aware of what happened just now. The power of the muffled sound is a full-hit explosion, because the absolute defense is closed, so that the explosion has the most perfect effect. Whoa! The absolute defense was shattered, and it turned into countless scattered sand and fell downward. Gaara closed his eyes, and the whole person completely lost consciousness. What? How is it possible? Kazekage-sama actually lost this. Gaara, who fell into a coma, and watched their Kazekage-sama, who was caught by the intruder. Humph. Still worried about the Jinchuriki column force of one-tailed people. Worry about yourselves first. So much sand fell. Tisk tisk tisk. Didera's words made everyone react, but when they saw the sand layer covering the entire village slowly falling due to the loss of Gaara's support, despair appeared in everyone's eyes. All ninjas, regardless of their strength, worked together to attack the sand layer. Disperse the weight of the sand layer, and don't let the sand layer fall. Attack together. The injured fourth generation Kazekage worked hard, and a large number of golden sands rose into the air. The majestic golden sands were as powerful as ocean waves, but they could only hold up less than 1/20th of the sand layer, and could only barely hold the most central one. The crowd is not crushed to death by the sand layer. Fight, for the sake of a large number of civilians in the village, futon, wind style. Wind blade. Futon, wind style. Daitapa, great breakthrough. Quote. Futon, wind style. Wind dragon ball. Thousands of sand ninjas attacked the sky frantically, but at this moment, Didera rode a clay bird and slowly flew into the distance. He put Gaara on the bird and sat directly on Gaara's head. Senior Didera. After a wave of space fluctuations, Ah-Fei slowly appeared beside Didera. Didera gave Ah-Fei a surprised look, and her tone was not as cold as before. It turns out that you are a space ninja. You can damage 4 generations of Kazekage with one move. Your strength is not bad. In this case, let's continue to form a team in the future. Hey, thank you for your praise, I will continue to work hard. That is, Uchiha Obito smirked while touching the back of 070's head. I don't know why, Obito deliberately pretended to be such a fool, maybe just to release his inner funny character. Village of Cheyenne was attacked, Gaara was finally captured by Deidara, and the village of Cheyenne immediately held an emergency meeting. The strength of the enemy is very strong, and to save Gaara, a strong cage level must be sent to pursue. At present, there is only one cage level, the reclusive mother-in-law Chiyo in the country of wind. The village of Cheyenne is in chaos, but the night in Konoha is peaceful. Clap la la. The outdoor Wen Izumi was steaming hot, and Yizan was lying down comfortably, enjoying the warmth of Wen Izumi. Marina was wearing a swimsuit, her white and tender toes gently tapped into Wen Izumi, then quickly retracted, and clicked in again, slowly, putting her small half-foot into Wen Izumi. It's so hot. Marina was afraid of being hot, but she still insisted on entering Wen Izumi, and it took 2 minutes to soak her whole body in. Wow! Wen Izumi's water swayed with ripples, and Marina walked to Yizan's side beautifully, and placed both hands on Yizan's shoulders. Dad, let me rub your shoulders for you tilde. Chapter 452_Family Soaking in Izumi. Wen Izumi City opened in the very remote southern area of Konoha, where there are more than 100 Wen Izumi farms. Due to its high-quality Izumi water and a series of linkage developments such as restaurants, casinos, movies, and technology, it eventually became a famous ninja world. On Izumi City. Tonight, Yizan's family built a good Wen Izumi pool to soak in Wen Izumi. Men change clothes fast. He went down to Wen Izumi pool early, but he didn't expect that Marina came out first. Dad, do I feel comfortable rubbing? Marina said softly. Her head was close to Yizan's ear, her perfect D-cup body was matched with a swimsuit, and Yizan couldn't stand the distance. That, Genai, your mother and the others are coming out. Yizan said softly, but his hands uncontrollably hugged Genai's waist and hugged her tightly in his arms. Dad. Marina's face was full of yuhi, she buried her head on Yizan's shoulder, the misty water vapor rose, and in the dark night, she looked more and more psychedelic. Stinky bastards, Marina, where are you? The sudden sound woke Yizan and Marina, who subconsciously retreated, and the sole of her foot accidentally stepped on a raised pebble at the bottom of the water. With a thud, she fell into Wen Izumi. Oh, it's hot, hot, hot. Marina came out, her voice was sharp and bright, she was most afraid of being hot, but when she fell just now, her head, which had never been wet, was completely submerged by Wen Izumi. Marina's shout finally attracted Kushina, because there are many ponds in Wen Izumi field, and the light at night is not good. She watched for a long time before seeing Yizan. Idiot, you said you don't need to accompany us. Since you are afraid of heat, why do you have to come to warm Izumi? Kushina reprimanded helplessly, and then gently rubbed Marina's cheek with her fingers, and Marina threw herself in Kushina's arms aggrieved. Wen Izumi's high temperature burned her miserably. Sister, are you alright? In the distance, Ellie also came over. She was wearing a black one-piece swimsuit and looked like an 11-year-old little loli, but she was 15.5 years old this year. Ellie has a slimmer figure, a B cup, and long black hair that is soft and smooth. She has always been brooding about the fact that her figure is not as good as her sister's. It's okay, it's just being burned. I hate bathing Izumi the most. Marina puffed up angrily. If Yizan hadn't come to bathe Izumi, she wouldn't have come. Hey, it's not hot. Ellie put her feet in the pool to test the water, jumped directly into the water, swam a few times, and swam directly to Yizan's side. Dad hug. Seeing Ellie's obedient and cute appearance, Yizan immediately put her arms around Ellie's shoulders and held Ellie in his arms. On the side, Marina let out an unhappy snort. Dad's embrace was obviously his. Humph. You weird creatures who are not afraid of heat. You don't have the same knowledge as you. Idiot, who is a weird creature? You are the only one who is weird, and you have the strength of Jonin. You are afraid of being hot, and you are not afraid of shame when you say it. The sudden move made Marina scream in horror, hugging Kushina's waist and saying nothing. "Don't push me. Mom, you're too much. Woohoo." When Izumi was steaming leisurely, and soon, the women in the family changed their clothes one after another, and except for Marina and Aili, all the women in Yizan's family were actually wearing bikinis. With different colors and styles, Yizan kept looking at the figures of the women, and a trace of saliva gradually flowed from the corners of his mouth. "What are you thinking, little pervert? I'm still drooling, it's not like I haven't seen it before." Tsunade jumped into the water and kissed Yizan's lips in a funny way. "What? You can't drool when you see it." Yizan squatted down slightly, leaving only his head on the surface of the water. His hands swam around dishonestly, causing Yuhi to faint instantly on Tsunade's cheeks. "Hate, don't move." Tsunade glared at Yizan lightly, swam a few meters away, and came to Kushina's side. "Kushina, do you want to drink?" "Have a drink, it's a nice night today, Tilda." Kushina nodded, and then Tsunade pressed a small button on the shore, and a waitress in formal clothes came over after a while. "Do you need any help?" "Here's some wine, some beer, sake, Yuhi, and also, the barbecue tools are ready, just stand by the side." "Okay, please wait a moment, Tilda." The waitress bowed and left, and after a while, 3 waitresses came over with a few plates of wine and put some grills next to the Wen Izumi pool. This Wen Izumi farm is actually one of the Wen Izumi farms officially invested by Konoha. At the request of Yizan, only female waiters are allowed in the Wen Izumi farm. After all, he occasionally brings women to Wen Izumi, but he does not want to be caught by men. Waiter looks. Tsunade and Kushina started drinking sake while soaking Wen Izumi. Here, Yizan smirked and hugged Yuhi's waist, while the other hand was dangling on Enko's body. "Ah, brother Zan, don't be like this." Enko's face is full of Yuhi. Although she is bold, this kind of thing should still be done at home. She is still very shy in places like Wen Izumi Pond. "Hey, my baby Enko, don't you usually dare to ask for it anywhere? Why don't you dare today?" Yizan blinked his eyes suspiciously, but the smirk at the corner of his mouth did not change. "Humph, you bad guy, wasn't it enough last night? You bullied me and Yuhi so badly, I hate it to death." "Tisk, if that's the case, then I'll let it go, okay?" "Let go, big rascal." Enko gently pushed away Yizan's hand buried under Izumi's water, rolled his eyes and looked at the other girl. "Brother Zan, I think now, Rin definitely wants you to touch her, Tilda." Enko, what are you talking about? How could I?" Rin, who had been quietly soaking in Izumi, raised her head instantly. She looked at Yizan with a Yuhi expression on her face, and was a little flustered for a while. Nohara Rin has never moved into Yizan's house. Although she likes Yizan very much, her thinking is more conservative. She didn't live at Yizan's house, but she often ate at Yizan's house. Today, everyone had dinner together, and because Yizan proposed to go to Wen Izumi, she was forcibly pulled by other women. It's not important. What's important is that at this moment, Yizan has already swam to Nohara Rin's side. The wicked smile on the corner of his mouth makes Yuan Rin's whole body go soft, and before he can react, Yizan is hugged into his arms. Chapter 453 _ How did you meet? Fragrant oily smells overflowed, and the grill was filled with fresh kebabs. The Wen Izumi pool, there are geothermal heat, lounge chairs, coffee tables, and fruit bowls. Yi Shuangguang was lying on the marble floor with his upper body on. The warm temperature quickly evaporated the warm water on his body. On the left and right, Marina and Aili hugged Yizan's arms respectively. They were wrapped in white dry. The towel, the long one, can wrap most of the body. Tsunade, Kushina, Yuhi and Enko were sitting by the Wen Izumi pool tasting wine. Makoto, Konan and Nohara Rin were grilling for everyone with great interest, and Yizan looked lazily at the stars under the night and the dazzling silver river. "Hey, Dad," Marina said softly, rubbing her cheeks against Yizan's arm. how did you and mother know each other? Her words made Yizan stunned for a moment, and on the other side, Ellie quietly raised her ears. How did you know? I went to the country of Vortex to perform a mission. You know, I'm lazy. My Anbu teammates and I went to the high slope outside the Uzushiogakure village and thought the scenery was good, so I let the other members of Anbu perform the mission, myself. Lying on the lawn to sleep, the grass on the lawn is relatively lush, and your mother stepped on her foot without seeing it. 177 That was the first time I met her. Quote. Hee hee. So that's the case, so the two of you must have had a big fight, right? Hey, how do you know? Indeed, your mother stepped on someone and didn't apologize. Of course I was angry. I wanted to do it, but seeing that your mother was so cute, I couldn't bear to do it, so I quarreled with her, tisk. I think of that year. Ah, so funny. Yizan changed his posture and embraced Marina and Ellie in his arms. The two women's cheeks were close to Yizan's heart, and Ellie tapped Yizan's abdomen with her fingernails. Then, Dad, how did you and my mother get together? Ellie also began to ask. Of course she knew that her mother was from the Uchiha family, but Makoto had never told her the story. Makoto, actually, your mother and I are classmates at the ninja school. We are at the same table in the first grade. I like to bully her and touch her hands. The ninja school is only 7 years old in the first grade. Dad, why are you so bad? Ellie's eyes widened in surprise, her eyes full of disbelief. Cough cough. Don't say that, I'm not the same as these brats. Don't forget, I collapsed the country of water when I was 8 years old. I'm not the same as ordinary brats. It's really different. Dad is so horny when he's so young. No wonder Sister Kushina calls you a scumbag. No wonder Sister Tsunade calls you a little pervert. Then tell me, how did you know Sister Tsunade? Aili is 15.5 years old this year, and Yizan's women, because of the ability of face fruit, will always remain around 18 years old. Tsunade looks a little older, only 23 years old, so many years ago, Aili and Marina started. Called their sister Tsunade, he. The first time I saw Tsunade, I touched her fierce, and she chased and beat her, that violent girl. Hey, little pervert, what are you talking about? When Yizan was complacent, Tsunade came over with a glass of wine. Yizan's face froze, and he snorted awkwardly. I didn't say anything. I was just telling Ellie and Marina that I chased after you for a long time because you were so beautiful. It's not Tsunade's sister. Dad said he touched you the first time he saw you. Ellie. Yizan's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't expect Aili, who has always been cute, to humiliate himself at this time. He looked down at his arms, and found that Aili was smiling cutely, with an indescribably cute look in his eyes. As expected, the cut of the natural cut is black. The ancients honestly don't deceive me. Yizan blinked his eyes in despair, because at this moment, he had already seen Tsunade's clenched fist. It was too late to speak, and a flash of light suddenly flashed across Yizan's mind. He suddenly let go of his two daughters, got up, hugged Tsunade, rushed forward a few steps, and jumped hard. Poof! The water splashed everywhere, and Yizan jumped into the Wen Izumi pool with Tsunade in his arms. Cough cough. Bastard. You bastards are bastards. Don't do it. Just relax your fists. If you dare to move, don't blame me for being merciless. Yizan smirked, his submerged hands swimming dishonestly. Tsunade gave Yuhi a pretty face, angrily turned over by Akugan. Little pervert, it's getting more and more dishonest now. Pulling Yizan's fingers out of her swimming trunks, she glared at Yizan viciously, got up and left the Wen Izumi pool. She walked quickly to the grill, and found that the grill had appeared golden covered with grease and cumin. Barbecue. Then, Big Food number 1 drooled, and she leaned over beside Makoto with a shy face, her eyes fixed on the barbecue. Makoto, but did you eat it? That's it. The moment Makoto nodded, Tsunade took out the skewer like lightning, but as a high-end foodie, Tsunade didn't stuff it into his mouth stupidly, but took a few breaths and carefully put the skewer on his lips, waiting to find out. Once you can accept it, Put it in your mouth quickly. Yeah, delicious. Tsunade's exaggerated behavior immediately caught the attention of Chuo number 2 and Chuo number 3. Kushina suddenly pushed Enko away, but Enko cleverly grabbed Kushina's wrist and pulled Kushina back instead. The second pass is mine. Enko exaggeratedly rushed over to pick up the grilled second pass, and even turned his head to look at Kushina behind him, and winked provocatively, Sister Kushina, you lost. Humph. Kushina pouted angrily, but she didn't expect to be turned against the first army by Enko. She came to Conan's side pretty and sullenly, and pitifully pouted to Conan. Okay, here, this is yours. Conan handed Kushina a bunch of grilled squid. Kushina sniffed it, and couldn't help swallowing. It smells good. Although they all had dinner, everyone was hungry after soaking in on Izumi. The fierce barbecue snatch battle began, and even Marina and Ellie participated, and Yizan, who was walking out of the Wen Izumi pool at the moment, when he came to the grill, the skewers on it had disappeared. That, mine. Chapter 454 Sleep with Two Daughters. Too much. When Izumi pawned, Yizan looked at the girls with grief and indignation. The girls just glanced at Yizan with a giggle. Tsunade Kushina and the girls continued to taste wine and eat fruit plates, and Konan Nohara Rin started a new round of giving. The barbecue was oiled, and seeing Yizan's pitiful appearance, Makoto walked over pretty and gently kissed Yizan's lips. Hee, Brother Zan, are you angry? I'm so angry. I'm a cheapskate, Yizan turned his head, and his high pouting mouth represented his dissatisfaction, unless what? Unless you, Tsunade and Kushina are with me tonight. Hearing Yizan's request, Makoto's little face turned to Yuhi with a swish. She bowed her head shyly, and Yizan took advantage of the situation to wrap his arms around Makoto's waist. Hey, darling Makoto, try it once. But don't be shy, it's actually more interesting when there are more people. Tsunade and Kushina are very bold, let me tell you quietly. Yizan leaned into Makoto's ear and whispered something. Makoto's cheeks became more and more open to Yuhi. Beside, Marina puffed up her face unhappily, pinched the soft flesh around Yizan's waist, and squeezed hard. Ouch! Yizan let out a pained cry and turned to look at Genai, only to realize that the girl had become angry at some point. Baby girl, what's the matter? Who made you angry? Humph, you messed up. Me, how did I mess with you? Yizan scratched the back of his head in a daze, not knowing when he offended this precious daughter again. Yizan asked, and Genai didn't say anything. She puffed up her cheeks, bulging like a goldfish. Yizan couldn't help it. He raised his hands and pressed them against her cheeks. Squeak. As if the balloon was leaking, Marina's cheek was flattened by Yizan. She didn't speak or interrupt, just stared at Yizan silently with her beautiful big eyes, making Yizan feel uncomfortable. That, baby girl. Humph. Dad is wrong, please don't be angry. Humph. Marina snorted again, turned her head away and ignored Yizan. On the other side, Ellie took Yizan and Makoto's hands, and there were stars in her big black eyes. Dad, Mom. Ellie, what's wrong? I want to sleep with you tonight. Dad, I want to sleep with you too. Why don't you do this, Brother Zan? Don't bully us tonight, sleep with Ellie and Marina. When I got home, it was already 10:30 p.m. At the strong request of Marina and Aili, Yizan finally agreed to sleep with his two daughters, and then Tsunade Kushina Makoto Konan all leaned into Yizan's ear and warned Yizan not to mess around. Hey, am I that kind of person? What do you think of me? Humph, you little pervert, in my eyes, you're a little rascal. Tsunade said. Stinky hooligan, in my eyes, it's a bad and dirty stinky hooligan. Kushina waved his fist in disdain. Brother Zan, in my eyes, you are a bad Brother Zan. Makoto was glutinous, and what he said left Yizan speechless. Teacher, You are a bad teacher. Conan's face Yuhi bit his lip, that look. Yizan. Okay, you guys won. At 10:30 in the evening, it is almost time for every household to go to bed. Soaking warm Izumi can improve sleep, that is to say, soaking warm Izumi makes it easier to sleep. Washing up, turning off the lights, and going to the upper bunk, but when he was in the upper bunk, Yizan gave his two daughters a stern look, and the two little nuisances almost lured Makoto to Tsunade Kushina, Before going to bed, did you wash your face? Did you wash your feet? Did you rinse your mouth? It's all washed. Marina smiled happily. She was wearing pink Yuhi-colored pajamas and jumped on the bunk with her bare feet. Sister, turn off the lights. Ellie nodded, closed the door first, then turned off the lights, and finally came to the edge of the shop with the faint moonlight outside the window, and climbed to the other side of Yizan. After the bed was covered, Yizan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Sleeping was always so good, and seriously, it was not good for the body to stay up all night with women. Just take a break every now and then. With this thought in mind, Yizan slowly closed his eyes, but as soon as he closed his eyes, his nose was caught between two fingers. Marina, don't make trouble. Hee. Dad, don't go to bed, chat with us Tilda. Marina happily hugged Yizan's belly, and one foot rested on Yizan's leg. She shook her head excitedly, obviously without a trace of sleepiness. Tisk. Marina, Dad is tired and wants to sleep, and oh, even if you're not tired, Ellie is tired, she. Dad, I'm not tired. Ellie Chow's big black eyes were open, her head resting on Yizan's arm. Just like Genai, her eyes were also excited, but she didn't show it like Genai did. Okay, two babies, what do you want to talk to me about? Yizan squeezed his two daughters even tighter. Although soaking in when Izumi made him want to sleep, since it was the request of the precious daughters, he naturally wants to cheer up and chat. Hee, Dad, I want to hear the details of the first strange thing you and your mother did. Marina looked at Yizan with excitement. Yizan was slightly taken aback, and decisively rejected Marina's proposal. No, I can't tell you this kind of thing. Why? Because I can't talk, change the subject. Then I want to hear how you felt when you kissed your mother for the first time and how your body reacted. This. Can't say that, Marina, you've learned badly. I've decided to temporarily deprive you of the right to talk about it. Now, I'll leave it to Ellie to ask. Ellie, what do you want to talk about? I want to know, assuming that my father is an ordinary person, and that I and Marina fell into the river at the same time, you can only save one, who do you want to save? Yizan. Circle.operator_circle.operator. Chapter 455 Cheyenne Village asks for help. In the early morning of Konoha, several thousand meters high in the sky, a huge bird was flying. Guru. The bird made a screeching sound, and there was exhaustion and spirituality in its small eyes. Swish. Wind picked up, and the birds came to a higher platform in Konoha. On the platform, a ninja came over suspiciously, and there were several ninjas feeding more than a dozen birds. It's early in the morning, where did it fly? The ninja walked up to the bird. When he noticed the Yuhi-colored mark on the bird's forehead, his face changed greatly, and he even took a step back subconsciously. Isn't this the highest level communication ninja beast Yingmaru of Cheyenne Village? Something must have happened. The ninja quickly took off the box on the bird's back, laid it flat on the table, handed the hand seal with one hand, and whispered, "Open." Bang! The seal was lifted, and what came into view was a document with a Yuhi-colored background. This is a first-level emergency communication document. A little confusion gradually appeared in Konoha, but Shimura's house was quiet. Yizan fell asleep comfortably. He lay on the bunk in a big shape, occupying most of the space. The same is true for Marina. She spreads out her hands and feet without any sleepiness. Her right hand and right foot are all on Yizan, and the back of her hand is even more on Yizan's face. It was a pop that hit Yizan's face. The most pitiful one was Aili. She curled up slightly on the far right, leaning against Yizan, like a stray kitten, occupying less than 1/10 of the space. Ellie sleeps best, curled up, holding her hands under her cheeks as a pillow head. Her breathing is small and thin, and she is very cute. And at this moment, crunch. Door was pushed open, and Makoto walked in slowly. She stood silently on the edge of the shop, watching the three idiots sleeping, not only covering her mouth and snickering. Mom. The soft voice seemed to have not woken up. Ellie rubbed her eyes in a daze, and found that Makoto was really standing in front of her. Mom, why is it so early? It's still early. It's 10 o'clock, the three of you. How late did you go to bed last night? Makoto said amusedly, took Ariana's arm in midair, and pulled her up with a little force. Hug. Although she was pulled up, Ellie still couldn't open her eyes lazily. She leaned her head on Makoto's stomach, hugged Makoto's body with both hands, and yawned softly. Seeing to fall asleep again. Hey, you guys. Seeing Ellie's tired appearance, Makoto shook his head, and finally put Ellie next to Yizan, walked out of the bedroom in small steps, and closed the door gently. Except for the industrious Makoto and Conan, the slackers of Shimura's house were still sleeping, while in Hokage's office, Namikaze Minato's face was very solemn. In addition to Namikaze Minato, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi are also in the office. Naruto is holding the back of his head carelessly. There was no Konoha collapse plan, and there was no intersection between him and Gaara. The village of Cheyenne is officially asking us for help, and Akatsuki has kidnapped the 5 generations of Kazekage Gaara. Are we going to save it? Naruto asked suspiciously. Although he was innocent and kind, why did Konoha do things in other villages? Of course, after the end of the Third Ninja World War more than 10 years ago, Cheyenne Village and Konoha reached an alliance. Over the years, both sides have made good achievements in economy, trade and politics, and... Namikaze Minato paused. Of course he knew about Akatsuki. Although he didn't understand Yizan's detailed plan, he knew that Akatsuki was the private property of Uzumaki Nagato, and at that time, Uzumaki Nagato was Jiraiya's apprentice. That is his own senior brother, but I didn't expect that Uzumaki Nagato would eventually turn his back on Konoha and start to develop on his own. Cheyenne Village is our ally. Kazekage was caught. We Konoha have an obligation to help. Now give Kakashi class a task. Go to Cheyenne Village to find out the situation immediately. Become Cheyenne Village's foreign aid, and help Cheyenne Village rescue Kazekage. Minato's words brought a happy smile to Naruto's face. After 3 years of practice, he did not expect to receive such an important task within a few days of his return. Save Kazekage. This is to save Kazekage. That is to say, my father believed that he could complete the task, so he gave the task to his class. Sakura did not become Tsunade's apprentice like in the original book, but because of Sakura, her mental power is twice that of ordinary people, and her chakra control is very high. In the past 3 years, she entered the Konoha hospital and became a medical ninja. She studied with the medical squad leader. Her excellent chakra control level made her quickly become a powerful medical ninja. Although the treatment is very powerful, her attack method is very simple. So far only the chakra scalpel is an attack method. Wait. The sudden voice made everyone stunned. Namikaze Minato looked at him, only to find that Sakura was awkward, obviously a little shy. That, Lord Hokage, you gave such an important task to our class. Can our class complete the task? Kazekage is the most powerful person in the country of wind. He has been arrested, just a few of us. Sakura's meaning is obvious. Kakashi is just Konoha's Jonin, although she doesn't know Naruto's current strength, but 3 years ago, Naruto was at the level of Chunin. Although her medical ninjutsu is very powerful, she can't exert any power in battle. Such a combination to support Cheyenne Village. Sakura, what are you talking about? Since Dad gave us the task, he trusts me 2.3. And I have become a lot stronger in the past 3 years. We can complete the task. Naruto was dissatisfied, shouting. He was afraid that Minato would cancel the mission. After all, this is a super advanced mission to save Kazekage, and he is full of enthusiasm to do whatever he wants. Naruto was noisy, but Sakura's words made Namikaze Minato agree. Although Naruto is a Jinchuriki column force from Kyuubi, 9 tails, according to the description of the letter for help, the other party easily defeated the 5 generations of Kazekage, and the other person has space. Ninjutsu, 1 blow wounded 4 generations of Kazekage. What Namikaze Minato thought of, Kakashi also thought about it. He lowered his eyelids lazily, and his tone had a hint of indescribable comfort. Lord Hokage, there is a group of people who I think are very suitable to carry out the mission with us. Chapter 456_Wake Up. Yizan didn't wake up until 11 o'clock. He yawned and patted the bottoms of his 2 daughters, finally waking them up. Well, Dad hates. Let me sleep for a while. Marina held the bed and didn't let go, as if she was holding the bed like a doll. Tisk. Look at your sleeping position, you're not a lady at all. Yizan patted the truth again, while Ellie stared at Yizan resentfully. Last night, Dad's sleeping position squeezed her to the very edge. Ellie, why are you staring at me like that? Being stared at by Ellie's resentful eyes, her scalp was numb. Yizan scratched her head in embarrassment. Ellie didn't say anything, just snorted, got up, and stroked her messy black hair. Dad hates it. I haven't given the answer to the first question last night. She pouted and said resentfully, and saw Yizan looking up at the sky, with a silly look, obviously not wanting to answer the question. It's fine if you don't answer, Smoothing her hair, Ellie put on her slippers and left the bedroom. After a while, Makoto Konan's voice came from downstairs, and she could vaguely hear Kushina's stretching. Whisper 30. Lee, the stinky hooligan didn't mess around last night, did he? No, I just had a chat with my dad last night. My dad is going too far, and he actually avoided my questions. What's the problem? Suppose me and Marina fall into the water, and Dad can only save one, who will he save? Hearing the faint voice from downstairs, Yizan yawned again. Before he could react, his neck sank, and his pure white arms gently hugged his neck. Hey, Marina, are you awake? I woke up a long time ago, and pretended to be asleep just now. Marina chuckled, and approached her head with a face full of yuhi, trying to kiss Yizan's mouth. Boom. Ouch. Genai let out a soft cry and covered her forehead aggrieved. She was about to kiss her soon, but Yizan knocked her on the forehead. Stinky Dad, what are you doing? Just knocking on you. Want to kiss early in the morning. I didn't rinse my mouth, it stinks. You are stinky, I hate it. Smelly Dad, I'm ignoring you. Marina got up angrily, and left the bedroom wearing slippers. In the bedroom, Yizan was the only one left. He yawned lazily, muttered a few words, suddenly sank down, and pulled up the bed cover to cover himself. Well, let's sleep for a while. The lazy Yizan continued to sleep. In the living room on the first floor, Makoto had already placed the finished crystal cakes on the coffee table. Hey, Marina, where's your father? I don't know. Said angrily, walked into the bathroom and started to wash her face and brush Kiba. Makoto blinked inexplicably, and finally stepped on the stairs to the second floor, pushed aside the bedroom belonging to Mina, and found that Yizan was sleeping with his head covered. Brother Zan, you are still sleeping. Makoto walked over slowly, and just sat on the bed. Yizan opened the bed and pulled Makoto down. Oh, Brother Zan, what are you doing? Suddenly falling into Yizan's arms, a hint of shame appeared on Makoto's cheeks. She tenderly wanted to push Yizan away, but Yizan smiled wickedly and said nothing. Hey, Makoto, you see last night I spent the whole night with Marina Irie, and now. Don't, Brother Zan, everyone is awake, and this is Marina's room, in case she runs in. In other words, it's enough to go to your room. Yizan leaned close to Makoto's ear wickedly, biting lightly. The warm breath made Makoto's whole body go soft, and he fell into Yizan's arms completely. Brother Zan, do ent. Makoto Nuo pleaded. Although Yizan had already made her feel, she still couldn't hold on. After all, everyone was awake, she was thin-skinned, and she was really embarrassed to be so bold. Makoto begged bitterly. Yizan slapped her mouth a few times, and finally let her go, but before letting her go, Yizan still gave her a few big kisses, which was considered interest for himself. Dong dong dong. A knock on the door came from downstairs. Yizan was stunned for a moment, and Makoto escaped from Yizan's claws. Guests are here. Kushina's shout made Yizan helpless, and finally he could only put on his clothes and pants, and took Makoto's hand and dawdled down to the first floor. Yo, Minato, Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, long time no see. Boss Zan, I haven't seen you for 3 years, do you think I've become stronger? Naruto grinned, bending his arms, showing that he was strong. Naruto, have you really become stronger again? Marina walked out of the washroom. She shook her fist casually, and instantly made Naruto's neck shrink and lowered her head in fear. Sister Marina, I'm weak. Naruto was already afraid of being beaten by Marina. He blinked pitifully, and resolutely hid behind Namikaze Minato, for fear of being beaten by Marina again. Naruto instantly confessed, but here, Sakura stared at Yizan unblinkingly, still familiar, as if never getting old, but she already knew the truth 2 years ago. This one looks only 18 years old. The handsome guy is not Marina and Ellie's brother at all, but the legendary 4th-generation Hokage, the indomitable Konoha patron saint. Zan. Mr. Zan is good. Sakura bowed her face yuhi. Every time she saw Yizan, she had a different feeling, but roughly speaking, it was, this man is so handsome. Well, hello Sakura. Yizan nodded, then looked at Minato, and directly gestured with a little finger. Minato, you have changed, you haven't brought Mawako to play with me for a long time. Brother Zan, what? You are obviously too lazy. My 10-10 starts work at 7 in the morning, and I often work overtime. You are ashamed to say it. Minato complained with black lines all over his head. Seeing Yizan woke up so late, he full of envy and jealousy. Cut. Who told you to be a Hokage? I told you at the beginning that being a Hokage is a chore. You don't believe it. Are you comfortable now? You are exhausted. Also, looking at your posture, you should be looking for me for something, right? Tell me, what's the matter? The 5th generation of Kazekage was captured by Akatsuki, and a rescue letter was sent from Cheyenne Village. Chapter 457 Arrogant treatment. Have you brought everything? Okay, you are not allowed to use the ninja gear unless it is absolutely dangerous. Ellie, you are responsible for supervising your sister. If she uses ninja gear casually, remember to give me a small report. Dad, what do you mean? You actually let Ellie supervise me. Also, even if you say that, Ellie is on my side. Is that so? Ellie, if your report is successful, I'll sleep with you alone. Tilda. Facing Yizan's sugar-coated cannonballs, Ellie nodded and agreed without thinking. Being able to sleep with her father alone was an irresistible temptation for Ellie. Dad, how can you do this? It's too much. Then you have to behave well. Don't let Ellie catch you. Okay, let's go. Yizan pointed into the distance with a bloody face, and then, in full view of the public, walked towards Konoha village with his hands behind his back. I knew that the blood just now was fake, big lazy. Staring at Yizan's back, Marina was full of resentment. She still wanted to use the latest technology to go to Cheyenne village to be arrogant. If you are not used to it, just drop a Raiden, Thunder style, Rasengan directly, not to mention being more energetic. Sister, Dad just knew that you would do this, so he asked me to supervise you. Eileen Pretty stood aside, but the words that came out of her mouth made Marina's face darken, and she turned her head angrily. Ellie, don't report me. No, if you use the ninja tools indiscriminately, I will definitely report you. As long as you report you, I can sleep with Dad alone. Thinking of this, Eileen's big black eyes flashed with bright stars. Ellie, you are too much. I'm sorry, sister, I want to sleep alone with my father. Village asked for help, and Konoha sent Kakashi to lead the team, with Naruto, Sakura, Marina and Irie rushing towards Cheyenne village. When they arrived, several days had passed, and they hurried to the hospital at the invitation of Cheyenne village ninjas, where Maki and many Jonin were there. Kankuro went to chase the enemy alone, and was seriously injured by the ninja who could set bombs. His injuries were too serious, and all his internal organs were damaged and bleeding profusely. Elder Chiyo could only barely hang Kankuro's life. Maki's face is full of grief. As Kankuro's instructor, he has always had feelings for many years. Seeing that Kankuro is about to die, his mood is very bad. Let me come, I'm Konoha's medical ninja, maybe I can save him. Sakura stood out from the crowd, because of her high level of chakra manipulation. A few years have made her a Konoha-ranked medical ninja. You can't, little girl, maybe your medical level is very good, but our elder Chiyo is the strongest medical ninja other than Konoha Tsunade Haim, even her old man can't treat her, you. Hey, I'll take you in. Quote. With the idea of a dead horse being a living horse doctor, Maki led the Konoha group into the ward. As soon as she entered the ward, anger appeared on Chiyo's face. Damn Konoha White Fang, how dare you appear in front of me? Go to hell. She even gave up the treatment of Kankuro and rushed towards Kakashi frantically. Kakashi took a step back with a blank face. He didn't want to fight Chiyo inexplicably. Sister, look clearly, this is not White Fang. An old arm grabbed Chiyo, and Chiyo was slightly taken aback by the heavy voice. Sister, Konoha White Fang is not so young. If it was White Fang, he would be in his 50s now. If you look at the young man in front of him, he looks like he is in his 20s, not White Fang. Ebizo pulled Chiyo and then turned towards Kakashi. He bowed, sorry, my sister is impulsive, I hope it won't affect the friendship between the two countries. It doesn't matter. Kakashi scratched his head, not knowing that his father killed Chiyo's daughter and son-in-law during the Second Ninja World War. He smiled naively, obviously not taking Chiyo's crazy words to heart. At this moment, because Chiyo suddenly attacked Kakashi, Kankuro's condition deteriorated instantly. He coughed in pain on the bed, and when he coughed casually, the wound on his body began to bleed. The internal organs are all broken, bleeding profusely. Sakura hurried to Kankuro's side, but when she saw Kankuro's injury, her pupils shrank sharply, and a green light immediately appeared in her palm. The art of rejuvenation. The technique of healing and regeneration is a very rare medical ninjutsu. Only a small number of ninjas in Konoha and a small number of ninjas in Kumogakure village use it in the whole ninja world. It uses the cells in the injured body to heal wounds, and the therapeutic effect is extremely overbearing. However, this technique requires a very long time and concentration, so you need to take breaks from time to time to replenish your physical strength. Kankuro's injury is too serious. Even if Sakura tries his best, he can only recover Kankuro's injury at an extremely slow speed. If this goes on, Sakura will run out of chakra within a short period of time, and Kankuro also died because of the lack of treatment. Half an hour later, Sakura sweated profusely and withdrew the technique of rejuvenation. She glanced at Maki guiltily and shook her head. Sorry, this kind of injury will take at least 3 days without interruption with my strength. The treatment is good, but my chakra can only last for half an hour, sorry. The technique of healing and rejuvenation is Konoha's advanced medical ninjutsu. Not to mention that it is not allowed to be passed on to outsiders. Even if Chiyo wants to learn it, it will not be learned in 10 days and a half. Now, Kankuro's injury can't last for an hour. Seeing Kankuro lying on the bed in pain, Marina quietly pouted. Although she was naughty, she was always a kind girl, and the country of Konoha Hefeng was an ally. She felt that when necessary, she should stand up and help those in need. Well, it was actually the kindness of the little girl. Seeing Konkuro's miserable appearance, she silently walked to Konkuro's side, and slowly raised her hands under everyone's doubtful eyes. Sealing technique. Super. Palm Immortal Seal Regeneration. A brilliant green light illuminated the entire ward, and 5 minutes later, Konkuro's injury was healed. Facing everyone's ghostly eyes, Marina raised her chin arrogantly and raised her eyebrows in disdain. Don't compare me to you. In my eyes, except for my Ellie, everyone present is a hot chicken. Chapter 458_Synthetic Gudodama, Truth-Seeking Ball. In a large cave in the Kingdom of Rivers, Deidara and Afe are standing on the fingers of the huge Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, surrounded by 7 colorful phantoms. The magic 9 dragons are sealed, and the tailed beast is sealed into the special sealing technique of Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. This is because Yi-zan changed the original book and left Kakuzu and Konan in Konoha. Akatsuki couldn't find the 9th core member for several years. In desperation, he could only use 8 people. This sealing technique, seriously speaking, can be used by Nagato alone. The chakra of the Uzumaki family is more than 10 times of the same level. If Nagato uses all his strength, he can complete the seal alone. Of course, it is impossible for him to do this. He would rather work hard for everyone to seal together, rather than exhaust his chakra. Although there is one less person, he has put some more force in the seal, which can be considered to fill the lack of people. Trouble. It takes 3 days to seal the tailed beast. In addition to guarding against the enemies from the land of wind, you should also pay attention to your own body, and don't break the seal in an accident. After Nagato finished speaking, he quickly took a few seals with both hands. Soon, the chakras of the 8 people began to be transmitted into the fingers of Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. With the infusion of chakras, Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, opened his mouth and spit out 9 violent chakra dragons. The magic 9 dragons are sealed. Roar. The 9 dragons roared, instantly drowning Gaara. Gaara floated in the air in pain, Yuhi-colored chakra constantly overflowing from her mouth and eyes. Yuhi-colored chakra flew towards the sky, and entered Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, mouth. Akatsuki began to draw a tail, and the team that rescued Gaara was ready to set off. Because the enemy is too powerful, except for Konoha and everyone, the only Sandy ninja participating in the rescue is Chiyo, mother-in-law. 3 days later, in a certain cave in the kingdom of Chuan, the extraction of the tailed beast was coming to an end, and it would take up to 10 minutes to completely extract the tail. There is an enemy coming, Konoha ninja. Ju shook his head. With 100,000 clones, he could monitor the entire ninja world, and one of his clones had already discovered the Kakashi team. Konoha ninja. Nagato frowned slightly, and every time someone mentioned Konoha, he thought of following Jiraiya's practice as a child, and Konan. It should be Cheyenne village looking for Konoha for help. Since it's a Konoha ninja, Itachi and Ghost Shark, you go to block it. Nagato's order, Itachi and Oni will naturally not refuse. This cave was originally one of Akatsuki's strongholds. The 2 of them hand seal at the same time, and then Nagato also followed hand seal. Soon, the chakras of the 3 of them flew out. The cave captured 2 of Akatsuki's outer members. The art of elephant turning. The 2 peripheral members screamed and were wrapped by the turbulent chakra. Soon, the 2 seemed to use the transformation technique, and they turned into Uchiha Itachi and Ghost Shark. Let's go, Shangzhuan Itachi said lightly, and walked towards the Kakashi class with Shangzhuan Ghost Shark. The Kakashi team is chasing Akatsuki hard. In Konoha village, Yi Xuanpan is sitting in an extremely closed room with thousands of seals around the room. This is a special room in the depths of the root base. The surrounding sealing technique blocks all perceptions from the outside world. Even if someone engages in earth-shattering battles inside, as long as the outer wall is not damaged, there will be no trace of breath. Yizan closed his eyes and put his hands on his knees. Pure white chakra was burning on his body. Suddenly, he suddenly opened his eyes, drank softly, and a terrifying breath burst out. Boom! The momentum of the 6 paths level scurried around the room. The whole room was crumbling. Thousands of sealing techniques around the room glowed at the same time, blocking Yizan's momentum inside. At this moment, Yizan's clothes have turned into a holy white robe composed of chakras. There are many black strips scattered on the white robe, and 6 black tomos are evenly arranged at the neckline. The whole person seems to be made of jade, a bit transparent. Dazzling light blooms. Otsutsuki Momoshiki 3 years ago and eating the fruit of the god tree incarnated by Kinshiki, Yizan's strength has stabilized at the 6 paths level, but he does not have the blood of the Otsutsuki family. The power and Gudodama truth-seeking ball. Rinnegan Cantu it is the racial talent of higher alien races, and even the Otsutsuki family, not many have Rinnegan. But the power of yin and yang and Gudodama truth-seeking ball seem to be able to figure it out on their own. Gudodama truth-seeking ball can be fused with only the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Reaching the level of 6 paths, Yizan can easily integrate chakra attributes, and can even modify body cells easily. This is the benefit of unlocking the 3rd layer of genetic locks. Anyway, Yizan feels that he has evolved into a more advanced human being, including Jinten particle style. He can release it with a single finger. However, Yizan is currently unable to integrate Gudodama truth-seeking ball, although he can easily control the 5 elements, but he lacks the power of yin and yang. The power of yin and yang is very simple to say, but complex and complicated. But to Yizan, it seems quite simple. I don't know what happened, but after Yizan became 6 paths level, his power became the power of yang, not only the pure white special effects blooming all over his body, but also the powerful attack power. That is to say, to obtain Gudodama truth-seeking ball, Yizan only needs to create the power of yin and fuse the 7 attributes together. The power of yin is mainly the power constructed by spiritual power. Coincidentally, Yizan's spiritual power is 5 times that of ordinary people. Well, this so-called ordinary person also includes the 6 paths immortal. Then, Yizan extinguished his chakra and used his spiritual power with all his strength. As a person who unlocked the 3rd layer of the genetic lock, his control over his body, including his brain, has reached an unprecedented level. Weakness is purely aimed at one's own body, and the effect is more exquisite than the ability of the face fruit. A stream of spiritual power was continuously extracted. Yizan opened his left hand, and soon, a mass of pure black matter appeared in the palm of his hand. Is this the yin power condensed from the spiritual power? Staring at the palm of his hand, Yizan blinked a few times, not knowing how to integrate the power of yin. After thinking about it, he simply opened his mouth and swallowed the power of yin directly. Chapter 459 _ The technique of turning off the image in seconds. Gudodama truth-seeking ball was so mindlessly created by Yizan. Not only that, he also mastered the power of yin and yang by the way. As for why it took 3 years for Yizan to create Gudodama truth-seeking ball, because he has been playing 10-10 for the past 3 years. Or he is sleeping, or he is having sex or playing with his daughter, and he has no time to practice. After completing the training of Gudodama truth-seeking ball, and the power of yin and yang, Yizan regained his slack attitude again, and in the country of the river, the Kakashi team finally met the Itachi and the ghost who used the image-turning technique. The image-turning technique can make other people get the same appearance as a specific character and can use all the skills, including Kekkei Genkei, of a specific character, but only 30% of all the abilities of the main body, but 30% of the strength of the cage-level powerhouse, and then how can there be the level of elite Jonin? Jonin can't win without a strong ninjutsu. After all, the elephant-turning technique can replicate bloodstains, and with Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo and Ghost Shark's excess chakra, you can easily crush elite Jonin. Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hoshigaki. Kakashi raised his forehead with a dignified face, and Tomo Sharingan stared at the two. Yo, I didn't expect that the legendary copy ninja Kakashi was chasing after us, but... Oni Shark glanced at Naruto, Marina and Irie, then turned his gaze to Chio. With you guys, just think, take back one tail. The ghost shark's tone was very loud, but in fact it was just delaying time. The 3-layer strength was not enough to compete with Chio, and vaguely, he felt that the 2 girls in front of him were very dangerous, especially the 2 girls' right arms, as if there is something hidden, and it exudes deadly coldness all the time. The ghost shark feels that even if he comes here, he will not get any benefits. The 6th sense of a strong person is generally more accurate. Although Ghost Shark doesn't know about Konoha's new ninja gear, he is really afraid of Marina and Irie. As for Uchiha Itachi, of course, he knows the identities of these 2 girls. He is silent and does not speak. He knew very well in his heart that since Shimura-san dared to let his 2 daughters out to do the task, he must be fully prepared in terms of safety. Itachi and Oni want to delay time, but Konoha doesn't want to delay time, especially Naruto. Although there is no intersection between him and Gaara due to the change of the plot, he is a very impatient person. He has been practicing for 3 years. He also wanted to perform in front of the crowd. Teacher Kakashi, is that Sasuke's older brother? Let me go. Naruto took Uchiha Itachi in one bite. As Sasuke's basic friend, he has always been dissatisfied with Uchiha Itachi, dissatisfied with Uchiha Itachi's defecting, and let Sasuke live in a cold and no place in a world of family care. Naruto took the initiative to ask Ying, and Kakashi did not refuse. In fact, he also wanted to know Naruto's strength in the past 3 years, and he knew that his 3 Tomo Sharingan were not Mangekyo's opponents at all. Unless Kamui is used, but once Kamui is used, the cards are completely exposed. Kakashi, who is accustomed to hiding, doesn't want to reveal his cards so quickly, so he nodded slightly and began to think about the battle plan in his mind. Let Naruto contain Uchiha Itachi and the rest of us lay siege to Kisame Hoshigaki, the plan works. Thinking of this, Kakashi finally opened his mouth, but just as he opened his mouth, Marina suddenly came out and grabbed Naruto's arm, almost causing Naruto to fall. Sister Marina, what are you doing? Naruto shouted in dissatisfaction. Multiple shadow clones started to hand seal. Marina suddenly pulled like this, making Naruto's spells fail. Idiot, shut up. Marina's eyes stared, and Naruto immediately shrank his neck in fright. He was used to being beaten by Marina since he was a child. Facing Marina's eyes, he couldn't raise any resistance at all. With a word to dismiss Naruto, Marina finally turned her gaze to Uchiha Itachi and Oni, and then she raised her arm easily, revealing the new ninja tool on her wrist. The moment Marina revealed her ninja tools, Itachi and Oni sharing suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. The 2 looked at each other silently. Oni Shark hoped that Itachi would attack first and use Mangekyo Sharingan to let the other party hit the ground. Of course, Itachi understands the meaning of the ghost, but can he do it? Dare he do it? You know, he is Konoha's spy, a member of Anbu, and Yi-zan's subordinate. If Yi-zan knew that he used Tsukuyomi to attack Marina, Yi-zan wouldn't tear himself apart. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi trembled all over, and immediately pretended not to understand the eyes of the ghost shark, and the instant confrontation between the ninjas was doomed to the end. Uchiha Itachi deliberately paused, and Marina finally attacked. View. 2 fist-sized balls were launched from the ninja equipment. One was crystal clear like a glass ball. The glass ball was surrounded by countless thunder and lightning. The sky is overwhelming, not to mention Itachi and the ghost shark. Even the teammates next to them are shocked and widened their eyes. What is this? Sakura exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. What a horrible chakra fluctuation. Tomo Sharingan stared at the flying ball. He clearly saw that the power contained in any one of the 2 balls surpassed his own. It's so strong. Is this the essence of Konoha? Granny Chio was silent. She had never seen this kind of powerful ninjutsu, but the release from a little girl's hands made her feel an unprecedented shock. And here, the ghost shark has been completely stunned. What does this fuck mean? 2 S-rank ninjutsu. And looking at the posture, in the S-level ninjutsu, they are all top-level ninjutsu. How can this kind of tricks of cage-level powerhouses be released by a little girl? Oops. Seeing the 2 balls flying over, the ghost shark remembered that he should avoid it, but because of the shock just now, he lost the chance to escape. Ghost Shark was shocked, and Uchiha Itachi's eyes were suddenly enlightened. At this moment, he finally understood why Yi-zan dared to let his daughter come out to do the task. It turned out that this new type of ninja tool was the trump card. Boom! The terrifying hurricane chakra blew with a loud noise, the ground collapsed, and 100 meters of earth waves were stirred. Raiden Thunder-style Rasengan and Futon Wind-style Rasengan hit Itachi and Oni at the same time, turning them to ashes. Chapter 460_extraction is complete. They're here. Boom. There was a loud noise from the cave, and the seal set outside the cave was stubbornly resisting the attack. Poof. Gaara's body fell to the ground, completely losing its vitality. Nagato retracted his ninjutsu and looked up at Deidara and Faye. Deidara, Faye, are you alright? Humph. What a joke, how could such a small scene be difficult for me? Just to let those guys see art. Deidara raised his chin arrogantly, but the ghost shark suddenly sneered, looking at Deidara with disdain. Deidara, don't be too arrogant. Do you think Konoha's ninjas are as rubbish as your land? What did you say? Hee, let's do it on your own, but I think we won't meet again in the future. The implied meaning of the ghost shark's words made Deidara extremely annoyed. Just when Deidara was about to attack, Nagato glanced at him lightly. The power released by Rinnegan made his heart tighten, and he lowered his head angrily. Deidara, the ghost shark is right. The Konoha ninja is different from the ninjas in other villages. The second ninja war, the third ninja war, Konoha single-handedly resisted the attack of the 4 kingdoms, and the ghost shark. Tell me, what the hell did you and Itachi just meet? Leader, Itachi and I met the Konoha reinforcements, including Hatake Kakashi, and a few others we didn't know, but a teenage Yui-haired girl is very strong. She is not strong, but she has a ninja tied to her right arm. Tool, you can launch S-rank ninjutsu in the ninja tool, and Itachi and I were instantly killed by the S-rank ninjutsu she fired. The ghost shark's words made the scene instantly quiet, and the rest of the people who were going to cancel the phantom also turned their heads and looked at the ghost shark in surprise. Oh, fire S-rank ninjutsu at will. Nagato frowned slightly at Nagato's words. He was silent for a moment, then asked again, do you recognize what it is? Sorry, I can't recognize it, but I can describe the 2 rapidly spinning balls that the girl fired, one of which was crystal clear, with countless thunder and lightning inside, and the other with a piercing shriek, a hurricane on the surface. Very scary. It's Raiden Thunder-style Rasengan and Futon Wind-style Rasengan. Nagato said softly, his eyes dazed. Shimura Gen's ninjutsu. Shimura Gen. It's actually Shimura Gen. Why Shimura Gen's ninjutsu? Who is that girl? Hidan, who had always been arrogant, joined the discussion quietly. S-class ninjutsu is sealed in his arm. I've heard that Konoha's technology is very advanced all these years. Is this a new technology of Konoha? It's possible. If it's really Shimura-zan's ninjutsu, Deidara, Faye, you two have to be careful. Thank you for your concern, Senior. I'm fine, I'm just worried about Senior Deidara. Shut up. Do you want to die? Deidara snorted coldly, causing Faye to immediately shut his mouth. Afterwards, Deidara looked at Nagato with a stern gaze, apparently ignoring everyone's warnings. Boss, don't worry. Well, although you said that Shimura-zan is too strong, this is just Shimura-zan's ninjutsu. A girl who only uses ninja tools is nothing to worry about. Deidara's confidence made Nagato nod slightly. He is now a shadow clone, and even if he wants to help, he can't help it. This gathering ends here. The 2-tailed Jinchuriki column power and the 3-tailed Jinchuriki column power are Uzumaki Kushina and Nohara Rin, so I won't provoke Shimura-zan for the time being. Then starting tomorrow, Itachi, Oni, you are responsible for arresting the tail man Jinchuriki column force. Sasori, Hidan, you are responsible for arresting the 5-tailed Jinchuriki column force. I will arrest the 6-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Deidara, Fei, after you leave, rest for a few days. Then go to arrest Naneo Jinchuriki column force. Let's do it. Disperse. After Nagato finished speaking, the colorful phantom shadow clone disappeared instantly, and as Nagato disappeared, everyone's phantom shadow clone also disappeared without a trace. Place. Deidara snorted softly, reached into Kabuto and took out some clay, and after a while, a clay bird appeared beside Deidara. My fighting style is not suitable for a cave, come up. Okay, senior. Fei trotted towards the clay bird, and when he stood still, Deidara controlled the clay bird to fly. The sound of the rustling sounded, Deidara took out some clay again, and kept spitting out small spiders from the palm of his hand. The explosion outside the cave became louder and louder. The violent explosion also shook the entire cave continuously. Drop down. Go. Deidara threw it hard, and more than a dozen spiders quickly came to the entrance of the sealed cave. He stared at the cave silently, keeping the hand seal gesture with both hands. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion blew the seal, and the sky filled with dust. Deidara grinned, and the spider standing at the entrance of the hole quickly crawled out. At this moment, Marina finally used chakra-enhanced strength to break the seal. Before she could wipe off the sweat, she saw a dozen clay spiders crawling out. Miss, be careful. Boom. The spider jumped towards Marina, and a huge explosion suddenly occurred, and when the smoke cleared, Naruto stood in front of Marina wrapped in a hurricane, unscathed. Yo, Naruto, not bad. Hee, thank you for the compliment, big sister Tilda. Being praised by the truth is unprecedented, Naruto scratched his head and smiled, looking very happy. At this moment, a white shadow flew out from the cave, and the speed of the white shadow was extremely fast. When everyone reacted, the white shadow had already passed them and flew into the distance. Don't run. Naruto shouted, and instantly turned on the futon wind style mode to chase 4.1 out. His speed was extremely fast, and after just running a few steps, the whole person flew up. Naruto, don't chase alone. Wait. Seeing Naruto chasing after him mindlessly, Kakashi was shocked. You know, the other party is 2 cage-level powerhouses. Even if Naruto grows up again in 3 years formidable, it is impossible for 2 cage-level opponents. Kakashi jumped up and quickly followed, and Ellie didn't stop at all. She turned around and stepped forward. She, who had been silent all this time, was actually 1 point faster than Kakashi. Place. There were only 3 of Chiyo's mother-in-law, Marina, and Sakura. Since Marina was not good at speed, she could only watch the crowd chasing, without waiting for her own thoughts. Damn, Naruto, Kakashi, and Ellie, you guys just left me like this. I'm so pissed. Hokage give me a face. Chapter 461 to 480. Chapter 461_Chase. Gaara died, and his body was not carried by Deidara like in the original book. Because of what Nagato and the ghost shark had said before, Deidara said that he was not afraid, but he was still a little cowardly in his heart. Running away with the corpse would cause too much hatred for Ra. He admitted that, so he left Gaara's corpse in the cave, and he controlled the clay bird to escape at the fastest speed. Marina is characterized by Chakrado, strong medical ninjutsu, and strong chakra-enhanced strength, but her speed is too slow, and her pursuit is in vain, so she stayed where she was. She came to the cave with Chiyo mother-in-law and Sakura and found Gaara's body. I have been dead for 3 minutes, no external injuries, no internal injuries, and my life force is exhausted. Marina sighed softly, even she couldn't do anything in this situation. She shook her head, her face full of regret. The 3 present were all ninjas who were good at medical treatment. Of course they understood Marina's words. Sakura pursed her lips slightly, but she didn't expect that the dignified 5th generation Kazekage would die like that.
Gaara, Chio's mother-in-law looked at me-30 Luo silently. She recalled the past, recalled the death of her son and daughter-in-law, and recalled the Sasori. Gaara, she murmured softly, a ray of light flashed in her chaotic eyes. Don't worry, I will save you. Granny Chio finally decided to use her reincarnation to revive Gaara. On the other side, Naruto chased Deidara frantically in futon wind style mode. His speed was so fast that it was even faster than the flying speed of a clay bird. Cut. Nasty brat. Deidara bit Kiba tightly, shoved her hands into Kabuto and kept taking the clay, and after a while, dozens of small spiders appeared, swarming towards Naruto. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion ignited the sky, and Naruto grunted and was blasted back a few hundred meters. There was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. The power of the clay spider was too great, even with futon wind-style armor to protect his body and internal organs. Shocked by the shock wave from the explosion. Naruto, wait. Naruto was blasted back, and Kakashi finally caught up. He helped Naruto, but before he could react, Ellie skipped his side with a swish, and rushed forward. Hey, Ellie, don't be impulsive. What the hell? Kakashi is about to collapse. Why are his team all impulsive guys? Marina and Naruto are like this, you have become like this. Do you know that the other party is 2 cage-level powerhouses? If something happens to you, how can I explain to Lord Zan? Thinking of Yi Zan, Kakashi felt chills all over. He immediately left Naruto and rushed out. He had to protect Ellie. He knew that if Ellie had any flaws, Lord Zan would definitely kill him. Ellie's speed was too fast, silent, like a ghost. She didn't pay attention to Kakashi's call at all, but increased her speed again, and there was a trace of electric light under her feet. Che, the little devils are really powerful now. Deidara pouted speechlessly on the clay bird, took out clay from Kabuto again and made more than a dozen little spiders. Seeing that Ellie was about to catch up, he let go. Threw all the small spiders down. Seeing that the little spider was about to land on top of Ellie's head, Ellie suddenly took out a scroll from the ninja luggage behind her. Boom. With a soft sound, Ellie actually took a sword from the scroll. The smooth body of the sword reflects the sunlight faintly. This is a 1.7 meter long super long sword. If you look closely, you can find that this sword is a bit similar to the grass pheasant sword. Zzz. The dazzling thunder light lit up, instantly eroding the spider on top of the head. Lektu, the clay spider eroded by the thunder, lost the ability to explode. Swish. Ellie jumped up suddenly, stepped on a log in midair and jumped higher. Her face did not have much expression. She was calm, as if it was just an ordinary battle practice. Raiden, thunder style. Thunder blade. Ellie said softly. The long sword in her hand burst out with dazzling thunder. Deidara's face changed slightly. You must know that all his abilities are in clay, and in close combat, he is not even as good as Jonin. Seeing that the discharging long sword was about to stab him, Deidara took a few big steps back and jumped directly from the clay bird. Huh. Ellie didn't expect Deidara to jump down at all. Her dangling strength had been exhausted, and she fell into the air with a single blow, so she could only follow Deidara and fall towards the ground. Huh. What a fierce little girl. Looking at your cute appearance, I didn't expect that the attack method would be so tricky that you will attack once, and will not let you attack the second time. Deidara preached in a senior-like tone, but the next second, his face changed drastically, and the breath of death burst out from behind him. Reikiri. The dazzling thunder burst. Kakashi did not know when he had come behind Deidara. At this moment, Deidara had just landed, and the center was unstable, and he could not avoid Kakashi's attack. Fix 1. No, it's me too. Snapped. A light sound. Kakashi's wrist was firmly grasped, his face instantly sank, and he burst out with chakra with all his strength, gathered the thunder attribute on his feet, and kicked away suddenly. Huh. The toes passed through Afei's body, kicked in the air like a 390 Buddha. Kakashi's pupils shrank. He quickly stepped back 10 steps, and gathered with Ellie. Was a brief pause in the battle,
Kakashi stared at Afe suspiciously. He swore that the kick just now would definitely hit the opponent, but it seemed that it was only kicking in the air, and there was no contact at all. At this moment, Naruto also rushed over from behind, and the clay bird fluttered down to Deidara's side. Seeing this posture, it was difficult for Deidara to continue to take off. "Yo, I was caught by you guys tilde." Deidara chuckled, with a little disapproval on his face. Even if he stopped himself, so far, all the skills he has used are little spiders, and he has never used his trump cards. Deidara has C4 Garuda and C0 self-destruction to rely on, and is not afraid of desperate, and here, Ellie turned her right hand and raised her arm directly. "Naruto and I are elite Jonin. Kakashi's strength is almost the same, and the opponent is two cage-level powerhouses, especially the guy with the spiral mask. The ability to blur is almost impossible. There is no chance of winning." Quote. Thinking of this, Ellie finally aimed her right hand at Deidara, and then a terrifying chakra wave burst out from her arm. "Dad said that only idiots do useless work. I'm not an idiot, so I can only use ninja tools to solve you tilde." Chapter 462 Carefree Truth Chennai. The sunset in the west is gradually setting, the purple haze is dim, a gust of wind blows, and the endless grassland swaying slightly, as if saying goodbye. More than 100 sand ninjas came from afar, surrounded Gaara's, and everyone had a sincere smile on their faces. Chiyo's mother-in-law died. She rescued Gaara and dedicated her life. Marina and Ellie held hands and silently watched Chiyo's mother-in-law's dead face, surrounded by a little sadness. The previous battle ended after Ellie used the ninja tool. A series of S-rank ninjutsu was not something Deidara could resist. Afe, also known as Uchiha Obito, took Deidara into Kamui space when the army was ready to attack and escaped. Gaara was surrounded by ninjas and returned to Cheyenne village, and the Kakashi team was thanked by the whole village. For Chiyo's mother-in-law who saved Gaara with her own life, the village held a grand funeral for her. Aware of Chiyo's mother-in-law's selfless dedication, Marina and Ellie forced the entire team to stay and attend the funeral to show respect for Chiyo's mother-in-law. A few days later, the Kakashi team returned to the village, and Marina and Ellie immediately left the team and rushed home excitedly. "Dad!" Bang! Genai shouted excitedly, but did not get Yizan's response. She blinked her eyes stupidly, and immediately rushed to the second floor, only to find that Conan was at home. "Sister Conan, where's Dad?" He seems to have been found by Ino these days to play. Maybe they can be found in a high-end coffee shop in the commercial street." Conan said softly. The paper in his hand had been folded into a flower. "Ino, damn it. Ino is taking advantage of it. Ellie, go. Let's go find Daddy." Marina hurriedly pulled Ellie and ran outside. With the loud bang of the door downstairs, Conan was the only one left at home. "Hey, these guys, can't you just have a peaceful day?" Conan shook his head, put down the paper, and took out a book with a pink yuhi-colored cover from the table. "It's been a long time since I read Hell and Heaven, and I think about it occasionally. Still very good tilde." Conan stayed at home quietly and read books. Here, Marina has already taken Ellie to the commercial street. After years of development, the Konoha commercial street has expanded several times. There are high-rise buildings and Rin's dazzling things everywhere, bustling. The flow of people is a bit crowded, and it is not easy to find people in such a place. However, Marina has her own way. She looked up at the huge screen on the outer wall of the metropolis. At this moment, the screen was broadcasting a live broadcast of the financial column. Marina took Ellie and continued to move forward. On the 5th floor, I came to a relatively spacious store on the 5th floor. It was a company rather than a store, and the words, Konoha News Live TV, were written on the door, and she pulled Ellie and walked in. "Hey, girl, you can't enter here. It's working time, please don't interfere. Hey." A staff member wanted to stop Marina, but Marina pushed him away. She and Ellie wandered around the company for a while, and finally found a closed door. "It's here. Hey, don't mess around." Boom. There was a loud bang, and the door shattered. At the same time, the huge screens on the four walls of the metropolis also made a violent shattering sound. The huge sound attracted the attention of thousands of people on the street. They looked up at the screen and found the live broadcast. The screenshot was aimed at a girl. "Dad, I'm on the 5th floor of the metropolis, and you are allowed to arrive within 1 minute. Otherwise, don't blame me for ignoring you for a month." Marina's unique voice was transmitted high and far through the live screen. Yizan, who was drinking coffee on the 3rd floor of Building C, Block Silver, 500 meters away, spat out the coffee with a pop, and covered his forehead helplessly. "Brother Zan. Sorry, Ino, I have to go, wait for me here, and be back in a while." After Yizan finished speaking, he disappeared instantly, and Marina, who was talking to the camera, felt a gust of wind beside her, and as soon as she turned her head, her cheeks were pinched by 2 big hands. "Close it for me," Yizan ordered, and the staff next to him immediately turned off the power supply. In an instant, the screen on the outer wall of the metropolis went black. Yizan ignored the people who were talking about the commercial street, and just held the truth. Cheeks, pulling gently, pulling her cheeks high. "Hate, stinky dad, let me go." Her cheeks were pulled, and Marina couldn't speak clearly. She opened her mouth to bite Yizan's hand, but she couldn't. "Little idiot, to come to me in this way and forcibly break into someone else's company, do you have any merit? Bah, you big bastard, you also said that I have no public morality. You are actually dating Ino while I and Ellie are away." Sheena stepped on Yizan's shoes, causing Yizan to let go of his hand subconsciously. At the same time, instead of retreating, she advanced, and threw herself into Yizan's arms, clasping her neck with both hands, and tucked her feet, hanging on Yizan like a koala. "Bad dad. Idiot daughter. Date Ino. It was Ino who asked me out, and she just asked me some questions about cultivation. Little idiot, where did you think of going?" Yizan kissed Junai on the forehead funny. Junai pouted in dissatisfaction. Yizan looked left and right, and found that after all the staff were gone, he lowered his head and quickly pecked Junai on the lips. "Okay, are you satisfied now?" "Humph, I'm satisfied, but there's Ellie." Marina turned her head to look, but Ellie shook her head shyly. Although she also wanted to kiss Yizan, it was always outside. In contrast, she preferred to sleep with Yizan alone and play kisses while sleeping. "Dear. Alright, you two, let's go, Ino is still waiting for me at the cafe." Amusingly, holding Marina in his left hand and Ellie's hand in his right. After an unknown time, several staff members finally entered the room. They looked at each other and sighed in frustration. As media workers, they are well informed and recognized Yizan at a glance, and because they recognized Yizan, they had no way to go to the Hokage office to file a complaint. They could only conceal today's accident and burden the people who interrupted the live broadcast. Losses and consequences. Unfortunate. Chapter 463 Orochimaru Reincarnation _ There was slow music playing in the low-key and luxurious high-end cafe, and Marina put her arms around her, pouting with dissatisfaction. The coffee on the table was cold, but Marina didn't drink a single sip. She stared fiercely at the opposite of the table, the mature and beautiful Ino. "Ino, why did you seduce my dad?" "Yo-hoo-hoo-hoo, Marina, who seduced your father?" "I just asked Brother Zan to come out for tea and snacks." "A careful woman is not cute at all, Tilda." Ino shook his finger, deliberately the corners of his mouth twitched in disdain. "Damn Ino, you say I'm not cute. Dad, am I cute?" "Cute, my baby is of course cute, it's the cutest girl in the world." Yizan poked Marina's forehead in a funny way, and Marina laughed happily. In her heart, as long as Yizan said she was cute, other people's words would be ignored. Can be regarded as floating clouds. Cut. Seeing Marina's happy look, Ino pouted. As a young and lively girl, she will not lose to Marina. Thinking of this, Ino simply got up and ran in front of Yizan, opened his hands, and hugged Yizan's neck. Brother Zan, I like you. Ino's sudden and bold confession made Yizan and Marina stunned. Yizan was stunned for a while and then reacted. After all, Ino was also a passionate and bold girl in the original novel. Ino, you're too much. Let go of my dad. Marina puffed up angrily and pulled Ino's hand away, but Ino hugged her tightly, and she couldn't pull Ino away no matter what. Marina and Ino directly used Yizan's body as a battlefield, and fought directly, while Yizan was hugged by Ino's neck, and when Marina pulled, his neck suffered. Ouch! It hurts. Marina, don't pull it. Dad, please bear with me, I must pull this stinky woman down today. The chaotic and turbulent battle was in full swing. Next to it, Ellie was silently digging out the ice cream with a spoon. If you observe carefully, you can see that her left hand is quietly grabbing Yizan's right hand, silently. Konoha is still peaceful, but the ninja world is in a bloody storm. Akatsuki is dispatched together, and the powerful strength is unstoppable. 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails were all captured by Akatsuki in just 1 month. This also includes the time when the magic 9 dragons were sealed, and the power of Akatsuki, who had been hidden for many years, suddenly burst out, making the entire ninja world shock. In a hidden underground base somewhere in Tianjiguo, Orochimaru coughed a few times, his momentum a little weak. Orochimaru just happened to miss the turnaround time, and when Sasuke arrived at Otonin village, Orochimaru had already changed his body. Lord Orochimaru, how is your body? Yakushi Kabuto bowed his head respectfully, a flash of white light flashing on the lens. He, Kabuto, you don't need to test me. Although this body is starting to collapse, it's not a problem to kill you with one move. Orochimaru said coldly. The hoarse voice made Kabuto stand upside down, and his heart contracted tightly. A group. Sorry, Orochimaru-sama, my subordinates only care about your body, nothing else. He, don't worry Kabuto, don't be afraid, I'm just talking and playing, don't take it seriously. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, his long tongue extremely disgusting. How is Sasuke Uchiha doing recently? It's fairly stable, but he's progressed too fast in the past 3 years, growing almost every day. If you let him go on like this, don't worry, he has no chance to continue to grow. Go straight to the reincarnation ceremony. Direct. Kabuto was stunned for a moment, and immediately showed a happy expression. No problem. Everything for the ceremony has already been prepared and can be carried out at any time. In the dim underground base, the room was lit by candlelight, and Sasuke sat motionless on the bunk, as if waiting for something. Crunch. The door opened, Sasuke opened his eyes, and Yuhi's 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly rotated. Sasuke, Orochimaru-sama, please come over. Kabuto said with a smile, the corners of his mouth slightly raised with a hint of evil. Oh, what is Orochimaru doing to me again? It should be a matter of practice. Master Orochimaru thinks that your progress in the past 3 years is still too slow, compared to Itachi. Boom. The manic murderous aura erupted, and Yuhi's Sharingan stared at Kabuto. I remember I said no less than 3 times, don't mention that man in front of me. Ha ha. Facing Sasuke's murderous intent, Kabuto just smiled. In his heart, this person will soon disappear, and he can't make a dispute. He doesn't want an accident at the last minute. Kabuto flinched, and Sasuke couldn't continue to say anything. After all, he was in Orochimaru's lair, and he was always relying on others. Kabuto, this is the last time to warn you, don't provoke me, next time. Sasuke gave Kabuto a cold look, got up, and instantly appeared behind Kabuto, the cold grass pheasant sword resting steadily on Kabuto's neck. Next time, don't even think about living. Leaving the room, Sasuke walked silently in the dark corridor. The oil lamps on both sides of the corridor flickered with dim light. He gently held the hilt of the grass pheasant sword with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. Anything with me, humph. Can't wait. That's fine. Thinking of this, Sasuke's pace has sped up a little. 3 years of hell-style cultivation have made his strength undergo earth-shaking changes. In the past 3 years, he has been in the crisis of death almost all the time, and the crisis of honing his strength. From Orochimaru the crisis, let him grow from Chunin step by step to a quasi-cage level powerhouse. Soon, Sasuke came to Orochimaru's room. As soon as he stepped in, a seal suddenly appeared on the door behind him, sealing the entire room. Hey, Sasuke, you're here. Orochimaru stood up slowly on the chair, he smiled hoarsely, and his yellow-brown pupils burst into a strong desire. Seal the gate. Orochimaru, do you think I'll run away from you? If I can't beat you, how can I seek revenge from Itachi? Swish. The sharp grass pheasant sword burst into dazzling thunder. Sasuke stared at Orochimaru blankly, and the quasi-cage level chakra burst out. Chapter 464_High Slope. Hey, boring. The bright sun was very warm, and on a high-slope lawn in Konoha, Marina was rolling around boredly while lying on the lawn. If you zoom out a little further, you can see Yizan lying motionless on the lawn, with Ellie and Hinata lying on the other side. Goo much. ______. The rolling truth collided with Yizan. Not only did she not leave, but she continued to roll around and fell directly on Yizan. Hey, Dad. Yizan squinted his eyes, and his nose responded softly. On such a sunny day, one should sleep with the spring breeze. This kind of green grass and unmanned high slope is simply a tailor-made sleeping place for Yizan. Dad, don't sleep. Can you play with us? Marina held Yizan's head and shook it. Yizan still closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. HMPH. Smelly Dad. Marina pouted slightly. Her fingers kept pinching Yizan's cheeks. Her eyes rolled around a few times, and when she found that Aili and Hinata were also closing her eyes, she quietly lowered her head. Zan kissed on the mouth. Snapped. Oops. With a soft cry, Marina covered her ass with a face full of yuhi. Stinky Dad, why are you hitting me? I just want to fight, aren't you convinced? Yizan chuckled and opened his eyes. This girl has become more and more courageous recently, and dares to kiss herself secretly. I'm not convinced. I want to return it. Marina didn't care. She threw herself into Yizan's arms and opened her mouth fiercely. Oops. Don't bite your shoulders. It hurts. Woo woo. My daughter, I was wrong, let go. A while, Marina sat on the lawn with the pride of a winner in her eyes. Alright, let me sleep alone tonight. Well, when did Dad lie to you? You little idiot. Yizan raised his finger and poked lightly at the forehead of Genai, who cheered happily and hugged Yizan's arm, put his head on his arm. Don't lie to me. Dad is mine tonight. Even Ellie is not allowed to come. I'll accompany you today, Lien Aili. Before Yizan finished speaking, he was shocked by Ellie's resentful eyes. He scratched his head in embarrassment, and finally sighed softly. Alright, my darling Ellie, I'll be with you tomorrow, all day. Yizan's words finally dissipated the resentment in Ellie's eyes. She hugged Yizan's other arm pretty and rubbed her cheek like a kitten. Then, Yizan sensed another look. So, Hinata, do you want me to accompany you too? Hinata's face was full of yuhi, and the 3 years of getting along did not make her let go. She was still shy, especially when facing Yizan. She would be shy with just a few words of teasing. Fainted. At this moment, Hinata was about to faint, and she began to imagine the image of Yizan sleeping alone with her. And when she thought about it, she felt a whirlwind, and fell on the lawn with a bah. Yizan silently covered his forehead. Hinata's shy personality can't be changed at all. Although ordinary communication is no problem, when it comes to love or suggestive words, Hinata will fill in the picture. Then fainted out of shyness. But then again, what did Hinata say last time he fainted? Dad, have you forgotten? The last time Hinata fainted, I asked you to kiss her, but before you went, Hinata fainted tilde.
Marina said with a smile, before laughing. In a second, Yizan poked his forehead again. Little idiot, what a shame. Hinata is shy, don't bully her for a day, okay? What, you actually taught her daughter a lesson because of Hinata? Dad, you are horny. I'm already lustful, and I refuse to bite me. Ah, I'm sorry baby, I'm joking. Let go. After fighting with Marina for more than 10 minutes, Hinata woke up slowly, her face yuhi bowed, still shy about what happened just now. A few people played on the high slope with faint green grass all morning, and then Yizan walked towards the commercial street with a few girls. A few days ago, Jiro Ono, the world's top sushi master from the Land of Thunder, moved to Konoha. He is known as the god of sushi. He is in the new shop on Commercial E Street. Let's try it and see how delicious is the sushi made by the sushi god. Quote. Holding Marina in the left hand and Ellie in the right, Hinata followed with small steps like a little secretary. When Yizan mentioned sushi, Marina and Ellie drooled at the same time. However, at this moment, a shadow with a cat face mask appeared beside Yizan. Yizan was stunned for a moment, and asked suspiciously, Shisui. Is there anything you want to do with me? It's Master Zan. The spies stationed in Yinyan village sent back information that Sasuke Uchiha killed Orochimaru and has now left the village. Oh. Yizan nodded and continued to walk forward with his two daughters. Hinata in the back looked at Uchiha Shisui suspiciously. She vaguely felt that this Anbu was different from the Anbu she usually saw. Yizan left. Shisui was stunned. He stood there stupidly for a few seconds before finally reacting, that. Master Zan, about Uchiha Sasuke. Don't disturb me, wait for me to finish lunch, take a nap, and then deal with it when I'm comfortable. It's so boring to find me in such a hurry for such trivial matters. Yizan raised his hand and took the three girls away. Shisui smiled helplessly. Sasuke's killing of Orochimaru was a shock to the ninja world, but in the eyes of Lord Zan, even eating and sleeping is better than eating and sleeping. Sasuke killed Orochimaru, and no one tried to hide it. Konoha got the news in advance because of the spy, and as time goes by, within a month, the whole ninja world will know the news. Thinking of this, Shisui's face suddenly became solemn. The news that Sasuke killed Orochimaru surprised him, and what he was more worried about was his friend, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke kills Orochimaru, the next target is you, Itachi, don't die. Chapter 465_Eat Up. The light rain was falling, as if it would never end, the sky was dark, and the road in the distance could not be seen hazy. Sasuke walked silently on the road, beside him, followed by two young people about the same age. Hey, I said Sasuke, when are you going to accompany me to Konoha to get a knife? A beheading sword. I've wanted it for years. With jagged kiba teeth and a cynical look on his young face, this man, it is Sasuke's new teammate, Ghost Light Shueyu. Shueyu, our primary goal now is to help Sasuke get revenge. The dull voice indicated the boredom of the speaker. He had orange hair and a strong body that looked extremely powerful. It's not to avenge me. If you find Uchiha Itachi, you are absolutely not allowed to shoot, but if someone else blocks my duel with Uchiha Itachi, you help me resist. Remember, you are absolutely not allowed to shoot in my duel with Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's face was indifferent, his eyes burst into a strong momentum, recalling the battle with Orochimaru a few days ago, with a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth. Sasuke lost. Yes, he actually lost the battle with Orochimaru. The gap between quasi-cage level and cage level is too big, and Orochimaru is a veteran cage level master. No matter how hard Sasuke works in the past 3 years, he can't be Orochimaru's opponent. You must know that Orochimaru did not implement the Konoha collapse plan. Although his strength was reduced due to the replacement of his body, cage level is always cage level. Sasuke is not Orochimaru's opponent at all. However, when Orochimaru bound Sasuke with tens of thousands of snakes and invaded Sasuke's sea of consciousness in an attempt to take over Sasuke's body, It's ridiculous that a guy with a broken soul wants to destroy my consciousness. Sasuke curled his lips in disdain, despising Orochimaru sincerely. Sharingan known for his pupil skills, the Uchiha family's soul power is much stronger than ordinary people, not to mention a broken soul like Orochimaru, even a complete soul, it is difficult to destroy their own consciousness. This is Orochimaru's miscalculation, or in other words, Orochimaru has very little research on the soul. He naively thought that everything could be decided by ninjutsu, but he didn't expect that he eventually lost to the soul. But to be honest, Sasuke, I don't think the three of us are capable of taking knives from Konoha, although I've only heard of it, but there are too many strong men in Konoha to sneak into Konoha rashly. Chongo, what I promised will be done naturally. Although there are many strong men in Konoha, Konoha is also very big. Kurigakure's ninja swords are stored in the arsenal. As long as we are not discovered by Shimura-san, it is not difficult to steal them. Quote. Isn't it discovered by Shimura? I've heard more or less about Shimura's deeds over the years. Sasuke, you grew up in Konoha, can you tell me about Shimura's situation? Is he really strong? It's very strong. As for how strong, I haven't seen him shoot, but I can tell you that in the Chunin exam 3 years ago, Shimura-san's daughter used a new type of ninja tool to beat Orochimaru back. New ninja gear. Well, there are more than a dozen ninjutsu loaded in the ninja gear, and each ninjutsu is S rank. Hiss. Sasuke's words made Shigego and Gaidon Suzuki take a deep breath. More than a dozen S-rank ninjutsu, you know, their strongest ninjutsu is only a rank. Not only them, but Sasuke still clearly remembers the original scene of the Forest of Death. He practiced frantically for 3 years before entering the quasi-shadow stage, and with his own talent, he developed an S-rank Raiden Thunder-style ninjutsu. S-rank ninjutsu he developed also needs to rely on the weather to perform, but 3 years ago, Marina was able to use more than a dozen S-rank ninjutsu with her ninja tools. Damn it, if I had that ninja tool too. Sasuke bit Kiba tightly, not jealous as fake, he is not demanding, as long as he gives him 3 S-rank ninjutsu, he can kill Itachi to complete his revenge. Sasuke started the road of revenge with his 2 friends, and on Konoha's side, Yizan walked on the street contentedly, and Hinata and Ellie also looked satisfied. Ah, Dad, please help me, I'm going to die. The voice that Marina was about to die sounded from behind. Yizan sighed silently, turned and rubbed Marina's hair. Idiot, you have to eat in moderation. How can you eat like you? I really want to eat like a pig. Humph, why do you blame me? If you want to blame Jiro Ono's sushi for making it so delicious. Ouch, ouch, it's killing me. Dad, I can't walk. Marinai clutched her bulging stomach with an uncomfortable expression. She was originally enjoying world-class food, but this idiot didn't listen to her advice and insisted on eating hard. I really can't stand you. Seeing the pitiful appearance of the truth, Yizan finally opened the golden force field. Give me a face and let the food in Shina's stomach digest quickly. The golden force field shrouded the truth, and the face fruit was activated. After a while, the truth was relieved, and a relaxed expression appeared on his face. This should be the worst time in my life, right? Use the power of face fruit to digest food for my daughter, hey. Yizan shook his head helplessly, and in order to punish the idiot, Yizan simply took the hands of Aili and Hinata and left Marina behind. Being held by Yizan, Yuhi felt dizzy on Hinata's face. She lowered her head shyly and didn't even dare to speak. She held Yizan's hand like this, and began to imagine some strange things in her mind. After lunch, I took a walk on the street as usual, which not only cultivated sentiment, but also helped to digest food. Marina chattered around Yizan all the way. She was very dissatisfied that Yizan didn't hold her hand. Ellie would never let it. Hinata wanted to, but Yizan held Hinata's hand tightly. Stinky dad, bad dad, leave the poor daughter aside. So pitiful, no one loves the poor daughter. Stinky dad doesn't want us, pitiful, pitiful. Marina thought in pieces,
and actually started to sing a song with a melody. She was in a hurry, and a touch of Yuhi drifted in the distance, followed by a slightly familiar voice. Marina, Ellie, Hinata. Long time no see. The sudden voice made Marina look up, and a girl with long Yuhi-colored hair caught her eye. Yo Karen, long time no see. Chapter 466 Sugar-coated Haas. Karen has been with Konoha for 3 years. In the Chunin exam, after Karen was rescued by the 3 daughters of Marina, she regarded Marina as her savior, and because the two belonged to the Uzumaki clan, they also became closer. Later, Karen came to settle in Konoha. As for her original ninja village, Kusukean village, she really didn't dare to embarrass Konoha because of a girl with Genin's strength. The girls were chatting together, and Yizan shook his head idly by the side, then he aimed at the marshmallows and candied Haas on the street, and silently left the group of the girls. Get me a marshmallow, Yuhi candy and blue candy flavors. Oh, by the way, where did you get the raw materials for your rock candy Haas? How long have you left it? Are there any bugs in it? Yizan's words made the hawker look helpless. He simply stopped the marshmallows he was making and took off a bunch of rock candy Haas from the tall and long wooden stick. 30 My friend, the hawthorn I chose is the top hawthorn shipped from the highland of the tea country. If you don't believe you eat it, if you eat worms, I will pay you 50,000 taels. The small merchant's tone was bold, and he was obviously full of confidence in his own products. However, Yizan just blinked his eyes dumbly and asked again, so, are there any worms? Quote. The small trader stared at Yizan resentfully, making Yizan hairy all over. He touched the back of his head naively, took the candied Haas in the small trader's hand, opened the transparent plastic paper outside, and bit off one of them. Well, it tastes good, sweet and sour, as expected of the top imported hawthorn, and no worms. Yizan nodded in satisfaction, then wrapped the rock candied gourd with transparent plastic paper, and silently inserted it into the high and on a long wooden stick. Quote. The small trader looked at Yizan inexplicably, not understanding what Yizan meant. What are you looking at me for? I didn't say I wanted to buy it. I just asked you if there were any worms in the candied Haas. You let me eat it yourself. Now I know there are no worms, so I'll give it back to you Tilda. Yi Xuanyi's expression of righteous words made the small merchant completely stupid. He frowned and thought for a long time. It seemed that the other party was right. But, he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of a reason. Dad, what are you doing? Come here. Go home. The sudden voice interrupted the small trader's thoughts. He raised his head and found that Yizan turned to leave. He raised his hand to hold back, but for some reason, the words he was about to say were stuck in his throat, no matter what he said. Not come out. It's just a customer, why should you stay? But, fuck. Looking at the half-made marshmallows and the ice candy Haas missing one, a flash of light flashed through his mind, and the small merchant pinched angrily. Raising his fist, he finally reacted at this moment, and he was rectified. Bastard. Don't let me see you again. Spring gradually shifts to summer, and as early summer comes, the rainy time is more and more. Half a month later, in an abandoned place on the border of the Fire Nation, Sasuke and his 2 friends moved quickly in the rain. The news of Uchiha Itachi was finally inquired by him. Because of the recent series of actions of Akatsuki, the members inside are no longer secrets. Uchiha Itachi and Oni Shark captured the 5-tailed Jinchuriki column force together, and they were also tracked by those who are interested in the underground black market. Clue. The heavy rain was pouring down, but Sasuke couldn't extinguish the flame in Sasuke's heart. It's here. In the middle of the ruins, Sasuke finally stopped. This is one of Uchiha's strongholds, which was established in the Sengoku era and is now deserted. Sasuke didn't know that all the clues he got, everything was arranged behind the scenes, and even Itachi's whereabouts were actively exposed by Itachi. Sasuke has also been puzzled in the past half-month, as if he just needs to follow the clues and find Uchiha Itachi.
Although Sasuke is a little confused about this, he doesn't particularly care. As long as he can get revenge, nothing matters. The abandoned stronghold is a dilapidated old castle-like building. Sasuke was about to enter the ruins when suddenly, a powerful chakra burst out. Sweeten, water style. Great waterfall technique. Quote. Boom. The water waves dozens of meters high rushed towards Sasuke and the three of them. Sasuke's eyes narrowed and he quickly ducked to the side. What a strong sweeten, water style. Who is that? Shigego looked forward with a solemn face, and with the sound of footsteps, a man with blue skin slowly walked out. Kisame Hoshigaki. Hey, no me. It doesn't matter, the two of you stay, and only Sasuke Uchiha is allowed to enter. This is a rare request from Itachi. If you let you in casually, I can't explain it to Itachi. Gui Shark's words made Gui Deng Shuiyu and Shigego look solemn, but Sasuke was slightly relieved. He just wanted to fight Itachi and find two companions, just to deal with the current situation. Shuiyu, Shigego, you guys stay here to monitor him. If he wants to support Uchiha Itachi, you 500 will do your best to block it, and absolutely don't allow anyone to disturb my battle. After Sasuke finished speaking, he instantly turned into a lightning bolt and rushed into the castle. On the spot, the ghost shark looked at Shuiyu and Chongo excitedly, and the momentum on his body became stronger and stronger. Two little friends, come to an unfair fight with me. The ghost shark directly fought with Shuiyu Shigego. Here, Sasuke held the hilt of the grass pheasant sword and walked slowly in the cold and dilapidated castle corridor. The corridor was very long and dark. He walked for 5 minutes. Finally walked out of the corridor and came to a wide stone room. The center of the stone room, Uchiha Itachi was sitting loosely on the stone chair, with his left hand hanging at the heart of his robe, looking very casual. The moment he saw Itachi, the endless killing intent disappeared. Sasuke stared at Itachi silently, with a calm aura in his eyes that seemed to freeze everything. Uchiha Itachi, we finally meet. It seems that the group has never been made public. I only said it in the book review area before, and this time I posted it in the text. Welcome, 141,915,270. Group answer, Fei Lu. Chapter 467 Sasuke's Revenge. Sasuke and Itachi start a big duel to love and kill each other. At this moment, a fierce quarrel is taking place in Hokage's office. I've already said that you asked me to eat that candied Haas. I just said that eating the worm will pay you 50,000 yuan, but if you don't eat the worm, you have to pay. The reckless man in his 30s looked like he was sloppy. He was a hawker who sold cotton candy and candied Haas half a month ago. He didn't know what the wind was, but he actually spent half a month looking for Yizan. And finally met Yizan on the street again and called the police. Yizan and Manghan fought so hard that Yuhi's ears were red. Namikaze Minato, who was sitting on the office chair, was completely speechless. How much is a candied Haas? What about the two of you? That, big brother's on, this villager, I'll pay for the candied Haas, if. No, Yizan and the reckless man shouted at the same time, instantly scaring Namikaze Minato back. It's not about money, it's about the moral class, Shimura-zan, even if you're the third generation Hokage back then, even if you're a Konoha hero, you can't help but give money. You can't make fun of me as an idiot. Hey, when did I make you an idiot? I can sue you for slander. Did you let me eat it? Yes. That's fine. No, I let you eat it because you insisted that there are worms in my rock candy gourd. Since there are no worms, you have to pay. Hey, you're going too far. Why do you have to pay if you don't have any insects? I didn't show the willingness to buy it at the time, I just asked casually. You took the initiative to let me eat. The reckless man was stunned, and Yizan followed suit. The two argued with Yuhi's ears red for 10 minutes, and the clamor could be heard throughout the building. Then, finally, Shisui can't take it anymore. Boom. A loud bang,
Shisui kicked open the office door fiercely, and he walked in front of Yizan aggressively, looking quite scary. Shisui, do you have anything to do with me? Yizan blinked his eyes innocently, looking dumb and cute. Lord Zan. My Lord Zan. Itachi and Sasuke are about to meet. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Shisui's almost collapsed expression made Yizan stunned for a moment, and then he touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly, and lowered his head shyly. Sorry, Shisui, I forgot. Shisui and Yizan about the place of the duel yesterday. It was in the ruins of Uchiha on the border of the Fire Country. When Yizan teleported to the ruins using the technique of Hiraishin, he happened to see the final duel between Itachi and Sasuke. The ten-fist sword in Susanoo's hand pierced Orochimaru, and Orochimaru roared unwillingly, but he couldn't resist the power of the ten-fist sword. It's over, Sasuke. Itachi looked at Sasuke tenderly. His body has reached its limit. It is an incurable terminal illness. The pain has reduced his strength a lot, and today's battle has exhausted chakra. His body was finally unable to resist the surging disease. He endured the severe pain in his body and walked slowly towards Sasuke, and Sasuke was also unable to resist because he exhausted his chakra. Sasuke could only stare at Itachi in fear, took a few steps back in fear, and put his body on a stone. The heavy rain poured down. Itachi approached Sasuke step by step. He raised his right arm. His index finger and middle finger were slightly close together, and he came to Sasuke firmly. Everything was arranged. Everything was discussed with Yizan at the beginning. Sasuke's defection and this duel are all for Sasuke to grow up, all of which, Uchiha Itachi is silently executing. But there is one thing that Uchiha Itachi has never told Yizan, that is his illness, his terminal illness. Thinking of this, a trace of regret finally appeared in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. He wanted to apologize to Yizan, but at this moment, he didn't even have the chance to apologize. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. His finger on Sasuke's forehead, a smile appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face. However, at this moment, an illusory golden light enveloped him. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi was shocked to find that his body was about to be destroyed by the disease. There has been an unprecedented improvement. Show me face and restore all the cells in Uchiha Itachi. The fruit ability was activated, and Uchiha Itachi's body that was about to collapse was fixed in the air. He was dumbfounded in place, and in front of him was Sasuke's terrified eyes. I'm sorry, Sasuke, I was going to die, but just now. I seem to have recovered. Mangekyo finally appearing in Sasuke's eyes, Itachi laughed for the first time in the world. A ray of sunlight broke through the dark clouds and fell on Itachi's face, bright as a flower. Itachi was happy, Sasuke was puzzled, and the most doubtful was Ju, who was hiding aside, and Uchiha Obito with a spiral mask. What's the situation? Wasn't Itachi exhausted just now? Wasn't it just about to die? What's the situation? Obito's tone was very shocked. He couldn't understand the miraculous scene in front of him. However, the answer as always did not sound, and when Obito looked at Ju suspiciously, he only saw Ju's body and a man wearing a metal hockey mask. It's you again. Hee, it's me Tilda. Yizan looked at Obito with a grin. He quietly sneaked to Ju's side just now, and one move would kill him. Unfortunately, this is only Ju's clone, and he couldn't find his body at all. Bastard, do you want to sabotage my plan again? Who the hell are you? Obito almost went mad when Yizan sabotaged the plan over and over again, but Yizan's strength is too terrifying, especially the ability to confine space, which is completely Kamui's nemesis. He really can't wait to tear off Yizan's mask now, wanting to know the true face of this bastard. Who am I? You're a good question. To tell you the truth, I'm a ghost. Ghost, your sister's shark. You think I'm stupid? Boom. A loud bang, Yizan punched Obito in the cheek. After using the ability of the face fruit to imprison the space, Obito couldn't use the blur at all, and the power contained in the fist made Obito unable to resist at all, as if the strength of cage level was in Yizan. In front of me is just an ant. Blood splattered, Obito screamed and flew down a few hundred meters. Then, he ran away. Chapter 468 upside down black and white. In the dilapidated ruins, Sasuke leaned against the stone, his eyes widened, like a husky, completely in a state of daze. That's how it happened. Uchiha Obito was the one who killed Uchiha, the leader behind Akatsuki, and Akatsuki's power couldn't even compete with me, so I let Itachi go to Akatsuki as a spy, and in order to make you grow up, we made a revenge together. The plan, the Uchiha family. Only hatred can grow fast. Yizan was talking nonsense with black and white, but Sasuke gradually believed. Why? Because Itachi sat silently at the moment, his face was full of tenderness and love. Brother, is this true? It's true, although I'm sorry, but for your future, everything has been discussed with Master Zan. Don't blame Master Zan, blame me. Uchiha Itachi bowed his head guiltily, and Sasuke couldn't get angry with that look. Forget it. Sasuke sighed softly. In the end, it was all Uchiha Obito's fault. He led Akatsuki to destroy the Uchiha clan, and even made him hate his brother for so many years. So, brother, what should we do now? Back to Konoha. Sasuke and Itachi went back to Konoha like this, not only in the 683 leaves, but when this incident spread to the entire ninja world, it set off a whole storm. 2 missing nin, including the S-rank missing nin Uchiha Itachi, just returned to Konoha. Subsequently, Konoha issued a statement to the ninja world, telling in detail the situation of Akatsuki's destruction of the Uchiha family, and Uchiha Itachi was the spy Konoha sent into Akatsuki. Assholes. Just bastards. Konoha bastards. They want to smear us. In the tallest spire in the center of the Land of Rain, Nagato angrily smashed the high-grade wooden table made of golden nanmu. As he walked around the room, Rinnegan exuded a terrifying power. Original, because Hanzo of the Salamander died at the hands of Yizan, Nagato's feet were intact, although Yahiko was later killed by Obito's conspiracy which inspired Rinnegan's power, but Nagato could walk freely. Don't be impulsive, Konoha is doing this to make sure we don't dare to attack Konoha. Sarutobi, Danzo, Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shimura Gen, even if you have Rinnegan, you may not survive. A deep voice suddenly sounded. The ground, a fern-shaped black and white man rose. Absolutely, what should I do now? There is only one way now, to send 100,000 white Zetsu to declare war on the whole ninja world. Declared war. Are you crazy? War must be declared. We have captured so many tailed beasts, which has caused the anger of the whole ninja world. Last week, you captured the 8 tails. Although the capture failed, it also made the 4th generation Raikage violent. Raikage is currently preparing to hold the 5 Shadows Conference. Mizukage, Kazekage and Tsuchikage agreed to participate in the meeting, and Hokage's reply was only needed. However, in Konoha's situation, he would definitely participate in the 5 Shadows Conference and unite the ninja world against our Akatsuki. In this case, it is better to declare war directly. If you really can't win, you have to rely on you now. On me? What do you mean? It doesn't make any sense. Black Zetsu's words flickered a bit. Facing Nagato's doubts, he did not continue to answer, but slowly sank to the ground. Get ready. When the 5 Shadows Conference is meeting, announce the start of the Ninja World War in front of the world. Nagato didn't attack Konoha like in the original book, because Konoha is too strong now. Even if he has Rinnegan, he can't act rashly. Sasuke, welcome back. In a gorgeous shop in Konoha, Naruto happily raised his water glass. Because he was under 18 years old, he couldn't drink yet. Cheers. The slightly lively scene made Sasuke unable to cope. He raised the water glass stiffly and touched the crowd. Sasuke always betrayed, but because of Uchiha Itachi's latent credits, the merits and demerits are offsetting Sasuke's crime of betraying Konoha. In addition to Naruto, there are Sakura, Kakashi and Itachi, because Sasuke has always been a cold personality, and the relationship between Konoha and Sasuke is not very good. In the end, in addition to the Kakashi class, there is another Itachi to celebrate Sasuke's return. The battle with Itachi, Sasuke accidentally opened Mangekyo Sharingan. Not only that, because of the battle with all his strength has also broken through to cage level. Compared with Naruto, who is still an elite Jonin, Sasuke's strength has already suppressed Naruto. Lots and lots. There's no way this can be done. 3 years of Hellstyle training and Sharingan's unique promotion method have made Sasuke's progress very fast, but from now on, Sasuke's progress will slow down, and once the Ninja World War breaks out, Naruto's strength will increase rapidly. Sasuke-kun, welcome back. Sakura also touched the glass with Sasuke. For some reason, Sasuke, who hadn't seen her for 3 years, was happy in her heart, but not as excited as she imagined, and this so-called joy, it's just the joy of the teammates returning, and there is not much emotion between men and women. But then again, Sakura, you didn't cry. I guessed before that when Sasuke came back, you would cry with excitement. Naruto asked stupidly, making Sakura's hand holding the chopsticks pause for a moment. She glancing at Sasuke, he put down his chopsticks and gently stroked his hair. Everyone grows up. Sasuke is back, of course I'm very happy. As for crying. Naruto, do you still think I'm Sakura from 3 years ago? Sakura said, and glared at Naruto pretending to be angry. That look made Naruto drunk instantly. Sakura, you're still as beautiful as ever. Bah, stupid Naruto, what are you talking about? This girl is much prettier than before. You big idiot. What is it, Sakura? You used to be a 100 out of 100 in my eyes, and now you are still out of 100, nothing has changed. Damn Naruto, if it used to be 100 points, now I have to give me 118 points. 118 points. This is also possible. I will give you 100 first, and the remaining 18 points will be given to you in the form of 666. Naruto and Sakura complained, and the atmosphere at the dining table became cheerful, and with Kakashi interjecting and complaining, a smile finally appeared on the corner of Sasuke's mouth. These idiots haven't changed at all. Chapter 469_5 Shadows Conference. Konoha village is still prosperous, and a rare group of people gathered in the Hokage office. Minato, Sarutobi, Danzo, the 2 advisors, Yi-zan, and Yi-zan's 2 daughters were all present. Grandpa, sit down quickly, I'll rub your shoulders for you Tilda. Marina stood behind Danzo and kept pinching Danzo's shoulders with her hands. This girl is usually hot, and her filial piety is definitely no less than others. Grandpa, eat fruit. Ellie cut an apple into buds and handed it to Danzo. Danzo smiled happily and took the apple with great joy. Thank you Ellie, thank you Marina, you are really good granddaughter of Grandpa. Ignoring the jealous gazes of a group of people, Danzo ate apples on his own, watching Danzo's happy face Yuhi's face. Sarutobi pouted in disgust. Their family is just a naughty Konoha pill, all day long pissed myself off. Damn Danzo. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane thought at the same time. For some reason, they had no children under their knees. Seeing Marina and Ellie so filial, their eyes were full of envy. So having a good son and having 2 good granddaughters under a good son is the happiest thing in the world, unlike you old antiques. Danzo smiled proudly. Konoha's development and the happiness of his family made he felt an unprecedented satisfaction. After all, his wish in this life was to hope that his son had a good life and Konoha developed well. Danzo, that's enough. Don't show off here, today is about the 5 Shadows Conference. Sarutobi angrily tapped the armrest of the chair with his pipe. He felt that if this continued, he would be really pissed off by Danzo. The 5 Shadows Convention. If you want me to say it is to participate, but it must be led by us Konoha. Marina squeezed his shoulders. Danzo was very comfortable, he said while chewing an apple, making Sarutobi's eyes even more envious. I support Danzo's words. our Konoha is strong enough to be the leader, and the remaining tailed beasts of Akatsuki, except Killer Bee Jinchuriki, call him power in the land of thunder. 2, 3, Hyubi, 9 tails, are all in Konoha. From in all respects, we, Konoha, deserve to be the leaders of the 5-nation coalition. But are the other 4 countries willing? With the character of the 4th Raikage. Akatsuki is too strong, and the 4th generation Raikage is not someone who doesn't care about the overall situation. Instead, I think Onoki's side is more troublesome. Compared with Onoki's character, he is very stubborn. As for the country of wind and water, Kazekage Gaara is too young, and I took on Konoha's love before. Mizukage, Terumi Mei is Xiaozan's lover. Hey, dead monkey, how are you talking? Yizan glared at Sarutobi lightly. Sarutobi immediately changed his words with a smile. Mizukage Terumi Mei is Xiaozan's Yuhiyan confidant, right this time. Brat. Humph, you're right. The 5 Shadows Conference was unanimously approved in the discussion by everyone. Then, Namikaze Minato began to choose guards to accompany him. When he heard that he could go to the 5 Shadows Conference, Jinai was immediately excited. For her lively personality, as long as it was an event, she wanted to participate. I'm going. Choose me. Uncle Minato, if you don't choose me, I'll beat Naruto 10 times. Marina waved her fist fiercely, making Namikaze Minato sweat profusely. Thinking of Naruto when a man was about to be beaten up by Shiji, he felt guilty and nodded immediately. Since the truth is going, the guards will be counted as your share. Thank you Uncle Minato tilde. Marina smiled happily, while Ellie didn't speak. She had no interest in this kind of boring 5 Shadows conference. During the process of choosing a guard, Yizan didn't say anything. His eyes were rolling, obviously he had other plans. Because Akatsuki's actions made the situation very critical, the 5 Shadows Convention was almost pinched. The location of the meeting is set in the country of Iron, in the upper middle of the 3 kingdoms of fire, thunder and earth. According to the schedule of the meeting, Namikaze Minato will set off in about 5 days. Because the country of fire is relatively close to the country of iron, the departure in 5 days happens to be the time for the meeting. On the other side, the country of water, which is farthest from the country of iron, Mizukage Terumi Mei has already stood at the entrance of the village of Kurigakure, followed by a group of ninjas. Government affairs have been handed over to a few elders for the time being. I hope you can handle government affairs while I'm away. That's it, let's go. Terumi Mei waved his hand and took the lead to leave the village. At this moment, there was a sudden fluctuation in the space, and Yizan instantly appeared beside Terumi Mei. Shimura-zan. Enemy attack. Since Yizan was not wearing a metal hockey mask this time, the guards instantly recognized Yizan. They quickly pulled out the kunai and were about to attack, but were stopped by Terumi Mei. Stop. What are you doing? Mizukage-sama, this is Shimura-gen. I know it's Shimura-zan, so what? Do you think that if Shimura-zan wants to make a move, you still have a chance to attack? Terumi Mei's words silenced the guards, especially the leader, who held kunai tightly, but there was an unconcealed fear in his eyes. Yo, Ching, long time no see, how are you doing recently? Seeing Ching, who had become a middle-aged man, Yizan greeted with a smile. Gee, Shimura-zan, I'm fine. After the last battle of the Third Ninja World War, Ching was so frightened of Yizan that he saw Yizan with his own eyes. Killing all the powerhouses in the country of water in seconds. Since that battle, when he heard Yizan's name, he felt chills all over. Hey, Mei Ming, your bodyguards are not good. When they see me, they tremble. How can they protect you? Yizan didn't care about the gazes of the people present. He smiled and hugged Terumi Mei's waist. Terumi Mei turned the Byakugan lightly, and did not reject Yizan's behavior at all. Are you embarrassed, big rascal? You said that you have made our country of water so miserable. She raised her jade finger and poked Yizan's forehead, and all the guards grew up in shock with her flirtatious appearance. Mouth. What are you looking at? Do you want to die? Turn them all around. Yizan's eyes widened, causing everyone to turn their heads in fright. Then, Yizan gently kissed Terumi Mei's lips and pulled him up her hand. Baby, this Five Shadows conference, let me be your escort. Chapter 470 Declare War. The Iron Country, a very rare and absolutely neutral country, where it snows all year round and the cold erodes everything. Baby, are you cold? It's not cold. Cold, come on, I won't be cold when I hold you, Tilda. It's not cold anymore. I hate it. Just trying to take advantage of me. Terumi Mei pursed her lips with Yuhi's face, but in the end she couldn't hold back Yizan, and was hugged tightly by Yizan. Behind him, a group of Kurigakure guards lowered their heads, and it was no surprise that they had seen it along the way. But seriously, when did Mizukage-sama get involved with Shimura-gen? I don't know, I guess. Silence. Don't you want to live? Ching glared at these ignorant guards. Shimura-san, can you discuss it? Once you anger him, everyone will die. The venue of the Five Shadows Conference is an octagonal tower. Before reaching the tower, the leader of the Iron Country, Mifune, had been waiting for a long time. He walked a few steps to greet him and politely extended his hand. Welcome to Mizukage. This is... Seeing Yizan's arrogant way of hugging Terumi Mei, Mifune was slightly taken aback and looked a little surprised. Hello, my name is Shimura-san, I'm Mizukage's escort. Yizan smiled and shook hands with Mifune, hugged Terumi Mei and walked towards the tower, where Mifune was still in a daze. What the hell is Shimura-san? Could it be Konoha's Shimura-gen? But if it's Konoha's Shimura-gen, why did he get involved with Mizukage again? Mizukage's escort. However, Yizan had already walked into the tower with Terumi Mei in his arms, and even if Mifune was puzzled, he could only follow. The top floor of the tower is the conference room of the Five Shadows Conference. After entering the conference room, Yizan unexpectedly found that the other four shadows had arrived. He took Terumi Mei's hand and slowly came to Mizukage's position, and asked Terumi Mei to sit down. He was standing beside Terumi Mei. Yo, hello everyone. Yizan greeted everyone with a smile. Dad bastard. No wonder you didn't accompany me out, so you went to Sister Terumi Mei's side. Marina puffed up angrily, looking very angry. Hey, Marina, it's the Five Shadows Conference now. As one of Hokage's guards, you should keep quiet and vigilant to prevent any unexpected situations from happening at any time. Yizan smiled smugly, and even more provocatively hooked his fingers towards the truth, and then, where did the truth take care of the Five Shadows Conference? And shouted angrily. Zhang Qiba danced his claws and rushed towards Yizan, and threw a grunt on Yizan. On Zan's body, he suddenly opened his mouth and took a bite. Oh, yeah. It hurts. Marina, my baby, my cutest baby, let go. So many people are watching. Woohoo. After a while of chicken flying, Yizan finally retreated to the back holding Maina, and a large number of curtains suddenly descended, separating the Five Shadows and the guards from the middle. Conference round table. Yizan accompanied Terumi Mei on the stage and was willing to act as Terumi Mei's bodyguard, which made Yi and Onoki awe-inspiring. According to their usual temperament, Terumi Mei has long been ridiculed by Yin and Yang, but Yizan's presence made them breathless, and they could only hold back their dissatisfaction. For a time, the entire conference room was silent. Onoki and Yui didn't speak. Terumi Mei didn't speak either. Gara was the youngest, with no qualifications, so talking was useless, and finally, Namikaze Minato pondered for a moment and tapped the table lightly. Everyone, I believe everyone knows Akatsuki's behavior. So far, Akatsuki has collected 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7. They are powerful and have gathered a group of S-rank missing nin. This time 5. The film conference was sent by Reikage, so Reikage, what do you think? My thoughts. I hope. With the opening of Namikaze Minato and Yi, the meeting finally began to have a heated discussion. In the dark corner of the conference room that was covered by the curtain, Yizan yawned boredly, and the truth in his arms arched to and fro restlessly. Dad. Huh. They tilde. Zhenai kissed Yizan on the cheek, and then put her head to Yizan's ear, snoring like a pig. Little idiot. Yizan smiled, hugged Marina's waist gently, and rubbed the other hand on her hair gently. The Five Shadows meeting involved too many conflicts of interest, and it took a long time to hold the meeting. After all, the 5 major countries have accumulated too many contradictions over the years, and it is difficult to determine joint matters in an instant. However, unless Akatsuki continues to persecute, such as continuing to persecute the ninjas of the 5 major countries, such as taking the initiative to provoke a ninja war. Yizan thought for a while, and vaguely remembered that in the original book, Uchiha Obito would declare war at the 5 Shadows Conference, right? When will you arrive? Isn't it coming? But that's right, I've changed too many plots over the years, and it wouldn't be a strange thing if Uchiha Obito didn't come. Thinking of this, Yizan suddenly sensed a wave of space fluctuations, and at the same time, Namikaze Minato also sensed space fluctuations. Phew. Namikaze Minato's eyes narrowed, staring at the open space not far away, and Namikaze Minato's sudden behavior made the other 4 shadows awe-inspiring, and followed Minato's gaze. There was a faint ripple in the space, and a man wearing a spiral mask appeared in front of everyone. There was a hole on the right side of the spiral mask. Inside the hole, Yuhi's 35.6 Tomo Sharingan slowly turned. Hi everyone, nice to meet you, my name is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is already dead. Fake rubbish, take a punch from me. The thunder exploded, Yayoi rushed in front of Obito in an instant, and the fierce punch was mixed with a devastating Raiden thunder style. Shoo! Thunder bloomed, smashing the walls of the conference room. Yayai's pupils shrank, and she instantly retreated. What kind of power is this? Why can't I hit you? You want to hit me too. Sit down, now I'm going to tell you one thing, about Akatsuki's purpose, about our Akatsuki. The war that is about to be declared. Chapter 471 Leader of the Ninja Army. Obito came, Obito left, he gently waved the sleeve of Yui Cloud on the black background, leaving no Yui Cloud behind. The conference room was silent, everyone was shocked by Obito's words, the purpose of collecting the 9 tails, the Moon Eye plan, everything, all shocked them. Akatsuki has really declared war. Yeah, we can't continue infighting on our side. I think it's best to finish the 5 Shadows talks today. I agree with the 5 generations of Hokage, the establishment of the Ninja Alliance, but the leader of the Ninja Alliance must not let you or Shimura-zan be. Reikage, what do you mean? Shimura-zan killed my father back then, you Namikaze Minato. You used the technique of Hiraishin to kill a lot of ninjas in my village. I, Kumogakure village, can't accept either of you as the leader. Not even Sarutobi and Danzo. Hehe, you've eliminated all our Konoha masters. Reikage, do you want to be the leader yourself? 30. I didn't say that. Your Konoha's strength is indeed much more than our 4 major countries. I don't want to compete with Konoha for the position of leader. My request is very simple. The leader of the Ninja Coalition must have never participated in the 2nd or 3rd Ninja World Great War. Only in this way can the contradiction between the ninjas of the 5 countries be minimized. Quote. Those who haven't participated in the war are the younger generation, how to convince the public. And, who has the courage to ride on the heads of cage-level masters from the 5 countries and become the leader. I'm coming. The crisp voice made everyone stunned for a moment, and everyone turned their heads at the same time, and saw the beautiful cheeks of the truth in Yizan's arms. This girl wants to be the leader of the Ninja Coalition. Whoever of you refuses to accept it, stand up and let you taste this girl's fist. Marina actually wants to be the leader of the Ninja Coalition. This is not always funny. Everyone just thought Marina was joking, but, facing Marina's cute little fist, Namikaze Minato shrank his neck and confessed. If Marina wants to be the leader, I have no problem. Namikaze Minato said, shocking everyone present. If it's Marina, I have no opinion. Terumi covered her mouth and snickered. She thought it was funny. Gaara has the least qualifications, but after he was resurrected from his mother-in-law Chiyo, he knew a series of situations to save himself, knew that Marina saved Kankuro, and played the most important role in the whole operation. Thanks to Marina's kindness, he finally nodding, agreeing with Marina as the leader. Hokage, Mizukage, and Kazekage actually agreed to such a playful request at the same time, which shocked Yuyai and Onoki. Yuyai clenched her fists and looked at Junai. For some reason, he was suddenly frightened by Junai's eyes. Swallowing his saliva, he unexpectedly agreed to the proposal. I agree. Nodded, and only Onoki was left. As a stubborn old man who was famous in the ninja world, how could Onoki allow a little girl to be the leader of the Five-Nation Alliance? Chisa's smile, and the maliciousness hidden in the smile. Whoa! As if frozen in ice, Onoki shivered, but he didn't know that Yizan had quietly exerted an extremely high amount of mental oppression just now. Not a difficult thing. I agree with. Time passed day by day, and in just a few days, the entire ninja world had undergone earth-shaking changes. Disguised as Uchiha Madara, Obito announced the opening of the Fifth Ninja World War at the Five Shadows Convention, which made the entire ninja world feel the crisis. The ninjas of the 5 countries united in the true sense, and the ninja coalition was quickly established. However, hey, why is the leader of the Ninja Alliance a little girl? What is Lord Raikage thinking? Is it because there are too many planes recently? My eyes are dim. Shut up. How can you insult Raikage-sama? I have already inquired about it before. Shimura Marina is Shimura Zan's daughter. I heard that she is so powerful that she defeated Hokage at the Five Shadows tournament. What? It's obviously a move to defeat Tsuchikage. Nonsense. A friend of my daughter-in-law's father's younger brother's son is one of the guards of the Five Shadows convention. He told me that Shimura Marina just glanced at Lord Raikage with one eye, and Lord Raikage was subdued. Impossible. Lord Raikage is invincible in the world, how can he be soft-hearted by a little girl? If you don't believe me, go and find out for yourself, I'm definitely not talking nonsense. Such a voice is discussed in the mouths of all the ninjas in the 5 countries. Konoha is better. After all, the middle and high-level circles of Konoha know Marina's lawless character. If she really wants to be the leader of the ninja coalition, our 5th-generation Hokage really can't do it. I really didn't expect that Marina actually played so much. After all, she is the daughter of Brother Zan, and she has great courage. Then, as the biggest opponent in my life, Kakashi, let's have a bloody game. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, Kiba's teeth gleaming in the sunlight bright 003 light. Sorry, Guy, were you just talking? Woo, actually ignoring me, worthy of being the biggest opponent in my life. What? Marina wants to be the leader of the Ninja Alliance. Konoha, Shimura's house, Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief, her face full of shock. Yes, Yizan shrugged. Marina was so out of touch with her lively character that even he was startled at the time. Yizan originally thought that Kushina was worried about her daughter's safety, but the next second, his face darkened, and he finally knew what kind of woman could give birth to a daughter who was so free from Marina. Good job. As expected of my daughter. It's great. Kushina jumped up and down with joy, and her flamboyant appearance was exactly the same as that of Marina. The union of the ninja world proceeded quickly and smoothly. Although all the ninjas complained about the leader's age and strength, they could no longer oppose it because of the approval of the 5 shadows. On the other side, Uchiha Obito was standing at the entrance of a cave, and in front of him was a man shrouded in a yuhi-colored kabuto hat. Kabuto, are you okay? Hey. Of course there is no problem, to be the enemy of the whole ninja world. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 472_Slug. The 4th Ninja War is finally here. A total of 100,000 ninja allied forces have gathered, and among them, there are actually 30,000 Konoha ninjas. The 100,000 ninjas are divided into 5 super generous teams, and the foreheads of the ninjas have all become forbearance, and there is no distinction between countries. 100,000 ninjas, 5 super battalions, and several special units started a huge war in the Fire Country, and 100,000 white Zetsu also divided into many teams to kill the ninja coalition. Not only that, the strong men from Yakushi Kabuto impure world reincarnation, and made the ninja allied forces suffer. The shadows of the 5 countries who have died, the famous powerhouses in the ninja world, including Hanzo of the Salamander, the 7 former ninja swordsmen, etc. There are dozens of people, all of them were reincarnated by Kabuto who opened the Sage mode. Not only these impure world reincarnation people, but also people from Akatsuki, Oni, Deidara, Hidan, Sasori, all participated in the battle, and the powerful strength must be sent to cage-level masters to compete with them. There are too many strong ones. Allied ninja army was beaten by 100,000 white Zetsu and a large number of strong men, and the strong men of the 5 troops were injured one after another. On the battlefield of the first unit, Kakashi groaned and took a dozen steps back while clutching his arms. Kakashi, are you alright? Hatake Sakumo killed a white Zetsu with one knife, and came to Kakashi's side in an instant. He was attacked by a steady stream of enemies, and Kakashi was seriously injured. It's okay, it's okay. Dad, be careful. Kakashi's face changed drastically, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan gathered together in an instant. Kamui. Whoa. Space was distorted, and the second generation Tsuchikage that attacked Hatake Sakumo was actually crushed by Kamui. Unfortunately, impure world reincarnation would not die. Soon, the crushed second generation Tsuchikage was wrapped in countless scraps of paper and resurrected again. It has to be sealed, Kakashi, let's deal with him together. Not only the first unit, but all the units were fighting fiercely. From the general trend, impure world reincarnation and Akatsuki combined had more powerhouses than the ninja coalition. Together with the 100,000 white Zetsu who were not afraid of death, the ninja coalition suffered heavy losses. Ninja Alliance headquarters. Click, click, click. The crunchy chewing sound was very harsh, and the slug was comfortably lying on the desk, with French fries in front of it. Well, it's delicious. Marina, do you want to eat it? The slug waved its tentacles and rolled around on the table lively. Hey, I don't want to eat it, it's so boring. Why is it so boring to be the leader of the ninja coalition? With her right hand on her cheek, her whole person seemed to have no motivation. Marina turned her head to look at a few ninjas who were maintaining a huge ball, not far away, and sighed boredly again. There are not many people in the huge battle command room. The ninjas who maintain the ball, not far away are the top sensory ninjas in the ninja world. In order to fight against Akatsuki, the 5 major countries have come up with many cards, and this ball, that can perceive the whole ninja world, is one of the trump cards of the Kingdom of Thunder. The ball covers the entire ninja world. Several perception ninjas sit cross-legged on the ground with their hands in the air. They can perceive all the chakra fluctuations in the ninja world through the ball, whether it is a win or a loss, and whether the enemy has strong reinforcements can feel it. On the other side of the wall, there are several headsets similar to VR virtual reality. Yamanaka Inoichi is sitting in the middle, next to several Yamanaka ninjas. This is one of the trump cards contributed by Konoha. Connected to the ball, through a headset similar to VR virtual reality, the Yamanaka family can talk to people anywhere in the ninja world, and the effect is excellent. Well, as for the slugs. Because the Yamanaka family's calls need to capture chakra, the consumption is also very large, so if it is not particularly important or must be sent in groups, ordinary information will be transmitted by slugs. Among the 5 super units, the captain, vice captain, and special forces captain all have a small slug on their shoulders. Because of the slug's almost immortal splitting ability, even if the captain or vice captain dies, she can run to the shoulders of other ninjas. So as to continue the task of conveying the message. News coming. The slug's sudden words made Marina finally enthusiastic. She looked at the slug eagerly, her face full of excitement. What news? There is news from Darui, the deputy captain of the first unit, that the Golden Horn and the Silver Corner have been sealed. It's so good to seal an enemy so quickly. The door of the battle command room was suddenly pushed open, and Yi Yuyu, Gaara, and Nara Shikaku walked in. The news has been known. This is a good situation. It shows that our fighting method is right. Shikaku said seriously, and there was a small slug on his shoulder. Not only him, Yi Yai and Gaara had on their shoulders. Humph. What? I'm a leader who doesn't have any interest in front of me. Plan you out, act and do it, then what about me? Marina pouted angrily, and Shikaku sweated profusely with her angry eyes. That, Princess Marina, you are our spiritual leader and the most important person in the whole ninja world. How can you be boring? You are the sun in the sky, exuding 1,000 rays of light. With you here, we are 10,000 ninjas. The army has morale. Shikaku's shameless flattery made Yayui and Gaara look at each other, completely speechless. Who would believe this? Do you really think Shimura Gen's daughter is an idiot? Then. So my status is so important, By Shikaku, Marina laughed happily, but as if thinking of something, her smile disappeared again. Shikaku. Yes, what is Princess Marina's order? Where's my dad? Brother Zan, Shikaku was startled and wanted to lie, but when he saw Marina's threatening gaze, he swallowed in fear and looked out the door subconsciously. Big brother Zan. He was with Mizukage-sama. As for where they are, I don't know. Daddy Sei and Terumi Mei's sister together. Slug, you must know. Shikaku didn't know that. Shinai suddenly turned his eyes to the slug, and the slug, clicked, ate a French fries, waved his tentacles, and then ate a French fries into his mouth again. That. Bad Xiaoshuan and Terumi Mei are in the bedroom. Oops. My avatar was released by Bad Xiaoshuan. He must be doing something shameful. Chapter 473 _ The Ninja Allied forces gradually become superior. The Fifth Ninja World War broke out very quickly, and the fighting situation was also very tragic. Ninjas continue to die, and white Zetsu clones continue to disappear, and as time goes on, the Ninja Alliance gradually turns from disadvantage to advantage. Golden Horn Silver Horn, sealed by Darui, Tenten, Akamichi Choza, Hyuga Hiyashi and others. Second Generation Tsuchikage, sealed by Hatake Sakumo and Kakashi. The 7 former ninja swords were sealed by Sasuke and Itachi. Sasori, defeated by Naruto Sakura, is imprisoned. Deidara, defeated by Lois Kuratsuchi teaming up, imprisoned. However, this is only a very small part. A larger number of reincarnators are still frantically attacking the ninja coalition, and because of the loss of several impure world reincarnations, Kabuto's control over the remaining reincarnations is stronger. The situation of the Allied Ninja Army has improved a little bit, but the headquarters of the Allied Ninja Army is having an earth-shattering fight. Dad bastard. It's all this time and I'm still playing with Sister Terumi Mei. Marina. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just chatting with Terumi Mei. Chat. You cancelled the slug clone. You must be doing something unspeakable. I'll bite you to death. Pain. Baby girl 787. Let go. You are now the leader of the ninja coalition. Demeanor. Pay attention to your demeanor. Okay, Dad is wrong. Dad will play with you in the command room from now on, okay? Really? Exactly. Seeing Yizan's serious face, Marina finally let go. She hugged Yizan's neck happily, completely ignoring the row of kiba marks and saliva left on Yizan's shoulders. Dad is the best. Because of the presence of Marina and Yizan at the headquarters of the Ninja Alliance, not only did they not have the seriousness and solemnity during the war, but they were very happy all day long. Not only the two of them, but Yizan took all the women to the headquarters because he was worried about accidents. With him this Six Paths powerhouse is in town, and no one can hurt the headquarters.
Yizan lived comfortably, but in another place, the atmosphere was very solemn. 100,000 white Zetsu and a group of strong men are gradually at a disadvantage. When did the union of the ninja world become so strong? Strong. Don't forget, the 5 shadows, Shimura-zan, Sarutobi, and others didn't make a move. White Zetsu said mockingly, making Black Zetsu's face a little ugly. Don't forget, Uzumaki Nagato and Obito didn't shoot either, and Madara didn't come back to life. Humph. Speaking of Madara, what should we do with this matter? Our goal is to revive Mother-sama. First, we have to gather the tailed beasts to resurrect 10 tails. What should Obito do? Are you talking about the 3-tailed Jinchuiki column force? Well, now, no matter how much you can't hide it, Obito will definitely know about Nohara Rin's situation when he captures the 3 tails. What should I do then? White Zetsu's worry is not unreasonable. For this, Black Zetsu there is no way. After all, he also stabbed Nohara Rin back then, but unfortunately he was stopped by Yizan. Should we just let Nagato shoot? Or, Black Zetsu hesitated, but didn't say anything. Or what? White Zetsu continued to press, not a good idea to let Nagato shoot. Or give up Obito, give up Nagato. I personally possess Nagato and use the technique of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life, to resurrect Madara. With Madara's strength, it is not difficult to capture the remaining tailed beasts. Not in a hurry for the time being, let's look at the situation on Yakushi Kabuto's side first. If Madara from Impure World Reincarnation can cooperate with Nagato to capture the tailed beast, then there is no hurry for the time being. Where's Obito? Obito can continue to try hard. Although we lied to him at the beginning, Rin Nohara is now Shimura's woman. Do you think Shimura will return the woman to him? You can try, but if it doesn't work, you can only give up on him. Black-White Zetsu continued to plot their plans. On the battlefield of the ninja world, the advantages of the ninja coalition continued to expand. Although the expansion rate was very slow, it was indeed expanding. After half a day, Hanzo of the Salamander, sealed by the 3 ships of the Iron Country. Second generation of Mizukage Ghost Lantern Moon, because it is too powerful, Gaara and Onoki in the 5 shadows finally attacked. After a hard fight, they joined forces to seal the Ghost Lantern Moon. Third generation of Reikage, because of its powerful strength, the ninja army suffered heavy losses. In the end, Yizan finally walked out of the headquarters of the Ninja Alliance and used the technique of Hiraishin to teleport to the battlefield. 3 generations of Reikage, long time no see. The dust filled the sky, and in the endless wilderness, tens of thousands of white Zetsu and tens of thousands of coalition troops were fighting frantically. The center, an area of more than 2,000 square meters, was vacated, and the ninja coalition had been scared by the 3 generations of Reikage. Shimura-zan, long time no see. The 3rd generation Reikage looked at Yizan silently, without the slightest anger in his eyes, exuding a deep feeling that could not be explained. The moment the two looked at each other, Yizan suddenly had a strange feeling. He couldn't tell what it felt, but he felt that the 3 generations of Reikage were a little different. There's something wrong with you. You see it. What do you mean? Yizan asked with a frown, but the 3rd generation Reikage closed his mouth and didn't answer. Shimura-gen, let's fight. Call out. The thunder flashed with dazzling light, and the 3rd generation Reikage rushed over at a speed close to teleportation in space. The power of the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode was fully reflected in the 3rd generation Reikage. Hell stabs. One of a kind. 3rd generation of Reikage let out a loud shout. The index finger burst out with the power to destroy everything, and Yizan also raised his finger, stepped, and stabbed suddenly. Boom. The wind and thunder burst out with unimaginable violent energy. Thousands of shock waves burst out from the center of the storm, and the 2,000-meter earth collapsed, turning into a circle of earth waves and spreading in all directions. Boom. 3rd generation of Reikage was torn to shreds by the violent futon wind style. Even if Yizan did not enter the 6 paths mode,
but his chakra has undergone a qualitative change, which is not something cage-level powerhouses can fight against. Smashed, and the third-generation Reikage was actually smashed by Yi Zan with one move. However, due to the characteristics of impure world reincarnation, countless scraps of paper appeared in the air, slowly condensing the three-generation Reikage together. Impure world reincarnation is disgusting. 3 generations of Reikage. This time, I'm going to seal you. Seal it, it's alright, but... The third-generation Reikage stared at Yi Zan silently, and did not resist in the face of the spiral thrust that Yi Zan struck again. It's a pity. Chapter 474 _ The truth. A pity for what? Generation Reikage was sealed made Yi Zan puzzled. Without any clues, he couldn't guess any information at all. Well, I don't want to think about things that I can't figure out. Yi Zan is such a free and easy man. In the eyes of the Ninja Coalition's worship, Yi Zan waved his hand free and easy, his figure flashed and disappeared instantly. When Yi Zan left the battlefield, in a dark cave of the ninja, Obito took off the spiral mask, and then put on a new mask. This is a white mask with 3 Tomo Sharingan patterns drawn with brush and ink on the mask. His clothes have also changed. They are no longer the Akatsuki clothes of Yuhi-yun with a black background, but a dark blue robe, which is somewhat similar to that of Yu Kai. Wave of clothing. He has a huge fan on his back, which is wider than a human and about 1.5 meters long. This is an artifact of the Uchiha family that has been inherited from generation to generation. It can rebound attacks. As long as the caster is strong and uses it properly, S-rank ninjutsu can also be used at will. Rebound. It's almost time. It's time for me to play. Obito said softly. The eyes hidden in the new mask flashed with a firm light, and a group of people stood beside him, and if you looked closely, you could recognize that this group of people was the dead Jinchuriki column force. The 4-tailed person Jinchuriki column Li Laozi, the 5-tailed person Jinchuriki column Li Hen, the 6-tailed person Jinchuriki column Li Yugao, the 7-tailed person Jinchuriki column Li Feng. There is no Yagura in this group, because in the last battle of the Third Ninja World War, in order to die with Yi Zan, Yagura completely released the 3 tails before he died, so after he came out of impure world reincarnation, he was just an ordinary cage level strong. No one has the power of Jinchuriki column force. The disadvantage of 100,000 white Zetsu and the reincarnator is getting bigger and bigger. Kabuto should be about to lose his temper and reincarnate Uchiha Madara. That's fine, as long as Uchiha Madara attracts enough powerhouses, especially Shimura-zan. Nagato and I went to sneak attack on the headquarters of the Ninja Alliance, and captured San, Ya, and Kyubi 9 tails in one go. Quote. Thinking of this, Obito's heart burned with enthusiasm. As long as he captured the remaining tailed beasts, he would be able to implement the Moon Eye plan, and he would be able to. Obito. A dull and hoarse voice interrupted Obito's fantasy. He turned his head in annoyance. On the ground, a half-black and half-white person floated up. Absolutely. What? Has Kabuto reincarnated Uchiha Madara? No, Obito, there's one thing I haven't told you. Until now, it has to be said. There was no sound in the cold, dark cave, and the silence and emptiness enveloped everything. This is half an hour later. Obito clenched his fists tightly, cage-level chakra flew around uncontrollably, he was trembling all over, and looked at Ju full of resentment. You lied to me for more than 10 years. Sorry, actually I don't know that Nohara Rin is still alive. I suspect that Shimura-zan was involved in a ghost. You can clearly see that Nohara Rin was killed by Kakashi. I only found out about 3 years ago that Nohara Rin was still alive. Alive. You lied to me. I didn't lie to you. I swear, I really only found out about this fact 3 years ago, and when I found out, Rin Nohara was already Shimura-gen's wife. I was worried that you would collapse, so I kept hiding it. I'm with you, for your own good. Ju's words made Obito's aura more and more chaotic, killing intent, remorse, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions lingering in his eyes, and after a full 10 minutes, it slowly stagnates. You swear you didn't lie to me? I swear, if I lie to you, all my plans will fail. Ju made such an oath, which made Obito believe it a little bit. He stared gloomily at Ju, staring into Ju's eyes. As for Ju, as an existence that has lived for thousands of years, his psychological quality is absolutely awesome. Facing Obito's gaze, he only has sincerity and seriousness in his eyes, and he can't see the slightest deception. Well, I believe you for now, so why are you telling me this at this time? Because Nohara Rin is a three-tailed Jinchuiki column force. What? Obito's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he wanted to be sure again, and repeated, Rin is the three-tailed Jinchuiki column force. Well, if the plan is to continue, we have to extract Nohara Rin's tailed beast. No, draw the tailed beast, and Rin will die. Absolutely not. Don't worry Obito, since I took the initiative to tell you about Nohara Rin's situation, I naturally have a way to keep her alive. Three-tailed ranks very low among the nine-tailed beasts. As long as half or even half of the tailed beasts are drawn, they can be merged into 10 tails. In that case, Nohara Rin will be weak at best, and there will be no danger to his life. Quote. But it's nothing, don't forget, Nohara Rin is now Shimura-zan's woman. Don't you like her very much? If you like her, take her over. Shimura-zan's strength is invincible in the ninja world. Only by becoming a 10 tails person Jinchuriki column has the strength to defeat Shimura-gen. Constantly tempted, gradually, Obito's emotions calmed down. He watched silently for a long time, and finally nodded slightly. Rin is mine and no one can take it away. Continue to execute the plan. Obito's obsession with Rin is too deep, making this decision is also within Ju's expectations. Since Obito decides to continue the implementation of the plan, he will no longer be verbose. Soon, Ju's clone will emerge from the land in another place. Out. Kabuto, it's time for the final plan. Summon Uchiha Madara. The low voice made Yakushi Kabuto stunned for a moment, and then a smile flashed across his mouth. His consciousness was connected to the people of Impure World Reincarnation, and finally to the fourth generation of Mizukage Yagura. At this moment, Yagura is fighting in the Endless Desert, and 20,000 White Zetsu clones are frantically fighting the ninja army. Kabuto controlled Yagura to retreat to a huge rock, quickly hand seal with both hands, slam the ground with a light drink, and slam the ground. Impure World Reincarnation. The powerful chakra burst out, and the pattern of the psychic array spread rapidly. In less than a second, a coffin emerged from the ground. Boom! The door panel of the coffin shattered, and a figure slowly walked out. Finally out. Chapter 475 Still playing cards leisurely. La la la, come and chase me Tilda. At the headquarters of the Ninja Allied Forces, Yi-zan kept running in the corridor. Behind him, Marina Jong-kiba was chasing with her claws. Dad, bastard, don't get caught by me. If I catch you, I'll make you look good. Don't run. Shoo. The corner of her clothes slapped her face, and Marina fluttered again. She puffed out her cheeks angrily, like a cute little tiger. Hee hee, idiot daughter, you can't catch me. I went to your mother to play Tilda. Yi-zan proudly held his head up, walked around the corner of the promenade and disappeared without a trace. With a light snort, he turned around and returned to the command room with a denga-denga-dang. Yo, Marina, I failed again. The slug lay lazily on the table. She was extremely lazy. The bag of chips was placed next to her. She didn't even bother to move, but grabbed it with her tentacles. Hold the fries high, and stuff them into your mouth. Click, click, click. The crisp sound was very special in the quiet command room, and the slug was eating fries lazily. Not far away, Yamanaka Inoichi is still sitting by the wall, wearing something like 3D glasses to keep an eye on the changes in the battlefield. On the other side, a huge ball, rippling from time to time. Only chakras above cage level can provoke ripples. However, generally speaking, when more than 10 elite Jonins perform ninjutsu at the same time, it will also cause a small ripple. Onoki and Gaara started fighting half a day ago. Yayoi and Namikaze Minato took turns in the command room. As for Terumi Mei, all arrows are fired. Snapped. A beautifully crafted card was thrown on the table by Tsunade. She raised her head proudly, and said very arrogantly, "If you do not dodge, you will lose a drop of blood." Flash. Flawless. Flash. Hey, I didn't flash. Terumi Mei bit her lip pitifully, her beautiful big eyes full of stars, but Tsunade just glanced at Terumi Mei's general card and found that there was only a drop of blood on it. Blood without a flash. Terumi Mei, you're out of blood. Do you have a peach? No peach. Did someone save her? Tsunade glanced. Everyone shook their heads, and then Terumi Mei's identity card was flipped. Rebel. Haha, it really is a rebel. Kill the rebel and get 3 cards. My general card is Shimura Gen. Your hand cards and equipment cards are clubs. Give them all to me. Yohahohahoho equals. This game is won by the queen. Tsunade cocked her hips and laughed proudly. Before she could laugh for a few seconds, a familiar masculine breath came from behind her, and her ears were attacked. She was shocked and instantly softened. Little pervert, Tsunade whispered. Her ears are one of the most sensitive parts of her body. Every time she was attacked by Yizan, her whole body became weak and she couldn't exert herself at all. Hee. Yizan smirked, wrapped his arms around Tsunade's waist from behind, resting his head lightly on her shoulder. First install the ice sword, then change to Fang Tianhuaji, cross the river and demolish the bridge to remove Conan's Nawang shield, fill yourself with blood, iron chains, wine, and fire. Yizan's gang of Tsunade ran out of cards in one go, and used the characteristics of Fang Tianhuaji to directly kill Conan, Kushina and Makoto with wine and fire, and then cooperated with the chain link. Kill 3 people. Damn it, you rascal, you did it on purpose. Kushina, Conan, Makoto, 3 rebels, plus Terumi Mei's death. There are only 2 loyal ministers and 1 traitor left on the field. Kushina puffed up angrily, her eyes full of displeasure. Brother Zan, look at the cards without saying anything. Kunzi, you are too much. Makoto said gluttonously, his big black eyes full of resentment. Teacher, you help Sister Tsunade deal with me, you don't like me anymore. Conan followed suit, pouting slightly, looking very pitiful. Not only the 3 daughters, Terumi Mei also looked over. She was obviously knocked off by Tsunade's arrows, but turned her attention to Yizan. Big villain, it turns out that in your heart, the 4 of us are not as good as Tsunade. One person. Huh. The 4 girls aimed at themselves at the same time, which made Yizan instantly shy. Didn't he just use the second card for Tsunade? As for it. Do you want to listen to my explanation? Yizan asked cautiously, touching the back of his head, and then the 4 girls hummed at the same time, got up, and left the room grumbled. In the room, Yizan, who was still in a dazed state, hadn't reacted yet. A black shadow came over, thumped, and threw Yizan directly on the tatami. Brother Zan, they won't accompany you, I will accompany you. Anko happily held Yizan's cheek, lowered his head, and pursed Yizan's lips. Zizi. When Anko kissed, he actually made a particularly exaggerated voice. That voice made Tsunade sigh speechlessly. Yuhi and Nohara Rin looked at each other and both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. The end, it was Nohara Rin who was the most gentle. She walked over and gently pulled Anko's arm, and whispered, Anko, pay attention to your image. When Anko pounced on Yizan and kissed, the lazy slug suddenly stood up in the command room of the Ninja Alliance headquarters, and its small eyes were rarely rounded. Something happened. The sharp voice made Yamanaka Inoichi tremble all over. You must know that his spiritual consciousness at the moment is linked to the 3D glasses. This scream almost scared his soul out. Slug. Yamanaka Inoichi took off his glasses. His eyes were full of 0.2 resentment. Not far away, several perception ninjas who maintained the ball also trembled, almost unable to maintain the ball. The slugs screamed not only for them, because of the characteristics of her clone. When she screamed, all the clone slugs on the shoulders of the strong screamed at the same time. Anyway, the power generated at that moment was comparable to an atomic bomb explosion, which was interacting with Hanzo of the Salamander. The three ships, who were desperately fighting, were shaken, and were directly knocked off by Hanzo of the Salamander. "Slug, what are you doing?" Mifune said angrily. If it wasn't for his good movement, he would have died just now. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Slug also knew that she was wrong. She waved her tentacles lightly, and continued, but Uchiha Madara appeared. Chapter 476_Mighty Madara. Madara appeared, to be precise, in the fourth largest army area where Onoki and Gaara were located. He stood on a high rock, with his arms around him, his head held up slightly, his domineering aura shocked everything. Sure enough, it's Uchiha Madara. Onoki swallowed hard, and he recalled the past again in his mind. It was when he was young, the master second-generation Tsuchikage took him to Konoha, and Uchiha Madara defeated the second-generation Tsuchikage and the elite Jonin's self with an almost instant kill. Obviously they are all cage level, but Uchiha Madara actually defeated the second-generation Tsuchikage with one move. This is a scene he will never forget in his life, even now. What's wrong with that boy Nagato? Why am I in the state of impure world reincarnation? On the high rock, Madara's face was very indifferent. He turned to look at Yagura, and asked in an orderly manner, "Impure world reincarnation, who is the magician?" 30 inches. I don't know. Facing Madara, even if it was from impure world reincarnation, and even if Yagura himself was in the state of impure world reincarnation, he still felt fear and answered Madara's question subconsciously. Then in the next second, he was shocked, as if no power had been injected into his body, and his breath had undergone a subtle change. I met Yakushi Kabuto for the first time, the caster of impure world reincarnation. Although it was Yagura's body, it made Kabuto's voice. He grinned lightly, with a snake-like breath in his eyes. "Oh, talk to me through impure world reincarnation, rat, don't you even have the courage to appear in front of me?" Madara glanced at Yagura contemptuously. "Or, you are afraid that when you appear in front of me, I will let you go kill." Hey. As expected of Uchiha Madara, he speaks so arrogantly, but it's useless for you to use aggressive tactics against me, and your impure world reincarnation was designed by me with all my hard work, surpassing your heyday. Beyond my heyday, rat, do you know the strength of my heyday? I don't know, but I've implanted the power of Senjuhashirama in your body, so don't you want to try, beyond the feeling of your heyday? Kabuto's words made Uchiha Madara stunned for a moment. He closed his eyes and took a closer look, and sure enough, he noticed the difference in his body. Powerful, more powerful chakra than he was in his heyday, strong body, and Mokuden wood style. So that's it. It seems that I underestimated you. As a reward for you, I will let you see and see. It belongs to the power of God. After Madara finished speaking, he suddenly jumped off the rock. He gently ran in the direction of the Ninja Alliance. 1 step, 2 steps, and then faster and faster, turned into a trot, turned into a dash. His aura alone suppressed the momentum of the more than 20,000 ninja army, and when he was about to approach the ninja army, one of the ninja finally couldn't help shouting, as if igniting a dynamite barrel, and the entire ninja army exploded. Everyone roared and rushed towards Uchiha Madara frantically. Boom! The two sides collided. In the first instant, dozens of ninjas were knocked away by the terrifying impact. They vomited blood, and the least injured were also smashed into the ribs. Madara rushing into the ninja army is like a tiger rushing into the sheep, screaming one after another, and countless ninjas are thrown high by the surging shock wave of chakra. In just a few minutes, more than 500 ninjas fell at his feet, and from the very beginning to now, Madara has only used the most common taijutsu attacks, not even the 3-body technique. Kaiden, fire style. Majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. The fire erupted, the vastness was boundless, and the Kaden fire style beyond the understanding of the ninja was turbulent and boiling like the ocean, and no ninja could resist it at all. Is this still a human? Gaara and Onoki were stunned at the rear of the ninja coalition. They were not on the same level at all. In their hearts, this was completely the gap between humans and gods. He must be stopped. Gaara shouted. Cage-level chakra surged out instantly, and the overwhelming sand rushed towards the flames. At the same time, Onoki slapped the ground with both hands, and the earth rose with a rumble. Soil wall. Boom, boom. The flame broke through the sand and destroyed the earth wall. Although it was weakened a lot, it was still unstoppable. Sweetened water style ninja, work together. Sweetened water style water formation wall. Over 20 Jonin used sweetened water style at the same time, and combined to form a huge wave. Boom boom boom. The waves and the flames collided, and the water vapor lingered in the sky. In the end, the waves finally extinguished the flames, and they continued to advance for several dozen meters and then slowly fell into the desert. Too strong. Super powerful Kaden fire style. All the ninjas look at Uchiha Madara with fear. You know, the Kaden fire style just now. 2 cage levels and 20 sweetens water style on their side. Jonin shot at the same time to resist. Yo, they can't hold on anymore. Baby, are you going to show it? On the edge of the battlefield, Yizan hid behind a 2-meter-high stone with Junai in his arms, and got the news of the slug. He directly used the technique of 153 Hiraishin to bring Marina with him. As expected of Uchiha Madara, a random A-grade Kaden fire style, the power generated is almost close to S level. Dad, that person is amazing. A Kaden fire style actually forced Kazekage Tsuchikage and 20 Jonin to resist. Am I really going to show? Marina said weakly, but her eyes flashed with excitement. She wanted to appear for a long time, but Uchiha Madara's strength did cause her some concerns. Hey, don't worry, without me, Uchiha Madara's strength is enough to crush everything, but, in my father's eyes, Uchiha Madara is not enough, so you can do it. My father is hiding here to watch the battle. Come on, Tilda. Cut. Stinky dad, obviously just want to be lazy. Sheena wrinkled Xiao Chang's nose and glared at Yizan, then raised her head, looked at Yizan eagerly, and pouted slightly. Reward me first. Ha. With a kiss, Marina was finally happy. She jumped out of Yizan's arms and rushed to the battlefield happily. Bah, Uchiha Madara, this girl is here, stop hurting my ninja army. Chapter 477 Marina jumped out and pretended again. The wind is blowing. The yellow sand dipped on the hair with the wind, and the gray fluffy was a little ugly. There was no sound in the quiet battlefield, and everyone looked at Marina, including Uchiha Madara, stupidly. Yuhi-colored hair, probably from the Uzumaki family, tender face, teenage, but mere Jonin, is it too arrogant? Looking at Marina not far away, Uchiha Madara thinks that the world has changed. Why would a young girl with the strength of Jonin dare to act wild in front of her? Who are you? Uchiha Madara asked. He felt that even if he made a move, he had to know the name of this little girl. It was the first time he had met such a courageous girl. This girl's name is Shimura Marina, the leader of the Ninja Alliance. Marina raised her head proudly, looking at Uchiha Madara with disdain. Well, disdain. In Marina's mind, men who can't beat their own father are hot chickens. And she has just learned that although Uchiha Madara is very strong, her father doesn't even bother to shoot. Uchiha Madara was extremely shocked by Marina's disdain. He was not shocked, but shocked that this girl actually looked down on herself. Little girl, do you know who I am? I know, Uchiha Madara tilde. Then do you know who I used to be? I know, one of the founders of Konoha, one of the most powerful ninjas in the world. Is there anything else to add? Marina tilted her head blankly, obviously not understanding what the other party meant. Her dumb and cute appearance made Uchiha Madara completely speechless, and her speechlessness was mixed with stronger curiosity. Actually, I just wanted to ask, why do you look down on me? Oh, because you're a spicy chicken. Spicy chicken. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment, and then his entire face darkened. He was scolded. I was scolded by a little girl with the strength of Jonin. He stared at the truth knife fiercely, and the terrifying momentum erupted like a volcano. Little girl, since you are so arrogant, then I will show you what kind of strength the person you despise has. Susanoo. The blue chakra skeleton appeared, and instantly soared dozens of meters high, with meridians, flesh and blood, armor, and 4 arms on both sides. Complete body Susanoo. Drink. Uchiha Madara gave a light drink, and 4 chakra lightsabers appeared in Susanoo's 4 hands, and the lightsabers slashed suddenly, carrying the power of thunder, and slashed at Marina. The power of a sword can even cut off the top of a hill. Facing Susanoo's despairing power, Marina just raised her arm calmly, revealing the ninja tools in her sleeves. Bu tilde bu tilde bu tilde bu. 4 small balls flew out, 2 of which were crystal clear, and 2 of them screamed and made a loud noise. Boom! The ball hit the lightsaber, and an earth-shattering noise erupted. The 5,000-meter desert vibrated wildly. The ninjas standing on the desert fell to and fro, and in the center of the explosion, endless hurricanes and thunders lingered, forming a huge 300-meter-long giant range, wrapping the entire Susanoo. Click. Sound. Uchiha Madara was shocked to find that his Susanoo had actually split open. What the hell? He widened his eyes and immediately filled the gap with chakra, but the power generated by the mixed explosion of the 4S rank ninjutsu had already surpassed the situation of 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 4, and directly turned the power by a few times. Click, click. The strong wind and thunder formed a huge magnetic field that kept stirring. In the center, Susanoo kept breaking, and with the cracks getting faster and faster, Madara was shocked to find that her chakra was too late to fill. It's so strong. The ultimate attack that perfectly combines nature transformation and form transformation, and there are 4. Now, in this ninja world, there are actually such powerful people. Right, that girl just said her name is Shimura Marina. Shimura. Is it Shimura-zan's daughter? Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank. During the Third Ninja War, he and Ju's plan was destroyed by Shimura-zan. Originally, he wanted to use Nohara Rin's death to stimulate the darkness in Obito's heart, but he was destroyed by Shimura-zan. It's a pity that his lifespan has reached the limit, in the end, only leaves everything to Black Zetsu. But at this moment, it is not time for Uchiha Madara to continue thinking. Seeing that Susanoo begins to shatter, he finally swells chakra, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his pupils swirls violently, and gradually, Rinnegan is formed. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. Boom. The terrifying shock wave shook the sky with a dull sound, and the huge wind and thunder spiral field collapsed in an instant. After a while, the sky became clear and bright, and the wind in the distance was blowing in the desert. Battlefield fell silent again, and everyone noticed the changes in Uchiha Madara's eyes, which looked very strange. Rinnegan. How does he have a Rinnegan? Not far behind Marina, Onoki swallowed again. Rinnegan is the eyes of the Six Paths Fairy. Uchiha Madara, who was originally invincible, actually has a Rinnegan. How can this be fought? The deadly battlefield, the stunned ninjas, and Marina, although a little surprised at the moment, but not too shocked. After all, my father has said before, Uchiha Madara's strength is enough to crush the entire ninja world, but in front of my father, everything is a cloud. Fun, it's fun. Who turned on Rinnegan stared at Marina and kept saying interesting things in his mouth. Then, his hands suddenly came together. On him, Susanoo, who was dozens of meters high, actually followed his movements and started hand seal. After the hand seal, nothing happened, but Onoki and Gaara felt a crisis of death. This was the sixth sense of a cage-level powerhouse. They looked around nervously, but couldn't find the source of the crisis. But the next moment, it was dark. The sky trembled, as if it was about to collapse. Under the cloudy sky, more than 20,000 ninjas stared blankly at the sky, looking at the boundless darkness, completely collapsed. A lie. Am I dreaming? Is this something a ninja can do? Not only them, but even Onoki and Gaara, had despair in their eyes. It's so big, at least 10,000 meters in diameter, right? If you hit it like this, it looks like everyone will die, right? Dad, what should I do? Marina quietly glanced at Yizan, who was hiding behind the stones on the edge of the battlefield, and Yizan pointed to the sky. The tacit understanding between the two made Marina quickly understand. Do you want me to lift my finger and point to the meteorite? Marina slowly raised her finger, because everyone was frightened by the meteorite, and in the entire battlefield, only Uchiha Madara saw Marina's movements. Why did she raise her finger? Uchiha Madara blinked his eyes in confusion, but he didn't know that at this moment, behind the stones on the edge of the battlefield, an illusory golden light flew into the sky, completely covering the two meteorites. Meteorite, give me face, smash. Chapter 478 It made Madara stunned. The dust was falling like rain, crashing into the world. Black, gray, dirty, all the words that can describe it are very appropriate for the ninja army. Shatter, really shatter, not explode, nor shatter. Two super meteorites with a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters were shaken into powder by the power of the fruit. So much powder fell, it was a bit like Gaara's sand, but it was gray-black, and it fell on Marina's head, her beautiful Yuhi-colored long hair turning gray. Shish. Genai shook her head fiercely, and the drum shook the chakra several times to shake the dust on her body and head. She quietly glanced at Yizan, and Yizan gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly. A row of large white fangs gleamed in the sunlight. Don't learn the green monster's movements, Dad. It's stupid. Shinai complained silently, while Yizan staggered a few times behind the stone, looking very happy. It's stupid, you won't dislike me anyway, hee hee. Bah, I hate you to death. The two exchanged glances several kilometers apart. Here, Uchiha Madara finally recovered from the shock. He exhaled softly and looked at Marina with a very solemn gaze. Just now, he saw Marina raise her finger to point to the meteorite, and the meteorite shattered, not an explosion, but as if it had been wiped out, turning into dust and sand. A huge amount of dust fell, turning his tens of meters of Susanoo into gray. He shook the chakra lightly, sending the thick dust flying. Shimura Marina, what kind of ninjutsu did you just use? This is the first time that Uchiha Madara's tone has changed since Impure World reincarnation. Destroying the meteorite is so awesome that he can't even see the attack trajectory, it's just too terrifying. I don't know this, you are so stupid. The ninjutsu I used just now is. Truth paused for a while, and smiled proudly under the extremely curious eyes of Uchiha Madara and more than 20,000 ninjas. Hee hee, I won't tell you. Marina teased Uchiha Madara proudly, but Uchiha Madara was not angry, he just looked at Marina silently, his hands slowly clasped together. Destroy my art, you have arrogant capital, but then, my art will not be so easy to solve. The terrifying chakra kept surging, Uchiha Madara's eyes widened, and with a light drink, the ground shattered. Mokuden, wood style. World of trees wall. Quote. Boom. Endless trees rose from the ground, faster and bigger, almost instantly turning into a forest, a behemoth. Hey, Dad, what about this? The terrifying world of trees wall seemed to devour everything. Marina glanced at Yizan again, and Yizan pointed forward with her finger. Do you want me to use my finger to point forward? Dad, how are you? But, hee hee, I like it tilde. Marina raised her finger with a smile, just like destroying the meteorite just now. She pointed her finger forward, pointed at stormy forest. At the same time, an illusory golden light flew out from behind the stones on the edge of the battlefield, and instantly enveloped the forest. Forest, give me face and turn to attack Uchiha Madara. Because the forest is not a natural element, this time, Yizan directly used the third order ability of the face fruit to control the material. That moment, Uchiha Madara was shocked to find that the world of trees wall he controlled was completely out of control, and his chakra was clearly connected to the forest, but when these huge trees grew, he forcibly got rid of his chakra control and turned upside down, crazy attacked himself. What the hell? Uchiha Madara finally couldn't help but utter a foul language. Before he could revoke the ninjutsu, the forest madly flooded Susanoo and his area. The giant tree was entangled, entangling Susanoo dozens of meters high and unable to move, and there were thousands of rattan sticks in the middle to tie Yagura on the side. The most powerful part of World of Trees wall is chakra absorption. At that moment, Yagura's chakra was absorbed like crazy, and the World of Trees wall became more and more lush. Madara, quickly revoke ninjutsu, Yagura shouted, knowing that at this moment, Kabuto is controlling Yagura, the chakra is absorbed, and Kabuto's consciousness can hardly be attached to Yagura. I've cancelled ninjutsu, but I don't know what's going on. Why is the World of Trees wall attacking me? Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. Boom. Shattered the trees wrapped around Susanoo. Susanoo roared, and lightsabers emerged from the forearms again, slashing towards the forest at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. Four loud noises, the earth shook, and the huge forest was cut into 4 parts by Susanoo, but at this moment, Susanoo did not stop attacking, but continued to wield the lightsaber, cutting the mess with a quick knife. Cut the forest into pieces. Without chakra to continue to maintain, the World of Trees wall finally disappeared. After all, Yizan's order only let the forest attack Uchiha Madara, and did not provide additional energy to the forest. The entire battlefield fell silent again, Susanoo stopped attacking, and Madara stood there dumbfounded. The World of Trees wall disappeared, and more than 20,000 ninjas stared at the front, looking at the back of the yui-colored long-haired person in front of him, which was extremely sublime and worshipped. No wonder even our Lord Hokage dare not compete with Lord Marina for the leader of the coalition army. She is really too strong. So young, but the strength has reached an unfathomable level. Our ninja coalition is saved. Come on, Marina-sama. Come on, boss. Come on, boss. The allied ninja army shouted excitedly. The resonance formed by the fusion of the voices of more than 20,000 people broke through the sky. At the front of the ninja army, Marina proudly raised her head and enjoyed the feeling of admiration. Seeing Jenna's proud appearance, Yizan, who was hiding behind the stones on the edge of the battlefield, pouted his lips speechlessly, and when he found that Jenna was looking over, he deliberately pouted deeper. Fox fake tiger mighty little idiot. Humph. What's the matter with foxes and tigers? Smelly dad, don't come out and disrupt the situation. Yizan and Marina pretended to be on the battlefield of the 4th Army, and on the other side, Uzumaki Nagato joined Obito. The two of them took a group of Impure World Reincarnation's Jinchuriki column force towards the headquarters of the Ninja Alliance. They were going to wipe out the rest of the Jinchuriki column force and use the fastest speed to capture the tailed beast before Yizan could react. Chapter 479 _ go, I'll stay home. The battlefield of the ninja world is in full swing, and in the forest on the southeastern border of the Country of Fire, 2 black shadows are running fast. Is it there yet? It should be near here. Itachi said in a condensed voice. Yuhi's Sharingan kept scanning around. Suddenly, he suddenly stopped on a huge tree. I found it. His eyes were fixed on a cave a few hundred meters away on the right. The cave was deep and exuded faint chakra fluctuations. Brother, are you going in? Sasuke silently held the hilt of the grass pheasant sword and took a step forward, only to be pulled by Itachi. I'll go ahead, Itachi said with a serious face. Although Sasuke's strength has also been promoted to Kage level, Sasuke is still too young. Compared with himself, Sasuke is always a little bit worse. And there's Brokan, everyone knows that, for Itachi, Sasuke's life is more important than everything else. The two were one after the other, just stepped into the cave, a cold laughter sounded from the depths of the cave. Sasuke and Itachi looked at each other, then looked forward, their faces became more and more vigilant. Yakushi Kabuto, is it really you? Sasuke said in a condensed voice. After all, he has been with Kabuto for 3 years in Yinyan village, and he is relatively familiar with Kabuto. Hey, Sasuke-kun, don't be so nervous. Anyway, we have also lived together under the master of Orochimaru for 3 years. Yo, and brought Itachi, you completely ignore the original friendship. Yakushi Kabuto Yin the test smiled, but Sasuke and Itachi didn't dare to relax at all because of their powerful aura. Kabuto looks very weird now, with horns on his head, scales on his face and neck. His dog Kiba has also become a lot. The purple eyeshadow is thin and long, and the weirdest thing is, he has a lot on his stomach. A tail appeared, and the end of the tail was actually a snake head. While he was talking, his tail kept sweeping across the ground, as if he didn't realize that his current habit was like a snake, which had completely lost its humanity. Kabuto in Sage mode is very strong, but Sasuke and Itachi are both Cage-level powerhouses, and both are powerhouses who have turned on Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if Kabuto's momentum is stronger than them, the pride of the Uchiha family makes them not afraid. Sasuke, stop talking nonsense with him. The Ninja Alliance is fighting against Impure World Reincarnation. We have to hurry up. Itachi finished, quickly took out a dozen kunai from the ninja bag, and threw them at Kabuto like a rain of flowers. Shish! Kunai collided in the air, and the front handles changed their trajectories, enveloping Kabuto in an encirclement situation. Kabuto just chuckled, and his tail on the ground swept away suddenly. Boom! With just one blow, the kunai were all broken. Kabuto sneered, hands sealed with both hands, and slammed the ground. Spirituality. The formation of 10,000 snakes. The blue psychic formation spread, and in an instant, densely packed poisonous snakes appeared in the psychic formation. Taking advantage of the gap between Sasuke and Itachi being blocked by a large number of poisonous snakes, Kabuto sneered and licked the corner of his mouth, finally using his true power. Senpo, Sage Art. The Art of White Shock. Sasuke and Itachi and Kabuto were fighting fiercely. Nagato and Obito on the other side came to the headquarters of the Ninja Alliance with several people from Impure World Reincarnation, Jinchuriki column. The moment Nagato appeared, it was discovered by the perceptive ninjas in the headquarters. In an instant, Tsunade, Terumi Mei, Kushina, Nohara Rin, Irie, Yayoi, Naruto, Killer Bee, and dozens of elite Jonin rushed out. Bye. You and Kyubi, Nine Tails, go back. And Miss Kushina and Miss Rin Nohara, please go back. Yayoi's face was solemn. The other party's purpose was to make Jinchuriki column power. If you were like this Fang's man, Jinchuriki column force was caught and it was all over. It doesn't matter, I can control the tailed beast perfectly, and the strength is not as weak as you think. It's Rin, you go back. Ellie, you go back too. Kushina patted Rin on the shoulder, and then glared at Ellie. Ellie, this idiot, what is the strength of the elite Jonin to participate in? The other party is a super master in cage level. Even ordinary cage level is difficult to survive in this battle. Kushina's words made Rin hesitate for a moment, and finally nodded. She knew her own strength. She didn't have the power of the tailed beast, but it was Jonin's level. She stepped back. Although Ellie was dissatisfied, she was obedient and pouted, as if she was whispering something. I have my father's ninja gear. She muttered, but no one paid her any attention, and was quickly pulled back to the headquarters by Rin Nohara. When Nagato appeared, the slug notified Yizan on the battlefield with his clone at the same time. Yizan was slightly taken aback, but he didn't expect that the opponent actually used the tactic of splitting his troops in 2 ways. No way. Nagato and Obito actually attacked the coalition headquarters. Are they so smart? Yizan exaggeratedly widened his eyes, and his tone was filled with indescribable surprise. Stupid Xiaoshuan, how clever is this? Anyone can figure it out. If you don't go back, go back. The slug jumped on Yizan's shoulder anxiously. Rinnegan is not scary, but Rinnegan that has absorbed a few tailed beasts is scary. You must know that at this moment Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, has absorbed 5 tailed beasts, and the chakra contained in each tailed beast exceeds cage level countless times. He can use the power of Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, in his body for a short period of time, and burst out with earth-shattering combat power. Not only that, because there are several former impure world reincarnation Jinchuriki, column forces around, Nagato can use the black stick of Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, to connect several people with Jinchuriki, column force and let them explode tailed beast's complete body. The matter was very urgent, but Yizan sat quietly behind the stone. Many years ago, he set up a defensive sealing technique on his woman. Once in crisis, the sealing technique would be activated. After becoming a Six Paths powerhouse, Yizan improved the defensive sealing technique. Push, sign, can be prevented. Moreover, the coalition headquarters also hides several strong men. Once the shot is taken, it is really uncertain who will win and who will lose. Yizan's so-called powerhouses are standing by the window on the second floor of the headquarters at the moment. They silently looked at Nagato and Obito in the distance. They were silent for a long time, and one of them sighed softly. Master Jiraiya can't bear to shoot. Yeah, after all 3 years of teaching, I always thought that Nagato would become the person who changed the world. Hey. Forget it, we should go down. If the stinky boy knew that I was lazy, he would not tear it up when he came back. My skin. Jiraiya shook her head with a wry smile, and rushed out first. In the same place, Anbu, who was wearing a cat face mask, turned to look at the other person. Kakuzu-sama, aren't you going? No, my 5-attribute ability seems to be powerful, but in fact each heart can only exert the strength of the elite Jonin to the quasi-shadow, this level of battle. Hey, Shisui, you go, I will guard the home. Chapter 480 Impure World Reincarnation released. Kakuzu actually confessed. Well, let's not laugh at him, let's turn the camera to the desert battlefield of the 4th unit. Since the defensive sealing technique that Yizan set on the girls did not trigger, Yizan remained in the desert battlefield with peace of mind. Marina, I'm going to appear tilde. Humph. Don't appear. Today's halo is mine. You appear, they must think you are quietly helping me. But I was quietly helping you tilde. I hate it. I'm not allowed to appear. It's hard to enjoy the sensation of being in the spotlight. Stinky Dad hates it to death. She pursed her mouth angrily, her cheeks rounded, and looking at her cute appearance, Yizan rubbed his head with a smile, and finally retracted behind the stone. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's emotions have calmed down. What storms and waves haven't he seen when he was alive? Although Marina's performance shocked him, it was still slightly worse than Senju Hashirama back then. Well, it's mainly the sense of the picture. Marina just raises her fingers out of thin air without making a sound, and Senju Hashirama's art is casually a wooden dragon or a wooden man with a length of tens of meters, and even the more exaggerated Senju magical powers. And Uchiha Madara wanted to say something, but in the end he closed his mouth and didn't say anything. He looked at Marina silently. Since Mokuden, wood style, and meteorite skyfall were ineffective, he could only use physical techniques. He didn't believe that a teenage boy girl, how strong are you in physique? Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook, the yellow sand flew, and Uchiha Madara finally treated Junai as an equal enemy. He hurried to Junai, stepping on the ground and roaring with each step, and with each step, his aura increased by 1 point. Susanoo was on fire, and a lightsaber condensed in his hand again. He jumped up abruptly and jumped several hundred meters into the air. At this moment, his aura finally reached its peak. However, at this moment, a dazzling white light lit up from inside his body, countless debris of impure world reincarnation scattered. Madara's eyes widened in shock, and her body fell from the air uncontrollably. Bang! Susanoo smashed the ground into a depression more than 10 meters deep, and the armor, lightsaber, flesh, and bones slowly dissipated. Not only him, but in several battlefields, all the impure world reincarnations shone dazzlingly. Impure world reincarnation fell to the ground one by one, and their bodies began to weather. In the end, there was only one white who was a Matsuri product. Zetsu body. What happened? Onoki asked quietly. I don't know, but looking at the situation, it seems to be in our favor. Gaara replied softly. Uchiha Madara put too much pressure on him, and it would be a good thing if the other party just disappeared like this. Madara, whose body was constantly glowing, raised her hand silently, looked at the scraps of paper floating around her arm, and pouted in disdain. Che, is there really a problem? He said, looking at the more than 20,000 ninjas behind Marina and Marina. You are lucky, impure world reincarnation is lifted. Removed. Madara's words shocked everyone, and with it came a strong joy. The impure world reincarnation was lifted so quickly. Shimura-zan is indeed the smartest person in the ninja world. His plan was successful. It's not so much Shimura-gen's plan, but Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke are very capable. Impure world reincarnation was lifted, and the victory of the Ninja Alliance was only a matter of time. Onoki and Gaara were happily arguing, but in the distance, Uchiha Madara looked at everyone indifferently, and slowly raised his arm. I said, are you too happy? The technique developed by Tobirama. You think I can't break it? What? Onoki's happy face instantly stiffened, and a bad premonition suddenly appeared in his heart. What do you mean? It seems that you don't understand impure world reincarnation at all. Let me tell you, although impure world reincarnation is a very powerful forbidden technique, this technique also has risks. The risk is that if the summoned person is stronger than the caster, much stronger, and happens to know the seal of impure world reincarnation, then... Madara sneered, her hands snapped together. Impure world reincarnation. Solution. A dark blue chakra emerged from Madara's body, instantly extinguishing the white light, and the swirling debris gathered together again, and the body recovered perfectly. The sudden change of Uchiha Madara made the mood of the ninja coalition sink to the bottom again, and at the same time, Yi-zan finally sighed and slowly walked out from behind the stone. Master Zan. The sharp-eyed Konoha ninja was the first to spot Yi-zan, and he shouted loudly, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Master Zan. Shimura-gen. Shimura-gen is finally here. The ninja coalition whispered. The moment Yi-zan appeared, all the worries in their hearts vanished. They didn't even know Yi-zan's specific strength, and whether Yi-zan could defeat Uchiha Madara, but the moment Yi-zan appeared, it feels like the war has been won. Dad, why did you come out? The ninjas were delighted, but Marina couldn't be happy, especially after finding out that the ninjas had looked at Yi-zan with adoration and trust. Marina pouted angrily. Oops, sorry my darling, impure world reincarnation has infinite chakra and won't die 1.0, I can't help you defeat Uchiha Madara by hiding. Yi-zan gently rubbed Marina's hair. Marina snorted softly, muttered something in a low voice, and finally leaned her head on Yi-zan's arms obediently. Although I am still a little dissatisfied, since he is my favorite dad, I will forgive him for the time being, but you have to make up for me. Okay, my little baby, you can make up for whatever you want, Tilda. Yi-zan patted Marina's head dotingly, and kissed Marina on the forehead. Then, Marina happily hugged Yi-zan's neck, ignoring the eyes of more than 20,000 people, and hung on it like a koala. On Yi-zan. Result, Uchiha Madara was depressed. Shimura-zan, you look down on me numbly. Hokage give me a face. Chapter 481-504 Naruto End. Chapter 481_Nagato, who was beaten a little bit badly. The wind blew up the yellow sand and whistled continuously. In the desert battlefield, Yi-zan and Uchiha Madara looked at each other. Well, if you don't count the little baby in his arms, everything seems so serious, but... Hey, baby piglet, don't do it. Yi-zan was a little speechless while holding Mina's ass. This girl likes to do it in her arms, with her head and her little nose wiggling around like a little piggy. Hee, I'm looking for the most comfortable spot. I found it. Arched to her heart, Marina finally stopped. She sniffed fiercely, her face full of disgust. Dad stinks of sweat. What is the smell of sweat? It's called masculinity. Do you understand masculinity? The smell of man is the smell of sweat, hee. Genai smiled brightly, her head was shy and naive. Yizan flicked her forehead amusingly, then lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. Well, he ignored Uchiha Madara again. Looking at Uchiha Madara's increasingly ugly face, Yizan touched the back of his head embarrassedly, and said a little embarrassedly, "Sorry, I accidentally forgot about you." To completely solve Black Zetsu and Kagaya Haim for 30 years, Yizan decided to be a bystander from the very beginning. World War I. On the other hand, the battle between Nagato and Obito has fallen into a very difficult situation. The disappearance of Impure World reincarnation has also made several predecessors Jinchuriki column power disappear. Nagato relies on the supply of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Super strong combat power, but his enemies are too strong. Tsunade, Terumi-mei, Yayui, Kushina of the power of the two tails, Jiraiya of the sage mode, Naruto of the power of the 8 tails, Killer Bee of the power of the 8 tails. This group of people's combination routines made Nagato scream. Obito was even more unlucky. He originally said that he could help, but Shisui wearing a cat face mask instantly entangled him. They were both Mangekyo Sharingan and Cage level. The two were fighting each other, indistinguishable and either can't hurt each other. Obito relies on the ability of nihilization. As for Shisui, he is the legendary Snapshot Shisui. The teleportation technique is almost close to the teleportation of the Hiraishin technique, so Obito can't hit Shisui at all. Mangekyo Sharingan, why are there Uchiha people in this world? Who the hell are you? Ha! Shisui's fist punched through Obito's body, and Obito immediately materialized, waving the kunai in his hand suddenly, and when he was about to touch Shisui's neck, Shisui instantly disappeared. It doesn't matter who I am, you just need to know that I can beat you. Susanoo. The violent chakra burned bones, muscles, and skin, and a 30-meter-high green giant instantly stood on the ground. Susanoo. You can even use Susanoo. Hee, you seem surprised. Little spicy chicken _carrot. Asshole. Kind of say it again. _ Little spicy chicken _carrot. Looking for death. Obito and Shisui continue to fight. On the other side, Nagato is about to be crushed. Chakra enhanced strength. Tailed beast bomb. Cat fire bowl. Futon vapor style. The art of smart mist. Senpo sage art. Futon wind style. Rasengan shuriken. Senpo sage art. Gomon. Raiden thunder style. Chio dance. Tailed beast bomb X. Bowl cannon. A group of cage-level masters frantically besieged Nagato. Under the siege, let alone counterattacks, Nagato could only dodge and defend constantly. Fortunately, Rinnegan could absorb chakra. Even so, it was still very difficult to face the continuous attack. Don't force me. We didn't force you tilde. Rumbling. The successive piles of S-rank ninjutsu blasted Nagato to the ground. He clenched his fists angrily, and Rinnegan let out a faint halo of rage. Don't force me. Oh, are you annoying? I said I didn't force you. Chakra enhanced strength. Boom. With a punch in the cheek, Nagato turned into a frantically spinning top and flew upside down for a few hundred meters. Everyone chased after him without stopping, and soon surrounded Nagato again. You forced me. Boom. Enough of you. Boom. Once again beaten by a group of cage-level powerhouses, Nagato was finally angry. He quickly flew into the sky, flew to a very high place, flew to a place where even ninjutsu couldn't hit it and stopped. He was suspended in the air like this. Rinnegan burst into a terrifying aura. Super. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. Boom. The terrifying repulsion erupted like a bomb, the ground shattered, and then spread in all directions. Then, his Super Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign didn't last a second before it was interrupted. Ha! A super heavy object suddenly hit Nagato's head. Before Nagato could react, his entire body was completely unbalanced and fell from the air. Bang! The earth shook, stirring up dust all over the sky. In the eyes of everyone's doubts, slugs appeared in the dust. Cough, cough, what a huge amount of dust. Her tentacles were waving gently, her two small eyes were tightly closed, and she couldn't open them due to the dust. Slug, that's enough, Tsunade complained with black lines all over his head. On the dusty pit, there was a huge slug, the slug's fairy body. What? Originally there was a lot of dust. Kekekek. The slug coughed reluctantly, and Mengmeng looked like she was very fragile, but you just smashed Nagato down with your weight. And why are you flying? Why are you so big, flying higher than Nagato? Tsunade stared at the slug resentfully, and she just stared at it without saying a word. At this moment, under the slug, Nagato's body and face were buried in the soil, and he clenched his fists tightly, trembling with anger. Don't forget, Nagato is just an ordinary body of flesh and blood. Not to mention falling from such a high place, he was crushed by a super large insect weighing a few tons or a dozen tons. He felt that his internal organs were smashed. Now, even with the protection of chakra, the corners of his mouth are constantly bleeding, obviously suffering from serious internal injuries. Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign. Boom. With a loud noise, the huge slug was instantly scattered, turning into thousands of small slugs jumping and scattering. Nagato was half knelt in the deep pit, his hands quickly hand-seal, and suddenly slapped on the ground. Spirituality. Geto Mazo, Demonic Statue of the Outer Path. Chapter 482_Mighty Geto Mazo, Demonic Statue of the Outer Path. Rumbling. The ground shook, and the vibration range was as high as several kilometers. The violent chakra suppressed everything, and Geto Mazo, Demonic Statue of the Outer Path, slowly emerged from the psychic formation. The chakra content of any tailed beast will exceed cage level countless times, but because the tailed beast's fighting skills are weak and its body is large, it is easy to suffer losses when encountering cage-level masters. Geto Mazo, Demonic Statue of the Outer Path, which contains all the chakras of 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7-tailed beasts, appears, shocking everyone with just the huge amount of chakra. Drink! Nagato shouted, his hands changed again, and Geto Mazo, Demonic Statue of the Outer Path, suddenly opened his mouth. Swish! Like lightning, like rays of light, the 4 chakra chains rushed out at a speed that the naked eye couldn't see clearly, and instantly passed Tsunade and Yayoi at the forefront. Kushina, be careful! Tsunade shouted, but the speed of the chain was too fast, and Kushina, who was standing behind, only saw a ray of light fly by, and the chain wrapped around himself. Not only Kushina, but also Naruto, Killer Bee, and Rin hiding in the coalition headquarters were all entangled in chains. Get out! Nagato shouted again. Geto Mazo, Demonic Statue of the Outer Path, seemed to come to life, actually let out an earth-shattering roar, and suddenly pulled out the power of Naruto and Killer Bee's tail beasts. 8 tails and Kyubi, 9 tails, are the 2 strongest tailed beasts, and they also have the most chakra. Although the iron chain pulls out the power of the tailed beasts, it does not pull it all in one breath, but pulls out a long string. Yuhi Color Light Belt. This light belt is the power of the tail beast. However, only Naruto and Killer Bee were pulled out of the tailed beasts. When the chain tried to pull out the tailed beasts of Kushina and Nohara Rin, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from their hearts, and the white light instantly formed a 360-degree angle. The enchantment without dead ends fixed all the 2 of them and the iron chains on their bodies. Space Imprisonment Defense Sealing Technique. This is a more advanced defensive sealing technique improved by Yizan after he became a 6 Paths powerhouse. Using his understanding of space, he added space techniques to the defensive sealing technique. Once activated, a barrier will appear around him, and everything will be frozen in 360 degrees without dead ends. Yes, it can be described as freeze frame, because this sealing technique can fix everything. Kulu Sharp Weapon, Kaden Fire Style, Suiten, Water Style, except for the unpredictable time, including Kushina Nohara Rin themselves, will also be blocked. Dwell. The moment the defensive sealing technique was deployed, Yi Zan, who was far away in the desert battlefield, sensed it. his face changed slightly, and without saying a word, the technique of Hiraishin was used in an instant, and he picked up the truth and disappeared without a trace. Uchiha Madara. Ninja Alliance. Leaving aside Uchiha Madara, here, Yizan returned to the headquarters of the Allied forces in an instant. Because Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was too powerful, in less than a second, Naruto and Killer Bee's tailed beasts were destroyed. Half of it was pulled out, and the defensive barrier of Kushina and Rin Nohara was also attacked by a steady stream of chakras from Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and gradually began to shatter. Mom! Seeing Kushina being bound, Marina screamed nervously. Yizan immediately rushed to Nagato's side, his palm turned into a knife, and he slashed towards Nagato's neck. The arrival of Yizan shocked Nagato, and the aura of destruction contained on the palm knife forced Nagato to give up the power to continue pulling the tailed beast. He leaned back with all his strength, seized the last opportunity with both hands to change a seal, and in an instant, grabbed the chakra chains of Kyubi, 9 tails, and the 8 tails and extended an additional chakra knife, slashing towards the light belt. Go! Swish! The light band was broken, half retracted into Naruto and Killer Bee, and the other half was pulled into the mouth of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, by the chakra chain. At the same time, the defensive sealing technique of the space imprisonment was broken, and the chakra chains that bound Kushina and Nohara Rin quickly retracted, and the end of the chain was attached with a light band of no more than 10 centimeters. Fortunately, only 1/1000th of his power was taken away. Kushina patted his heart with peace of mind. Obviously, such a little power should not be taken into consideration at all. But Naruto and Killer Bee are miserable. After this attack, Nohara Rin finally walked out of the headquarters. Now that Yizan arrived, she didn't need to continue to hide. Not only she, but everyone present had a close relationship with Yizan. Blind trust, in their hearts, as long as Yizan is there, anything can be solved. Yizan's appearance caused a brief stagnation in the battle. Nagato retreated to the edge of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Obviously, only Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was there, so he felt a little at ease. Obito and Shisui also stopped fighting. Shisui retreated behind Yizan. Obito came to Nagato. The eyes in his mask kept staring at Nohara Rin, making Nohara Rin uncomfortable. Brother Zan. Nohara Rin held Yizan's clothes corner a little scared, while Yizan hugged Nohara Rin gently, rubbed Nohara Rin's hair lightly, then he looked up at Obito, with a faint trace of smack on the corner of his mouth. Smile, the smile of a winner. Uchiha Obito, haven't you taken off your mask yet? Yizan's words were like a boulder falling into the lake, causing a huge wave in an instant. Nohara Rin's pupils shrank sharply, and the strength of holding Yizan became tighter and tighter. Brother Zan, what are you talking about? Nohara Rin asked in disbelief. No way, Uchiha Obito. Beside him, Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. He also knew that in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, his apprentice Namikaze Minato became famous in one battle and produced 2 Sharingan heroes. One is to copy the ninja Kakashi, and the other is to give the Sharingan to Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, who died in that battle. Not only Jiraiya, but most of the people present knew that, after all, that battle was so famous, it was the second most famous battle in the Third Ninja World War. The reason why the Battle of Kanabi Bridge is famous is because the destruction of Kanabi Bridge will cause the land to lose the supply station that can survive, which indirectly leads to the surrender of the land. Of course, the most famous of the 3 battles was the Battle of the Land of Water, known as the Last Battle. In that battle, Yizan alone picked all the powerhouses in the Land of Water, and completely established Yizan's position as the strongest in the ninja world. Well, let's talk nonsense. At this moment, everyone looked at Obito in amazement, and Obito, who just kept staring at Nohara Rin, slowly raised his hand, and took off his mask. Chapter 483 The Truth. The closed right eye, the loose facial skin, and the familiar appearance made Nohara Rin cover his mouth in surprise. With Obito, she whispered, a look of excitement in her eyes. This kind of excitement is just pure friendship. She did not expect that her teammates did not die, which made her very excited and very happy. Obito, you're not dead. Well, I'm not dead. Obito stared at Rin silently, and the next second, he suddenly turned his head to look at Yizan, his whole face instantly grim. Because of you, I can't die. I want you from Shimura-san. Grab it back in your hands. At that moment, the whole atmosphere changed. Nohara Rin was frightened by Obito's hideousness and took a half step back, holding Yizan's arm even harder. Take, Obito, you, what are you talking about? What am I talking about? Rin, don't you understand after all these years? I love you. For you, I am willing to be the enemy of the world. Don't worry, just wait a little longer, and I will take you out of Shimura-san hand rescued. His eyes were wide open, his hideous face and clenched Kiba teeth looked very mad, or in other words, he had already fallen into madness and had become an extreme madman with self-fantasies. Nohara Rin was surprised by Obito's situation, and E570-san didn't want to say anything anymore. He took a step forward, but Nohara Rin grabbed him. Rarely, he stood up very firmly. Obito, Brother Zan and I are truly in love. I don't know why you have such a strange idea, but I don't need you to save me, it's just nonsense. We are teammates, I cherish you and Kakashi friendship. Obito, look back. You are now fighting against the entire ninja world. Rin, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? You and Shimura are truly in love. No, you must be controlled by Shimura. I know you must be afraid of Shimura, he is so powerful that he can do it with just one finger. Destroy you. Don't worry, I'll save you right away. People who fall into self-illusion are hopeless. Obito roars hideously, Kamui activates, and instantly appears beside Nohara Rin. He wants to take Rin. Boom. There was a loud bang and blood spattered. Obito flew upside down dozens of meters, bounced on the ground a few times, and rolled a few times before stopping. Snatch my woman in front of me, Uchiha Obito, aren't you too arrogant? Yizan smiled, but his smile did not have the slightest warmth. Although he was an optimistic and humorous person, the other party began to snatch his own woman. This is unbearable for any man. Brother Zan. Rin, needless to say, I called his name just now and asked him to take off his mask. I originally wanted to give him a final chance to rehabilitate, but I didn't expect him not only to not cherish it, but to do such a crazy thing. Yizan rubbed Nohara Rin's hair lightly, and then looked at Obito. At this moment, Obito struggled to get up from the ground. He wiped the corner of his mouth, and he was awakened from the madness of the demonic barrier, but he looked at Yizan. Full of shock. You are him. Just found out now. It's always been you. Haha, that's why you are weak. How many people in this world can use space ninjutsu? After all these years, you didn't guess it was me. The conversation between the two was inexplicable, and no one could understand it. Then, Yizan took out a storage scroll from the ninja bag at his waist, opened it, and took out a metal hockey mask. This is... Nagato suddenly realized when he saw the hockey metal mask. He remembered that Obito had said many years ago that a mysterious person wearing a hockey metal mask had always been making trouble. The original troublemaker was Shimura-san. But why? Nagato frowned suspiciously. The mysterious man appeared to make trouble every time Obito was executing his plan. In other words, the other party was likely to know his plan, but it was deliberately disturbing without completely destroying it. But since the mysterious man was Shimura-yun, why didn't you completely destroy Akatsuki's plan, as if deliberately letting it continue? That moment, Nagato shuddered subconsciously, thinking about it and becoming afraid. Vaguely, he felt that everything about himself was in the hands of Shimura-san. An inexplicable feeling created a crisis in Nagato's heart. He took a step back again, leaning on Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Just now, in order to quickly capture the four-tailed beasts, Nagato Hand Seal took the initiative to control Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, to attack Tails and the power of 8 tails, and gained 1/1000th of the power of 2 tails and 3 tails. Enough. Really enough. As long as Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, acquires the power of the tailed beast, no matter how much, as long as he can gather the power of the 9-tailed beasts, he can summon 10 tails, and he who has Rinnegan himself can become a 10 tails Jinchuriki column force. 10 tails will be greatly reduced with the incomplete power of the tailed beasts, but there is no way now, with so many cage-level powerhouses and the strongest Yizan present, there is no way for him to have a chance to draw the tailed beasts. Now the best way is to become a 10 tails Jinchuriki column force first, kill all enemies and then slowly perfect 10 tails. Thinking of this, Nagato finally made a decision, and while everyone's eyes were on Uchiha Obito, a few black sticks suddenly appeared in his sleeves, and they suddenly threw them around, throwing himself and Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, wrapped in it. Shish. Hand Seal with both hands even blew a gust of wind, and the huge psychological pressure made the hand seal of Nagato break through any time before. He felt that, in terms of hand seal alone, he was a god. Cough cough. Actually, Yizan found out when Nagato made the first move, but he didn't show it. His eyes were still on Obito, and he was thinking silently in his heart. 10 tails are resurrected. Nagato should become 10 tails Jinchuriki, column force, hey. I don't know when Black Zetsu will shoot. Does he have to wait for me to defeat Nagato before he is possessed by Nagato using the technique of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life, on his body? It's really troublesome. Black Zetsu, the mouse. Yizan has been impatiently waiting for this war. In order to eliminate all possibilities, he has not taken action, and only waits for Kagaya Haim to be resurrected. At that time, either Black Zetsu or Kagaya Haim, all can end. Damn, I'm so irritable. When Nagato becomes a 10 tails Jinchuriki, column force, I'll just kill him. Chapter 484 Pretend to be serious. Nagato did not expect that the 10 tails Jinchuriki, column force he had been looking forward to had become the target of instant kill in Yizan's eyes. The flames were burning, and a rectangular Yuhi-colored seal enchantment enveloped Nagato and Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. The sudden change attracted everyone's attention. Although they didn't understand what was going on, this situation was definitely brewing some big tricks. Shaozan. Jiraiya came to Yizan with a dignified face. The Yuhi color barrier made him feel very scared. It was a kind of fear that came from the soul. It's nothing, it's all up to me. Yizan patted Jiraiya's shoulder comfortingly, and then looked at Obito again. Obito can't stay. His feelings for Rin have already formed a daze. Let this kind of person survive. Maybe one day if he doesn't pay attention, Rin will have an accident. Besides, Yizan and Obito are not familiar with each other, and he is not a virgin. The one who should be killed must be killed, and the crisis that should be erased must not leave a trace of possibility. Uchiha Obito, give me face and commit suicide. The illusory golden force field spreads, instantly covering Obito, and the first order ability of the face fruit becomes very convenient at certain times. The fruit's ability began to work, and the pressure that no one could feel permeated the entire golden force field. Obito only felt that his breath was about to stop. He stared in fear, as if being suppressed by 10 mountains, constantly tortured. His mental power. Gradually, his pupils began to dilate, not death, but his mental power could not withstand this kind of pressure. He felt that the idea of suicide kept ringing in his mind, gradually destroying his will. The difference in strength is too great. The face fruit is invincible, and in the eyes of others, Obito suddenly knelt on the ground. His face was full of panic and pain. He clenched his fists tightly, as if struggling with something, but his face became more and more serious. Pale. Click. An inaudible shattering sound sounded, and at that moment, Obito stopped struggling, stopped panicking. He calmly took out a kunai. His eyes lost their luster. Puff. Obito committed suicide. He was unable to resist the power of the face fruit and ended up killing himself. No one was saddened by Obito's death. Oh, Nohara Rin was a little sad. After all, she was a good teammate, but with Yizan's gentle comfort, she gradually calmed down. Friendship is friendship, but Obito has lost her mind. In her heart, Yizan is the most important. After Obito's death, Nagato in the barrier was left on the battlefield. Although he didn't know what Nagato was going to do, it would be right to do the opposite. Boss Zan, let's smash the barrier together. Naruto shouted, his Kyuubi 9 tails being taken out of half, which made him very unhappy with Nagato. Yes, Yizan nodded. The defense of this seal formation was extremely high, and even Sage Art and Gudodama truth-seeking ball couldn't break it. Of course, with so many powerful people present, they only needed to gather together to break the barrier. It's not a difficult thing either. However, at this moment, a terrifying chakra fluctuation suddenly came from afar. Boom! The earth roared, and the figure rushed to the Yuhi-colored barrier in an instant. He proudly held his chin up and hugged his hands. His arrogant attitude showed the publicity of a generation of hegemons. Uchiha Madara, Jiraiya exclaimed, how could Uchiha Madara appear here? Is it? Humph! What's the surprise? How long can a bunch of trash stop me? And you, Shimura-zan? Are you going to fight? Uchiha Madara glared at Yizan angrily. He was so angry. As one of the overlords of Sengoku and one of the founders of Konoha, this was the first time he was ignored like this. Before Yizan was giggling with his daughter on the battlefield, he recognized it, and he thought it was the truth that was naughty, regardless of Yizan's affairs. But what happened later? When the fight was about to start, this bastard ran away with his daughter using the Hiraishin technique. He didn't care what the reason was, he just ran away. Don't give any reason. In Uchiha Madara's heart, Yizan was the little thief who escaped on the spot. Another point, when Uchiha Madara came, he found that Nagato used the enchantment seal, that is to say, 10 tails need a little time to revive, and this time, he must help Nagato hold it. Are you going to fight? Madara asked again. He still held his head arrogantly, and didn't bother to look at the other strong players present. Uchiha Madara wanted to delay time, but Yizan wanted to delay time too. He yawned lazily, raised his fingers, and tapped the little head of the slug on his shoulder. Where's the fries? It's all eaten. The little slug waved its tentacles and rolled happily on Yizan's shoulders, and then lay on Yizan's shoulders lazily, squinting and enjoying the nature sunbathing. Hey, get up soon, the sun will tan. No, I won't get up. I like to bask in the sun. The slug pouted lazily. No matter how much Yizan poked, it just wouldn't get up. Yizan's idle and boring attitude caused several black lines to appear on the foreheads of everyone present, especially Uchiha Madara, who was ignored by Yizan again. Just when Uchiha Madara was finally about to burst out, Yizan suddenly raised his arm and a storage scroll appeared in his hand. His face was extremely serious, so serious that Uchiha Madara was vigilant. Chakra burst out, and Susanoo appeared completely. It's about to start. Seeing the movements of Yizan and Uchiha Madara, the expressions of the others also became serious. Then, Yizan slowly squatted down and spread the storage scroll on the ground. Boom! A large amount of white fog surged, filling the surrounding 2 meters. So much white fog made everyone's pupils shrink, and they began to guess what weapon Yizan took out from the storage scroll. Thank you Xiaoshu and Tilda. It's nothing, I've always prepared it for you, but I don't know if it's expired. Hee, it doesn't matter if it expires, I won't have diarrhea Tilda. Tear. In the white fog, something seemed to be torn apart, and then there was a chilling chewing sound. Click, 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 click. A gust of wind blew past, dispelling the pervasive white mist. And then they saw palm-sized slugs eating comfortably on the storage reel, with dozens of packets of French fries piled on it. Chapter 485 Been playing. Ignore. Ignored again. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists and stared at Yizan tremblingly. The original serious atmosphere disappeared without a trace. What did he see? There are French fries snack bags all over the floor, a small bug eats comfortably on it, and the large storage scroll seems to have become a picnic carpet, which is padded at the bottom. Shimura-san. He roared wildly, his self-esteem was hit like never before, he burst out all the chakra frantically, like a burst of light, rushing towards Yi-san with the power of thunder. Tisk! What's the hurry, isn't it just a joke? It's not stable at all. Seeing the opponent attack, Yi-san pouted helplessly, and the technique of Hiraishin was activated instantly. Boom! The fists intersected, and a circle of halo spread to all directions. Before everyone watching the battle could react, the halo spread in front of everyone. Boom! The kilometer Earth suddenly collapsed, and a seemingly weak halo hit Yi, who was at the forefront. With a bang, blood splashed. Yi didn't even resist, and flew out abruptly. Be careful, Jiraiya and Shisui shouted, and immediately rushed in front of Tsunade Terumime and the girls. These women are Yi-san's darlings. If they don't protect themselves well, they are really worried that they will be beaten by Yi-san. Senpo, Sage Art, Earth Flow Wall. Susanoo. Boom. Sage Art Chakra's Earth Flow Wall shattered instantly. Jiraiya was affected first and took a few steps backwards. He relied on the powerful Sage Mode to resist the impact, and then the halo hit Susanoo, knocking Susanoo back a small step. Until this time, the aftermath of Yi-san and Uchiha Madara's fight ended slowly, and Jiraiya and Shisui looked into the distance with lingering fears. Not only the two of them, but everyone present was shocked by the strength displayed by Yi-san and Uchiha Madara. The aftermath of the battle can explode with such powerful power. What kind of concept is the battle's center? Unimaginable. At this moment, Yi-san was fighting fiercely with Uchiha Madara. He kept attacking Uchiha Madara with the Hiraishin technique, but every time, he was blocked by the opponent. Shimura-san, don't use Hiraishin anymore. Tobarama created Hiraishin to kill my younger brother. Do you think I didn't study and target the technique of Hiraishin? It's useless, give it up. Uchiha Madara gave a light drink, suddenly raised both hands to hold Yi-san's fists, twisted his waist, leaned over, and swept away his right foot in a whistling leg whip. Boom! With one kick, Yi-san was kicked back a few meters by a huge force, but even though he was hit, he still had a smile on his face and was not angry at all. Uchiha Madara in melee combat. The opponent is Rinnegan evolved from Sharingan. It not only retains the skills of Sharingan such as Susanoo, but also retains the abilities of insight and demonic illusion. Moreover, Uchiha Madara is the power of Sengoku, and the melee skills have reached the peak. But Uchiha Madara's fist is too weak. Yi-san's body has evolved to the 6 paths level, he only needs to cover his body with chakra. No matter how powerful Uchiha Madara is, he can't cause damage to himself. To put it bluntly, Yi-san has been playing all the time. He even took time to look at the slug at this time, and found that the slug was comfortably lying on the storage reel and eating fries. Are the fries expired? Nonsense. After so many years, did you say it's expired? But, it's still delicious. The slug happily rolled on the storage scroll, and after a while, he ate 3 packs of French fries. Hey, Shimura-gen, focus on me. Yi-san was distracted, and Uchiha Madara got angry. He glared at Yi-san angrily, while Yi-san touched the back of his head embarrassedly. Sorry, you're too weak to concentrate. Asshole. Mokuden, wood style. Wood dragon jutsu. Mokuden, wood style. Flower world of trees wall. Susanoo. Despised again and again by Yi-san, Uchiha Madara broke out completely, and Kabuto implanted the power of Senju Hashirama into the body of impure world reincarnation, which allowed him to easily perform a series of Mokuden, wood-style, moves. A wooden dragon with a length of tens of meters. Well, it still looks so powerful. An upgraded version of the World of Trees wall, that is, there are a few more flowers in it that can release paralyzing pollen. As for Susanoo, looking at the armored chakra giant with 2 heads and 4 arms, Yi-san raised his head naively, feeling that Susanoo was too tall and his neck hurt. He thought about it and hoped that Uchiha Madara could make Susanoo shorter, but even if you bring it up, the other party won't agree, right? Thinking of this, Yizan decided to revise it himself. The technique of Hiraishin was activated, and instantly came to Susanoo's head, which was dozens of meters high. Hey, Uchiha Madara, don't blame me for smashing your Susanoo, it's too high, my neck hurts when I look up. Yizan said with a smile, and under Uchiha Madara's suspicious eyes, he punched him. Boom. Susanoo's head, composed of huge chakras, flew. Shimura Gen, you. Boom, boom, boom. Of explosions, when Uchiha Madara reacted, only half of his Susanoo was left, standing on the ground. A few punches smashed Susanoo, and Yizan turned to look at the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon seemed to have wisdom, roaring and rushing towards him with a big mouth open in the wooden basin. He yawned a little bored, raised his palm, gently pressed it on the wooden dragon's head. Wood dragon. Click. The dragon is broken. Smashing Susanoo and crushing the wooden dragon, the rest is the world of Tree's Wall, a flower that emits paralyzing toxins. Before Yizan could shoot, Kushina and Killer Bee in the distance condensed a tailed beast bomb at the same time. With a bang sound, the flower world of Tree's Wall was wiped out. Well done. Yizan dodged back, slapped Killer Bee, then hugged Kushina and kissed it hard. Yizan's strength shocked Uchiha Madara. This time, he was not angry, but silently stared at Yizan, wanting to say something, but finally closed his mouth and shook his head gently. It's a pity. Chapter 486_1 second. What a pity, Yizan didn't know. Madara suddenly said the same words as the third-generation Raikage, which made Yizan even more curious. He was about to ask, but a voice caught everyone's attention. Click. It was like the sound of glass breaking, followed by a very heavy chakra. The Yuhi-colored barrier began to shatter, and the momentum that seemed to destroy everything made most of the people present feel depressed. It's coming out. In the back, Jiraiya's face became more and more serious. He, Shisui and Yi stood a little ahead. In the event of an accident, he and Shisui could protect Yizan's woman to the greatest extent possible. The only task that Yizan gave them. Oh, and Kakuzu. This coward, although he still hid in the coalition headquarters at the beginning, but with the appearance of Yizan, he also walked out of the coalition headquarters, and he did not dare to continue to counsel. In case Jiraiya and others made a small report, he would. It wasn't enough for Yizan to tear it apart. At that time, don't say the word, miserable, but, miserably miserable. The speed at which the Yuhi-colored barrier is shattering is getting faster and faster, and the power emanating from it is getting more and more manic. In this situation, Yizan was too lazy to continue fighting with Madara, but stayed by the women's side to prevent any accidents. Occur. Everyone stared nervously at the Yuhi-colored barrier. Terumi Mei and Nohara Rin, who were relatively weak, took a step back in fear. Boom. The Yuhi-colored barrier was completely shattered, and what followed was a huge explosion. A terrifying and fierce hurricane whistled, and the strong wind forced everyone to break out chakra in order to resist the body being blown away by the hurricane. After the hurricane, the deafening sound waves sounded directly, and the sound waves actually formed a hurricane whistling again. Roar. 10 tails roared, the incomparably huge body crawled on the ground, 10 tails were waving in the air, each tail was 100 meters long. What a powerful chakra, I can't perceive the total amount at all. Its chakra volume has exceeded my perception limit. Rao is not afraid of the sky and the earth is not afraid of Kushina is also a little scared. This kind of monster, if a tailed beast bomb hits, come here, you will all have to die here. Don't be afraid, there's me. Yizan rubbed Kushina's hair lightly, then looked at 10 tails. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and found the huge 10 tails on top of his head, with Nagato standing silently on top of it. Huh, how can you actually stand on the head of 10 tails? Rely on Rinnegan and your own strength to force control. Yizan has already discovered that Nagato's hands are wearing seals, and the rich chakra constantly emerges from the soles of his feet. Compared with Obito's control of 10 tails in the original book, Nagato, because of the physique of the Uzumaki family, the amount of chakra is more than 10 times higher than the same level. Makes his control of 10 tails easier. Drink. 6 paths 10 tails coffin. Nagato shouted violently, and then, 10 tails, eyes widened, as if his body was inflated several times, and then instantly shrank, his huge body stirred irregularly. Clap lala. There seemed to be a black hole in 10 tails, body, which instantly swallowed Nagato above his head. All changes lasted for about a few seconds, and 10 tails, huge body disappeared into the twisted black hole. Everything was quiet, and everyone's eyes widened stupidly. They saw a white ball appear, like an egg, hopping and hopping to give birth to life. Boom. There was a light sound like glass shattering, and the ball shattered. The crystal chakra aggregates floated in the air like crystal fragments. Nagato stared at Yizan indifferently, the unfathomable aura was desperate. It's finally out. What? I said, the little boss before the final boss finally came out. Yizan chuckled and hugged Kushina's waist with absolute confidence on his face. Stinky rascal, can you beat him? Cut. You underestimate your husband's strength. Guess, I can beat him in a few seconds. Yizan's arrogant tone made Yaoi look sideways a few meters away. He had known Yizan for a very, very long time. At that time, he was in his teens and Yizan was only 7 years old. As for Yizan's strength, he watched step by step. Growing. Ninja world, he was about twice as strong as his father, but now, Nagato's breath had made him feel scared. There is a danger of death. Yaoi didn't know it was normal, but Kushina knew it. 3 years ago, Otsutsuki Momoshiki attacked Konoha, stunned Namikaze Minato with one move, and let alone the powerful Momoshiki. Momoshiki's servant Kinshiki alone could fight against all Konoha powerhouses, but in the end, Yizan defeated Momoshiki unscathed. 1 second. I guess you can solve Nagato in 1 second. He's too arrogant. Beat him up for me. Kushina wrinkled Xiaochang's nose and waved her fist fiercely, then held Yizan's face. Standing on tiptoe, he gently pecked Yizan's lips. Stinky rascal, if you can solve Nagato in 1 second, tonight, I will grant you all your requests tilde. Really? Really? Kushina blinked charmingly, and Yizan's blood was instantly aroused. He hugged Kushina and kissed her on the lips fiercely, then let go of Kushina and turned to look at Nagato. At this moment, Nagato has an arrogant and cold face, and his arrogant appearance is very arrogant. He has become a 10 tails Jinchuriki column force, and he thinks that he is invincible in the world now. Second by second, Kushina is only me for a second, no problem. The half-finished 6 paths is just a mere half-finished product, and with a cold face, I really think I'm invincible. Boom. The terrifying white light shot 10,000 meters into the sky, shattering the dark clouds, making the dim Amaterasu extremely dazzling. Black and white glowing special effects robe, 6 tomo patterns printed on the neckline, 9 black Budodama truth-seeking ball suspended behind in the shape of an S. On the back of the special effects robe, a huge sun pattern is very eye-catching. Oh, there was a hint of surprise in Nagato's indifferent eyes, but the surprise disappeared soon. So what about the transformation? He is the invincible 10 tails Jinchuriki column force. Nagato didn't understand Yizan's change, but Uchiha Madara's face at the moment became very ugly. He stared at Yizan, his eyes full of incredible. 6 paths fairy. How is that possible? Chapter 487_Resurrection. Boom. Boom. Bah. Look at my handsome combo. Bang bang bang. Poof. The 10 tails Jinchuriki column force Nagato, who thought he was invincible, fell to the ground without any resistance. Yeah, it's done in 1 minute. Yizan proudly made a victory gesture towards Kushina, but Kushina even more proudly raised the high-tech stopwatch in his hand, which displayed 1 minute and 1 second. Hee hee, stinky hooligan, 1 more second, you lose tilde. Damn it, it's the watch. Hee hee, you just lost tilde. Kushina shook the watch proudly, and because Nagato was taken a second, everyone's mood was relaxed, including Yui, who was also completely relaxed. It was not until this moment that he truly realized Yizan's strength, and Konoha has developed steadily for so many years without relying on Yizan's personal force to attack the other 4 major countries. That is to say, Konoha really does not have the idea of unifying the ninja world. Konoha, what a great place! Yui exclaimed in her heart. This was the first time he admired Konoha, and he sincerely admired Konoha and Yizan. At this moment, Nagato has been seriously injured by Yizan with his fist containing the power of 6 paths. The power of violent destruction has made Nagato even have no strength to stand up. Fist marks, but inside his body, it was already tattered. Fortunately, the powerful restoring force of 10 tails is rapidly restoring Nagato's body. Even so, it is very difficult to remove the power of 6 paths from the body, and even if it recovers, so what? Got beaten up by Yizan again. Thinking of this, a look of despair appeared on Nagato's face. Yizan was too strong. After becoming that state, he defeated himself in a second. He could no longer imagine how strong Yizan was, because just now, the opponent only used hand-to-hand combat. Just beat yourself up. Uchiha Madara also recovered from the shock. Seeing that Nagato was killed in seconds, he knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Absolutely. Uchiha Madara turned his eyes to a very distant distance, and soon, Ju emerged from the distant land. He nodded solemnly to Uchiha Madara. Compared with Madara who knew a little, Ju suffered stronger fright. 6 paths mode. What did he see? He saw Yizan turned into 6 paths mode. As the will of Kagaya, who has survived for thousands of years, he is very clear about the 6 paths level. The form that Yizan showed is already a perfect 6 paths level. Even if the 6 paths immortal was reborn, it is not necessarily Yizan's opponent. The mother must be resurrected. Shimura Xuanming has lived for decades, but it seems that he will never grow old. Is he, like his mother, to the point of immortality? If so, unless the successor of Indra and Asura join hands to seal Shimura-zan, otherwise Shimura-zan will always be the strongest person in this world. Even after a few more Eternals, I won't have a chance to revive my mother, I must do it. Thinking of this, he must descend to the ground, dive to the position where Nagato was lying at the fastest speed, and attack suddenly. Instantly bound Nagato. What is this? Suddenly attacked, Nagato's face changed greatly, and he found that he could not control his body. Absolutely. What are you doing? The discovery was Ju. Nagato's tone carried a strong questioning, but Ju did not speak. He had been frightened by Yizan's strength. He did not dare to waste time talking. He had to resurrect Uchiha Madara before Yizan found out. Outlaws. The art of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. Heart beating, Uchiha Madara raised his right hand and slowly squeezed it into a fist. His blood was burning, and a long-lost excitement appeared on his face. This body is just right. The feeling of boiling blood. He smiled excitedly and looked at Yizan, even though Yizan was strong against the sky, but at this moment, his whole body was boiling with blood. Click. The Rinnegan from Impure World Reincarnation shattered. His eyes turned into 2 black holes, but the next second, Ju suddenly appeared, holding 2 Rinnegans in his hand. It's back to its original owner. Madara took the Sharingan with a smile, and here, Nagato screamed in pain, and his body was burning with raging flames. Whoa! 9 rays of light flew out of Nagato's body in an instant, and 1 tail, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails all appeared in the form of complete bodies. The 8 tails and Kyubi, 9 tails, which were only pulled out a little, were also presented in full form, but they were only 10 meters tall, which was a lot worse than the other tailed beasts. Wow, so cute. Excited screams came from Kushina's mouth. She stared at the open space next to Kyubi, 9 tails, but if you look closely, you can find 2 tailed beasts standing at the feet of Kyubi, 9 tails. A tailed beast less than 10 centimeters. Not big enough to slap, but standing there cute, looking very kawaii. 2 tails and 3 tails, the 1,000th of the power that was drawn out became a complete body, and it was less than 10 centimeters high. So cute. I want one too. Woo woo, only 2, I want to share with Kushina's sister. No, this is the power of the tailed beasts from me and sister Kushina. It should be me and sister Kushina. The 2 super cute creatures instantly confused Yizan's woman. The so-called 2 women's voices are 500 ducks quacking. At this moment, there are thousands of ducks quacking around Yizan, which instantly makes Yizan dizzy. Tinnitus, almost kneeling. On the other hand, Uchiha Madara has installed Rinnegan, although it is strange to say that it is like installing a machine, but he has installed Rinnegan. Who lost Rinnegan, was lying on the ground in pain. The tailed beast pulled him away and he should have died directly. However, the 10 tails Jinchuriki column strength is a little different. It can help him a little longer, but in the end, Nagato will still dying because of the loss of life force. Getting Rinnegan and getting a new life, the blood on Uchiha Madara's face became more and more frenetic. He stared at Yizan with enthusiasm, as if returning to the past, but the enemy in front of him was countless times stronger than Senju Hashirama. Shimura-san, how dare you fight me? No, I dare not. Seeing Uchiha Madara's enthusiastic expression, Yizan yawned with no face at all, walked slowly to Kyubi, 9 tails bent down, held one in each hand, and grabbed the mini version of the 2 tails and 3 tails in the palm of his hand. My mode can only last for a second. I'm tired and don't want to fight anymore. If you want to fight, just fight them. Yizan lied, and then looked into the distance. In the wilderness 10,000 meters away, several powerful chakras appeared. Uchiha Madara actually came back to life. It seems. We came just in time. Continue to speed up, let's help Xiaoshuan. Is that Shimura-gen? There is such a talented person among the Konoha juniors. Monkey, it seems that after we died, you made Konoha develop very well. Shodai first Sama, Nadaime second Sama, everything is due to Danzo, Shimura is his son. So that's it. Sure enough, I made you the 3rd generation of Hokage back then. Was it a wrong decision? Quote. Chapter 488 Senju Hashirama. The battlefield has changed strangely because of Yizan's cowardice, but because of the arrival of a large group of strong men, changes have taken place in the changes. Itachi, Sasuke, Kabuto, Orochimaru, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama of Orochimaru Impure World Reincarnation, and Sarutobi and Namikaze Minato who joined this group of people who do not know when. Yo, hello everyone. He threw the 2 mini-tailed beasts in his hands into the arms of Kushina and Nohara Rin, and a group of women immediately began to fight. Yizan greeted everyone with a smile, looking very happy. Xiaozan, are you alright? It's okay, how could something happen today? Even if you really become a dead monkey, I won't have an accident. Yizan complained about Sarutobi with a smile, and then asked with some doubts, where's my dad? Danzo is still on the battlefield of the 2nd largest army. Although the strong men of Impure World Reincarnation have disappeared, there are still many white Zetsus. It is estimated that the white Zetsu will be completely eliminated tomorrow. Sarutobi's words made Yizan nod his head clearly. White Zetsu was just too numerous to worry about. Since Danzo was fine, Yizan put down his worries and slowly turned his attention to Senju Hashirama. At this moment, Senju Hashirama is also looking at Yizan. Ever since he came out of Impure World Reincarnation, he has been hearing Itachi, Kabuto, Orochimaru, Sarutobi and Namikaze 07 Minato. 90% of them are talking about Yizan, which makes him heal. Curious, what kind of person is this super genius who ended the 2nd and 3rd ninja wars by himself? And technology. Senju Hashirama took out a palm-sized rectangular iron block from Kabuto. Then, he pressed the iron block a dozen times according to the steps explained by Sarutobi before, and placed the iron block next to his ear. Jingle bells. Suddenly the bell rang, Yizan subconsciously took out the phone from Kabuto and pressed the answer button. Hello. Hearing Senju Hashirama's voice on the phone, Yizan fell silent, and then hung up the phone silently. Senju Hashirama blinked his eyes suspiciously, while Yizan quietly put the phone into Kabuto. You just talk like this, I can hear you, why are you calling me? You don't know that this is the latest high-tech industry, and the call is very expensive. Sorry, I just came out of Impure World Reincarnation, I'm just a little curious. Senju Hashirama scratched his head embarrassingly after being despised by Yizan for a while. He is a simple and honest person, completely forgetting that Yizan, as the actual ruler of Konoha, where will you care about the call charges? Big brother, this kid is teasing you, do you think he is short of money? Next to him, Senju Tobarama was completely speechless. He was still much smarter than Hashirama, and at a glance he could see that Yizan was teasing Hashirama. It's okay not to tell the truth. Hashirama was even more embarrassed when he told the truth. He smiled innocently, and was watched by a group of people, and he didn't even know where to put his hands. Yizan and Hashirama were having fun. Here, Uchiha Madara's face gradually turned cold. He was rejected by Yizan again, or in other words, ignored again. However, he also learned a piece of information from Yizan's words just now. The other party's state similar to the six paths immortal seems to only last for 1 second. That's right, if Yizan could really use it all the time, he would have rushed over to fight himself for 300 rounds, and he didn't need to admit his counsel at this time and let others fight him. Not only Uchiha Madara, but Ju, who hid in the soil again, breathed a sigh of relief. If Yizan could only maintain the six paths state for 1 second, as long as Kagaya was resurrected, everything would be over. Yeah, as long as Kagaya is resurrected, it's all over. Was a faint smirk on the corner of his mouth. Yizan turned around and came to the side of Kushina's girls, Jinchuriki Column, Fizi, Dead Monkey, and Minato. Don't be fooling around here, defeating Uchiha Madara is the only way. Wang Dao, go. Yizan raised his hand lazily, and his words made several people petrified. Jinchuriki Column child equals. Toko O_O. I do get called dead monkeys a lot. Brother Zan, the three of them are blindly comparing. I've been standing beside me without speaking. Minato said aggrievedly, and was immediately surrounded by 3 eyes. He shrank his neck in fear, and lowered his head pitifully. Sorry, 3 adults, I said something wrong. A group of idiots just became stupid in front of Uchiha Madara. That look of chatting at home made Uchiha Madara's face even colder. Uchiha Madara couldn't bear it, and suddenly burst into chakra, and after he was resurrected, the intensity of chakra was stronger than that of impure world reincarnation. No matter how powerful impure world reincarnation is, for me, a body with flesh and blood is meaningful. Rinnegan exuded a faint coercion, and Uchiha Madara's voice finally attracted the attention of all the strong. Rinnegan. Madara, when did you have Rinnegan? At this moment, Hashirama realized Madara's change. His eyes widened in shock. Madara clenched his fist with that stupid and cute look, and wished he could knock Hashirama flying. Hashirama, you're still as stupid as before. Madara said coldly, with terrifying chakra burning all over her body, chakra rushing towards the air, and gradually forming a complete Susanoo dozens of meters high. 2 heads and 4 arms, 4 lightsabers appeared in Susanoo's 4 hands. Uchiha Madara stared at Hashirama suddenly, Susanoo roared, and the 4 lightsabers fell at the same time. Boom! The ground shook, the dirt flew, and a 4-kilometer-long gulf appeared in the wilderness. Senju Hashirama had a serious face, while Sarutobi and Namikaze Minato were at the edge of the gulf tens of meters away, narrowly avoiding the attack. Mokuden, wood style, wood golem jutsu. Since Madara has activated the Susanoo complete body, Senju Hashirama no longer stays behind, and directly uses the strongest ninjutsu in ordinary state, wood golem jutsu. Up! The height was the same as Susanoo, the wooden man roared, and his solid fist slammed into Susanoo. At the same time, Tobirama, Sarutobi, Minato, as well as Naruto, Sasuke and Itachi not far away joined the battle, and because Nagato drew some of the power of Kyuubi, Nine Tails before, the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, in Naruto's body Nine Tails, was afraid that he would be absorbed, so he decided to temporarily let go of his heart and work together with Naruto to fight the enemy. Shisui, who had been friends with Itachi for many years, couldn't help but join the battle. Soon, 4 Susanoo and 2 Nine-Horn modes appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 489 Six Paths Madara. Click, click, click. The earth-shattering battle erupted with infinite power. In the distance, Yizan sat on a chair and kept nibbling on melon seeds. A scent of tea lingered. Beside him, a slug was lying comfortably on a storage reel, which was piled with French fries. Tables, chairs, teacups and teapots. Yizan took out all the daily necessities in the storage scroll. Kushina and Marina teased the mini Erway in their palms from time to time. Ellie could only run to Nohara Rin, staring at Nohara the little turtle in Rin's hands. Three Tails are so cute. Ellie blinked her eyes eagerly, her tone full of envy. Nohara Rin thought about it, and finally handed the little turtle to Ellie. Hey, here it is Tilda. Sister Rin. It's okay, I'll give it to you if you want Tilda. Nohara Rin smiled softly. Although he also liked this little animal, since Ellie wanted it, she gave it to Ellie. Thank you, Sister Rin. Ellie thanked her happily. Before the little turtle was covered in heat, a hand suddenly appeared and snatched her miniature Three Tails away. Mom. Ellie looked at Makoto in disbelief. Makoto patted Ellie's head gently, and said earnestly, the turtle is dirty and has bacteria on it. Mommy will keep it for you. And wash the turtle when you get home Tilda, I'll give it to you again Tilda. After Makoto finished speaking, he happily tapped Sanwei's head with his finger, causing the mini version of Sanwei to roar a few times angrily, but what came out of his throat was a soft neigh. Mom, you are too much. Where did the bacteria come from? This is Three Tails, it is protected by the tailed beast chakra. Ali stared at Makoto resentfully, but Makoto was lying. This cute thing completely inspired Makoto the girl's heart. Even if her daughter snatch it, she will not let it go. Seeing Makoto's behavior, Ellie pouted aggrievedly, ran to Yizan's side, and threw herself into Yizan's arms as soon as she grumbled. Dad, Mom is too much, grab my Three Tails. She pouted pitifully, her big black eyes sparkling. Seeing Makoto not far away, Yizan sighed speechlessly. Makoto baby, come here. As soon as Yizan shouted, Makoto walked over slowly, and she also pouted, and her voice was very sweet. Brother Zan, are you going to snatch my turtle? She didn't need to act coquettishly at all, she just spoke, and Yizan was already overwhelmed, but in the face of her lovely daughter's gaze, Yizan finally took Makoto's waist. She and Ellie embraced at the same time. Two idiots. Dad, I'm not stupid. Okay, Three Tails for me, just for you to play with for a while, and eventually use it. Yizan snatched the Three Tails from Makoto's hand, looked left and right, and found the place that was not loaded, so he simply put it into Kabuto and pulled the clothes on. The mini version of Sanwei and Erway will eventually be given to Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, how can Uchiha Madara become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki column force? How to turn on infinite Tsukuyomi? How to resurrect Kagaya Haim? After taking the third tail, Yizan took the second tail back. Facing the angry eyes of Kushina and Marina, he could only kiss Kushina hard, and then kissed Marina on the forehead. Okay, why did you become an idiot for a small pet? Especially Kushina, you are a Jinchuriki column force from Erway. Don't you always play Erway? Stinky hooligan. It's completely different, okay. Erway is so big and ugly, now this one is so small, cute, give it back to me. No. Not yet. If you say no, you won't pay it back. Damn, Marina, let's bite him together. Dad is getting more and more over the top now, bite. Pain and pain. Baby wife, baby daughter, fast mouth. Woo. Yizan is very lively here, and the battlefield is also very lively. Madara, who was besieged by a group of cage-level masters, couldn't take it anymore. Yes, he couldn't take it anymore. Body Susanoo is half broken and half broken. He bites Kiba tightly. He is hesitating whether to use the last move. Use. Afraid of hanging. Kill you all in one go. Absorb the tailed beast in one go. Become a 10 tails person Jinchuriki, column force in one go. Fly to the moon in one go and turn on infinite Tsukuyomi. Must fight. He doesn't know when Yizan will regain his fighting power. If Yizan breaks out the power of 6 paths level again, his current state will be lifeless. Although the sudden outpouring of blood made him want to duel with Yizan, but now, the implementation of the plan is the most important thing. Limbo. Border jail. Awaken. Limbo chases back. Limbo hell. Limbo hell. Limbo even jail. Limbo needle jail. Shish. 4 shadows appeared, but no one could perceive these shadows. Boom. 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 Ah. Namikaze Minato vomited blood and flew backwards. Not only him, but Sarutobi, Naruto, and Senju Tobirama almost at the same time. What's the situation? Sasuke's face changed slightly, and the next second, his Susanoo shattered instantly. Boom. Sasuke. Seeing a terrifying wound on Sasuke's body, Itachi roared and was about to rescue Sasuke when suddenly his Susanoo shattered. Bang bang. This time, Sasuke, Itachi, Shisui, and Senju Hashirama all fell to the ground. Limbo. Border jail. Uchiha Madara's strongest trick, can intervene in the world called Limbo. The shadows produced in this world cannot be perceived by the outside world, and physical attacks are ineffective, but shadows can attack the outside world and defend against an high attack power. The shadow has almost the same ability as the main body, and can use the ninjutsu that the main body is good at, and the most terrifying thing is that the shadow can use the full body Susanoo. Just now, Sasuke, Itachi and Shisui's Susanoo were smashed to pieces by the shadow's complete body, Susanoo, and Yizan was the only one who could see this scene on the entire battlefield. Tisk. As expected of Limbo Border Jail, people without Rinnegan can't see or perceive, only those who inherit 6 paths immortals can perceive. Yizan took a sip of tea leisurely. Uchiha Madara's trick is powerful, but none of this group were weak, and although they were seriously injured, no one died. It's finally here, Infinite Tsukuyomi, Kagaya Heim. Yizan blinked his eyes proudly. Limbo Border Jail defeated several materialized tailed beasts again. Uchiha Madara snorted lightly, and summoned Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Hey, Uchiha Madara, for you. Yizan took out the second and third tails from the kabuto and threw them at them. In an instant, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, spat out chains and wrapped the miniatures of the second and third tails, as well as several other tailed beasts, and quickly pulled into the mouth. At this moment, Uchiha Madara still wanted to gain more power of the tailed beast. He looked at Kushina and Nohara Rin and wanted to do it, but when he saw the smile on Yizan's mouth, his heart froze and he shivered subconsciously. Forget it, let's not provoke Shimura-san. I always feel that his power has recovered. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara finally suppressed the urge in her heart, quickly hand seal with both hands, and resurrected 10 tails again. Roar. 10 tails appeared and let out an earth-shattering roar. Compared with Nagato's control of 10 tails, he fused the Uchiha Senju bloodline, that is, Madara, who is now the bloodline of 6 paths. Tails suddenly turned into irregular pieces, circling and pouring into the body. Click. The crystal chakra condensate floated in the air, the luminous white robe, the neatly 6 tomo at the collar, and the 9 black Gudodama truth-seeking ball emerged on the back, and the terrifying aura shocked the sky. The wind howled, blowing Uchiha Madara's long hair into constant flow. He held the immortal tin stick tightly, and a smile finally appeared on his face. So this is the power of 6 paths. Chapter 490 Infinite Tsukuyomi. The mighty aura was overwhelming. Uchiha Madara raised his head proudly holding the immortal tin cane. he even looked at Yizan proudly, but seemed to think of something, and finally restrained his expression. Damn, I almost forgot the ending of Nagato, so don't pretend to be forceful. If Shimura-zan recklessly bursts out and fights with all his strength, I really can't beat him. Uchiha Madara admits cowardice for the first time in his life. Don't blame him for cowardly. Who told Yizan to be so defiant? Nagato, who has become a 10 Tails Jinchuriki, column force, was actually beaten up by Yizan in 1 minute. Of course, because of the Six Paths bloodline, Madara, who became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki column force, directly entered the Six Paths level. Gudodama, Truth-Seeking Ball, Rinnegan, Immortal Tin Staff, glowing special effects robes, nothing more than Nagato. The effects of none are countless times stronger. Even so, Uchiha Madara didn't think he was much stronger than Nagato. He glanced at Kushina and Nohara Rin reluctantly, and finally gave up on perfecting 10 Tails. The two Rinnegans burst into violent power. Ha! Uchiha Madara jumped up suddenly and rushed towards the sky, and when he reached 500 meters in the sky, not only did he not fall, but he kept flying towards the sky, flying higher and higher. He's using Rinnegan's repulsion to fly. What is he doing? On the ground, Senju Hashirama's face was very solemn. Because of the impure world reincarnation, the injuries he and Tobarama suffered were quickly recovered by scraps of paper. I don't know, but we have to stop him. Brother Zan. Namikaze Minato coughed up blood, and recovered with the power of Kyubi, 9 Tails. His injury was slowly recovering, and he looked pitifully to Yizan. I hope Yizan will take action to block Uchiha Madara. Sorry Minato, Uchiha Madara is flying too high, and he's a 10 Tails Jinchuriki column force now. Even if I try my best to rush to the sky, I can't stop him. Yizan helplessly coaxed his shoulders, said it like the truth, and instantly convinced Minato. Cut. It sounds like the truth. Shut up, stupid. Yizan glared at Genai, who was not afraid, but stuck out her tongue at Yizan strangely, then hugged Kushina's arm, and pouted pitifully, Mom, Dad murdered me. Quote. HMPH, if he dares to murder you, I won't allow him to enter the room at night. Hey, can I punish my dad for sleeping in my bedroom? No, let him sleep on the sofa. Hey, Mom, you are too much. I don't want Dad. Don't let Dad sleep here. HMPH, little idiot, I don't know what's going on in your head. Kushina raised her finger and tapped Marina, which made Marina very dissatisfied. Mom hates it. The mother and daughter quarreled like idiots, and at this moment, Uchiha Madara had already flown to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, and was still approaching the moon. Dad, Uchiha Madara seems to be brewing some big move. Does it really not need to be blocked? Beside him, Ai quietly pulled Yizan's clothes. Yizan smiled and hugged Ai in his arms. You don't need to stop me. I won't put you in any danger with my dad here. Don't worry, it's coming soon. It's almost over. Uchiha Madara, who was flying higher and higher, a smile flashed in Yizan's pupils. Due to Yizan's threat, Uchiha Madara not only gave up the 2 tails and 3 tails, but also did not gather the 8-tailed Kyubi, 9 tails. Such 10 tails is not complete. Even if Kagaya Haim is resurrected, his strength is at most a little stronger than Otsutsuki Momoshiki. It's about to start. On the coffee table next to Yizan, Slug gently waved her tentacles. As a slug immortal who has lived for an unknown number of years, she even knows the name and effect of Infinite Tsukuyomi, and she lazily sits on the coffee table turning around, revealing a soft belly. Shaozan, no French fries. You have eaten all the dozens of packs of French fries. Hey, wait, when the war is over, you can eat as much as you want. Yizan poked the slug's soft belly lightly, holding up the teacup and handing it to him. In front of the slug's mouth, have a cup of tea. If you don't drink it, who wants to drink something so bitter? I want to drink Coke. Coke, I'm looking for. Yizan took out a storage scroll again, searched for a long time, and finally took out a plastic bottle. There is no Konoha Coke, only Coca-Cola. Do you want to drink it? Don't. The slug refused mercilessly. Konoha Cola and Coca-Cola are not the same grade at all. If the taste of Coca-Cola is likened to a prince, then the taste of Coca-Cola is a poor man. Because of Yizan's self-confidence, everyone no longer worried about Uchiha Madara's next actions. The slug lay on the coffee table and rolled around constantly, clamoring to drink Coca-Cola, but the slug couldn't stand it anymore. Yizan was cruel and tried his best to start shaking Coca-Cola in hand. Whoa, 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 whoa. The sealed cola shook violently, and Yizan's strange behavior made Slug blink his eyes in confusion. The next second, Yizan suddenly pointed the bottle at the slug, and suddenly twisted the bottle cap with a smirk. Puff! Spewed out, and the violent force directly sent the slug flying. She screamed and circled dozens of times in the air. Covered with coke and bubbles, Slug shook her head dizzily, and then she pursed her lips tightly for a long, long time. With a wow, she burst into tears. Woo, Xiaozan is too much. Big bad guy, woo. While Yizan was doing nothing to bully the slug, Uchiha Madara finally came to a higher place, and the moon in front of him had occupied all his sight. According to the content of the stone tablet, when the owner of the power of reincarnation approaches the moon, the eye of the moon, which is used to realize the infinite dream, will open and illuminate the world. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Open. Whoa. The dark sky suddenly burst into a violent and dazzling white light, and the entire 2.4 world turned pure white. Silent and breathless, as if at that moment, the entire world lost these two abilities. The eerie emptiness is eerily empty. When the white light illuminates the world, all the people who are illuminated by the light stare at the sky dully, and both eyes become Rinnegan. Dad, it's so scary. Marina took Yizan's hand a little scared. Yizan lightly rubbed her hair, and then looked at the sky. Infinite Tsukuyomi finally starts. He shook his head proudly. If he looked closely, he could see that long before Infinite Tsukuyomi was activated, a huge golden force field shrouded the land, covering a radius of 100 meters. Face Fruit can really fight against Infinite Tsukuyomi, la 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 la. Chapter 491 Black Zetsu's Millennium Project. God Deep Forest Emergence. The sky tens of thousands of meters high, Uchiha Madara gently took a seal, and a 9-tomo Rinnegan appeared on his forehead. When he opened this eye, his strength increased again. Boom! Trees emerged from the ground, and tens of thousands of divine trees appeared in the whole world. The divine tree quickly entangled the person who had hit Infinite Tsukuyomi and hung it in midair to absorb chakra. And the chakra absorbed by these tens of thousands of divine trees finally converged on a divine tree in the center. The divine tree was 3,000 meters high, and the top could not be seen at a glance. It was huge and ancient. When Uchiha Madara looked at the ground, he unexpectedly found that Yizan was beckoning to him. Not only Yizan, but everyone around Yizan, including Sasuke Itachi who was killed by Limbo. Tsukuyomi. Is it really Shimura-zan's ghost? Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. Yizan's fighting power shown before was too strong, and now he can actually resist Infinite Tsukuyomi, but... HMPH. I was a little afraid of you just now, but now, it's still uncertain who will win. Uchiha sneered. The 9-tomo Rinnegan in the center of his forehead burst into destructive waves, and he turned his body upside down, like an arrow. Rushed to the ground. Like a falling star, the extreme speed actually rubbed the air into sparks, and at the moment when the fall was about to hit the ground, Uchiha Madara stopped abruptly. From rapid to stillness, the body did not show the slightest forward momentum. It's so strong. Namikazeminato's pupils shrunk dramatically, and this speed has reached an unparalleled level, and Uchiha Madara not only has this speed, but can also control his body perfectly, and is extremely fast to stand still, making Namikaze Minato produce a depressing feeling uncomfortable. Brother, what should I do? Senju Tobirama came to Hashirama's side. His face was extremely dignified. Uchiha Madara's strength was completely beyond his imagination. He even felt that the other party could kill him with one move. Uchiha Madara has reached the realm of the 6 paths immortal. I can do nothing. Look at him. Look at that kid. If what the monkey said is true, then that kid is a super genius who surpasses me, and even surpasses the 6 paths immortal, if he can. Quote. Having said that, Hashirama paused and closed his mouth tightly. Beside him, Tobirama stared at Yizan silently, as if he was thinking about something. Uchiha Madara's strength has become so strong that even Senju Hashirama can only watch the battle. With him, the others have no way to participate. Everyone is staring at Yizan and Uchiha Madara, and everyone is praying in their hearts that Yizan can defeat Uchiha Madara. Shimura-zan, how is it, you dare to fight me now? Uchiha Madara raised his head arrogantly, and the 9-tomo Rinnegan on his forehead kept releasing a majestic aura. Don't dare. Yizan yawned lazily, sat down again, leisurely picked up the teapot on the coffee table, shook it a few times, and poured the fragrant tea into the teacup. Want to drink? Do-ent drink. Uchiha Madara said coldly. Shimura-zan, what do you mean? Give up. No, I just thought that, for the sake of your imminent death, I would like to invite you to a cup of tea. What did you say? Kind of say it again. Uchiha Madara was furious, and finally couldn't hold back the anger in her heart, and burst out all her strength, but just when Uchiha Madara focused all her attention on Yizan. Puff. The blood splashed and the sudden accident shocked everyone. Absolutely. You betrayed me. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. He tried to turn his head with difficulty, but for some reason, his body was unable to move. Betrayal. Hey, how come betrayal? I've never been loyal to you. Black Zetsu laughed hoarsely, and suddenly shouted. The ground burst, and chakras like the ocean surged from the ground. When the endless chakra poured into his body, Uchiha Madara knew that he was finished, but even if he died, he had to know the truth. He used his last strength to grab Black Zetsu's hand, tightly, not letting go. Absolutely, why have you never been loyal to me? It was the will I created with Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, you made it. Ha, I'm so sorry, how could I be made by you? I just deceived you from the beginning. Black Zetsu laughed hoarsely, suppressing it for 1,000 years, lurking for 1,000 years. At this moment, Shinshing finally couldn't help revealing the secret that he had been hiding for thousands of years. I am Kagaya's will. Do you think, Infinite Tsukuyomi, and Project Moon-eye, are real? No, actually, everything is for the purpose of resurrecting Mother. No, I saw these plans from the Uchiha steel. See, haha, what you saw is the 450 I modified. In order to resurrect my mother, I modified the information left by the 6 paths immortal at the Uchiha Nenga Shrine, and incited the 6 paths immortal's eldest son Indra and the 6 paths immortal. The second son, Asura, competed for the inheritance of the ninja sect, and thus provoked a long-term battle between the two parents, but unfortunately, Indra and Asura are dead, so I can only continue to lurk and wait for new opportunities. Black Zetsu spoke slowly, like a victor. He slowly said the plan he had prepared for 1,000 years, and with Black Zetsu's explanation, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's faces became more and more shocked. All controlled by Black Zetsu. Okay, the time has come, wait for 1,000 years, I will be the last victor. Mother, resurrect. Boom. God Deep Forest emergence was compressed into high-density chakra, and was extradited to the feet of Uchiha Madara by Black Zetsu in a mysterious way. The high-density chakra quickly covered Uchiha Madara and quickly devoured him. Bang! Was an earth-shattering explosion. The high-density and Uchiha Madara were completely shattered, and the blood of the 6 paths and the power of the 6 paths contained in Uchiha Madara did not drift away, but strangely condensed together. Gradually, a white eggshell was formed. Chapter 492 Kagaya arrives. Click. Click click. Bang. The eggshell shattered, and a boundless chakra descended. Heavy, depressed, cold, indifferent. Chakra contains endless negative emotions. Yizan looked at Kagaya from beginning to end with admiring eyes, white clothes and white robes, Byakugan, melon face, Yuhi lips, and 9-tomo Rinnegan in the center of the forehead. Overall, she was a very good-looking woman. However, the indifference on her face and the aura of destruction in Tomo Rinnegan destroyed that beauty, making her look extremely cold and hideous. Huh. From Kagayahime's left arm and slowly condensed into Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was about to speak, but Yizan suddenly spoke, interrupting Black Zetsu's words. Hey, woman, your name is Otsutsuki Kagaya, right? I just have one question. Why did you put yuhi on your mouth as soon as you were resurrected? Are you trying to seduce me? Yizan pointed at Kagayahime carelessly, and Kagayahime was completely stunned by the sudden words. She blinked her eyes suspiciously, and found that the man in front of her was indeed a little handsome. But, Mother-sama, he is Shimura-zan, our biggest enemy. His strength has surpassed the 6 paths immortal, he is here to kill you. Black Zetsu shouted, which instantly made Kagayahime react. Kagayahime's face stern, suddenly started, arms bluffed outwards, the world suddenly changed. The earth disappeared, replaced by hot and turbulent magma. Above, stalactites similar to lava kept dripping down. This is not water, because the temperature of each drop of magma water exceeds 1000 degrees. Yo, lava space, it feels pretty good. Yizan looked left and right curiously, sniffing the smell of sulfur in the air from time to time. Seriously, when Izumi was built on a volcano, and the smell of sulfur in the air gave him it feels like a warm Izumi. You are strong. Kagayahime stared at Yizan silently. This was the first sentence after her resurrection. Through the 9-tomo Rinnegan in the center of her forehead, she clearly saw the power contained in Yizan's body, not weaker than herself, even stronger. Yes, I'm already very strong, so if you surrender now, I can spare you, and I'll just be a servant in my house in the future, cooking, washing dishes, mopping the floor, and giving you a few per month. Wanliang, I will take you to the mall to buy clothes every week. You can buy anything you want, how about it? Are you excited? Quote. Yizan's words made Black Zetsu not far away with black lines. Black Zetsu already understood that Yizan was purely a troll. He quickly came to Kagayahime and looked at Yizan with murderous eyes. Mother, don't listen to anything from Shimura-zan, he's a liar, it's better to kill him in one go, otherwise it's easy to fall for him. Is that so? Kagayahime nodded and decided not to listen to anything Yizan said anymore. She raised her right index finger to point at Yizan. Byakugan's ability was activated instantly. A large number of thorn-shaped chakras rushed towards Yizan, and the speed was so fast that it was even close to the point of teleportation in space. It was like a continuous rain of flowers, and when countless chakras that sealed acupoints covered the entire area, Yizan laughed wickedly, and his body suddenly burned with a dazzling light. In the black and white special effect robe, 99 jades appeared on the back in an S shape. Yizan raised his right palm and pushed. A thick chakra burst out suddenly, smashing the countless spikes that flew. Kagayahime dodged quickly. As a strong person of the same level, she would not foolishly resist Yizan's attack. At the same time, she squeezed her fists with both hands and chakra poured into it. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. The two huge chakra fists are like two mountains, extremely huge. During the flight, the space is distorted. Such high-density chakra fists actually mess up the space. Hiraishin cannot be used, otherwise, if an accident occurs, you will be lost in the turbulent space forever. Yizan chuckled, and the illusory golden force field spreads out instantly. Magma, give me a face, attack. As soon as Yizan's words fell, the magma below rushed up frantically, like a super wave of a tsunami from the sea, and like a violent tornado that descended to the top. Chakra fist bumped. Bang! The chakra fist finally hit the stalactite in the sky, provoking a violent explosion. The cave collapsed, and finally revealed the true face of the magma space. This is an endless sea of magma. In the whole world, except for the sea of magma, there is no place for a foothold. Kagayahime created this world in order to deal with the enemy in a targeted manner, but it is a pity that Yizan can easily suspend in the air, using the most basic wind ninjutsu. At this moment, Kagayahime stared at Yizan with a dignified face, completely unexpected that Yizan could actually control the magma in his own space. What's your ability? I'll tell you when I'm my servant. Looking for death. Kagaya Haim's face was icy cold, and the strong chakra burst out completely. She pointed at Yizan with both hands, and at that moment, the entire magma space shook violently. The magma rolled, and countless fire Jinchuriki column rose into the sky. These fire Jinchuriki column condensed by the magma seemed to besiege Yizan with intelligence. Kagaya Haim herself is the creator of this space. As long as she spends chakra, she can completely control the entire space. The magma of space. Just as Yizan used magma to crack the 80 gods' vacuum attack just now, Kagaya Haim uses magma to surround Yizan. Okay. Seeing that the magma in the entire magma space began to rise, Yizan reluctantly coaxed his shoulders, waved his hand, and instantly tore open the space. Want to run? It's not that easy. The 9-tomo Rinnegan in the middle of the forehead activated, the space changed, and the cold wind was fierce. How cold is the fierce cold wind? Anyway, with Yizan's strength, his body began to freeze. He shook chakra violently and shattered the ice on his body, but in this gap, Kagaya Haim showed his ability again. Arctic Realm. Chapter 493 _ stabbed a hole. Cold Field, this is Kagaya Haim's superpower in the icy space. In an instant, endless icy rain fell from the sky, and the icy rain fell on Yizan, actually freezing Yizan's chakra. Not freezing the body, but freezing the chakra. 66,666, the technique of freezing chakra. And this kind of rain with no dead ends. Kagaya Haim, I now think you are more suitable to be my servant. A circle of pure white chakra halo spread out, wrapping Yizan like a shell. The halo was frozen by ice rain, but it was shattered by more chakra provided by Yizan. Shimura-zan, your name is Shimura-zan, right? You want to fight chakra with me? No, I'm just playing with you. The sound from her ear made Kagaya Haim's pupils shrink sharply, and without even thinking about it, a large number of sharp bones suddenly burst out of her body. To kill the ashes. The bones that can destroy all matter were shot into the air from behind, but they didn't hit Yizan, because when she shot the bones, Yizan used the Hiraishin technique again and appeared in front of her easily. That's too late. This time, it's really too late. Kagaya Haim, who was performing the killing of ashes, had no time to stop Yizan. She stared at Yizan, but she was not afraid of getting hit. The body of immortality is so awesome. Unless Yizan uses the sealing technique of the 6 paths level, she is not afraid of being hit in the head or pierced through the heart. She stared at Yizan like this, and Yizan has already opened his hands, and his body exudes a strong momentum, which is obviously a powerful move. Snapped. Cupped Kagaya Haim's cheeks with both hands, and then Yizan quickly moved up and pursed her lips fiercely. The sudden accident shocked Kagaya Haim. Her eyes widened stupidly, and she forgot to fight back for a while. Well, it tastes good. Leaving Kagaya Haim's lips, Yizan wiped his mouth contentedly. He smiled and blinked his eyes. That cynical look made Kagaya Haim completely furious. The space changed. Yizan only felt his body sink, and he actually fell from the air. He unexpectedly found that even his 6 paths level strength could not resist this kind of gravity. Don't struggle, the stronger the strength, the greater the gravity. Even if your strength is 10 times stronger than mine, you can't break free from the gravity of this space. Kagaya Haim said coldly. The long white hair was constantly shaken by the crazy chakra Feiwu. She was actually kissed. Her first wen was actually taken away by a man she met for the first time. Well, yes, Kagaya Haim has never been married and has no man. She could have created Black Zetsu with Yin and Yang, and she could have created Hagoromo and Hamura. Black Zetsu, who was hurriedly created with her last strength before being sealed, Hagoromo and Hamura are her heydays. It took 50 years, countless energy and hard work to create boutiques. It is even said that Hagoromo was born with Rinnegan, and she was born with Rinnegan. One self, One must also gather a large amount of chakra to open the rinnegan of the forehead. Sons, she made meticulously eventually betrayed her. You men don't have a good thing. Hey, don't kill a group of people with one stick, I'm not the same as those men. Shut up. There was a rare emotional change in Kagaya-Hime's tone. She knew that her current state could not beat Yi-zan at all, so she decided to use a unique trick. With her hands slapping together, a huge super phantom a few hundred meters long appeared on her body, and the phantom gradually condensed into a chakra shell, which turned out to be a super big rabbit. Fuck, rabbit. Shut up. Fuck, the other Uchiha clan are all armored warriors with a height of dozens of meters. As their ancestor, why is Susanoo a rabbit? Shut up. Kagaya-Hime was so angry that she decided to ignore Yi-zan and unleash her strongest attack directly. Final expansion Gudodama Truth-Seeking Ball. The super rabbit that was several hundred meters suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a giant Gudodama Truth-Seeking Ball with a diameter of 100 meters. However, the most terrifying thing was that when the final expansion Gudodama Truth-Seeking Ball flew out, it actually in the face of the storm. It will increase tenfold, and in the next second, it will increase tenfold. When Gudodama Truth-Seeking Ball shrouded Yi-zan, he had turned into a giant that covered the sky and the sun. Yi-zan raised his head and could not see the sky, only a black Gudodama Truth-Seeking Ball could be seen. Not only that, because Gudodama Truth-Seeking Ball expanded to a diameter of about 100,000 meters, and the power generated even shattered the gravitational space. In this case, Yi-zan did not dare to use the Hiraishin technique at all, and the supernatural power of gravitational space shattered. The strong gravity also made him unable to fly. Oh, in fact, even flying is useless. After all, the inflated Gudodama Truth-Seeking Ball is already 100,000 meters wide. Like a mass of iron, it is absolutely impossible to escape. So, do I have to get rid of such a big lump of iron? Yi-zan blinked his eyes cutely, and scratched the back of his head unhurriedly. He silently raised his head like this, watching the swelling Gudodama Truth-Seeking Ball smash down. That, or, Gudodama Truth-Seeking Ball, give me face and don't hit me. As soon as Yi-zan finished speaking, the golden force field spread instantly, condensing into a small cuboid. The cuboid is very small, only about 1 square, and it can only accommodate Yi-zan to stand in it. Call out. The cuboid quickly rushed towards the sky, rushing straight up, like a needle, and with a puff, it pierced a hole in Gudodama Truth-Seeking Ball that covered the sky. That. Boom. Gudodama Truth-Seeking Ball, who was absolutely unavoidable, finally hit the ground. At that moment, the 100,000 square meter ground shattered into slag. End. 1 second, 1 minute. Soon, 10 minutes passed. The dust covering the small half of the world gradually fell back to the ground, and Yi-zan, who was standing dumbly above Gudodama Truth-Seeking Ball at the moment, scratched his head embarrassedly in the face of Kagaya-Hime's shocked gaze. That, just accidentally stabbed a hole in your Gudodama Truth-Seeking Ball and just happened to dodge it tilde. Chapter 494 Surrender Kagaya-Hime. If there is anything weird in this world, then at this moment, in the gravity space, Kagaya-Hime is sitting on the ground obediently. Wrong. Wrong. Yugi-colored seal on his heart was very dazzling. Kagaya-Hime stared at Yi-zan silently, with strong anger in his eyes. Yo, little girl, you admit your mistake, but you're still angry in your eyes. Yi-zan raised Kagaya-Hime's chin with a smile and slowly leaned over. Then. Oops, woman, how dare you bite me? Yi-zan cried out in pain, with a little blood on his lips. He stared at Kagaya-Hime viciously, and Kagaya-Hime also stared at Yi-zan, unconvinced. Swelling Gudodama Truth-Seeking Ball is her final move, but unfortunately, this move has no effect on Yi-zan. Yi-zan, who was already tired of fighting, came directly to Kagaya-Hime with the technique of Hiraishin, and sealed her power with the sealing technique of the 6 paths level developed by himself. As for Black Zetsu, even Kagaya Haim has been defeated, and the mere Black Zetsu can still escape from the gravity space. Black Zetsu's corpse lay in the depths of the broken earth, and with Yizan's ability, he killed Black Zetsu in one move. Black Zetsu is dead, and your power has been sealed by me. I suggest you go home with me, or else. What else? Reseal me to the moon. No, you look pretty good. If you are obedient, you will stay at home as a servant. If you are not obedient. Yizan glanced at Kagaya Haim's body with a smirk, and licked his tongue pretending to be evil. As you said, men are not good things. If you are not obedient, I can only treat you. He. Yizan's appearance immediately frightened Kagaya Haim. Although she was good, she didn't understand this. The world 1,000 years ago was more chaotic than it is now. What kind of brothel, ex-slave, in that era, women had no status at all. You are shameless. Thank you for the compliment, Tilda. Asshole. Tisk, I like when you call me that, Tilda. Yizan's shameless and hilarious attitude finally made Kagaya Haim unable to do anything. Because of her anger, her heart was fluctuating together, and because she was wearing an ancient robe from 1,000 years ago, Yizan saw a round white from the seam of her clothes. Bastard. Close your eyes. Don't close. Hurry up and think about it, whether to obediently come to my house as a servant, or to resist, and finally give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll go with you. Tomo Rinnegan on her forehead disappeared. She looked like a girl from the Hyuga family, with a hint of cuteness in her coldness. Hey, that's right, follow me, you won't treat you badly if you eat sweet and spicy food. As for power and domination, don't think about it in the future. Yizan smiled and held Kagaya Haim's hand. Kagaya Haim struggled with dissatisfaction after a few moments. I finally stopped struggling after I found that I couldn't start struggling. Let's go. Yizan opened the gravity space with one hand. The Hiraishin technique was activated. He took Kagaya Haim back to the ninja world, and found that Infinite Tsukuyomi had disappeared. Infinite Tsukuyomi disappeared. Are you an idiot? My power was sealed by you, of course Infinite Tsukuyomi disappeared. Kagaya Haim mocked Yizan coldly. Although she was soft, it did not mean that she would give Yizan a good look. She just hated the man she had first met and defeated her. Little pervert. Stinky bastard. Brother Zan, you are finally back. Namikaze Minato originally wanted to hug Yizan, but when he saw Yizan holding Kagaya Haim's hand, he was completely stunned. Brother Zan, this. Oh, let me introduce to you, my senior servant, Otsutsuki Kagaya, is responsible for a series of tasks such as serving tea, pouring water, washing dishes and wiping the floor. Kagaya, say hello to everyone, Tilda. Humph. Kagaya Haim snorted coldly and shook off Yizan's hand forcefully. She quickly took a few steps away from Yizan, clasped her arms coldly, and didn't say a word. This time, Namikaze Minato figured out that Yizan defeated Kagaya Haim and surrendered the opponent. Surrender. Recover. Sex X. No. Brother Zan is not that kind of person. He just accepted a powerful servant. Namikaze Minato shook his head violently, and got rid of the strange thoughts in his mind. He felt that he couldn't continue thinking about it, or he would think bad about the great big brother Zan. Kagaya Haim was defeated. 100,000 White Zetsu died, Black Zetsu died, Uchiha Madara died, Nagato died, Obito died, which means that at this moment, the Fourth Ninja War, the Ninja Alliance has won the final victory. Monkey, your eyesight is really good. This kid Shimura-zan is really a genius. Hashirama nodded in satisfaction. It's really a genius. When I used my death to break you up, it seems that I did the right thing. Monkey, go back and say something to Danzo, apologize to him for me, and tell him that the biggest mistake in my life is that I didn't give him the 3 generations of Hokage. Tobarama said this, making Sarutobi extremely embarrassed. He coughed a few times, and touched the back of his head with some grievances. That, Tobarama-sensei, In fact, I have been Konoha for decades. But Shimura-gen is Danzo's son, so Danzo deserves the most credit. Tobarama-sensei, I'm very sad when you say that. Then you'll be sad, remember, take my words with you. As ordered. By Senju Tobarama face to face, Sarutobi wanted to cry, so he grimaced and slowly took out a pipe from his arms. No smoking. Don't you know I'm allergic to the smell of cigarettes? Tobarama-sensei, you are now the body of impure world reincarnation. Huh, impure world reincarnation can't be allergic. Monkey, your wings are hard now, and you don't listen to me. Sorry, Tobarama-sensei. When everything is over, Hashirama and Tobarama from impure world reincarnation should go. Yizan and the girls chatted happily for a while, and chatted with Itachi, Sasuke, Nagato Naruto for a while, and finally turned to Hashirama Tobarama. The first generation, the second generation. Well, Shimura-san, thank you. Thank me for what? Chapter 495 Completely Peaceful Ninja World. Thank you for your contribution to Konoha. I heard about your deeds from the monkeys. Without you, Konoha might have perished in the second or third ninja war. Anyway, thank you. Senju Hashirama. He bowed to Yizan with sincerity on his face, and next to him, Tobarama also bowed. Although he was an arrogant person, he was as grateful to Yizan as his brother. Xiaoshuan, let's just call you Xiaoshuan, I'm your father's teacher, and calling you Xiaoshuan won't seem like a good deal. Xiaoshuan, my brother and I are about to leave, but before we leave, I hope you can listen to me. I have a suggestion, try to learn a forbidden technique. Quote. What forbidden technique? Impure world reincarnation. Tobarama's words surprised Yizan. Now that the war is over, there will be no war in the next few decades or even hundreds of years. He doesn't understand why he wants to learn impure world reincarnation now. You learn. Trust me, I won't hurt you, if you have a fate. Said this, Tobarama paused and finally closed his mouth. He glanced at Hashirama and finally at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, cancel the impure world reincarnation. The crime you committed, I, as the second Hokage, and the consent of my brother, the first Hokage, revoke all your crimes. If you want, you can continue to go back to Konoha to become a ninja of Konoha, Monkey, Minato, and Shaozan. Do you agree? I approve. Sarutobi said softly. Orochimaru was his most valued apprentice after all, and he naturally welcomed Orochimaru back. Even though Orochimaru is wrong, this war has done a lot for Konoha, and it will be worth it. I agree. Namikaze Minato also nodded. Yes, as long as Orochimaru does not continue to harm Konoha, I have no problem. Yizan glanced at Orochimaru. From the original work, it can be seen that Orochimaru has changed at a certain period of time. In the future, it did not continue to destroy Konoha, but gave birth to a son, and sent his son to Konoha Ninja School. 1 to 5 shadows all agreed, and Orochimaru's guilt was finally revoked. Orochimaru smiled hoarsely, looking at Sarutobi with mixed emotions. Impure world reincarnation, solution. Both hands hand seal, Orochimaru lifted the impure world reincarnation, and soon Hashirama and Tobarama turned into crumbs, leaving only 2 white Zetsu clones, Matsuri. The Fourth Ninja World War is over. In the end, the Ninja Alliance won. Sasuke and Naruto did not have a decisive battle. After all, Itachi is still there. How can Sasuke and Naruto be allowed to kill each other? A year later. Konoha Commercial Street. There are still live broadcasts on the walls around the metropolis. A female host holding a microphone is dressed in decent clothes, with short brown hair and a purple smear on her cheeks, which makes her look very cute. Then, Lord Rakage of the fourth generation, what do you think of the last war a year ago? What is your opinion? What is your opinion? Hee. I can only say that Shimura-san is indeed the strongest man in the ninja world. But don't underestimate me. If I am serious, Shimura-san may not be able to defeat me. Yayoi scratched her head humbly. and the hostess just covered her mouth and snickered at the big words he blew, and didn't break it. Unconsciously, I have had a pleasant exchange with the fourth-generation Hokage for half an hour. Then, today's live broadcast is over, see you tomorrow. The hostess blinked playfully, and the 4 giant screens instantly turned black. Ah, the live broadcast is over. Nohara Rin put down the microphone and straightened his hair. Sir Hokage, what are you going to eat tonight? I went to the metropolis with my wife to eat roast duck in the evening, but you, go back and eat with Shimura-san. I'm having a big meal at home today, then Lord Hokage, I'll go first Tilda. Goodbye Tilda. Yuyai smiled and waved her hand, then picked up the iced Coke on the coffee table and drank it all at once, took out a mobile phone from her arms, and quickly pressed a few keys. Hey, ma'am, I'm going to the metropolis for dinner tonight, and I've already booked a table. What, you want to have dinner with Nara Yamanaka's wife? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Hey, then what am I going to do tonight? What, whatever, you're too much. Beep, beep. The sound of the phone being hung up rang. Yuyai puffed out angrily. He sat on the sofa silently for a long time, and finally took out his mobile phone again and slowly dialed a few numbers. Hey, Minato, it's me, Yuyai. I'm treating you to roast duck tonight, the place is booked. Your family. Okay, it's okay. Naruto still eats me poor. See you at 6 o'clock in the evening, don't leave. Hanging up the phone, Yuyai finally had a smile on his face. He got up quickly, and soon disappeared into the live broadcast room. The Fourth Ninja World War, because of the unity of the whole world, also made the ninjas feel what it means to be united and loved. Onoki, Yuyai and Terumi May voluntarily resigned and gave the position of shadow to young people. However, Onoki has always been an old stubborn. Originally, Yuyai wanted to invite him to settle in Konoha, but Onoki did not agree in the end. There is a famous saying in Konoha that when you stay in Konoha for a month, you will never want to leave Konoha. Yuyai feels this way now. He simply brought his wife over and settled in Konoha completely. The days passed quickly in peaceful and leisurely time. Accompanying his wife, accompanying his daughter, bullying Kagaya Haim, laughing and joking every day, Yizan's small life lived happily. But, I don't know who mentioned it, Yizan finally remembered what Senju Tobarama said at the beginning. Impure World Reincarnation. Why did Senju Tobarama want me to learn Impure World Reincarnation? The mention of the forgotten thing instantly aroused Yizan's strong curiosity. He rushed directly to Hokage's office and snatched the seal scroll. It only took a few seconds. Zhang remembered the practice method of Impure World Reincarnation. Even without the face fruit, Yizan's talent is not bad. In just 3 days, he learned Impure World Reincarnation. Open black lens bracket Impure World Reincarnation white, you can summon 5 dead to fight for yourself. The price is 20 ingots close black lens bracket. Upgrade. Chapter 496 A Little Lowly. Open black lens bracket Impure World Reincarnation blue, you can summon 40 dead to fight for yourself. The price is 40 ingots close black lens bracket. Upgrade. 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 Although there are not many ingots, there are still several thousand. Yizan upgraded the Impure World Reincarnation to gold in one breath, and then, his eyes widened, completely square. Open black lens bracket Impure World Reincarnation gold, you can summon 500 dead to fight for yourself, and you can perform reverse reincarnation. The price is 400 ingots. 500 dead are not important. After all, Impure World Reincarnation needs the blood and flesh of the dead to be summoned, but what the hell is reverse reincarnation? The intense curiosity can't help it. Seeing such a novel thing, Yizan's heart is itchy like a cat's claws. His current strength is invincible in the world. It shouldn't matter if you try it, right? And Senju Tobarama deliberately let himself learn Impure World Reincarnation. Maybe there are some secrets hidden in it. Thinking of this, Yizan quickly hand seal, according to the use of full-level Impure World Reincarnation, reversed the hand seal, and the powerful 6 paths strength burst out. Impure World Reincarnation. Boom. The terrifying chakra surged, and a huge Yuhi-colored psychic formation instantly appeared on the ground. The next second, a suction force came from the psychic formation, and with a whoosh, Yizan was sucked in. ... The bright sun revives everything, and a new day gradually comes. A little bug was flying happily in the grass, and on a branch not far away, a bird with colorful Madara stared at the bug. The moment the bug flew out of the grass, it turned into a light and rushed away, mercilessly. Catch insects. Ha ha ha. After eating the insect in one bite, the bird cried happily. After a while, several colorful Madara birds gathered again. Among the birds that flew over, one bird turned its head sharply and opened its mouth to the grass. Spit out a fire. Ha! The flame with a diameter of 10 centimeters hit a large insect, and the bird flew away quickly, caught the insect and ate it into its mouth. Ha! At first, the bird seemed a little angry, raising its beak to attack the fire-breathing bird, but in the next second, a terrifying wave burst out from the midair 100 meters high, and the birds scattered in fright, running and disappearing in a blink of an eye. Ah! The scream that seemed to fall into the abyss seemed so miserable and pitiful. Yizan fell from the sky stupidly, completely forgetting that he could fly. Ha! A dog eating shit fell into the grass. Yizan's body was motionless. A few seconds later, Yizan kicked his feet vigorously, and his feet danced in the sky. After a while, he violently pulled his head out of the soil, threw it a few times, and used chakra to create a cloud of water suction. After sucking his face, he finally slowed down. Where is this? Yizan looked left and right, blinked his eyes in confusion. From the surrounding scene, it should be in the wild, but isn't the natural energy contained in the air too exaggerated? Jiraiya took a deep breath and was shocked to find that this breath actually sucked a trace of natural energy into his body. Of course, this trace of natural energy was very, very little, less than ants, but it was enough to shock him. Yizan slowly stood up from the lawn, his eyes became more and more puzzled, he scratched his head stupidly, and was about to choose a random direction to move forward. Suddenly, a hole was torn in the sky, and a little Loli's voice came from the sky. Down. Ah. Ha. His head fell to the ground, and half of his body was buried in the soil. Little Loli's feet were kicking in the air. Yizan hesitated for a moment, and finally grabbed the girl's legs and pulled her out. Ah. Saved. Thank you. Seeing the muddy appearance of little Loli's face, Yizan condensed a ball of water again. Little Loli was not afraid of life, and happily held the water and washed his face, and soon even his face was washed clean. When little Loli washed his face, Yizan was stunned. Has white and tender cheeks with a little baby fat. Judging from her height and figure, she is about 11 years old. She has long black hair and especially pure wine Yuhi-colored eyes. She is wearing a dark-rimmed gothic princess dress. The workmanship of the skirt is very meticulous, and at first glance it comes from the hands of a master. Thank you. I still don't know your name. What's your name? Little Loli smiled happily, revealing the pointed tiger Kiba. With her playful and cute dress and face, no matter how she looked like a willful little princess who ran away from home. My name is Shimura Gen. How about you? Hee, I don't have a name tilde. Oh, Yizan nodded silently. He didn't have a name, so he probably didn't want to say his name, but the top priority right now was to explore the current world. Hey, do you know where this place is? Yizan asked softly, but kept his eyes fixed on little Loli's eyes. Even in such an unfamiliar place, even he had to be vigilant. Here, big brother, what are you talking about? Little Loli scratched his head suspiciously, dumb and cute. I mean, where is this sky, this earth, everything here? Big brother, did you just die? It seems that your intelligence has not recovered. This is the underworld. What? You're saying it again. This is the underworld. Big brother, you should have just died. You just condensed the underworld, right? But looking at your level of condensing the Sweden water style, just now, you were a ninja before you died. Oh, yes, The underworld has been produced in the last 1,000 years. Almost all the masters are ninjas. Are you a cage-level powerhouse? Quote. Little Loli's call had made Yi Xuanwen dumbfounded. He stared dumbly, and suddenly, a flash of light flashed across his mind. Unknown Little Loli, do you know Senju Hashirama? Senju Hashirama, I've heard of it. Now, look over there. 8,000 kilometers to the north is Senju City, the base camp of the Senju family. As for the Senju Hashirama you mentioned, it's a rookie who has appeared in recent decades, and I've heard a little. This time, Yizan was really shocked. He not only got the news from Senju Hashirama, but also what the girl said. You just said, 8,000 kilometers to the north. 8,000 kilometers. Are you sure it's not 80 kilometers? Well, big brother, you only came to the underworld, and you don't know much about these things. 8,000 kilometers is not far. You can go to Senju City by taking the teleportation array a few times. You only need to pay to sit. Chapter 497 The Three Generations of Hokage suddenly appeared. The underworld, an uninhabited field. Yizan walked step by step, next to a black-haired little Loli. Hey, when do you want to come with me? Woo, big brother doesn't want me. I'm so pitiful, I don't have a name and no one wants it, so pitiful. Little Loli hugged Yizan's legs pitifully. Her height was only around Yizan's waist. When she was so cute, she suddenly cried, which instantly made Yizan's heart soften. Alright, don't cry, I'm joking. Yizan patted little Loli's head lightly, his smooth black hair felt very comfortable. Big brother, don't abandon me. Okay, I won't abandon you. Yizan helpless, squatted down and hugged little Loli, watching her pouting aggrievedly. Yizan scratched her nose with a light smile. Disgusting. It will shave into a nose. Little Loli waved her fist lightly, and for some reason, she, Fuji, and giggled. What's wrong? Hee, I'm just happy, now someone finally wants me. Little Loli happily buried his head in Yizan's arms, and those sad words made Yizan's heart melt again. Now, tell me the truth, what world are you from? Me, I'm from the underworld. Little Loli raised his head, obviously puzzled. Then how did you just fall from the sky? Oh, you said that. I took the teleportation array to Lei Yecheng before. Maybe there was a problem with the teleportation array, and it fell out. Xiao Loli mentioned was Yizan's destination, and it was about 50 kilometers away. So, you're sitting in a teleportation array with your parents. You little slicker, ran out by yourself. Yizan scratched the little Loli's nose again, and the little Loli opened his mouth immediately, and the pointy little tiger Kiba took a bite, biting Yizan's fingers. Ouch! You are a dog. Let go. Humph! Who told you to scratch my nose? Little Loli slowly let go of her mouth, hugged Yizan's neck and laughed happily again inexplicably. Her little tiger, Kiba, was very cute and made her look very playful. Okay, don't make trouble, hold on tight, I'll take you to fly. Yizan gently supported little Loli's ass. A violent wind burst out from his body. He bent his knees and jumped, and his body instantly flew into the sky. Blew the wind mask completely wrapped him. Futon Wind Style Mode. Yizan used the Futon Wind Style mode for a long time, because he was in the underworld and could not use the Hiraishin technique. It can't be said that it can't be used, it's just that it can't break the space. Hiraishin technique countless times just now, but what shocked him was that the space barriers in the underworld were extremely strong, and even his 6 paths level strength could not break through the space. It seems like the boundless underworld, the strange little Loli, what Senju Tobarama said before, everything makes Yizan very complicated. He can't go back now, but he believes that Tobarama will not harm himself. As long as he finds Hashirama and Tobarama, everything will be fine. The problem will be solved. Senju City. Yizan pondered silently, completely forgetting where he was. At this moment, he had already flown not far from Lei City, and because he was thinking, he didn't stop and flew in from midair. At that moment, a destructive aura bloomed from Lei City, The aura of death lingered, and Yizan woke up from his contemplation. What? Big brother, run. Ha! A black light bloomed. It was a pure black crossbow. The crossbow was spinning rapidly, and the power contained on it actually reached the 6 paths level. Damn, what the hell? Yizan was shocked. He couldn't use the Hiraishin technique now, and the speed of the crossbow was too fast, and Yizan felt that there was a mental force connected to the crossbow, locking himself tightly. Damn, let's fight. Chakra erupted, black and white luminous robes, and 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball behind him quickly came to the front. Under the control of Yizan, Gudodama truth-seeking ball condensed into a whole iron wall, blocking the in front of yourself. Boom. An earth-shattering loud noise caused millions of people in Lei City